This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. It was a hot summer day, and the sun was baking the road. Apart from the sound of the wind, there were only various abandoned vehicles parked on the road. Not long after, a man appeared on the road. He was about 1.8 meters tall, thin, with a handsome face, and wearing a pair of sunglasses. He was walking while carefully looking in other directions. Soon, the man walked to the target area and stopped. In front of him was a convenience store next to a gas station, surrounded by various vehicles that wanted to escape. There were some dead body parts scattered on the ground, and the smell of death and rot stimulated the man's nerves. He could often smell the smell of rotting corpses, drifting from all directions. The door of the gas station was pushed open, and the man walked in. After a quick look, he found that the man's hair was wrapped in a towel, he was wearing sunglasses, and his arms and calves were also wrapped with thick books. The purpose is to prevent the attack of the dead bodies. The man's name is Chinyu. He is 24 years old this year, and he has no father or mother. He grew up in an orphanage, and was adopted by a couple from abroad when he was 7 years old. When he was 12 years old, his adoptive parents were planning to take Chinyu to live abroad. Because they were away for a long time, they also began to miss their family abroad. But the accident came quickly, and the business abroad began to be turbulent, and they needed to rush back to deal with it in time. At that time, it was difficult to buy air tickets, and they did not buy Chinyu's ticket, so they kept him temporarily, and planned to come back to pick him up after a period of stability. Before leaving, as if they knew they would not be back in a short time, their adoptive parents left him some living expenses. A rental house that had been paid for 12 years. As for why they did not buy a house, it was because they needed a lot of money to run the business at that time, and they could only buy a house in full in China. They planned to take Chinyu away, so they had no plans to buy a house. They also reserved tuition fees for junior high and high school in advance, and asked the landlord's wife to take care of him on a daily basis before leaving, so he successfully finished high school. But not long after his adoptive parents got off the plane, they were attacked on their way out of the airport. Since he learned that his adoptive parents had an accident, Chinyu began to fall into despair. From childhood to adulthood, he was very smart and his academic performance was always the best in the school. But because he lost his family again, Chinyu was depressed all day long. The director of the orphanage once said that he was only a few days old when he was picked up. This is equivalent to being thrown away at birth, because he had a terminal illness and could not live for more than 3 months, and his biological parents could not afford the expensive medical expenses. Afterwards, the old director was kind-hearted and thought that if the child could live one more day, it would not be in vain to come to the world once. Unexpectedly, as the days passed, the child lived longer and longer, so he took the old dean's surname, and was named after the dean's child who had died of illness. This continued until he was adopted. After losing his parents again, Chinyu was devastated. After finishing high school, he studied college courses at home, and stopped going to school. After all, going to college means leaving the city, and the rental house for a long time, and this house has the memories of his current parents. For Chinyu, the grace of raising a child is greater than the grace of giving birth to a child. Relying on computers and games, he does leveling for the account owner every month, doing orders during the day and delivering food at night, living alone. In addition to games, Chinyu's hobby is watching zombie movies and TV series. He likes the feeling of the end of the world, when there will be very few living people. But he never thought that this day would actually come. The peaceful days were broken on May 9, 2030. At around 10 o'clock in the morning of that day, countries announced one after another that they had entered an emergency blockade and would no longer open entry measures. At the same time, reporters from various video platforms released several videos. The content was a rotting corpse attacking humans on the street. At first, there were people laughing in the video, thinking it was another prank with makeup. Even the stench of the corpse was imitated so similarly. Soon, someone found something wrong. Someone went up to hug the corpse and take a photo, but the next second, the corpse turned around and bit the neck of the person next to it. Suddenly, people on the street began to flee in panic and huddle together. This phenomenon has occurred in cities around the world. Within a day, an organization threw out evidence, indicating that this was done by an international biological center. Some top tycoons want to pursue immortality, and these people gathered together and spent hundreds of billions of funds to research and achieve immortality. However, they did not expect that the research and development process directly led to a laboratory explosion, and a virus suddenly appeared, which spread through the air and was difficult to prevent. The virus revived a large number of human and animal corpses. Everyone was infected, and once they died, they would mutate directly and become zombies. Since the virus appeared all over the world at the same time, the army was powerless, and every time they went out to perform a cleanup mission, there was a high probability that they would bring the virus back. At the beginning, people were bitten on their limbs, and even if they were bitten, they hid themselves to comfort themselves psychologically, which was different from the movies. Until later, a large number of wounded people began to mutate around the world. Although the virus will not directly infect humans and mutate, if they are attacked by them and wounds appear, it will also lead to infection. Even suicide can cause mutation. It can take a few minutes or 24 hours. The Virus Research Center calls these resurrected corpses zombies and dead bodies. It means dead bodies without vitality. And dead bodies. The virus spreads very quickly, especially the large number of resurrected animal corpses, which attack humans one after another. In less than a year, 80% of the world's total population has been infected and mutated. At the beginning, many people hoped that the army would quickly calm the panic and hit it home and dared not go out. But it turns out that the antidote cannot be developed at all, and the army can hardly find a way to completely eliminate zombies around the world. Just when this city was suppressed, another city appeared. Just when I left, the city behind me relapsed. As long as someone died, zombies would appear. Everyone hoped that they could survive, and even if they were injured, they would hide and dare not go out. In this way, every time a city was finally cleaned up, it would break out again within 3 days. As time went on, the number of infected people increased. The spread was too fast. Soon, all countries were powerless, although they sent troops to suppress the zombies at the first time. But to clean up the zombies outside and prevent internal infection, without an antidote, it was completely powerless. After that, governments began to broadcast the same message 24 hours a day. Please beware of any humans and animals you encounter, pay attention to whether they have a fever, whether animals become abnormally violent, and be careful of any zombies you encounter. They are extremely sensitive to sound, and will only stop if their heads are smashed. If you are bitten by a zombie, you will be infected. If you are bitten on the limbs, you will have a chance to avoid infection if you quickly separate them. In addition, please get away from the city as soon as possible. Since the zombie outbreak, a large number of people began to flee from the city. After the zombie outbreak, people evacuated the community where Chinyu lived every day, and soon, he was the only one left in the community. There was a road at the entrance of the community, and next to the road was a highway. Chinyu stood in front of the window, and could just see the situation on the road. The highway was full of vehicles these days, and the road was also full of people who wanted to escape from the city. Looking at the scene outside, Chinyu just hid on the second floor. He quietly watched the people fleeing outside the window, then turned around and quickly sealed the doors and windows with wooden boards. I have seen the latest news released by various countries on the computer these days. At present, they have basically fallen. Escape? Where to escape, unless you escape to Mars? Although everyone said to stay away from the city, it did not say that there would be rescue waiting for you after leaving the city. So Chinyu did not choose to flee blindly at the first time. If the crowd was blocked on the road and there were dead bodies, he could only wait to die. Many times, a stampede is more likely to lead to death. After carefully checking the remaining supplies and calculating the daily consumption rate, Chinyu decided to stay indoors for a while before going out. He sealed the doors and windows, leaving a gap for air flow. Then he found the largest plastic bucket in the house, which he used to store instant food. If it was just for water, it would be enough for at least dozens of liters. Taking out the things inside, Chinyu filled a large bucket with tap water. The city is currently paralyzed, and it is estimated that the water and electricity will be cut off soon. He can live for 7 days without food, and 3 days at most without water. Chinyu also knows the truth. In this doomsday environment, all major pharmacies are basically bought out. If he falls ill, it is basically equivalent to no hope, so he must not eat anything randomly. He used to drink this tap water directly, and except for the bad taste, he never had diarrhea. Cover the bucket with a large cardboard to prevent dust from falling in. Then Chinyu continued to come to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain and observed the road outside. This was an area he had specially left when sealing the window just now, and it was only covered with cardboard to facilitate daily information collection. There were still a large number of people on the street moving out of the city, and the sound of various car horns never stopped. From time to time, there were also some children crying. Chapter 2. In the following days, Chinyu strictly controlled the speed of food consumption. 2 meals a day, occasionally only 1 meal. The rest of the time was either spent memorizing the city map or observing the situation on the road outside. The road was already full of rubbish, and when the wind blew, dust was everywhere. While his phone still had power, he had to try to memorize the roads in various areas of the city. Almost a month later, the city had already been without power. All the food was eaten up, and although there was still half a bucket of water left, the water gradually began to be contaminated with dust due to the poor storage environment. He opened the lid and took a look, then closed it casually. He didn't plan to continue drinking the water. After all, there was no medicine at home. Chinyu was unwilling to gamble his life on what would happen if he drank this sip of water. Even if it was diarrhea, it was a huge risk in this environment. The food was finished, so staying here would only mean death. Except for the time when he was memorizing the map, he hid behind the window and secretly observed the situation on the road outside. Since 7 days ago, no one has escaped, and no dead bodies have appeared. But similarly, there is no sign of rescue. So Chinyu plans to leave here first, at least to find some food. He found some unused books, wrapped his arms and legs, and then wrapped them with tape. If he accidentally encounters a dead body, he can rely on the books to resist for a while. He doesn't want to die when he goes out. Then he wraps his head with a towel to prevent his hair from getting stained with dust outside. After all, there is too much dust on the road outside. In the current environment, there is no place to wash your hair when it is dirty. Later, I plan to see if I can find a hair clipper and give myself a crew cut or something like that. After finishing the tidying up, Chinyu came to the door and carefully pried open the wooden board with a hammer, trying not to make too much noise. When he left, he took a screwdriver with him. When he came outside, the road was full of abandoned cars, and the road was filled with a lot of rotten limbs and some glass shards. There were also a lot of brown liquid on the ground in several places. Chinyu guessed that it should be dried blood. There was no living person or dead body in sight. Those people must have abandoned the car and fled. Looking at the scene in front of him, he made a simple guess. Then he walked to the side of an abandoned car. In front of him was a family car. Taking out a screwdriver from his body, Chinyu came to the position of the trunk and pried it gently. While his hands were moving, he turned his head and looked around. Before the doomsday, Chinyu occasionally watched some movies about corpses on the internet. Some people in the movies were too focused on searching for supplies, so they didn't notice the situation behind them and were bitten by the corpses. I didn't expect that the corpse would really appear. Chinyu was a little bit hard to accept. After a while, the trunk was pried open. He took 2 steps back, then picked up a wooden stick from the ground and slowly opened the trunk with it. If the situation inside was not right, Chinyu would definitely run away. All is well. He opened the trunk directly and gently put down the stick. There were some clothes and a pair of sunglasses in the trunk. He looked at them and found that most of them were women's clothes. He didn't need them, but the sunglasses were useful, so he just put them on. He then opened the trunks of several cars one by one and looked at them all. He only found 2 bottles of water in total. Seeing that the production date was not expired, Chinyu put the water into his backpack and moved towards the next target. The further he went to the outside road, the more vehicles were blocked. Without exception, the windows of these cars were smashed. It was probably done by others, who were escaping a few days ago. The trunks of the remaining cars were also opened. Without looking, it was clear that there would be no food left, so Chinyu didn't waste any more time. He planned to go to the gas station to take a look. If he remembered correctly, there was a gas station not far away along the road at the entrance of the community. There were many body parts and bloodstains everywhere along the way. This was the place closest to him, and most likely to find food. Arriving at the gas station, he looked inside through the glass. He didn't see any dead bodies, and the door had been broken down by others, so Chinyu walked in directly. Standing by the door, he picked up an empty can on the ground and threw it inside, making a few clanging sounds. He calmed down and listened carefully to the movement inside the convenience store. After a while, it was still very quiet, so Chinyu felt relieved to go in and search for supplies. It was very messy inside, and it seemed that it had been visited by some people. But there were still some leftover snacks and biscuits that were covered, so he moved the things on top away and picked up all the food into his bag. There were 3 packs of small biscuits and 1 pack of small spicy strips. Chinyu sat at the cashier counter, opened the spicy strips, and started eating. The packaging bag was broken, but it was not covered with dust. However, it could not be stored for a long time, so he simply filled his stomach first. While looking for food, he also accidentally found 3 boxes of matches. Lighters and other things had been looted long ago. Chinyu thought that matches would be more convenient to carry at the end of the world. If it was a lighter, he would have to worry about accidentally exploding, and making a loud noise to attract corpses. After all, it is not so easy to find windproof lighters and the like. He doesn't smoke or drink, and he doesn't know where to find fire nearby. As for matches, he doesn't have to worry about that at all. Although the backpack he brought is not big, it is enough to carry these things. He continued to search the convenience store carefully, but didn't find other supplies. Many things were basically taken away by others. There were also many things that were torn up and thrown on the ground, trampled all over the ground. Those people couldn't take them away, and they didn't let others pick them up. The end of the world is here. This is human nature. If you can't get it, you have to destroy it. It was getting dark, and he planned to find a place to sleep first. Although Chinyu didn't see any dead bodies on this road during the day, it might not be the case at night. They are likely to wander here. Find a safe place before it gets dark. He walked for a while according to his memory, and found the target area, which was a high-end villa area. Before the end of the world, he had seen news on the internet that the villas here had just been built, with a total of 20 buildings, but because the price was very expensive, only 2 were sold. But Chinyu chose this place for another reason, that is, it is relatively safer because there are fewer people. Because in the end of the world, we should not only beware of corpses, but also be careful of human evil. There are 2 rows of villas in the area, and I chose the one on the right side near the innermost one, because this one has a rooftop, which is convenient for observing the movements of corpses from above after dark. After arriving at the villa, Chinyu took out the rope from his backpack. This rope is used by him to escape. If he is accidentally surrounded by corpses, he can also use the window to leave, so he brought a spare rope when he went out. Tie the middle part of the screwdriver with a rope, and then Chinyu tried to throw it into the gap of the railing on the second floor. After throwing it for about a dozen times, it finally succeeded. It was stuck in the railing at this time. Chinyu pulled it a little harder, and it was quite strong. Then he tied the backpack with a rope and climbed up carefully with the help of the wall. After going up, Chinyu pulled the bag up, then packed up the tools and entered the room from the balcony. Entering the room, as expected, there was no furniture, not even a bed. But Chinyu was not disappointed. Nothing at least proved that there was no trace of human activity here. Before it got dark, he checked around the villa and confirmed that the doors and windows were closed before returning to the second floor. Night fell quickly. It was already dark. Chinyu lay under the window and could hear the sounds of the dead from time to time. This was the first time he heard the sound of the dead since the outbreak of the dead. Although he had not encountered it head-on, it was only a matter of time. Chapter 3. At night, Chinyu took off all the things on his body. He felt uncomfortable with the things tied on his hands. Although the doors and windows were closed, he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. If he was bitten to death by a dead body while sleeping, it would be really unlucky. In the early morning of the second half of the night, Chinyu looked at the electronic watch on his wrist. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning. The number of dead bodies outside could be clearly heard, which was very scary. Crack! In the early morning of the night, the sound of glass breaking was particularly harsh, and Chinyu woke up instantly. He quickly stood up and walked to the window. He saw several corpses surrounding the door below. The moon was bright. He counted them casually and found that there were 5 corpses in total. One of the corpses had broken through the glass of the first floor window and was crawling inside. Looking to the side, Chinyu saw a corpse banging on the door desperately. Without hesitation, he immediately picked up his backpack and ran to the back, not caring about the books on the ground. He came to the balcony at the back, continued to clip the rope and slid down. Just as he was about to loosen the screwdriver to retrieve the rope, a dead body jumped out from the side. Fortunately, Chinyu reacted very quickly loosened the rope and fell to the side, barely avoiding the attack of the dead body. Afterwards, he picked up his backpack and ran desperately towards the exit. It was just a pity that there were more and more dead bodies, and Chinyu was blocked just as he ran to the front door. Quickly taking out a glass bottle from his backpack, he threw it hard into the distance. With a snap, the 2 dead bodies in front turned around and moved towards the direction of the shattering sound. But there were still 3 left. Their faces had rotted, and they drove their stinking bodies towards Chinyu. Just as Chinyu picked up the stone on the ground and prepared to fight, there was another sound of glass breaking in the distance on the left. This sound was louder, and attracted more attention from the corpses. Just as he was thinking whether he heard an illusion, the next second, an anxious female voice came from the villa opposite. "What are you still standing there for? Run!" Instantly awake, Chinyu kicked the corpse in front of him fiercely, and at the same time reached out to grab a tree on the left and rushed out quickly. There were still 3 zombies in front of the villa opposite, but 2 of them were led away by the people on the opposite side with bottles. When Chinyu ran closer, the remaining corpse turned around and growled at him. Aiming at the head of the corpse, Chinyu threw the stone in his hand directly over, but unfortunately, it only made the corpse stagger a few steps. Taking advantage of this time, he quickly ran to the back of the villa opposite, and immediately saw a figure throwing a rope down. He ran over quickly, put his bag on his back, grabbed the rope, stepped on the wall and climbed up quickly. The next second, a corpse rushed to where he was standing just now and grabbed the air. Just 1 second later, his calf would be grabbed by the corpse. The figure above also pulled the rope with great effort, and soon succeeded in climbing up. As soon as he landed, Chinyu grabbed his backpack and looked at the person opposite him vigilantly. The moonlight behind the villa was not bright enough to see the face clearly, but the voice just now sounded like a young girl. "Hey, after all, I just saved you. Do you still need to be on guard against me in this posture?" The figure said something dissatisfied, and then pulled up the rope. Hearing this, Chinyu also felt that he was a little too nervous. If this person wanted to hurt him, why bother saving him? He calmed down a little and said softly, "Sorry, I haven't seen a stranger for a long time." The figure muttered something, but the voice was very low, and Chinyu didn't hear it clearly, so he asked in confusion, "What?" "It's okay." After answering casually, the figure put away the rope and walked into the villa. After hesitating for a while, Chinyu didn't follow, and planned to spend the night on the balcony and leave the next day. Just as Chinyu was sitting in the corner preparing to rest, the figure inside spoke. "Hey, I don't care where you sleep, but if you sleep on the balcony, there will be more and more dead bodies below. If you are not afraid of being blocked by the group of dead bodies, just sleep wherever you want." After hearing the reminder from the figure, Chinyu stretched his head and looked down. Although he couldn't see the number clearly, he heard that there were indeed several more. Seeing this, he had no choice but to take his things and go in. There was no furniture in the house either, but the environment was a little better than Chinyu's. The floor of the villa here was tiled, and the moonlight shone in from the front window, barely making the light in the house much better. There was a bed sheet on the floor, and a backpack was placed at the head of the bed. The figure was squatting in a corner, putting the rope in place. "Have you seen enough?" The person on the floor spoke as if he had eyes on his back. "Sorry." Seeing that he was exposed, Chinyu said with a blush. He felt that the person opposite him seemed to be a girl, who should be about the same age as him. "Is there any water?" After the figure had packed up, he stood up and turned around to whisper in Chinyu's direction. "No." Chinyu lied. "Please, I just saved your life. Why don't you give me any water?" The figure didn't believe him, and said something in a dissatisfied voice. If she wasn't worried that she couldn't leave the city alone, she wouldn't risk saving people. Of course, the main reason was that she had no water to drink, and she couldn't get out of the villa area. There were some dead bodies hiding nearby, and she didn't know where they were. She didn't dare to leave rashly. As soon as the man entered the villa area, she noticed it. Although she didn't know how he got in by bypassing the dead bodies, she secretly saw the man drinking water in the middle of the night. It happened that the dead body blocked the man's door, so she simply took a gamble. Seeing that the man looked friendly, there shouldn't be any trouble. Chinyu thought about it, and took out a bottle of water from his backpack and put it on the ground. Seeing the water, the figure walked up quickly, took the water and drank it. She had been thirsty for 3 days. Then in the moonlight, Chinyu also saw the face of the figure opposite. She had fair skin, a ponytail, a melon-shaped face and big eyes. She looked very beautiful, but for some reason, she looked a little haggard. But this is normal, after all, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he himself is a bit sloppy. It's not enough to drink, let alone do anything else. For now, Chinyu's bath depends on when it rains. This is a villa area. Observing that the girl is not dirty, it doesn't look like she escaped here. Chinyu guessed that she might be trapped here. "What's your name?" Seeing the girl across from him wipe her mouth after drinking water, Chinyu asked in a low voice. "Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little happy because he had solved the urgent problem, so he directly said his real name. After saying this, Lin Yi put away the remaining half bottle of water and held it in his hand. After thinking for a while, he still said, "I saved your life, so it's not too much to take your bottle of water? It's okay. Just take it. By the way, my name is Chinyu, you as an island." He shook his head and said softly, "Okay." Lin Yi said happily, then walked back to his bed with the water. Are there any extra sheets?" Chinyu stood there, asking at a loss. "Take it from the cabinet on your left." Lin Yi stood in front of the window, carefully looked at the situation outside, and heard Chinyu asking her, so she pointed in a direction with her right hand and whispered, Chinyu chose to stay a few meters away from her bed, then spread the sheets and prepared to rest. Hey Chinyu, are you going out of town? Lin Yi was lying on the ground, thinking of something, and sat up and asked. Almost, but the most urgent thing is to find food first, not to leave in a hurry. Chinyu felt that there was nothing to hide, so he just said it directly. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi continued to ask, then can you take me with you? I believe you also understand that it is not easy to go out alone, and more people can help take care of it. Chinyu looked at the ceiling and thought for a while. Now that he is alone, it is indeed not easy to leave the city. More people can also help pay more attention to the movements of the corpses behind him. He is not the kind of person who thinks that he can break out of the zombie circle alone. Due to the character he has developed over the years, Chinyu is very calm and not blindly arrogant. Chapter 4. Thinking of this, Chinyu planned to ask her a few questions first. Let me ask you 3 questions. Chinyu also sat up and looked at her and whispered. What the hell? I saved you, so I should be the one asking you questions, right? Lin Yi was a little bit unconvinced when she heard this, and she asked back. That's the truth. Chinyu smiled softly, but now you want to follow me, not me, right? Hearing Chinyu's words, Lin Yi pouted and muttered, then asked, but I make it clear in advance that I won't answer anything too private. Yeah. Chinyu nodded, and then began to ask questions. How many places have you been to since the outbreak of the zombies? Why are you alone? Why are you still alive? Chinyu raised 3 questions in his mind. The first question, he wanted to know whether he had been trapped in one place since the outbreak of the zombies, or whether he moved frequently. The former means that he was calm enough and did not run around blindly, and the latter means that he had sufficient survival ability in the wild. The second question, he wanted to know whether he had not encountered other survivors, or if he had encountered them, he would rather fight alone. The former means that there are few humans in this area, but the nearby supplies should not have been looted, so he can stay for a while, and the latter means that there may be other survivors in this nearby area, so he needs to be careful. The third question, he wanted to know if he had ever encountered a life or death moment, such as escaping from someone else's hands, escaping from a dead body, or surviving until now because he was careful enough, but no matter which answer, it can prove that he will not easily fall behind. He didn't want to have a burden around him. Although the girl just saved him, no one could predict what would happen in the future. Where have you been? Well, let me think. Lin Yi was thinking about how to answer this question. From the timeline, not long after I came to this villa, dead bodies began to appear on the street, and then I have been hiding here. Then have you ever thought about moving to another place? Chinyu frowned, looked at Lin Yi and asked, aren't you afraid of being surrounded by dead bodies, like me today? You were surrounded because of the smell of living people when you came in, and the dead bodies noticed it and blocked your door. I have never gone out, and the dead bodies will only hang around nearby, but you are right, I am indeed surrounded, and it is difficult to leave. Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him and whispered. Later, dead bodies appeared outside when it got dark. I didn't know the structure of this villa area very well. Running blindly would only lead me into a dead end. Besides, my car was parked at the door of the villa. The parking space inside was still under renovation at that time. Lin Yi continued to add. Hearing the answer, Chinyu nodded and continued. Second question. Lin Yi glanced at the window outside and continued. Why are you alone? Because I have a hunch that human nature is sometimes more terrifying than a dead body. I saw a few people passing by here half a month ago, but I was a little disgusted by their appearance. Oh, what do they look like? Chinyu asked out of curiosity. There were 4 men and 2 women in total. 2 of the men had a big scar on their faces, and they were very fierce and ordered others to carry supplies. They were empty-handed and only hugged a woman each. Lin Yi thought carefully about the people he saw at the time and said, that doesn't mean they are scary, right? Chinyu was a little puzzled. But at least from their behavior, they look unfriendly, right? Lin Yi answered. Chinyu nodded and motioned to continue. Lin Yi continued to answer. As for why he is still alive, it is probably because there are some food and water for the renovation workers here. I came here to see how the renovation is going. After the corpse appeared, I hid inside by myself. The doors and windows on the first floor were sealed by me. My mobile phone was out of battery long ago. I couldn't contact outsiders, and I didn't dare to act rashly. After listening to Lin Yi's answer, Chinyu didn't say much. After thinking for a while, he said, if you follow me, listen to my instructions for small matters, and we can discuss big matters together. Can you do it? Chinyu asked. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Don't shout when you see a dead body, especially don't run around in a panic. Chinyu added. Lenny waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm not one of those little girls. I've seen more bloody scenes than you." After being choked, Chinyu didn't say anything else. He just said good night and fell asleep. There was no conversation all night. Chinyu woke Lenny up softly at dawn the next day. "Wake up, there are fewer dead bodies outside now. Let's take this opportunity to change places." The two packed up their things and then left the balcony carefully. Chinyu took Lenny and walked slowly outside. When they got outside, Chinyu saw that there were many dead bodies gathered at the door, so he turned around and whispered, "Wait for me here for a while, I have to go back to get the rope, which I left there last night." Hearing this, Lenny said directly, "I have a rope, why would I go to pick up yours?" Chinyu shook his head slightly, "More than just a rope." After saying this, Chinyu ran over there quickly, and more than half a minute later, he ran back with a screwdriver in his hand. Then he led Lenny to walk along the wall in a certain direction. Thanks to Chinyu's repeated reading of the map, he had a simple understanding of the structure of the area. The two of them carefully stopped near a wall. Then Chinyu explained softly, "There are 4 or 5 dead bodies wandering around the entrance. Unless it is necessary, try not to waste your energy to kill them. Only by maintaining your energy can you go further." Lenny said softly, "Oh," as a response. He used a screwdriver to lift off a few bricks from the flower bed and used them as pads. It was almost enough to climb over. Chinyu looked at the map. There was a newly opened shopping mall in the north of this villa area. There was a road leading directly there from this location, which could avoid the dead bodies on the road as much as possible. After laying bricks, Chinyu stood on the wall first and climbed up the wall with both hands. He confirmed that there were no dead bodies outside, then moved his body away and signaled Lenny to climb over first. Lenny stood on it carefully, hooked his hands on the edge of the wall, but found that he couldn't climb up no matter what. The main reason was that the wall of this villa area was covered with tiles, and was too smooth. Chapter 5. Use your hands and feet. Chinyu walked up and patted Lenny's saws, saying, "Hold on with both hands, I will hold your saws with my hands." Relying on Chinyu's guidance, Lenny quickly climbed up. She sat astride the wall, but did not flip over immediately. Instead, she turned around and bent down slightly, and stretched out her right hand to Chinyu. Looking at the girl in front of him stretching out her hand to pull him, Chinyu thought about it. Although he felt that he could flip over without help, he should not ignore other people's kindness. With a simple trot, Chinyu pushed the bricks on the ground with his left foot, and stepped on the wall with his right foot. At the same time, he grabbed the edge of the wall with his right hand, and held Lin Yi's hand with his left hand. Then he exerted force with his right arm, and stepped on the wall with his left foot, crossing the wall in one go. Then Chinyu took Lin Yi down, and the two of them went to their destination carefully. Along the way, Chinyu was very focused, and did not miss any movement. All the way was safe and sound, and they arrived at the back door of the supermarket. Chinyu walked closer and took a look. The door lock had not been damaged by anyone, and there was still some dust on the door handle. There were no remains of dead bodies around, and it was initially determined that there were no traces of humans or dead bodies in this area. Chinyu turned around and whispered to Lin Yi, "There may be dead bodies in here. After entering, you should pay attention to the direction of my blind spot. For example, if I look to the left, you should look to the right. If there are other situations, you can pull my clothes. Can you do it?" Lin Yi nodded obediently. After explaining the precautions, Chinyu squatted down and carefully observed the door lock. Lin Yi turned around and kept looking at the situation behind and on both sides. After looking for a while, Chinyu found that the door was not locked. His previous judgment was that no one could get in because the door was locked. Chinyu patted Lin Yi's feet behind him, then stood up and carefully opened the door and walked in. Entering the supermarket, a small utility room came into view. You need to pass through another door here to get directly to the inside of the supermarket. But Chinyu was still worried about a situation, that is, behind this door was not the supermarket living area. If it was the tool area or even a group of zombies, then they would most likely have to run away. Chinyu took out a candle from his backpack and lit it with a match. This thing is one less, so he would not use it unless it was critical. He only had this one, and the place where he rented a house occasionally had power outages, so he bought 2 candles as backup, and took the only remaining one with him when he went out. But now this utility room is too dark, and there is no flashlight. If he makes a sound while moving in the dark, he will be finished. So to be on the safe side, Chinyu still plans to use the candle. If he is alone here, he can gamble in the dark, and he can run away directly if something goes wrong. But now there was Lin Yi beside him, and one more person could help him pay attention to the movements in other directions. After all, In the end of the world, there would be fewer and fewer supplies and fewer living people. Through the weak light from the candle, Chinyu looked around the room. The ground was full of cardboard and cleaning tools. He took a quick look and found nothing useful. What he could use was not convenient to take away, so Chinyu went straight through the utility room and walked behind the door. Chinyu waved his hand to signal Lin Yi to come closer. When Lin Yi came closer, he whispered, "I will open the door later. If there is a dead body, you can just run, because I will run too. If you run slowly, it may affect me, so you can't hesitate." "Okay," Lin Yi replied. Then Chinyu gently pushed the door open and walked in with Lin Yi. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chinyu was happy. He was very lucky. This area was the snack area, and the beverage area was also here. It seemed that he could stay here for a while. Putting the candle on the ground, Chinyu and Lin Yi walked quickly to the snack area, and they couldn't wait to take some bread and eat it. Just as they were feasting, they suddenly heard a slight sound, a small sound, as if something fell on the ground. Chinyu turned his head to look at Lin Yi. She was still concentrating on finding water, and there was nothing falling on the ground. It seemed that it didn't come from here. "Hush." Chinyu made a gesture to Lin Yi, indicating that she should not make any sound first. Lin Yi, who was eating, looked at Chinyu's appearance, and stopped moving his hands, even forgetting to swallow the food in his mouth. Chinyu pointed his left hand at the door from where he came, and signaled Lin Yi to retreat first. Then he took some snacks from the shelf and put them down, leaving a little space in the middle, just enough for him to see the situation on the other side. A dead body with dirty clothes and maggots crawling on its face was staggering towards this side. The sound just heard should be the dead body moving and hitting something and falling to the ground. It was too quiet here. The sound of them flipping snacks just now was particularly clear at this time, attracting the corpse. Chinyu thought about it. There was still a lot of food here, and no one would come in the short term. If he left now, he didn't know if he could find so much food next time. At present, it seemed that there was only one. Although Chinyu was very nervous, now that the global corpse outbreak had occurred, he would have to learn how to kill it sooner or later. He couldn't just run away every time he saw a corpse, right? Chinyu looked at Lin Yi's position. She was at the door, and was safe for now. He looked around at the tools around him. This was a snack area, and there was nothing handy. He couldn't go up with a water bottle to kill the corpse. Suddenly, Chinyu remembered that he still had a screwdriver. He picked up the candle, and quickly retreated to Lin Yi's position, pushed open the door, and let Lin Yi stay here with the candle. Then he removed the wooden stick from the broom. There was some tape in his backpack, and he fixed the screwdriver to the front end of the wooden stick, making a simple spear. When he came to the corpse's route, as soon as he approached, Chinyu smelled the stench of the corpse. Without covering his nose in time, Chinyu raised his spear and stabbed it towards the corpse's head, but because he had no experience in killing corpses, this time he stabbed it directly into the corpse's ear. Before the power outage, Chinyu had heard the global broadcast that you must hit the head to kill the corpse. Imagination is beautiful, but the reality of seeing the corpse so close, especially seeing the corpse's rotten face, still made him a little nervous. Chapter 6. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Chinyu readjusted his posture and took a step back. The corpse became even more crazy after being hit, and stretched out its rotten hands and walked towards the living person in front of it. Watching the decayed body of the corpse gradually approach, Chinyu found the right time, waited for the corpse to get closer, adjusted the posture of holding the wooden spear, and stabbed it hard from bottom to top. The wooden spear tied with a screwdriver went directly through the head of the corpse from the chin. In an instant, the corpse lost its ability to move and fell limply to the ground. Huh? It was a close call. Chinyu exhaled lightly. Then he took the spear off the head of the corpse and wiped it repeatedly on its clothes. This spear is still quite useful at the moment. Chinyu does not intend to throw it away, simply clean the blood and use it again. Then Chinyu waved his hand and asked Lin Yi to come over with a candle. "Wow, you are so awesome. You solved it so quickly." Lin Yi praised Chinyu while pinching his nose as he approached. "It's not bad. It's my first time killing a corpse. I almost made a mistake just now. But it's also amazing." Lin Yi still praised. It was so easy to kill a corpse for the first time. She was just scared when she saw a corpse for the first time. Chinyu smiled at Lin Yi and didn't continue. Although the corpse had been killed, he was still worried that there were other corpses alive in the supermarket. Now, he had to check the inside of the supermarket. He took Lin Yi to the tool area, searched for a while, found a flashlight, and found some batteries, installed them, and it was much more convenient with a flashlight. Then he blew out the candle and put it on the ground temporarily, waiting for it to cool down before coming back to get it. Chinyu said softly to Lin Yi as they walked. If we are going to stay here for a while, we must make sure it is safe enough. I'm in front. You just need to pay attention to my back, and pull me if you see a dead body. Okay. Holding a flashlight, Chinyu led Lin Yi to search the supermarket, not only to see if there were any dead bodies, but also to see if there were any living people hiding inside. From the tool area to the food area, as expected, the snack area was near the back door, and the food area was near the entrance, and most of the things here had been emptied. On the contrary, almost no one took the snacks in the back. Many people probably didn't think of going in after seeing the tool area. After a rough search of the supermarket, the basic areas were checked, and some daily necessities or food were basically gone. Chinyu guessed that this was because the snack area and the beverage area were blocked from view. Many people only saw the supplies in front of them in a panic. After all, what they got in their hands was theirs. When they came to the entrance of the supermarket, they found some cabinets from the side. The two blocked the entrance, threw some broken glass shards on the ground, and covered them with some tattered clothes. Whether it was a person or a dead body, it would make a sound when stepped on. After some preparation, it was almost dark, and the dead body on the ground at the back had to be dealt with. After all, it was impossible to just leave it there. Then Chinyu took Lin Yi back to the back door. As soon as they approached, they smelled a foul odor. No one could stand staring at a dead body every day and walking around. Asking Lin Yi to stay where she was and not move, Chinyu said, I go to the tool area in front to see if there are any rubber gloves or something, and take the dead body out and find a place to throw it away. When searching the supermarket just now, he only paid attention to whether there were dead bodies in every corner, but he didn't pay attention to any tools. Now he went back to the tool area and saw that in addition to gloves, there was also a flatbed cart for pushing goods, which could be used to transport the body, so he pushed the flatbed cart back. The two put on gloves and worked together to move the dead body onto the flatbed cart, and then Chinyu pulled the flatbed cart out from the back door. There were not many dead bodies at the back door, only one dead body wandering on the street, about 100 meters away from here. They didn't walk far, and they didn't know if there were any dead bodies in other places. There was a small pit in front of Chinyu, so he dumped the dead body there, and then took the flatbed back. He put the flatbed at the back door, then locked the door, and then moved some things in the utility room onto the flatbed to block the door outside. He also locked the door to the supermarket, and planned to rest in this room tonight. Lin Yi also quickly laid the mat on the floor, and the two of them were still about 1 meter apart. When night fell, they lay on the ground and prepared to rest. At night, it was pitch black. Lin Yi asked Chinyu questions randomly, and the latter only answered occasionally or remained silent. Soon, a peaceful night passed. The next day, Chinyu took Lin Yi to check some blind spots in the supermarket, and threw some empty bottles, and the like in the aisles, as much as possible. People would not step on them, but the dead bodies would not avoid them. Just as Chinyu was collecting bottles everywhere, he suddenly heard the sound of people running outside, and it sounded like being chased by something. Chinyu immediately signaled Lin Yi not to make any noise. It was unclear who was outside, so he had to see what was going on first. Soon, the person outside ran into the supermarket. It was a man wearing a black baseball cap and holding a box of water in his left hand. Chinyu noticed that the man in front of him was still bleeding from his abdomen. He pressed the wound with his right hand while running. Stumbling all the way, some of the early warning devices that Chinyu had set up at the entrance of the supermarket last night were all destroyed. After running for a while, the man in front of him collapsed on the ground, leaning against a wall, staring at the entrance of the supermarket. Run, don't you like running? Brother Wang, it seems that the boy can't stand it. There were two fierce-looking men walking into the supermarket. The one walking in front should be the one called Brother Wang. He was holding a shotgun in his hand. The one walking behind was slightly respectful and flattering the man in front. Pa! Brother Wang turned around and slapped the lackey next to him on the head. Do you need to tell me? Can't I see it myself? Yes, Brother Wang, I was wrong, the lackey said in a flattering manner. After coughing a few times, the man on the ground spat out a little blood, wiped his mouth with his hand, and then sneered at the other party. Wang Ji, if you didn't have a gun in your hand, do you think you can catch up with me? You took the knife I gave you and hurt me, snatched my gun, and you still have the nerve to stand in front of me? It seems that someone has revealed that he has betrayed him in person. Brother Wang in front of him is embarrassed, and then he raised the gun and fired another shot at the man's calf on the ground, saying viciously, You are so stupid, you trust people casually, this is the end, do you understand? The bullet stirred up gravel on the ground, scratching the man's calf. The man groaned and retorted, I don't know which two animals lied to me, saying that they had escaped through hardships and begged me to take them in for a night. You believe everything I say? I said I'm your father, why don't you call me? Wang Ji smiled crookedly, walked up and kicked the man on the ground, and then stepped hard on the man's calf. The man fell to the ground in pain. Take the water away, and lure the zombies over later, leaving him here to fend for himself. Okay, brother Wang. The lackey walked forward and tried to grab the water from the man on the ground, but the man held it tightly and refused to let go. Seeing this, he raised his foot and kicked the man hard a few times, making his injury worse. Then he spat at the man on the ground, then picked up the water and quickly left the supermarket. The man was seriously injured and fell to the ground without moving. Chapter 7. Chinyu and Lin Yi, who were hiding in the supermarket, witnessed everything that happened before their eyes. Lin Yi carefully pulled the corner of Chinyu's clothes and asked softly, What should we do next? Chinyu whispered, We have been discovered here. We can't stay here for long. Let's retreat first. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and quickly packed up her things. Chinyu took Lin Yi out of the supermarket through the back door. Someone had already discovered this place. Although they had not discovered the area inside, someone would definitely enter after a long time, so they could not stay there any longer. Not long after they walked out, the number of zombies on the street began to increase. They tried to take several detours, but were unable to leave, so they were forced to return to the supermarket. As soon as they returned, they came to the place where they had just been, but found that the man on the ground had disappeared. Chinyu muttered a few words and then said, That man may be familiar with this place. Let's follow him. Lin Yi nodded and held the stick tightly in his hand. After walking along the blood trail for a while, the two came to a red two-story building. The zombies followed closely behind, looked back, and Chinyu took Lin Yi to hide inside. As soon as they stepped into the second floor, a little girl of 8 or 9 years old stood at the door, holding a sharp wooden stick in her hand, staring at them fiercely. Who are you? The little girl summoned up her courage and shouted loudly. Keep your voice down, there are zombies outside. Lin Yi immediately replied dissatisfiedly. The little girl was about to answer, when an extremely weak voice came from the room. Don't worry about them, just leave. Cough cough. The man inside vomited a little blood, but still urged the little girl to leave. The little girl put away the stick, ran in and knelt beside the man, her eyes red. Dad, let's go together. After saying this, the little girl went forward and tried to help him up, but she couldn't pull him up. Chinyu and Lin Yi also followed him in. We have no food, please don't hurt her. The man looked at the stranger in front of him. He was seriously injured, and had to lower his head and beg. Chinyu looked around the house. It was very neatly arranged, with not much furniture, and the windows were sealed. Then he asked softly, Are you familiar with this area? The man's face was pale, and he leaned on the sofa and said weakly, What's the point of being familiar? I'm already a dying man. Lin Yi stood in the distance, took a few steps forward to look at the man's wound, then retreated to Chinyu's side, and said in a low voice, It may not be fatal, it depends on your luck in the future. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at her, then pondered for a while and continued. Where can I find a car nearby? If you tell me, you may not die, but if you don't, we leave now. The man closed his eyes tightly. He didn't believe the person in front of him, and had no intention of continuing. Seeing this, Chinyu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and turned around and walked out of the house. In less than 3 seconds, the little girl inside spoke quickly. I know where there is a car. Please save my dad. I want a car that can be driven. Chinyu stopped and said, The car can't be driven. Then why call a car? The man took a few deep breaths and continued to speak slowly. Chinyu thought for a while, then whispered to Lin Yi beside him. If we want to leave the city, we can't do it without a car. Lin Yi nodded. I understand, don't worry, leave it to me next. Then, he walked over. After thinking for a while, Chinyu almost guessed Lin Yi's occupation before the end of the world. Just now, he looked at the wound and couldn't see anything, but Lin Yi came forward to take a few glances, and concluded that it was not fatal. Watching her rummaging around in the house, Chinyu felt that he might be lucky. There is no need to think about how important doctors are in the end times. And the first person he met after he went out was actually. Lin Yi quickly opened a few drawers, then took out a razor, simply disassembled it, and then turned around and asked, Hey, do you have clean water? The little girl hesitated and asked weakly, What are you going to do? Lin Yi looked at her and said, To treat your father's wound, it's impossible to use our own water, right? The man raised his hand and pointed to the bathroom, in the cabinet over there. Chinyu walked over and opened the cabinet door, then took a look and took 2 bottles of purified water. Lenny took the water, then clamped the blade with 2 chopsticks, and then poured the water out to rinse it several times. By the way, use some tape. Lenny turned back and said to Chinyu. With a sound of "oh," Chinyu took out the tape and handed it over. Anyway, it was not an important material, so he didn't feel bad. Seeing Lin Yi's rhythmic steps, Chinyu was 80% sure that she was a doctor. After tearing off a little with tape, Lin Yi clamped the upper part of the blade with chopsticks, and then wrapped it with tape. The front part below was a sharp blade. Clamping the blade again, he took the candle on the ground and put it on top to disinfect it. The wound on your stomach is a knife wound, and it should not hurt your spleen, so you can still breathe now. But some gravel flew into your leg. I need to cut the wound a little, and take out those fragments, otherwise it will get infected. Lenny raised the blade and said quickly, "Thank you very much." The man almost understood his situation and thanked him. Lenny hummed, and then stepped forward to treat the wound. Before starting, the man stuffed a towel into his mouth and bit it, trying not to make any sound. A few minutes later, the ground was full of blood, and a large area of blood flowed from the man's calf. But it only looked scary, and the actual amount of bleeding was not much. Lenny took the purified water to rinse it, and then directly cut the sofa with a blade, ready to use it for bandaging. Seeing Lin Yi quickly scratching the sofa everywhere, the man looked a little distressed. Lin Yi took the cloth strip and stuffed the cotton on it. Seeing the man's expression, she curled her lips. "You are dying, and you are still distressed about this?" After a few minutes, all the wounds were bandaged. Then Lin Yi clapped her hands and stood up and said, "Okay, it depends on fate next." "What do you mean?" After the man's wound stopped, although he was still very weak, he had no problem with simple conversations. He asked in confusion. "There's no medicine anywhere now, and you can't get stitches. If you're lucky, you survive. If you're unlucky, you get infected. Without antibiotics within 2 days, you won't survive," Lenny said seriously. "Okay. Living 2 more days is also a bonus," the man said with his head down. "Where's the car?" Chinyu looked at him and asked slowly. Chapter 8. "I take you there," the man said. "What's your name?" Chinyu asked. "Zhang. This is my daughter, 9 years old, she." The man hesitated for a while, and said slowly, "Your injury." Chinyu touched his chin, walked forward and continued, "Don't hold us back, otherwise we will abandon you even if we don't want the car." Zhang nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he used the clothes-drying pole in the house as a crutch and limped to his feet. There were more and more zombies downstairs. At that time, I saw an iron door on the first floor, so I chose to hide inside. Then Zhang pointed the way and walked from the rooftop to the next house. Half an hour later, although Zhang was lame and injured, he had a clear mind and basically avoided a large number of zombies. Occasionally, when he encountered 1 or 2, Chinyu also walked forward and killed them quickly. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, and after these few times, the spear in his hand is more and more skilled. Soon, several people saw the destination, a 5-star hotel. There were not many zombies on the road, and they were far away. There were also many cars parked on the road, which could slow down the zombies' pace. Chinyu frowned slightly and asked on the spot, "The cars you are talking about are not the ones parked here, right?" Zhang Yin's head was full of sweat, and he shook his head slowly. "Of course not. A good friend of mine used to be a security guard here, and I know the situation here better." Then, as the few people walked in, Zhang Yin continued to talk. "Some high-end hotels have parking services. The security guards will drive the car to the parking lot, and then put the keys in the security room. After the hotel front desk confirms that the customer is checked out, it will notify the security room, and a special person will drive the car over." After saying a lot of words, Zhang Yin's face turned a little paler. Seeing this, Lin Yi, who was standing by, perhaps out of professional concern, said, "Okay, you should talk less and take a rest. Don't wait until you get off the bus, and it dies before people get on." Hearing this, Chinyu gently pulled Lin Yi's arm, leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Don't say that. Although it is the end of the world now, and it is normal for people to die, his daughter is still." Lenny said, then thought for a while, then trotted forward, took his daughter's hand, and said quickly, "Xiaoxi, I tell you about the precautions for your father's wound. Please listen carefully. Did you remember it?" Lenny touched the head of the little girl next to her and asked. "I remember it, thank you, sister." Xiaoxi nodded her head vigorously, and replied seriously. "Great." Lenny rubbed her hair and continued, Remember this knowledge to be prepared for any eventuality. Nowadays, there are only benefits and no harm. After all, no one can say whether you will get hurt or not. Hearing this, Chinyu stepped forward and poked Lin Yi's shoulder. What's the matter? Lin Yi turned her head and looked at Chinyu and asked. Chinyu hooked his finger and motioned her to step back a few steps. After the two people in front walked a little further away, Chinyu asked softly, "Can you teach me when you have time?" "Oh, this matter." Lin Yi suddenly realized, if you can remember it, then teach it casually. It doesn't cost much anyway, it's just something you can talk about casually. But why don't you say it in front of them? Lin Yi pointed at the two people in front and asked softly. "I'm afraid they know that I'm not close to you. What if they try to steal you away?" Chinyu replied in a low voice. Don't worry. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder and responded. From what she knew, Chinyu was not a drag and was quite calm, so Lin Yi wouldn't dislike him. After all, people always grow up, and the initial impression cannot describe a person. In the end times, it's good to have a reliable teammate. Relying on each other to survive is the first goal. After walking for a while, the group got closer and closer, and soon arrived at the hotel gate. Carefully arriving at the door of the security room, Chinyu stepped forward and turned the door handle, but it was locked. "Do you have a key?" He turned and asked Jianin. Xiao Shi helped Jianin sit on the steps on the ground and shook his head. "I couldn't contact him after the zombie outbreak, and I don't know where he went." Chinyu nodded, then walked around, and the window was locked and couldn't be opened. Then he returned to the door, thought about it carefully, and remembered an old story. Before the end of the world, when he occasionally delivered food, he saw a father smashing the window to save his child. The sun was very strong at that time, and the father got out of the car to buy cigarettes. As a result, the car was locked, and the child was locked in the car. Within a few minutes, his face turned red. Because the child was too young, he was worried that the fragments would fly if he smashed the window, so he went to the stationery store to buy a roll of large tape, then covered the car window with it, and then smashed it with a hammer, and the glass didn't fall apart at all. Then Chinyu took out the tape from his backpack, pasted a little on the top of the door handle, picked up some tattered clothes from the ground, wrapped a stone on the ground, controlled the strength, and smashed it down on the glass where the tape was pasted. Immediately, a hole was broken, and then he wrapped his hands with clothes, pushed away some glass shards on the edge, and then reached in to open the door. Seeing Chinyu open the door without making a loud sound of glass breaking, everyone present was slightly happy. It seems that this man in front of him is still quite steady. Chapter 9. After opening the door, Chinyu walked in, and what caught his eye was a pile of car keys hanging on the wall. Then he took out the vehicle registration form from the drawer, found the latest registered cars by date, put the keys in his pocket, and then led everyone to the parking lot. When he arrived at the door, Chinyu paused as he looked at the darkness in the parking lot in front of him. Lin Yi, who was holding Xiaoyi's hand, had not yet noticed that the people in front had stopped. She was looking at the situation beside her when she bumped into Chinyu's back. "Hey, why don't you leave? It's too dark inside. I'm worried there are dead bodies inside. It's not safe for all of us to go in, and it's not convenient to run," Chinyu said calmly. "Let's go! Let's go back to the security room first. The lock there is good. You wait for me there." Chinyu helped Jianin back to the security room. He signaled Lin Yi to lock the door, and then Chinyu turned and walked towards the parking lot. "Be careful." Lin Yi looked at him worriedly and said. Chinyu, who was walking towards the parking lot, heard Lin Yi's words and did not answer. He just waved his hand back to reassure her. Turning on the flashlight, Chinyu entered the parking lot. Soon, after turning the corner, Chinyu saw several cars parked here blocking the way. Seeing this, his heart sank to the bottom. But he still had a glimmer of luck. When he entered the security room to get the key just now, Chinyu noticed a parking lot floor plan on the wall. There are two entrances, the main entrance parking lot and the secondary entrance parking lot. According to the icon on the wall, this is the main entrance, so according to the information on the floor plan, the secondary entrance is directly on the other side. Chinyu covered the flashlight with his hand while walking close to him, so that the light would not be enough to illuminate too far. Anyway, as long as he could see the road ahead clearly, it would be fine. Entering the parking lot, there were only a few cars left in front of him, and many of them were covered with dust. These cars were not Chinyu's target. If a car is parked for more than 1 to 2 months without being started, the battery will be depleted. So Chinyu took a look in advance to see where the cars that had been parked here for more than a month were parked. This was his target. Arriving at Area C, where the vehicles had recently stopped, Chinyu first walked around and found no trace of a dead body, then came to the trunk of a car, took out his key, pressed the trunk opening button, and the trunk immediately opened with a beep. He opened 5 cars one by one, and Chinyu started all the cars, checking which car had the most fuel, and then drove that one. Nowadays, the fuel tanks of cars all have anti-theft functions, and the fuel in other cars cannot be pumped out, so you have to choose a car with more fuel in advance. Fortunately, Chinyu found a car that had just been refueled. It was an SUV. If he remembered correctly, the fuel tank capacity of this car was about 40 liters. Turning off the other cars first, Chinyu went to the secondary entrance with a flashlight. Fortunately, there were no vehicles at the exit here. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the smooth entrance in front of him, he finally let go of his heart. Quickly returning to the security room, Chinyu knocked on the door gently. Lin Yi, who was hiding in the corner, heard the sound. She was cautious and did not answer, but clenched the wooden spear in her hand. "It's me," Chinyu's deep voice sounded. "Why are you walking without making any sound?" Lin Yi quickly got up and opened the door, looking at Chinyu in surprise. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Chinyu smiled and pointed to her feet. She looked down and found that she had wrapped her shoes with clothes. "Let's go." There are no dead bodies inside. It's just that the main entrance is blocked. "Let's go out from the secondary entrance," Chinyu said, and then several people left together. According to memory, Chinyu quickly led everyone to the car location. "We were planning to separate when we got here, but after seeing your injuries, we decided to go our separate ways after we leave the city." Chinyu looked at Zhang Yin and said slowly, "Thank you," Zhang Yin said gratefully. Then Chinyu carried him to the car. Several people got in one by one. Starting the car, Chinyu drove the car and led everyone to slowly leave the parking lot. It has been almost 4 years since he got his driver's license, but Chinyu has never driven a car. Once he touched the steering wheel, he forgot how to drive. Fortunately, his character developed over the years made him very calm, and he quickly got familiar with the situation. As soon as he drove out of the parking lot, Chinyu switched the car to ECO fuel-saving mode. There were not many dead bodies on the road, so he had to drive economically. After merging into the main road, there were more dead bodies on the roadside, all attracted by the moving cars, moving slowly behind them. "Where are we going?" Lin Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked. "I don't know, let's go to the suburbs first." Chinyu kept the speed at 50 kilometers per hour, and slowly drove out of the city. Soon, there was a traffic jam ahead, and the vehicles were parked on the road with no clear end. Chinyu looked at the rearview mirror, and saw a large number of dead bodies approaching from behind. Then he looked at the lawn next to him, and drove the car directly up. Fortunately, the car he chose was an off-road SUV, otherwise he would have been stuck here. Along the lawn, Chinyu drove to another lane of the road, which was the lane into the city. All the cars wanted to leave the city, but there were no cars entering the city. So in comparison, although there were cars on this road, it was completely different from the other road out of the city, with very few vehicles. Soon, Chinyu drove the car onto the highway. On the viaduct, watching more and more dead bodies on the roadside walking towards the city, Chinyu was very glad that he made the choice to leave the city. Otherwise, if it continued like this, the dead bodies would surround the city in a few days, and it would be difficult to escape. Although there was still a lot of food in the supermarket, if they were surrounded by dead bodies, there would always be a day when they would run out of food, and they would not be able to walk. But they left in a hurry, and did not have time to carry a lot of food. Thinking of this, Chinyu asked Lin Yi, "How much food and water do we have left?" Chinyu turned his head and asked. Lin Yi retracted his gaze from the car window, and rummaged through the 2 backpacks. "Let me check. There are still 10 loaves of bread, 6 bottles of water, and 2 cans. Zhang Yin, who was lying in the back seat, heard what Lin Yi said, and said with a bit of regret, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't run in, you should have been able to take more food away." After several previous conversations, Zhang Yin also knew that they were hiding in the supermarket at the time. Lin Yi stroked her hair and said with a smile, "It's not all your fault. If you hadn't rushed in, we wouldn't have left there early. The appearance of the 3 of you made us think of the threat of living people. Maybe one night we will end up like you. Isn't that right, Chinyu?" Lin Yi turned her head and looked at the man in the driver's seat and asked. "Yes, that's right. We were planning to stay there for a while. Later we learned the truth, that is, although there is a lot of food, there are more dead bodies. We also have to be wary of other survivors. Surviving to the end is the ultimate rule of survival." Chinyu looked ahead of the road and said with a firm look. Chapter 10. By the way, Zhang Yin, What did you do before? Chinyu asked about the occupation of the man in the back seat. I used to deliver water. John replied. After we get off the highway, let's separate. I try to find you another car. Chinyu continued to ask. With my injury, I can't drive even if I have a car. John smiled bitterly and continued. Can we follow you? No. Chinyu shook his head and said softly. Okay. John replied disappointedly. Brother, I can't take care of my father by myself. Please take us with you. Shui, who was sitting in the back seat, came to the front and pulled Chinyu's clothes and said, Shui, come here. Don't disturb your brother driving. John called his daughter. Chinyu was silent for a while, turned his head, and looked at Lin Yi, who was staring at him, and nodded. Looking at the signal Chinyu revealed to her, Lin Yi's eyes fluttered, and then he asked 3 questions. It's not impossible. You answer our 3 questions first. How many places have you been to since the outbreak of the zombies? Why are there no other teammates? Why are you still alive? John thought for a moment and answered quickly. When the zombies broke out, I happened to go to the elementary school to pick up Shui from school. On the way back by subway, I saw a large number of people fleeing. I used to deliver water in this area and knew that there was a tenant whose upstairs was for rent with complete furniture, so I stayed there for 1 night and planned to leave the next day. Who would have thought that there would be a riot on the road the next day, and the dead began to attack the living? We hid up there and didn't dare to come down. John replied with a wry smile. So you have only been to this place? Chinyu asked. I guess so. We stayed there for a month. Every few days, I would sneak out to find some food and then hide in the house. John answered Chinyu's question. It was similar to his own experience. Chinyu thought about it, and thought that at least he was not the kind of fool who had to go out to find food every day. Second question. Chinyu spoke. John listened to Chinyu's words, and continued to answer, There are no other teammates because I have always avoided other survivors. This time I was injured because I couldn't avoid them. Why? You haven't even had contact with them. How do you know if they are good or bad? Lenny turned around and looked at John. Even if they are good, my food is only enough for me and my daughter to survive. If I share it with others, there will not be enough. John said, and if they steal our food and threaten me with my daughter, that would be terrible. But if there are more people, it would be easier to survive if we encounter a dead body, right? Lin Yi looked at Xiaoxi, and then at the dead body outside the car window. What if the bad guys use us to attract the dead bodies, and then escape, just like the 2 people who hurt me? This time, I had to contact them, because the door was blocked by those 2 people. After this experience, John was very glad that he had not met other survivors before. He couldn't afford to take the risk. Indeed, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages have little impact, but the disadvantages are directly fatal. Chinyu, who was driving, nodded. As for the reason why I am still alive, it is because you saved me. John said gratefully. It's okay. Anyway, we are using each other. I will help you treat your wounds, and you provide the vehicle information. Lenny said with a smile. After driving for about 2 hours, Chinyu got off the highway, drove along the road for a long time, then turned into a small road and drove towards the top of the mountain. Are we going to the mountain? Lenny looked at the woods outside the window, a little confused. It shouldn't be easy to search for supplies on the mountain, right? We should go down the mountain. Find a high point, and see if there is any place nearby that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chinyu explained. Soon, they reached the top of the mountain. Chinyu parked the car, then got out of the car and climbed up from the hood, standing on it and looking down the mountain. After a while, he jumped off the roof of the car, opened the door and got in, then said to everyone, There are basically no people in the north, but there are no houses either. There is the sea in the east, but it is too far away. The closest place in the south seems to be a factory, but I don't know what kind of factory it is. The west is where we are. Tell me your opinions. Chinyu intends to listen to everyone's opinions. He believes that if a team wants to go further, it needs to respect everyone. Lenny answered first. If there are no houses in the north, what if we can't find food and waste oil in vain? This is not okay. As for the sea in the east, now the dead bodies will infect the dead animals. If there are dead fish in the sea, the risk will be higher. This is not good. Zhang, who was lying in the back, also said. Well, then there is only the south. The car still has 2/3 of fuel left. The south is the closest. Even if the factory has no supplies, we can leave in 2 days. It's still in time. Chinyu expressed his thoughts. Okay, let's go. Lenny nodded. Half an hour later, everyone came to a factory. When they arrived at the door, Lin Yi looked at the words written on it and felt a little disappointed. It turned out to be a protective equipment manufacturer. It's really unlucky. Chinyu touched Xiaoxi's head and said, "This place is far from the city, and we don't usually go there to purchase supplies. We probably buy once every 2 weeks. There should be a lot of food in such a big factory. You know when you go in?" He patted Lin Yi's shoulder and whispered, "Don't lose heart. Follow me closely." Then Chinyu found a big stone, picked it up and smashed it against the chain on the gate. The chain was rusty due to wind and sun, and it broke in a few hits. There may be dead bodies inside. Chinyu was a little uneasy. Because it was too quiet here, so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. "Xiaoxi, go to the car to accompany Daddy and close the windows." Chinyu was still worried, so he asked her to go back to the car first. Xiaoxi followed Chinyu's instructions obediently, went back to the car and locked all the windows. Chinyu called Lin Yi, "Let's go, we need to confirm whether there are any dead bodies in this area." Lin Yi quickly followed. "Zhang Yin is not in a good condition in the car. I see he has been holding on. He probably has a fever. We need to find some antibiotics, otherwise he won't survive tomorrow night." Lin Yi looked back at Xiaoyi in the car, confirmed that she couldn't hear him, and continued to talk to Chinyu. "See if there is a medical room in this factory." Chinyu pushed open the door and walked in. The factory here is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one road in front of the door. It is located in a remote area, and there is a high probability that it will be equipped with a small medical room, and some commonly used medicines may also be provided. The two came to the front door. Lin Yi walked to the side and tiptoed to check the inside of the factory through the window. "It's so dark, I can't see anything inside." Chinyu responded, "After the outbreak of the corpses, the power station has no manual maintenance, and the global power outage is natural. Even if we find a generator, we can't use it." "Why can't we use it? Wouldn't it be enough to find gasoline?" Lin Yi was very confused. "It's useless to generate electricity. There is no point in charging the phone. First, there is no signal. Second, the generator generates a lot of noise when it is used. It is a living target, which is equivalent to greeting the corpses." Chinyu pointed to the speaker above the door. "That's right." Lin Yi suddenly realized. Chinyu walked to the side and looked around. He found 2 discarded iron rods, as thick as a thumb and about 1 meter long, and handed one to Lin Yi. "And if you use a mobile phone for lighting, it's really a thankless task. It's better to make a torch." Chapter 11. "Pay attention to my side." I pried the door open. Chinyu walked forward and inserted the iron rod into the middle of the iron chain, and then rotated it up and down. When rotating, one end would be blocked by the door. Chinyu pulled the iron rod up from the other end, and then continued to press down on the other side. In this way, the iron chain was soon twisted together tightly. With both hands clenched, Chinyu exerted force, and the iron chain broke directly. There was no oil to make a torch, and the oil in the oil tank could not be extracted, so Chinyu took out the only remaining candle from the bag, and then lit the candle with a match for lighting. "Go!" Chinyu slowly pushed the door open to one side and walked in, followed by Lin Yi. Before he took a few steps, Chinyu stopped. "Back off!" Chinyu suddenly shouted and quickly backed away. Lin Yi didn't have time to react, and was knocked to the ground by Chinyu. Chinyu quickly threw away the candle and iron rod in his hand, and pulled Lin Yi's arm with his free hand, pulling it back hard, and quickly closed the door with his right hand, and immediately tied the door tightly with an iron chain. Lin Yi, who was knocked to the ground by Chinyu, hadn't reacted to what happened yet, and was pulled again, confused. Just when she was about to ask what happened, she suddenly heard a violent banging sound from behind the door. A large number of corpses screamed and banged against the door, which frightened Lin Yi so much that she crawled back a few steps. What's going on?" Lin Yi asked with a pale face. "Why are there so many corpses inside?" Chinyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I think these people should be some staff members inside. This place may have been attacked by corpses a long time ago." After relieving his inner tension, Chinyu searched nearby. "What are you looking for?" Lin Yi followed Chinyu, and was shocked to see such a large number of dead bodies for the first time. "This." Chinyu came to the outside gate and pointed at a few lines of words. Lin Yi walked up and saw that it said, "There are dead bodies inside. Please do not open. Please do not open. Please do not open." When they drove here just now, they were only concerned about what factory was written next to the door, and did not notice that someone had left a message on the door with something, which seemed to be carved with some sharp object, but it was not very obvious. Chinyu closed the door again, and returned to the car with Lin Yi. It was already afternoon. According to the angle of the sun, it would be dark soon. It was too late to find a new place to live. The electronic watch on Chinyu's wrist had been broken long ago, so he just threw it away. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chinyu looked at the factory with a serious look. There were at least 50 dead bodies inside. He just opened the door and saw a large number of dead bodies staring at him in the light of the candle. He was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was not far from the door, and the door was closed in time. Otherwise, today would have ended here. If Lin Yi and I were bitten, Zhang Yin and Xiao Shi would have been trapped to death in the car. Thinking of this, Chinyu said, "It was completely my negligence today. I knew that I couldn't see clearly inside and didn't know what was going on, but I opened the door directly and almost killed everyone. I'm sorry, I will be more careful in the future." Chinyu made a promise to everyone. Reaching out and holding Chinyu's hand, Lin Yi stared into his eyes firmly and said, "Don't blame yourself too much. Coming here is everyone's decision. You can't blame one person. Everything has risks and rewards. You have brought us a long way. It's not easy." Lin Yi knew that the man in front of her had also grown up step by step since his first time dealing with a dead body. No one is born with the ability to take care of everything. After spending a few days together, she already trusts the man in front of her. Although he sometimes doesn't talk much, he is thoughtful enough in doing things. Moreover, in these days of getting along, he only helped her just now to save her, and never touched her again before. Every time he looked at her, his eyes were very clear, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Before the corpse outbreak, Lin Yi had never been without suitors because of her good looks and prominent family background. Many people wanted to find various reasons to invite her to high-end restaurants for dinner, to yachts for banquets, etc. Most of the time, Lin Yi also refused with the excuse that she needed to do experiments and write papers, and could not go to the appointment. When she couldn't refuse, she had to deal with it. Every time, those men would find excuses to wear a necklace and get close to her, or wear a ring and hold her hand, which made her annoyed. When the corpses broke out, the men who used to surround her seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Just when Lin Yi ran out of water, and was about to be trapped in the villa area, it was the man in the car who appeared and pulled her back from the gates of hell. Following him, Lin Yi felt very safe. "What are you thinking about?" Chinyu pulled back the hand held by the girl in front of him, and then waved it in front of her. "Aw, nothing." Lin Yi came back to her senses, her ears red. Then Lin Yi pushed the car door open and came to the back seat. Zhang Yin was still sleeping at this time. She touched her forehead with the back of her hand, and then touched Zhang Yin's forehead, and said to Chinyu worriedly, "You have been having a fever, and it seems to be worse than before." Seeing this, Chinyu got out of the car and came to the back seat. He checked the wound on Zhang Yin's stomach. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately said, it was not bandaged with a sterile bandage, so the wound was infected with bacteria and caused a fever. We need to find a sterile bandage and antibiotics to treat it quickly. At that time, Zhang Yin's wound was already quite serious. Although Lin Yi burned the blade with fire for simple disinfection and separated some necrotic wound tissue, there was no bandage, so he had to bandage it with a long strip of clothing first. Sure enough, the wound was still infected. Chinyu got out of the car and opened the iron gate again, then drove the car into the yard, then turned off the engine, and got out of the car. He walked to the security room, found a few ropes from inside, and returned to the door where the corpse was just locked. Although the corpse had gradually calmed down and stopped hitting the door, Chinyu continued to tie the door again with ropes to reinforce it. This way, the corpse cannot be broken open in a short time. There are 2 beds in the security room. Chinyu moved Zhang Yin to one of the beds and let him lie down to rest, and put the sleeping Xiaoyi on the other bed. Looking at the worried Lin Yi in front of him, Chinyu reminded, there are so many corpses in this factory, not to mention those in other rooms, so it is very likely that this was a large factory before the mutation, and it is far away from the city, so there is a high probability that there is a medical room. I go in and look for it. If I don't come out before dark at night, you wake up Zhang Yin, help him back to the car, and drive as far as you can. Chinyu gave a few instructions. Lin Yi looked at him, hesitant to speak, and suddenly made up her mind, stepped forward and grabbed Chinyu's arm. Don't go, okay? What if there is no infirmary inside, and you are trapped again, or what if you are bitten? Lin Yi's eyes were slightly red, and she continued. To put it bluntly, we just met him, and it is normal not to save people in the end times. Let's drive away from here. As long as we protect Shui well, and let her daughter live safely, I believe Zhang Yin will definitely not blame us. Chapter 12. Chinyu smiled slightly, looked at Xiaoyi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and expressed his thoughts. In the end times, it is not easy to meet a good teammate, not to mention that he has a daughter. He is a father first, and then a teammate. Most of the time, the people he meets are actually very bad. Wang Ji and Li Wu that Zhang Yin met are the bad type. I once hid in the house, and observed some people running for their lives on the road outside. I saw a teenager riding a bicycle on the road. He noticed that a middle-aged man in his 40s fell on the side of the road after being hit by a car, so he walked up and helped him up. Chinyu recalled an incident he had seen. The boy gave his own bottle of water to the middle-aged man, but he got jealous and picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it hard on the boy's leg, pushing him to the ground, snatching his bicycle away, leaving the boy limping out of the city. He kindly gave the man a bottle of water, but lost his bicycle and injured his leg. How far can he go? Chinyu was silent for a while and continued. Lin Yi was silent and did not answer. Holding Lin Yi's shoulders with both hands, and then helping her sit on the chair, Chinyu said, I may not become one of the dead bodies. Believe me. Wait a minute. Seeing Chinyu open the door, and about to walk out, Lin Yi still made an important decision. Chinyu turned around. What's wrong? Lin Yi opened her coat, and took out a knife from the inner pocket. It was protected by a knife sheath. She held the knife sheath and handed it over. Fruit knife? Chinyu pulled out the knife and looked at it. It seemed to be a new knife, and had not been used yet. Lin Yi said a little embarrassedly, I bought this before, and put it in the villa to peel fruits. I have never used it. I carried it with me when I left that day. I followed you and left there. I didn't feel this knife in my arms until I went to sleep in the supermarket at night. I didn't trust you very much at that time and didn't dare to give it to you. Lin Yi gave the knife sheath to Chinyu. It's different now, so it can play a greater role in your hands. Now Lin Yi feels that if he is still wary of Chinyu, he may end up hurting him. With a knife in his hand, he may be more likely to survive than a wooden spear. So she laid her cards on the table. She didn't want Chinyu to die in there. Chinyu smiled, took the knife in his hand, and said softly, Trust me, we will live longer. Then he pushed open the door, and walked out of the security room. Coming to the inside of the factory, Chinyu checked the information on the wall. According to the floor plan posted above, he was standing at the entrance of the production area. No wonder there were so many dead bodies inside. The building on the left is the canteen and dormitory. The first floor is the warehouse, the second floor is the canteen area, and the third to fifth floors are the workers' dormitories. On the right was the warehouse. Chinyu looked at it carefully. After he had read the floor plan carefully, his heart sank. It seemed that there was no infirmary here. Just as Chinyu continued to come to the door of the warehouse, he saw the trash can at the door, and his eyes lit up. Although Chinyu did not understand medicine, he still recognized the words antibiotics. Since there were discarded packaging bags in the trash can, someone in the dormitory building probably used this kind of medicine. Chinyu did not blindly search the trash can. In case there was broken glass or something like that, and cut his hand, no one knew if there were any bacteria or something like that in the trash. After learning that there might be drugs in the dormitory building, Chinyu immediately ran up the stairs next to him. He soon arrived at the third floor. He looked through the light from the window, and checked the conditions in the dormitories on the third floor. Fortunately, there were basically no dead bodies inside. Perhaps it was because the workers on the third floor were all at work that day when the incident happened, so there was no one in the dormitory. He gently pushed the door, and found it was not locked. Then Chinyu looked up at the surveillance camera above. It must be because of the camera. This place is relatively remote, and there is a surveillance camera at the door. Even if the door is not locked, no one will go in to steal things. I turned over some quilts on the bed. As no one had lived there for more than a month, they were basically dirty and messy. Chinyu took off his coat, covered his mouth and nose, and checked some items in the dormitory. He searched several dormitories, but none of them were useful. There were only some clothes for changing, plastic buckets and suitcases. There were 8 rooms on each floor of the dormitory building, and each room had 6 beds. Some of the rooms that were not fully occupied had some items piled on the beds. Chinyu thought about it. There were so many rooms on the 3 floors. If he searched them one by one, it would take at least until the evening. Zhang Yin's condition was very dangerous, and his wound was already infected. Even if he couldn't find medicine, he could try to find some sterile gauze or something like that. If that didn't work, clean, unopened clothes should work, as Lin Yi had specifically reminded him just now. Next, Chinyu focused on searching the rooms that looked relatively clean. When he searched the 7th room, He quickly found a few bags of towels and a suitcase on a bed frame. When he opened them, he saw that the packaging bags were still unopened, so at least they were clean. Chinyu quickly stood up and took the towel to leave the dormitory. As soon as he stood up, he noticed a direction. There was a small bottle near the bedside. His intuition told him to go and take a look. He walked over and picked up the bottle. Chinyu was delighted to see that it clearly said, iodine disinfectant. There was still half a bottle left, so he quickly took the things and returned to the security room. I'm back. Chinyu pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Yi was sitting in a chair thinking about something. When he heard Chinyu's voice, he stood up and walked in front of him and said, Are you okay? It's okay. There's no infirmary inside. I saw someone had used antibiotics in the trash can in the office area, so I went to the dormitory building to look for it. There was no dead body on the 3rd floor. I found a few bags of unopened towels and a small bottle of iodine. Chinyu quickly handed the things in his hand to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the things and immediately came to Zhang Yin to treat the wound. Xiao Shi had also woken up and was sitting aside eating. Chinyu walked up to her, opened the water, and fed her a sip. Eat slowly, don't choke, Dad will be well soon. Chinyu also opened a bag of bread and started eating. His physical strength was gradually failing. Lin Yi unwrapped the bandage and checked the wound, and said worriedly, It needs stitches. The method used last time can't be used anymore. Did you see needles and thread in the dormitory? Chinyu swallowed the bread in his mouth. I only looked for a few rooms on the 3rd floor, and didn't see any needles and thread. The 5th floor should be the female workers' dormitory. There should be some. Is there a dead body in the dormitory building? Lin Yi asked. I didn't go up to the 4th and 5th floors, but I seem to hear some movement on the upper floors. Chapter 13. Lin Yi frowned and looked at Zhang Yin's wound. There are risks with dead bodies. We don't know the number yet. It takes too much time to deal with the dead bodies and find needles and thread. Go to the office and find a stapler to try. Let's go. I go with you. Lin Yi stood up and picked up the wooden spear by the door and went to the office area with Chinyu. Chinyu led the way, and the two soon arrived at the entrance of the office area. The location here is better. Through the glass door and the window inside, you can see the general situation inside the office area. After a few glances, no dead bodies appeared. Chinyu looked at the glass door again. This is a U-shaped anti-theft lock for the glass door. There is no doubt that there is no hydraulic clamp here. Lin Yi also saw the lock on the door. Seeing Chinyu frowning, he said, How about entering through the window? Hearing the voice from Lin Yi next to him, Chinyu went to the security room to move a stool under the window. Fortunately, the window was not locked. He turned over and entered through the window. Lin Yi stood on the stool and was about to follow in, but was stopped by Chinyu. Let me check if there is a dead body inside first. If not, come in. Otherwise, it will be difficult to escape later. He quickly opened a few cabinets and went into the office to check. Fortunately, there was no dead body. Nodding to Lin Yi, who was standing outside the window, Chinyu hurried to search the various desks. Lin Yi jumped down the window, opened each drawer one by one, and soon saw the target item. Here. Found it. Let's go. Lin Yi picked up the stapler and left, and also picked up a bunch of keys. Lin Yi, who went out first, opened the U-shaped lock with a key, and Chinyu walked out. If we want to search for items in the future, it's better to act together. Lin Yi didn't want everyone to take risks again. Looking at Lin Yi's back in front of him, hearing her instructions, Chinyu smiled and responded softly, Okay. Arriving at the bed, Zhang Yin had already woken up and sat on the head of the bed. Looking at the two people in front of him, he asked, How long have I slept? A few hours. I'm going to treat your wound again now. Lin Yi walked forward, opened the water, and fed Zhang Yin a few sips. Zhang Yin seemed to be in a better condition after drinking some water. Thank you so much. Chinyu walked forward and said, It's more useful for you to get well soon than to say thank you. We also need more people to clean this place thoroughly. Lin Yi disinfected the wound with iodine and said, There is no anesthetic and no needle. I can only use a stapler to sew your wound first. You have to bear it. Bite this towel. There are many dead bodies in the factory area. Don't let them hear the movement. Zhang Yin nodded, took the towel with his other hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Yi began to treat the wound. The pain from the wound stimulated Zhang Yin's eyes to turn red, and beads of sweat flowed down his face. Xiaoyi next to him held his father's hand sensibly. She didn't dare to look at the wound on her stomach, so she wiped the sweat off her father with her sleeve. It's done. Lin Yi finished the action on her hands. This time, there is iodine disinfection, and the stitches are sewn. The towel is also clean. It should be much better than last time. Lenny looked at Chinyu and said, "What we know now is that someone in the dormitory building has used antibiotics." Chinyu looked out the window. It was already dark, but I don't know which floor it was on. Zhang Yin took off the towel and asked, "What's the situation here?" "There are office areas, canteen areas, and dormitory buildings. The living facilities are very complete, and it is located in a remote area. Basically, no one will come here in a short time." Chinyu told the information he had collected. He can't take a car with this injury. He needs to recuperate for a day or two. Lenny interrupted. Chinyu nodded. "When you are almost well, let's work together to clean up the dead bodies in this area." Lenny was stunned. "Clean up? There are at least 50 dead bodies in there. Let's not talk about how to deal with the bodies. Even how to kill so many dead bodies is a hell of a difficulty." "What's wrong? Are there a lot of dead bodies here?" Zhang Yin asked. Lenny pointed to the wall. "In the house next to us, in the production area, there are at least 50 dead bodies, not counting those in other rooms. I have shot several corpses before. To be honest, it was very strenuous. The physical strength consumed was not at the same level as the supplies found," Zhang Yin said with a wry smile. After hearing what Lin Yi and Zhang Yin said, he was also thinking about how to deal with the corpses in this area. Originally, he planned to wait until Zhang Yin's wound was almost healed, and then each of them would hold the door of the production area, and let a corpse out at a time, and he would shoot them one by one. But after listening to what Lenny said, Chinyu also felt that he thought too simply. Not to mention that there was no weapon at hand. Just thinking about how to move the corpses out would be exhausting. "Rest first. Let's discuss this slowly. It's getting dark outside. I go lock the door." Chinyu got up and walked out. After locking the door and returning to the security room, Chinyu saw Zhang Yin holding Xiaoxi lying on a bed, while Lin Yi blushed and sat aside, staring out the window. "What's wrong?" Chinyu was puzzled. Zhang Yin said that he would hold Xiaoxi in a bed, and then let the two of us squeeze into one bed. Lin Yi squeezed out a sentence after a long time. "No need. You sleep on the bed, I sweep the floor, spread the quilt on the floor, and I sleep at the door." Chinyu suddenly realized that this was the case. He was not a man who took advantage of others. Lin Yi lowered her head, pinching the corners of her clothes with both hands, and a strange thought came to her mind. Does he dislike me? Is it because I am not pretty enough? Perhaps seeing Lin Yi's embarrassment, Chinyu explained, "This bed is too small. It's okay for Zhang Yin and her daughter to squeeze together. After all, they are children. I am not used to sleeping in such a small bed. I will suffer from insomnia." "Yeah." Lin Yi nodded slightly. After sweeping the area behind the door with a broom, Chinyu spread the quilt on the ground. It was hot now, so there was no need to cover the quilt. He could just use the quilt as a bed sheet. Soon, the night fell completely, and the room was pitch black. Everyone lay down, no one spoke, but Chinyu knew that no one was asleep. After all, there were dead bodies making noises a few meters away. Chinyu spoke first. "Although there are many dead bodies here, it is relatively safe. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and has only one entrance and exit. There must be a lot of things left in the canteen area. As long as we clean up the dormitory building first, we can live here for a long time. But what should we do? The dead bodies stink. Even upstairs, the smell is very pungent. How can we live here?" Zhang Yin said. Chapter 14. Yes, and how to clean up the bodies upstairs? If you throw them down, they will be everywhere. If you move them down, you will be exhausted before they are bitten to death. Lenny asked. There are no dead bodies on the 3rd floor, which is relatively clean. It is mainly the 4th and 5th floors. Although I haven't been to the 5th floor, it is written on the floor plan that the 5th floor is the female workers' dormitory. Chinyu said to everyone. Is there an iron door separating the 5th floor from the 4th floor? Lenny sat up. We know tomorrow. Go to sleep. We have a lot of physical work to do tomorrow. Chinyu closed his eyes and prepared to rest. It was probably in the early morning when Chinyu was woken up by someone. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked carefully. It was Lin Yi. What's wrong? Listen carefully at the gate. Is there any sound? Lin Yi pointed to the gate with a little fear. Chinyu got up and pressed against the door of the security room. He heard a series of friction sounds and some low roars from time to time. It didn't sound like a dead body, but it didn't sound like a human either. Thinking of this, Chinyu suddenly whispered, Not long after the corpse outbreak, I saw a report on the computer before, that is, animal corpses can also be infected, all kinds of animals, and the ones outside may be corpse dogs. Chinyu has never seen animal corpses, but has only heard that corpse dogs move very quickly. It's so dark outside, if we are discovered, we can't even run away. The two of us will take turns to work the night shift. There are probably only a few hours left before dawn. Don't call Jean-Yin, because his injury hasn't healed yet. You go to sleep first. I be on duty for the first 2 hours. Chinyu asked Lin Yi to rest first, and the two of them took turns on duty. Lin Yi, who was a little scared, shook his head. I don't dare to sleep anymore. You go to sleep first. I take the first shift first. Chinyu saw this, and it was not easy to say anything more. He just asked Lin Yi to wake him up directly if there was any situation later, and never think about going out alone to deal with a dead body. It was dawn, and everyone woke up. Seeing Chinyu wake up, Lin Yi said softly, I want you to have a good rest. You drove for half a day yesterday, and were busy for so long in the afternoon. You should be tired, so I didn't call you. Jean-Yin was a little confused when listening to Lin Yi's words. Did something happen last night? Lin Yi glanced at Chinyu. She was hesitating whether to tell Jean-Yin. After all, she didn't know what it was, and it might be useless if she told him. Nothing, the iron door creaked because of the wind outside last night. Chinyu folded the quilt and put it on the table. He distributed some food to everyone, and everyone filled their stomachs a little. There is not much food left. There is a canteen area on the second floor of the dormitory building, which must be cleaned up. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Chinyu spoke. The two nodded, agreeing. How is his injury? Chinyu looked at Lin Yi and asked. The injury on his leg is fine, but he needs to rest for a few days on his stomach, and he still needs to find antibiotics. Lin Yi replied. Yes, let's go to the fourth floor first, and try to find medicine first. When he gets better, we will clean up the cafeteria together. We need everyone to work together to survive. Chinyu talked about the next steps. The smell of the corpse was too bad, and the two used towels as masks to cover their mouths and noses. Let's go. Chinyu led the way to the dormitory building. When they arrived at the staircase on the third floor, they dared to walk halfway when they heard the screams of the corpses above. When they walked up, they saw 3 corpses wandering aimlessly in the corridor in front of them. Chinyu looked at the corpses in front of him, and felt his stomach churning. This was more tragic than the corpses they had seen before. One eyeball was hanging on the face, and half of the face was bitten. Due to the hot weather, the corpses were basically rotten, and countless maggots were crawling on the body. Just looking at this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help it, took off the towel and bent over to vomit. Are you okay? Chinyu patted Lin Yi on the back. Although he wanted to vomit, he held back. If neither of them dared to take this step, they would be drowned by the corpses sooner or later. Lin Yi stood up and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Taking the wooden spear from Lin Yi's hand, Chinyu stepped forward with his left foot, aimed at the head of the corpse in front of him, and stabbed it from its only remaining eyeball, using the force to block the corpse attacking from behind. Lin Yi took out the fruit knife from Chinyu's hand, and stabbed it hard into the brain of the corpse behind, and then the two of them used the wooden spear to push the corpse in front of them to the ground. Not bad, it's not difficult. Lin Yi encouraged. Then the two of them dealt with the third corpse. The corpse was difficult to deal with at the moment, so they had to pile it in the corridor. Looking inside the room from the window, there were basically no corpses in other rooms, only 3 on this floor, which was a bit unexpected. After dividing the work to search for antibiotics in the room, Lin Yi soon found the target medicine, and Chinyu also found a few glass bottles, which were good things, very useful for attracting the attention of the corpses. The two first returned to the security room, and Lin Yi said, with antibiotics, Jean-Yin should be able to get better soon. After finding the medicine, they felt much more relaxed. Jean-Yin had not recovered yet, so some actions could not be carried out. Chinyu talked to Lin Yi and went out to survey the surrounding environment. If they were to stay here for a while, they could not leave a dead body. After all, no one could guarantee that it would not be this dead body that wiped out the entire team. Chinyu took the fruit knife given by Lin Yi and an iron rod and set off. The wooden spear was left for Lin Yi to use for self-defense. Arriving at the gate, Chinyu planned to go to the mountain behind the factory to see if there were any big pits around to lead the corpses there. Climbing up the small hill next to the gate, the road was steep, or there was no road at all. Chinyu had to stick an iron rod into the ground and grab branches to climb up. Soon Chinyu came to the top of the back mountain, from where he could just see the entire factory. Since the back mountain was too close to the building area, and there was no electricity and no lighting, the production area was dark. Chinyu just stopped to rest for a while, and then walked to the back of the mountain. Due to the lack of exercise in the past, Chinyu's physical strength was not very good. He could still deal with 1 or 2 corpses. If there were more than 3, Chinyu could only compete with the corpses to see who ran faster. Chapter 15. After walking around the back of the mountain, Chinyu did not find any place that could attract the dead body, so he had to return along the original route. Just as Chinyu was about to go down the mountain, he suddenly heard a hissing sound coming from behind. Who is it? Chinyu turned around and shouted in the direction of the sound. Chinyu stared at the bushes in front of him, and when he saw what it was, he immediately felt something was wrong. It was about 2 meters long, and the front half of its body stood up straight, staring at Chinyu intently, and spitting out the half-remaining tongue from its mouth. There was a dead snake in front of him. Chinyu was thinking about how to escape. Running was impossible. Just looking at the speed of the dead snake moving around him, Chinyu would be caught up by the dead snake before he could run 3 steps. The location behind the mountain was far away from the security room. Even if he called for help, it would be too late. In addition, if there were other dead snakes that had not appeared, calling Lin-Yi blindly would only harm her. After thinking it over and over, Chinyu still didn't know how to survive. Was he really going to die here today? Suddenly, Chinyu saw a tree about 3 meters away from him, as thick as a baby's arm. Chinyu imagined that if he could tighten the tree into a spring state before the corpse snake touched him, he could use the elastic force to hit the corpse snake in front of him. Chinyu did think of using the iron rod in his hand to stop the corpse snake, but when he made a slight movement, the corpse snake in front of him moved forward a few steps. He had no doubt that before he swung the iron rod, the corpse snake would have pounced in front of him. Using the branches behind, Chinyu could extend the distance by 3 meters, which was better than standing there waiting for the corpse snake. Do it now. There was no time to wait, because the second Chinyu looked back, the corpse snake moved forward a little. Chinyu stared at the corpse snake, and when the corpse snake swung left and right again, Chinyu found the right time to push his heels against the ground, and his body moved backwards instantly. He grabbed the top of the small tree with his right hand, and pulled the tree backwards with all his strength. When Chinyu moved, the corpse snake followed his steps, but because Chinyu moved back a few meters, the corpse snake did not catch up at the first time. Seeing that the distance was close, it flew directly into the air and rushed towards Chinyu. The snake corpse flew into the air, and Chinyu's eyes lit up. Now was a good opportunity. Let go of the tree that was pulled tightly. The tree, which was as thick as a baby's arm, was bent to the extreme. The moment it was released, the strong rebound force made the trunk like a fully drawn bow, and it bounced towards the snake corpse at a terrifying speed. With a snap, the snake corpse was split in 2, but Chinyu still did not let down his guard. The snake head of the corpse was still half remaining, and it was already shaking hard on the ground. Chinyu felt that if the animal corpse was infected and became a corpse, it should also be hit in the head to die completely. Picking up a stone with a diameter of about 20 centimeters from the ground, Chinyu aimed at the head of the dead snake and threw it down. The upper body of the snake, which was still twisting just now, stopped instantly after the head suffered a fatal attack. Seeing that the dead snake in front of him was solved, Chinyu did not stay any longer and went down the mountain and returned to the security room directly. Chinyu was out for about an hour. Zhang-Yin continued to rest, and Lin-Yi was talking to Xiao-Shi about some precautions, such as what to do if they encountered a dead body, etc. You are so young that you don't have the ability to deal with a dead body by yourself. If you encounter one, just run quickly, watch the road under your feet, and throw things to the left and right sides while running. Lin-Yi said seriously. Xiao-Shi nodded obediently. Yeah, I will definitely listen to my sister. But sister, why do you have to throw things while running and playing? Wouldn't it be better to just run? Xiao-Shi couldn't understand why you had to throw things while running. Chinyu, who pushed the door open, happened to hear this and explained to Xiao-Shi with a smile. Because the dead bodies will be attracted by the sound, throwing things will distract their attention. Hearing Chinyu's answer, Xiao-Shi jumped off the bed happily. Brother Chinyu, you're back. Ran over and held Chinyu's hand. Back? What's the situation on the mountain behind? Zhang-Yin was also awakened by his daughter shouting, and asked Chinyu who came in. Touching Xiao-Shi's hair, Chinyu replied, there are no pits, and there are no rivers around. Basically, the only way to leave here is this road in front of you. Did you encounter other dead bodies in the wild? Lin-Yi noticed that Chinyu's sleeves had several holes. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chinyu joked. Lin-Yi rolled her eyes at Chinyu. How good is the good news? Did someone come to save us? That's impossible. The good news is that there are no dead bodies on the nearby mountains. Chinyu told the good news first. Then what's the bad news, brother Chinyu? Xiao-Shi asked about the bad news. Chinyu sat down on the chair, opened the water, and took a sip, The bad news is that I encountered a dead animal. Are you okay? Your clothes are torn. Lenny said worriedly. Nothing. The bad news is that we encountered a dead snake. This is the first time we encountered an animal corpse. The one at the Iron Gate last night should also be a dead snake, Chinyu said. Originally, I thought that dead animals would be the same as dead bodies. Except for dead bodies, like these that have been trapped in the dark for a long time, most dead bodies move slowly, which gives people some reaction time. If they can't kill them all, they can run away. But the movement ability of corpse snakes is the same as that of normal snakes, and they are very sensitive. If this is the case, then there must be more than one kind of dead animals nearby, Chinyu said earnestly. The location here is good, and living facilities are basically available. Chinyu originally planned to stay here for a while before making plans. After all, the global corpse outbreak has been going on for a year, and the city where Chinyu is located has been occupied for more than a month. There must be more and more dead bodies outside. At the beginning, corpses were revived in various places, and the virus revived a large number of dead animals. The spread was quite terrifying. Cities fell one by one, and basically the number of dead bodies would increase. There was also the threat of dead animals in the wild. If you stay in the wild for a long time, food is a big problem, and how to avoid dead bodies and dead animals is also a big problem. It's basically unrealistic to find a place without dead bodies or dead animals. In the current environment, if we leave this factory, we won't be able to find a better shelter for a long time. Chinyu thought for a long time and then said, What about the dead body problem? If we really can't do it, how about leading the dead body out? Didn't you just say that dead bodies will be attracted by sound? Lenny pointed out the key problem. Chapter 16. What should we use to attract people? Now we just have a few glass bottles. Chinyu pointed to the bottles he found in the dormitory building. The bowls. We haven't checked the canteen area yet. We can hang the porcelain bowls with ropes, turn the bowls over and tie them up in 4 directions. Lenny suddenly thought of something. That's right, hang them up with ropes, tie a knife to a long wooden stick, and then cut the ropes at a distance. The sound of the bowls falling to the ground will be enough to guide the corpse. Jiangyin also expressed his thoughts. Chinyu did not speak. He drew a few lines on the ground with an iron rod. This is the way in, and here is the factory gate. Chinyu marked 2 points. This section of the road is basically surrounded by hillsides on both sides. The corpses will follow this road all the way. This method is indeed feasible. But if the corpses are released from the side door, there will be no way back. Either the corpses are successfully led away, or the corpses surround the factory. If this road is full of corpses, we can't get out unless we drive a tank. Chinyu frowned and said. Lin Yi snatched the iron rod from Chinyu's hand and drew a line on one of the points on the ground. This is a bridge, have you forgotten? And it is quite high from the river, and the water flow is very fast below. If the dead body goes down, it will either be smashed or washed away by the river. Chinyu shook his head. The river water will be polluted in this way. Fresh water is extremely important in the end times. Chinyu denied this idea. Water resources are very important. People can live for a week without food, but without water, people can live for at most 3 days. But even if we don't touch the river water, do you dare to use it now? Lin Yi said directly. Even if we don't touch the river water, what if there are dead bodies upstream? Or if there are no dead bodies upstream, what if the dead bodies downstream pollute the water? Seeing that the two people's opinions diverged, Jiangyin quickly interrupted. My injury should be healed today. Let's go to the cafeteria to see if there are any bowls today, and then consider the future. How about it? Lin Yi was not very happy, but nodded. She didn't quite understand. It was already the end of the world. Could water be more important than life? If the dead bodies didn't jump under the bridge, then they would either continue to be locked in the house, or the dead bodies would cause chaos after they got out. Looking at the angry Lin Yi, Chinyu scratched his head. We are discussing this. If there is a problem, solve it. Don't act on impulse. Make all preparations to make everything go smoothly. Hearing what Chinyu said, Lin Yi's attitude softened a little. I also know this truth. We are not supermen, we don't have superpowers, and we don't even have guns. The best weapon is a fruit knife. If the corpse breaks through the door in the middle of the night, none of us will survive. Chinyu nodded. They were all ordinary people, except for the doctor, who was a more useful profession in the end times. And the first person he met was a doctor by chance. Try to get off the bed with the help of the bed, Lin Yi said. Jiangyin supported himself on the edge of the bed, stood up with all his strength, took 2 steps, and was surprised to find that his legs were not lame, but he walked very slowly. Originally, There was no wound on your leg. It was scratched by the gravel stirred up by the bullet, and you were kicked a few times by those two, which aggravated the wound on your stomach, so you were too weak. Find a handrail or something to support yourself, and you can walk. Lin Yi asked Zhang to sit down, looked at his wound again, and said, "Thank you, sister." Xiaoyi blinked her cute big eyes and hugged Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled for the first time in a long time. Living together like this is a world of difference compared to her boring life hiding alone in the villa. Use this as a handrail. Chinyu handed the wooden spear to Zhang to use as a handrail temporarily. If you encounter a dead body, you can also use it to protect your lower body. Zhang tried and stood up just right. The bottom of the screwdriver was fixed firmly by Chinyu. Go to the cafeteria area to see if there is any food left. He has been eating biscuits, bread, canned food, and the like for the past few days. It won't help his injury much. We need to see if there is any high nutrition food. Lenny said to Chinyu. I go with you. I just need to avoid pulling the wound on my stomach. Let me help everyone. In this environment, we have to work together. Zhang said while holding a cane. Well, Xiaoyi, you hold your father, and sister Lin Yi and I will go ahead to explore the way. Chinyu agreed. Everyone left the security room and came to the second floor of the cafeteria. Although the cafeteria area is not big, it is not small either, and can accommodate about 100 people to eat at the same time. The door was not locked, and Chinyu pushed it open and walked in. There was a slight stench. I don't know if it's the smell of rotting meat or a dead body. Chinyu said. Let's go. Let's check if there are any dead bodies first, and then go to search for food. Lin Yi hummed. Turning on the flashlight they found in the supermarket last time, the two checked all the blind spots together, while Zhang and Xiaoxi checked in the dining area. Soon Chinyu and the others came back and came to the kitchen. There is no dead body outside. The stench may come from the kitchen. Pushing open the door to the kitchen, the stench instantly came over. Chinyu quickly closed the door, and everyone retreated. It stinks here. Even if there are still ingredients, they can't be used here for a long time, right? Lenny said, covering her nose. Not necessarily. If the ingredients are piled in the back kitchen area, they will not be contaminated. After seeing everyone covering their noses, Chinyu reopened the door. After opening the door, everyone looked at the kitchen in front of them. Zhang smacked his lips. The meat is basically rotten, but fortunately there are no dead bodies. Chinyu picked up the broom from the ground, pushed the pile of rotten meat in front of him and said, it should be that the chef was just about to cut the meat for cooking, and a dead body appeared outside. In a hurry, he ran away, and didn't have time to deal with the meat. Picking up a few large plastic bags from the side, and putting them in the bucket, Chinyu and Lin Yi walked forward and used a broom and a spoon to push the rotten meat into the bucket, and covered it with a lid. Chinyu went to open the window again, and the air flowed, and the smell dissipated a lot in an instant. Huh? The smell is finally gone. I was suffocating. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The stench was simply unbearable. The meat must be thrown away, otherwise it will be kept here for a long time even with a lid, and the smell can't be blocked. Chinyu used a broom to pass the handles on both sides of the bucket, and he and Lin Yi carried one side each and walked downstairs. Put it over there in the warehouse. It's well ventilated on all sides, and it's more than 10 meters away from the dormitory area, so the smell can't float over. The two who dealt with the rotten meat returned to the cafeteria, and Zhang and Xiaoxi also wiped the area where the rotten meat was placed with a towel, which looked much more comfortable. Chapter 17. After cleaning the kitchen briefly, everyone approached the back kitchen. If they guessed correctly, this was where the ingredients were stored. Why was Chinyu so sure? Because he had searched other places just now. It was impossible for such a large factory to buy ingredients every day. There must be a place to store them. When the back kitchen door was opened, everyone's eyes lit up. Bacon, ham, pumpkin, and sweet potato. Everyone exclaimed. There are a few more buckets of water here. Lenny noticed that there were a few buckets of purified water in the corner next to him. We need to move the things here outside. Some of the vegetables here have begun to rot and cannot be placed together. Chinyu led everyone to move the ingredients out. Even Zhang walked out with a cane in one hand and 2 pieces of bacon in the other. The food was quickly moved out. Looking at the pile of food in front of him that was almost as high as Xiaoxi, Chinyu said happily, we have more than enough time to stay here for a month. Lin Yi also smiled and said, finally, we can have a hot meal. We can only light a fire and cook at night in the future. Chinyu was a little worried. Why don't we have 2 gas tanks? Lin Yi looked at the 2 gas tanks in the corner behind Chinyu and confirmed that he was not mistaken. There is gas, but it is out of gas. As mentioned earlier, the chef here ran out when he was preparing to cut meat. It is very likely that the stove was not turned off at that time, and it was all leaking. Chinyu walked over and kicked the gas tank. How can we cook these? You can't eat them raw. Lin Yi, who grew up in a big city, had no idea how to cook food without gas or induction cookers. You can't eat them raw. There is no medicine now. Even a simple diarrhea can kill a person in the apocalypse. Throwing the broom on the ground, Chinyu said, use firewood. I understand. No wonder Chinyu said that you can only make a fire to cook at night. It turns out that you have to burn wood. Zhang Yi next to him suddenly thought of something. Lin Yi also understood that burning firewood would work, but she had forgotten this. Before the apocalypse, she had gone to a winery in the mountains with her elders for a gathering, and there was a dish called firewood chicken at that time. Well, because of burning firewood, a lot of smoke will rise, which can be seen from a long distance. If it is discovered by other survivors, a conflict will inevitably break out. Chinyu expressed his thoughts. You can't see the smoke at night, right? Lin Yi asked. That's right. Let's block the window near the iron gate in the cafeteria area with a table, and then light a fire next to the window near the mountain area. As long as the fire is not visible, the smoke cannot be seen at night without lights. Chinyu pointed at the dining table. Soon everyone worked together to clear the table under the window. Chinyu stood up the dining table to block the window. Fortunately, there were only 2 windows here. Lin Yi went to the 3rd floor to get some clothes and cover the area that could not be covered. After finishing, only the window next to the mountain area had light coming in. Although it was not very bright, it was enough. After all, it was much darker at night without lights. Which floor do we live on? Lin Yi asked. The 3rd floor, it's cleaner. There must be dead bodies on the 5th floor. In order to prevent them from coming down, we won't live on the 4th floor. Chinyu replied. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Everyone sorted out the various ingredients and put them away. Some of the ones that were about to rot were thrown away directly. Having a stomachache is a big deal. It was already a great luck to find iodine and antibiotics in the dormitory building. They didn't dare to gamble whether there were other medicines. Let's clean up the dormitory building first, and check if there are any locks on the 4th floor leading to the 5th floor, Chinyu said. After a simple cleanup, everyone went back to the 4th floor. As soon as they arrived at the 4th floor, the stench hit them. The body of the dead body from last time had not been dealt with yet. Chinyu and Lin Yi came to the 4th floor, entered the room, found some unwanted quilts, and threw them directly on the body to cover it. At least in this way the rotting body could not be seen. Continue to walk up, and sure enough, there is a big iron door in the middle of the staircase entrance. Lin Yi went forward to take a look. Although the door is closed, it is not locked. I don't know where the key went. Chinyu took a look. Although the door could be pushed open, the zombies could not push it open directly after the bolt was closed. It was not safe for a long time. Tie it up with a rope, or clothes or something, but tie more pieces. Chinyu looked at the door and said, the advantage of zombies is that they have no intelligence, and can only simply slap the door. The disadvantage is that they will not stop. I locked the door on the other side. Chinyu walked through the corridor on the 4th floor, picked up a few clothes from the house, and then came to the entrance on the other side. Twist the clothes into a rope, pass it through the iron gate railing, and tie the bolt tightly. This method cannot prevent people, but it must be enough to prevent such mentally retarded corpses. Time passed quickly, and it was getting dark soon. Chinyu looked at the people who came over and said, go down and clean up a room, clean up the sleeping place first, so you don't have to sleep in the security room anymore. Everyone nodded and returned to the 3rd road. Chinyu and Lin Yi searched separately, while Zhang Yin and Xiao 11 were together, mainly to check which rooms had intact locks. Come here. It's cleaner here, and the door lock is good. Lin Yi came to the corridor and shouted. There was a key on the door of this room. Chinyu and Zhang Yin walked in. It was indeed much cleaner, but there were fewer sheets and quilts. Chinyu moved some sheets and quilts from other clean dormitories. There were 6 beds. Lin Yi and Xiao Shi slept on the 2 upper bunks. Zhang Yin lived on the lower bunk on the right-hand side near the door. Chinyu slept opposite Zhang Yin. Chinyu locked the window at the back mountain, mainly to prevent corpse snakes from crawling in. Then Chinyu and Lin Yi carried 2 bed boards from other rooms back to the cafeteria area. Chinyu took out the bone-chopping knife and was about to start chopping wood when Zhang Yin shouted, let me do it. Seeing this, Chinyu handed the knife to Zhang Yin, while Lin Yi used the knife to clean some ingredients. Chinyu then planned to start a fire. There are only 2 boxes of matches left. We have to use them sparingly. It would be best if we could find some flint or something. Chinyu looked at the remaining matches and said, "Where's the stove? What should we use as a stove?" Lenny looked around and didn't see anything that could be used as a stove. When Chinyu heard what Lenny said, he remembered that there was no stove. He went to the kitchen to look for it, and then came out with 2 iron buckets. "Just take off the lower part with an iron rod." Lenny stood up with the iron rod. Chinyu turned the iron rod horizontally and smashed it with the lower part of the iron bucket. After repeating it several times, the bottom of the iron bucket was full of holes. Chinyu put the bucket on the ground and stepped on it a few times. In this way, a simple stove was made. Putting the stove about 2 meters away from the window, Chinyu looked at it and said, "There are many wooden bed boards in the dormitory building, and there are bone-chopping knives in the kitchen. It can be burned for a while after cutting it." Chapter 18. It got dark very quickly. After Chinyu lit the fire, he took the ingredients handed to him by Lin Yi and started to stew them. Carrot stewed with bacon is much more delicious than those biscuits and the like. At least it is hot. After stewing, Chinyu took out a few bowls, poured some water, and boiled the water to disinfect them. These bowls were placed here, and no one knew what they were contaminated with, so Chinyu thought that they must be disinfected with boiling water before they could be used, otherwise if they got sick, they would basically be gone. A little salt was added to it, and the other seasonings were basically spoiled, so adding some salt was enough. Even so, everyone felt that it was much more delicious. There were 5 bags of rice left, each weighing 10 kilograms. Due to the hot weather and lack of ventilation, one of the bags had already spoiled. Chinyu did not intend to eat these spoiled ingredients. Because in the doomsday situation, the first rule of survival is to ensure your own health. If there is no food, you can still eat less every day and hold on, maybe you can find it the next day, but once you fall ill, without medicine, you may not be able to survive for half a day. After steaming the rice, everyone was given a small bowl of broth. It was the first time for everyone to eat hot food in so many days. "I never thought it was so delicious before, but now it is really delicious," Lenny said happily. "In the future, we will eat less and less food like this." Chinyu scooped some more meat for everyone. If it is left for too long, it will go bad easily. Unless it can be kept for a long time, it is better to eat it before it goes bad, otherwise it will be wasted. When making the fire just now, Chinyu deliberately went to the corridor and looked inside from the window to confirm that there was no fire before he continued to work. After all, if the dead bodies were not attracted here, but other survivors were attracted here, it would be difficult to deal with. In the doomsday situation, conflicts will definitely break out when the survivors of the 2 sides encounter food. You can't just go up and fight with someone with a fruit knife, right? What's more, I still have a wound that hasn't healed yet. After everyone finished eating contentedly, they cleaned the kitchen and closed the windows. After all, they haven't figured out how to deal with the snake corpse yet. Everyone went back to the 3rd floor together. Chinyu brought some stainless steel bowls up and placed them at the entrance of the stairs one by one. The purpose was to make an early warning device at night. No matter who it was, as long as they passed by here at night, they would definitely step on it. In the extremely quiet mountain area at night, even the slightest sound would be amplified many times. After a peaceful night, Chinyu discussed some of the next actions with everyone last night. Lenny thought that since there were not many dead bodies outside the factory, they should deal with the dead bodies inside the factory first. Otherwise, she was worried that if they waited any longer, it would be difficult to deal with more dead bodies wandering in the wild. Zhang Yin said that he would just listen to Chinyu and Lin Yi throughout the process, and had no other opinions. After discussing for half an hour, everyone felt that it would be better to use sound to attract the dead bodies away. First, killing the dead bodies would consume too much energy, and was not cost-effective. Second, the bodies of dead bodies are difficult to handle, as they are basically in a state of decay. If there are wounds on the body, such as Zhang Yin, and the wounds come into contact with blood, it will be very dangerous. In this way, everyone continued to discuss how to lead the dead bodies away in the dining area of the cafeteria the next day, and finally each adopted some of the opinions and used them together. Chinyu's method is to cross a branch from the 4th floor of the dormitory building, tie 2 branches together, the size of 2 fingers, tie a rope at the top, and then place the branch horizontally at the entrance of the production area, and use the rope to aim at the entrance. Then tie it to the tree outside the iron gate, because the road outside the gate is just in a straight line with the bridge outside. Just add a few more ropes. Then tie the thin ropes that tie the bowls at about every 8 meters, and then straighten the main rope directly, so that there is a source of triggering sound. Lin Yi believes that although the bowls are tied, How to make a sound is a big problem. If you use thin branches to stand on the hillside and knock, then if the dead body is disturbed, it will attack the knocker, and then it will be a mess. So she thought, could she just use the method of tying a knife to a branch to cut the rope? The rope has no fixed point, so it's hard to exert force, and you can't stop when making a sound. You have to trigger it at intervals, otherwise the dead bodies behind the large group may turn around and go back. Chinyu said. Then how about using a slingshot? Lin suddenly thought of something. Slingshot? If you have the materials, you can make one. Chinyu touched his chin, and he remembered that he had made a slingshot when he was in the countryside before. It was not powerful, but it was easy to hit a bowl at a distance of more than 10 meters. As for ammunition, we can use some bowl fragments. There are so many porcelain bowls in the kitchen, and some of them can be used to make ammunition. In this way, everyone started to get busy. There were not so many ropes, so we used some clothes found in the dormitory building to make ropes, and the length was enough. Soon it was the second day, and the ropes were arranged along the way according to the plan. The slingshot was made by cutting a small Y-shaped tree branch on the mountain. Finally, everyone's division of labor was confirmed. Xiaoxi threw bowls at the door from upstairs to make noises, so as to prevent the corpse from running around after coming out of the door. Chinyu loosened the iron chain tied to the door, and the remaining ropes were enough to support it. After tying a knot with clothes, Chinyu ignited the extra clothes, and the flames of the burning clothes would burn the ropes along, and then he pushed open the door upstairs with a 10-meter-long clothes-drying pole. As Xiaoxi and Lin continued to throw bowls at the door outside to make noises, the corpse began to move towards the door. Chapter 19. Chinyu hid in the mountain, using a slingshot to attack the bowl hanging on the rope from time to time, using the sound to attract the corpses to the bridge. Seeing the corpses in the house gradually coming out, Lin and Zhang entered the house with flashlights to check every corner. They wanted to make sure that all the corpses had been cleaned up. After the inspection, Lin and Zhang locked the door and followed the large group of corpses from a distance to prevent other corpses from leaving the team. There were a lot of corpses, estimated to be close to 60. Zhang cleaned up the broken bowls on the ground, while Lin took a detour from the mountain to Chinyu's side. Looking at the moving corpses below, Lin worriedly said, "What if the sound of these corpses attracts other corpses?" Chinyu picked up the slingshot, hit the last hanging bowl and said, "So we must hurry and send these corpses under the bridge." Chinyu and Lin quickly ran to the bridge. The two placed a large wooden board along the side of the bridge to form a staircase, and then used stones to knock on the iron barrels placed here in advance, and continued to lead the corpses over here. Lin looked at the corpse and nodded to Chinyu. Seeing this, Chinyu placed the iron bucket beside the bridge and stood on the edge of the bridge. Lin, who was squatting beside the stone pier, picked up stones from time to time and threw them at the iron bucket. Chinyu kicked the iron bucket with his feet and shouted loudly. Seeing that the corpse was getting closer and closer, Chinyu seized the opportunity and put a rope around the head of the corpse in front. Squatting down, Chinyu grabbed the lower side of the bridge with his left hand and pulled hard with his right hand. His body immediately hid in a space under the bridge. The corpse in front was pulled by Chinyu and fell to the bottom of the bridge. The corpses have no intelligence. They will just follow the sound aimlessly, or wander with the corpses in front of them. When one corpse falls, the corpses behind it will still follow its pace. Chinyu, hiding under the bridge, watched the corpses in front of him fall continuously from his head, and felt a little scared. This was the first time he encountered such a large number of corpses. He had gradually gotten used to the stench, but the tragic appearance of the corpses still made people feel scared. Hearing the noise above his head getting smaller and smaller, Chinyu guessed that the corpses should have fallen almost all. Lin came over and whispered, "Okay, you can come up now." She stretched out her hand and pulled Chinyu up. Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. Chinyu looked at the group of corpses under the bridge and made a joke for the first time. Lin rolled her eyes at him and corrected him. "I think he is heartless and doesn't feel tired of living." Luckily, nothing went wrong, otherwise she and Chinyu would never be able to clean up the corpses. If so many corpses were wandering outside the factory, they would definitely attract other corpses over time. At that time, they would be trapped in a jar. In the next few days, Chinyu and his group used the same method to lead out the dead bodies in other rooms of the factory. Although it was dangerous, it was safe. After a few days of recuperation, Zhang gradually got better. Everyone searched various areas of the factory together and confirmed that there were no more dead bodies, which made them feel relieved. Although there were no dead bodies, the dead bodies outside might also approach this place, so Chinyu still used the old method and scattered a lot of broken glass in some places that were not easy to notice. Once a dead body appeared in these places, everyone could find it in time. After a few days of hard work, everyone sat in the dormitory and held a small meeting. Although Zhang Yin's injury was healed, he was lucky enough to survive. Chinyu felt that everyone needed to discuss the next plan. The dead bodies could be led away by sound, but what about the bad guys? After all, people's hearts in the end times are often more sinister than imagined. Lin Yi spoke first. We have too few weapons, too passive, basically the long-range wooden spears, and they must be used in close combat. Well, the slingshot has too little killing power. Even if it attacks the dead, it is not powerful enough. Chinyu continued. Once we meet other survivors, we will be very passive. Lin Yi expressed his concerns. How about we just run away if we really can't? Zhang Yin said. It's useless to just run. Food is the attraction. Without food, other people won't care where you run. Chinyu said while looking at the window outside. Does anyone know how to make a bow and arrow? Chinyu suddenly said he thought of a good idea. Bows and arrows are powerful, and arrows can be retrieved. If you don't have a gun, if you have a bow and arrow, whether it's dealing with corpses or sneak attacking other survivors, it's like a fish in water. No. The two shook their heads. Forget it, let's go to other places to search for weapons later, and use shovels for self-defense here for the time being. Chinyu suddenly remembered that there were some shovels in the security room. Lin Yi heard what Chinyu said and added, we must reserve a retreat in advance. There is only one way to enter the factory building, and there is only one way to leave the factory building. Go to other dormitories and find some discarded sheets to make ropes, tie them to the bed frames, and slide down from the back mountain window. Chinyu said. By the way, one sheet is definitely not strong enough. At least 2 sheets must be tied together. After a rough discussion, they went to search for sheets and arrange the ropes leading to the back mountain as just said. At night, not long after everyone locked the doors and windows and went to bed, they suddenly heard knocking on the door downstairs. Chinyu turned over and climbed onto the upper bunk bed near the window. Lin Yi, Zhang Yin, Xiaoxi and others also woke up at this time. What happened? Lin Yi came to Chinyu and asked in a low voice. It seems like there is something knocking on the door outside. Chinyu looked around in the moonlight and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a conversation was heard from below, which was particularly clear in the quiet night. Boss, this door is blocked by something. There may be someone inside. A man with a slightly shrill voice said. Climb over the wall next to it. A deep voice came, and Chinyu guessed that this person should be the boss that the man just mentioned. Damn it! When Chinyu heard the conversation from below, he thought that their car was still in the factory yard. If they climbed in, they would definitely be discovered immediately. It's over. What if they climbed in and drove our car away? Lin Yi was very worried. In order to retreat in time, Chinyu did not take the key away after parking the car, but placed it directly on the windshield in front of the car. Who would have thought that he would meet other survivors just a few days later? But this was not what Chinyu was most worried about. Chinyu frowned and said, the car being driven away is a small matter. If they see the floor plan on the wall and find the dormitory building, there is a high probability that there will be a head-on conflict. Not good. Chinyu became more and more uneasy, because after the man who climbed over the wall opened the door, he saw 7 people walking in. The difference in numbers has widened. Chapter 20. Looking at the survivors who came in with torches, Chinyu said quickly. There are 7 people, and it's hard to tell whether they are men or women, and some of them are holding knives. Then let's retreat quickly. When Zhang Yin heard that there were 7 people, and they had knives, he thought that running away was the best strategy. Lin Yi immediately replied, no, it's too dark now. Even with moonlight, we can't walk far in the mountains. Besides, Chinyu encountered a corpse snake on the mountain and survived by luck. If we encounter it at night, we will definitely die. Well, Lin Yi is right. If you encounter a corpse snake on the mountain at night, you will definitely be wiped out. Chinyu had the same idea as Lin Yi. Suddenly, Chinyu thought of something. In the past few days, everyone has cleaned up the dead bodies in other rooms, but the dead bodies on the 5th floor have not been cleaned up yet. Since the door on the 4th floor was locked by them, they have forgotten about it in the past few days. The dead bodies upstairs can be used to force the people outside to retreat. Chinyu jumped off the upper bunk and said to everyone, Lin Yi, you and Zhang Yin, go open the door on the left and cut it open with a knife. Chinyu handed Lin Yi a knife. Zhang Yin, take these 2 cans. After Lin Yi cuts them open, throw them at the entrance of the stairs. Remember to push the door open. The troops split into 2 groups. Chinyu carefully came to the middle area of the stairs on the 4th floor, confirmed that there were no dead bodies in the area on the 5th floor, and then cut the close with a knife. After carefully pushing the door open, Chinyu could already hear the people below discussing how to drive the car away, so he picked up the cans and threw them at the stairs. In the early morning, the sound of the cans that rang out one after another was particularly harsh. Not only the dead bodies were startled, but the survivors below also noticed it at the first time. "Boss, there seems to be some movement up there." One of the survivors pointed in the direction of the dormitory building and said, Old dog, you two go check it out." The boss pointed at the two men and asked them to go check it out. "Ah, do we have to go?" The man named Old 8 had a bitter look on his face. Old 8 was about 1.7 meters tall and looked a little thin, but he looked very strange. He was the kind of person who liked to hide behind others when encountering trouble. He really didn't want to go. It was too dark, and who knew if there were any dead bodies up there? "Then how about I go?" The boss glared and shouted coldly. No. You just keep an eye on us from below." Lao Ba did not dare to disobey, took the torch handed by others, and walked towards the dormitory building with Lao Go. The two of them walked into the dormitory building, and as they walked away, Lao Ba whispered to the Lao Go next to him, "Our boss is too inhuman. When there is a little movement, he likes to call us to take the lead. Why doesn't he call others?" Lao Go walked upstairs carefully and said lightly, "Talk less and watch the dead bodies more." The man named Lao Go was a little shorter than Lao Ba, but he was very strong. He was always paying attention to the movements around him, and he was very steady. However, because of his name, other survivors often called him Lao Go, and he did not argue too much about it. In the end times, instead of building good relationships with others, it is better to think about how to live longer. Chinyu and the other two had already hidden in the dormitory. Lao Ba and Lao Go came to the 3rd floor and walked directly to the source of the sound without stopping. As soon as he reached the middle of the 4th floor, Lao Ba covered his nose and said, "It stinks so much, it shouldn't be a living person, right?" The dead body that Chinyu Lini had killed a few days ago was still in the corridor. As soon as he stepped onto the 4th floor, he could smell it. The stench was overwhelming. Lao Go did not cover his nose, he was used to the smell. Reaching out to take the torch from Lao Ba, he walked forward, sniffed it, and then said, "The stench came from this side, there should be a dead body." He pointed the torch at the corridor on the 4th floor. "The sound seems to be coming from here, be careful." Lao Go looked around and said cautiously, "Maybe the wind blew something down, there are only corpses here, what kind of movement can there be?" Lao Ba said nonchalantly. Lao Ba, who had just finished speaking and was about to go upstairs, had only a little light in his sight, because Lao Go was holding a torch towards the corridor on the 4th floor. He saw a dark shadow in the middle of the stairs from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, moving slowly towards him without making any sound. "What is that?" Old 8, who was frightened, immediately shouted at the shadow. The shadow did not respond. After hearing what Old 8 said suddenly, Old Go quickly turned the torch around, and the two of them saw clearly what the shadow was. The eye sockets without eyeballs were embedded in the rotten face, and the light of the fire made it look particularly terrifying. Old 8 was so frightened that he froze in place when he saw this. Since the outbreak of the corpses, he basically relied on following others. Although there were occasional corpses, they were all dealt with together, and most of the corpses did not look very tragic. Seeing that Lao Ba was stunned and Lao Go had no time to rush over, he picked up the torch in his hand and threw it at the corpse in a hurry. The torch spun in the air and hit the corpse's head accurately, but it did not stop the corpse's steps. The clothes on the corpse were ignited by the torch and burned instantly. The corpse with fire pounced on Lao Ba, opened its half-rotten mouth and bit it. The severe pain instantly made Lao Ba scream, "Ah!" Chinyu and others who were hiding in the dormitory on the 3rd floor also heard the tragic scream. Lin Yi was a little reluctant. Does this count as borrowing a knife to kill someone? Chinyu shook his head gently and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. The doomsday has already happened. The corpses are all over the world. The corpses here have always been on the 5th floor. We just trapped them before. Now we release the corpses to prevent them from entering the dormitory building. We are also taking risks. The corpses are already there. They broke in. How can it be said that we are borrowing a knife to kill someone? Zhang Yin also added, if you enter an unknown area without a thorough search first, you will end up like this sooner or later. A group of people sitting on the ground downstairs waiting for news also heard the screams from above. Several of them stood up in fear. Is that Lao Ba's voice? Someone asked in fear. The boss's face darkened, it seemed that something was wrong upstairs. He looked up and shouted, "What's going on with Lao Go?" Chapter 21. At this time, Lao Go saw Lao Ba being bitten, rushed forward, grabbed the dead body's hair and pulled it to the side, pulling off the scalp, and took the opportunity to pull Lao Ba away with his right hand. He didn't have time to deal with the people downstairs. After waiting for a few seconds without anyone speaking, the boss made up his mind, picked up the key on the windshield, sat in the driver's seat, and told everyone to get in the car. "They are probably in danger. Don't wait. Get in the car." With 2 people missing, the remaining 5 of them were just enough for 1 car. The rest of the people hurriedly opened the car door and got in. The boss quickly started the car, turned on the headlights, and left directly from the door. Listening to the roar of the car coming from downstairs, Lao Ba leaned against the wall, holding the wound on his shoulder, and asked weakly, "Did they abandon us?" Lao Go couldn't find any tools to use, so he picked up a torch and poked it into the dead body's eyeball. The blood of the dead body also extinguished the torch, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely dark. He came to the corridor and looked down, just in time to see the taillights of the cars downstairs, and turned back and said, "They drove away. Oh, I never thought that they would abandon us just because of a dead body." Lao Go laughed at himself. He helped Lao Ba to the corridor, and checked Lao Ba's wound in the moonlight. He took Lao Go's hand away. "Be careful, don't get infected. I'm bitten, and there's no hope for me. I probably end up like Xiaoshi a few days ago." Lao Go listened to what Lao Ba said, but he didn't answer. In front of death, he didn't know what to say. Xiaoshi was also a member of their team. No, it should be said that he was once a member of the team. Since he was left behind just now, Lao Go no longer recognized the word team. A few days ago, Xiaoshi went out with the boss to look for supplies, and later only 1 person came back. The boss said that when they came back, they were unfortunately attacked by the corpse, and Xiaoshi was bitten in the right calf, and there was no time to run. Xiaoshi asked him to come back alone to call for help, and he hid himself. When a group of them rushed over, Xiaoshi was no longer there. I think that when the boss said that Xiaoshi asked him to come back first to call for help, now thinking about it, it is also possible that after encountering the corpse, the boss pushed Xiaoshi to be a target. He left him there alone, and took us back to find Xiaoshi. He just picked a random place. After all, he was the only one who knew where the dead body was, besides Xiaoshi. Lao Go said with a gloomy face. The poison quickly spread from the shoulder to the chest. Lao Ba knew that he would not live for more than a few minutes. He said what was in his heart. "We joined this team together, and it wasn't long before we were bitten. If we had known this, we shouldn't have joined them. Maybe I could have lived a few more days." Lao Ba endured the pain of the wound and smiled at Lao Go. His face was not good to begin with, and this smile made it even uglier. But Lao Go just held Lao Ba's hand. He felt that Lao Ba's smile, at this moment, was more reassuring than anyone else's. He pulled back the hand held by Lao Go, took out a small knife from his arms, wrapped it with cloth, and handed it to Lao Go. "This is the knife I have been carrying since the beginning of the end of the world. It is not worth much. I give it to you as a souvenir. Can you agree to one more request of mine?" Lao Go took the knife and said, "You say?" Lao Ba, who was sitting on the ground, propped himself up with his hands to make himself sit more comfortably, and then said, "I don't want to become a corpse and wander aimlessly. Can you wait and send me off when I am about to mutate?" Hearing that Lao Ba had already begun to explain his affairs, Lao Go felt a little reluctant, turned his head to look in the direction of the corpse, and nodded. Lao Ba smiled with relief. Suddenly, there was a sound of a can being kicked at the stairs, and Lao Go stood up very alertly. Could there be another corpse? It was almost dawn, and the light was much better than before. Looking at the number of corpses coming down the stairs, Lao Go's heart was in his throat. 5 corpses. At this moment, the voice of Lao Ba next to him made his heart cold to the extreme. "Lao Go, there are still many corpses in this corridor." The weak Lao Ba looked at the corpses coming from both sides, and he didn't care about so much, and hurriedly shouted, "Go, don't worry about me. Just pretend I didn't say anything about my request just now." Lao Go did not say anything, but answered with his actions. He lifted Lao Ba's hand, and hugged Lao Ba from the right with his other hand, and quickly came to the dormitory closest to them. Lao Go kicked the door open with a kick, took Lao Ba and hid in, then quickly closed the door, pushed the bed frame over to block it, and blocked the door with some other people's suitcases. All the dead bodies gathered at the door of this dormitory, banging on the door one after another, as if they would not leave unless the door was opened. Lao Ba, who was desperately brought into the dormitory by Lao Go, pulled at his collar. The wound was getting more and more itchy. He scratched it a few times and said while he was still conscious, "Why are you doing this? It's just a request. I'm going to die anyway. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself for me?" After confirming that the corpse couldn't knock the door open, Lao Go came to Lao Ba and sat down and said, "It's not just a request. It's what my friend asked me to do at the last moment of his life." Lao Ba listened to Lao Go's answer, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. No one was friends with him before the end of the world, but he didn't expect that someone would recognize him as a friend after the end of the world. After more than a minute, the dead body outside was still screaming and banging on the door, and Lao Ba had already closed his eyes. Suddenly Lao Ba, who was lying in front of him, opened his eyes, and his eyeballs had completely turned into the same as the dead body. Lao Go quickly drew out his knife and stepped forward, killing Lao Ba with a single blow. Picking up the clothes scattered on the ground, Lao Go carefully wiped the knife clean, and then wrapped it up again. He didn't plan to use this knife again, and planned to carry it with him forever. When he came to the door and took a look, the dead body outside was like a machine, and it would not stop until it broke the door. Lao Go gave up the idea of rushing out after just one look. Coming to the window near the back mountain, he leaned out and looked around. There happened to be an empty platform for the air conditioner, not too far away. Lao Go stood on it, holding on to the edge of the wall with both hands, and pressed his chest against the wall, and entered the next dormitory from the platform. Lao Go was worried, so he climbed into another dormitory, opened the door and looked, and the dead bodies were still surrounding the door of the dormitory just now, so he carefully left the dormitory building from the other entrance. After going downstairs, Lao Go quickly left here. Chapter 22. Seeing Lao Go leave the gate from the window, Chinyu waited for a while, then opened the dormitory door and walked out. "Should we clean up the dead bodies upstairs?" Zhang asked anxiously, listening to the dense sound of dead bodies upstairs. "No need, judging by the sound. There must be a lot of dead bodies upstairs, and there is no iron door between the 3rd and 4th floors. Over time, the dead bodies will definitely wander to the 3rd floor." Chinyu thought for a moment, and decided to be cautious. "Let's go, collect some food. Don't bring food that can't be stored for a long time. It's not convenient to travel if you bring too much." Chinyu and everyone came to the canteen area together, and took away some food that could be carried for a long time. When it came to whether to bring rice, everyone had some different opinions. Lin Yi felt that rice could not be eaten raw, and with the previous example of making a fire to cook rice, she felt that she might not be able to find something indoors to make a fire next time. If it was outdoors, the smoke would be too obvious, which was very unfavorable. Chinyu thought that even if he couldn't find something to cook for a day, he would always find something to cook, and he could use it as an emergency. However, Lin Yi's next sentence made Chinyu speechless. "What if there is a dead body in a room where you can make a fire?" Chinyu scratched his head after hearing this. "Yes, you can always find a room where you can make a fire, but it's not easy to find a room where there is no dead body, and you can make a fire. After all, you can't kill a dead body and cook next to it, right? Wouldn't that be stinky rice, smelling and eating?" "Sister Lin Yi, my dad can make a smokeless stove. He's really good." Xiaoxi watched the two arguing, so he ran up to Lin Yi and held her hand and said something. "Oh, smokeless stove? What is that?" Lin Yi, who had a relatively good life before, heard of a smokeless stove for the first time. Chinyu explained, "I have seen videos online before. Smokeless stoves are the simplest and most convenient cooking stoves for single soldiers in the wild. For single soldiers to survive in the wild, concealment is the first priority. In the wild, you only need an engineer shovel, and it can be made and used in a few minutes. There is no light and no smoke. But how did you dig this?" Chinyu walked up and looked at Zhang Yin. "I served in the army for a few years. Sometimes I took my daughter back to my hometown in the countryside for summer vacation. I dug this kind of stove when camping in the wild." Zhang Yin smiled honestly. "I thought I couldn't help much and could only hold everyone back." Chinyu comforted him earnestly. "We can go further only if we work together. Don't have this idea in the future." Lin Yi, who was standing by, also held Xiaoxi's hand and said with a smile, "There is no such thing as holding you back. Even more eyes can help to see behind." And me? My eyesight is very good. I can help to see." Xiaoxi also nodded excitedly. "Of course, our lovely Xiaoxi is also great." Lin Yi pinched Xiaoxi's face lovingly. After everyone packed up, they left the factory along the way they came at dawn. When preparing to leave, Chinyu also wrote a paragraph on the gate with the screwdriver on the wooden spear, which was much clearer and larger than before. "There are many dead bodies inside. Do not enter unless necessary. Without a car, everyone walked and stopped for 2 days, but only walked 60 kilometers. They cooked rice with smokeless stoves along the way, and took turns to stand guard for 3 hours at night. There was no problem. Just when everyone came to a crossroads, Xiaoyi, who had good eyesight, was the first to see someone running in front. She pulled Zhang Yin's hand, pointed to the front and shouted, "Dad, look! There's someone running over there." After hearing Xiao Shi's words, the 3 people who were walking listlessly suddenly perked up. Chinyu picked up Xiao Shi and hid in the bushes next to him. Lenny took a closer look and said in surprise, "2 men are running one after the other. The man behind seems to be injured, with blood on his arm." Chinyu also looked carefully. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help laughing. "Zhang Yin, look, who is the one running in front?" After hearing Chinyu's words, Zhang Yin waited for him to run closer and see clearly, and gritted his teeth and said, "It's Li Wu and Wang Ji, those 2 bastards. We will definitely not get away with them today." Zhang Yin, who was filled with hatred, could not help but rush out. If he had not been lucky enough to meet Chinyu and Lin Yi that day, his daughter would have starved to death in that room. He must avenge this hatred. "Wait a minute." Chinyu grabbed Zhang Yin, who was about to rush out. "They have seen you, and I saw that Li Wu had a gun in his hand. If you rush out and see that you are not dead, they might shoot you. After all, they left you there to die, and they must know how much you hate them." Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "I don't know if there are any bullets left. It seems that the 2 of them are fighting each other." Lin Yi seemed to have discovered something and muttered. She saw the person behind him running and saying something. His tone was not very good. "Oh!" Chinyu thought of something. "I have a solution. You 2 just need to hide. I'll be back soon. Come over when I wave." Chinyu and Zhang Yin explained, put down everything, got out from the right side of the bushes, ran forward a few steps, then walked onto the road and staggered towards the opposite side. Soon, the 2 people on the opposite side found Chinyu. They had never seen Chinyu's appearance, but just regarded him as a survivor who was also fleeing. Chinyu thought that Li Wu in front would greet him first, but he didn't expect that Wang Ji behind him would speak first. "Brother in front, help me stop the man in front of you. I will reward you handsomely later." Because Wang Ji was injured in the back, he couldn't catch up with Li Wu, the bastard. He was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe, but suddenly he saw a person in front of Li Wu, like a life-saving straw, and he hurriedly said breathlessly. Chinyu heard that what Lin Yi said was true. There was indeed an internal conflict. Just as he thought, Chinyu quickly stood aside and said hurriedly, "He has a gun. I dare not. And don't talk nonsense. I am not your brother." Li Wu slowed down his pace, carefully looked at the man in front of him, who was more than 10 meters away, and waved his hands, with a kind face to distance himself from him. Seeing Li Wu slow down, Wang Ji quickly stopped and took a few deep breaths, shouting at the top of his lungs, "He has no bullets. Don't be afraid." Seeing that his true identity was exposed, Li Wu simply raised his shotgun and pointed it at Chinyu with an expressionless face. "How about you try it? Bet whether there are bullets in my gun." Chapter 23. The 3 people hiding in the bushes saw Chinyu being aimed at by a gun. Zhang Yin was anxious to rush out to help Chinyu. Fortunately, Lin Yi was quick and held him down, whispering, "I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Chinyu hasn't given a signal yet. No, he is being aimed at by a gun. Didn't you hear Li Wu say that he wanted Chinyu to bet whether he had bullets in his gun? What if he loses the bet?" Zhang Yin said in a trembling voice. Lin Yi whispered, "If he still had bullets in his gun, why would he be chased by Wang Ji? Wouldn't it be more convenient to solve the problem with one shot?" Zhang Yin heard that, and it was true. He was too anxious and forgot this point, but he was still very puzzled and asked, "Since there are no bullets, why don't you let me go out and help him solve the 2 people? My wounds are healed, and they have no guns. 2 against 2 is no pressure at all." Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him. Her playful little face was very cute, and she said with regret, "Have you ever killed anyone? Can you get over the psychological barrier? They don't look like good people. Maybe they can do anything if they are really pushed." Even though Chinyu was pointed at by a gun, he was very calm. He and Lin Yi thought the same thing. If there were still bullets, why were you running? Although he knew Li Wu's background, Chinyu still pretended to be very flustered and said, "Brother, I was just passing by and I really don't know him. How about we tie up the man behind him and leave him here to die? This way you can save a bullet, right?" Li Wu, who was not very smart, was immediately tricked by Chinyu. He had no bullets in his gun and had been chased by Wang Ji for a long time. He was worried that he could not find a solution, and this solution was delivered to his door. Originally, They had survived well by relying on the supplies they had robbed from Zhang Yin a few days ago, but then something unexpected happened. The cause of the incident started last night. At that time, in addition to the food, there were still a few bottles of wine left. The two thought that it would be a waste not to drink. Anyway, the door was locked and the dead bodies could not come in. It would be okay to get drunk. That night, the two began to drink from the bottle. In the middle of the night, someone couldn't hold it anymore. If they were sober, they would not dare to go out to pee in the middle of the night, but after drinking too much, their brains began to be unclear. As soon as the door opened, they stood at the door and urinated. As a result, they forgot to lock the door. After drinking too much, they began to learn the tricks of the rivers and lakes. After drinking, they smashed bowls. In the silent night, there was only the dead bodies outside and the long night. The sound of the broken bottles seemed to be amplified, attracting the dead bodies. Fortunately, they were very lucky and slept in the inner room, but the supplies were piled outside. In their words, if there were too many dead bodies one day, they would be convenient to move and run away. In this way, the dead bodies outside stepped on all the supplies, and they were all contaminated. The next day, the two woke up, opened the door of the inner room and walked out. They were almost scared to death. There were 3 dead bodies standing on their supplies in the room. The two quickly closed the door and returned to the inner room. After calming down, Wang Ji began to question, who let the dead bodies in? Who didn't close the door last night? Li Wu rubbed his face and said in confusion, I peed in the corner of the room last night. I didn't go out, just over there. Worried that Wang Ji would not believe him, Li Wu pointed to a corner. Wang Ji opened the door and took a peek. He could vaguely see water stains on the ground. Besides Li Wu, there was only him in the room. Seeing that all the supplies were gone, Wang Ji would never admit that it was his mistake. Otherwise, how could he order Li Wu to run errands? He said sternly, Could I make such a mistake? Open the door and go out to pee in the middle of the night? I think you are talking nonsense. Maybe the water stain in the corner is wine. After saying that, Wang Ji took out the hunting rifle inserted in his waistband and swung it casually. This action was nothing more than to tell Li Wu that he should think before speaking and not look at who the gun is on. Looking at Wang Ji's fearless look, Li Wu knew that he could not beat him at the moment, so he said flatteringly, I must have remembered it wrong, Brother Wang. I must have forgotten to close the door last night. Yeah. The answer made Wang Ji very satisfied, and he shouted, Why don't you go and see how much supplies are left outside? But I don't have a weapon, and it's hard to deal with a dead body, Brother Wang. Li Wu hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Ji took a knife from his body and threw it to Li Wu. Use this. Li Wu picked up the knife, opened the door, and was about to go out, but was suddenly kicked by Wang Ji behind him. What are you still hesitating about? Wait until everything is ruined, and I shoot you. Li Wu, who was kicked and almost fell, quickly grabbed the door with his hand to stabilize himself, staring at the ground with a fierce look in his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of a way. He bent down and picked up 2 wine bottles from the ground, knocked them against each other to attract the corpse, and walked closer and closer to Wang Ji's door. Wang Ji, who was watching from the crack of the door, saw that Li Wu led the corpse in the wrong direction, and he shouted angrily, You bastard, you led the corpse in the wrong direction. The door is on the right. Li Wu smiled and said, Yes, it's this direction. He turned around and kicked the door open, smashed the bottle at Wang Ji's feet, and then opened the door on the right and ran out. Seeing the corpse getting closer and closer, Wang Ji didn't care to scold Li Wu, and ran out of the door, as if he had greased his feet. When he ran out, he was too anxious and tripped over the threshold. He fell to the ground, and the shotgun in his hand also slipped out of his hand. As luck would have it, it fell in front of Li Wu. Just as Wang Ji hurriedly got up from the ground, he felt his head was pressed against by a hard object. He looked up and saw the shotgun in Li Wu's hand, pointing at him. Without hesitation, Li Wu pulled the trigger directly. Crack! There is no bullet in the gun. Wang Ji raised his hand with all his strength, picked up the knife, and stabbed Li Wu. Li Wu took a step back to avoid Wang Ji's sneak attack, and then used the knife Wang Ji had just given him to slash his arm. While Li Wu was attacking, Wang Ji continued to stab Li Wu's shoulder. Unfortunately, Wang Ji was stabbed first and felt pain in his hand. His knife was stabbed crookedly, and only scratched Li Wu. After each of them was stabbed, they took a few steps back. Wang Ji stared at Li Wu fiercely. Seeing that he failed to kill him with one blow, Li Wu sneered, You don't have to look at me like that. Who do you think will treat you sincerely in the end of the world? I think you should stop struggling. I can also lead the zombies away with your body to search for supplies. Li Wu remembered that he had found a convenience store before, but the street was full of zombies, and there was no chance to enter. But if he used people to attract the zombies, Li Wu had some confidence that he could rush into the store. There was no food. He saw it when Wang Ji kicked him just now. All the supplies were trampled. Chapter 24. The corpses have viruses, and contaminated food must not be touched again. So the only way to survive is to kill Wang Ji, which is enough to support the search for the next supply. Originally, he planned to use the corpses to contain Wang Ji, and then find an opportunity to kill him, and then deal with the corpses. 3 of them. It should not be impossible for 2 people to cooperate, but Wang Ji just wanted to be lazy, and usually let Li Wu deal with the corpses alone. This also trained Li Wu's ability to kill corpses from another perspective. He had kicked him just now, which undoubtedly increased Li Wu's determination to turn against him. The food was all damaged because of Wang Ji's mistake, which made Li Wu decide to kill him, just when Li Wu was thinking about how to take the opportunity to make another blow. The dead bodies in the house came out again. Seeing this, Li Wu wanted to block Wang Ji and let him be dragged by the dead bodies, but he didn't expect that due to the sound of the fight between the two just now, all the other dead bodies in this area wandered over. Seeing that the number was increasing, Li Wu had to retreat quickly. Wang Ji also took the opportunity to follow Li Wu's steps, and the 2 of them walked one after the other until they met Chinyu. Let Chinyu come closer. Li Wu stretched out a hand and touched him. There was no knife, nothing that could threaten him, so he agreed. Okay, you go over. Li Wu used his gun to signal Chinyu to go over and tie up Wang Ji. Halfway through the walk, Chinyu suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask, "How can I tie him up without a rope?" Li Wu urged, "Go over and grab his hands. I kill him with a knife." Chinyu walked in front of Wang Ji, looked behind him quietly, estimated the distance, and confirmed that Li Wu couldn't hear him. Then he whispered, "Hey, do you want to kill the man behind me? He dared to threaten me with a gun. He is really tired of living." What do you mean by killing?" Wang Ji, who was ready to fight for his life, suddenly heard Chinyu's question of whether to kill him, which made him confused. Chinyu walked forward slowly, saying as he walked, "I will pretend to hold your hand, and then trick him into walking forward. Then you find an opportunity to control him, and then you drop the knife on the ground, and I will pick up the knife and kill him with one blow." "Why should I believe you?" Wang Ji asked directly. "He actually dared to threaten me with a gun. I will never allow anyone to point a gun at me." Chinyu walked closer and closer. "Let's pretend to fight, and then I will tie your hands behind your back." Wang Ji pretended to resist, and since they had discussed it, he was easily subdued by Chinyu. Chinyu hurriedly shouted, "Come on!" Seeing that Chinyu had already controlled Wang Ji, Li Wu picked up the knife and rushed over. When Li Wu entered the 2-meter range, Chinyu directly let go of Wang Ji. Seeing Wang Ji rushing over, Li Wu's pupils shrank and he cursed. Before he could finish, Wang Ji tripped Li Wu with a sweeping kick, and the knife fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Ji rode on Li Wu and put him face down with his hands behind his back. "Brother, pick up the knife and kill him." Wang Ji rode on Li Wu and shouted hurriedly, "Here I come." Chinyu answered, bent down and picked up something from the ground, then took out 2 shoelaces from his arms, rushed to Wang Ji and squatted down. "Brother, I don't dare to kill anyone. How about I help you tie him up, and you do it yourself?" Chinyu had a trick. Wang Ji cursed, "Look at you, you coward. Hurry up and tie him up." Chinyu asked him to put Li Wu's hands together, and then he took out the carrying, while Li Wu struggled desperately, attracting Wang Ji's attention. He was riding on it and cursing Li Wu, and didn't notice that Chinyu tied his and Li Wu's hands together. Just as Wang Ji was cursing, he suddenly found that his hands could not move. He turned around and saw Chinyu looking at him with a smile on his face. "Harmless, you mother." Before he finished speaking, Chinyu picked up the stone he had just picked up from the ground and hit Wang Ji on the back of his head. The force was just right, and Wang Ji saw stars in his eyes. Chinyu quickly took the opportunity to tie the hands of the 2 people tightly, and also folded Li Wu's legs up, and tied his feet together with his own shoelaces, so that the 2 were tied in a very weird posture. Hearing no movement from behind, Li Wu turned his head, and happened to see Chinyu hitting Wang Ji with a stone. He was stunned. "What are these 2 people doing?" After shaking his head slightly, Wang Ji cursed, "What are you doing? Didn't you tell me to tie him up and kill him?" When Li Wu heard this, he laughed and sneered on the ground. "You pig-brained, haven't you figured it out yet? We were both fooled by him." Chinyu kicked Wang Ji, stood up, and waved at the position of Zhang Yin and the others. Wang Ji and Li Wu, who were tied up, were cursing Chinyu, but suddenly saw 3 people coming over, and one of the men was Zhang Yin, who was robbed of supplies and beaten severely, and left there waiting to die. Seeing Zhang Yin, Wang Ji and Li Wu understood what was going on, but they couldn't figure it out. In this apocalypse, they didn't even know each other, so why would Chinyu take the risk to help Zhang Yin subdue them? After all, Wang Ji and Li Wu had scouted the area for a whole day and confirmed that Zhang Yin was acting alone, so they attacked him. Li Wu begged for mercy. "Brother, I will give you double the benefits Zhang Yin gave you. I only ask you to let me go." Chinyu stood aside without saying anything. Zhang Yin rushed forward and kicked one of them. Lin Yi behind him also blocked Xiaoxi's eyes with her hands to prevent her from seeing this scene. "You two definitely didn't expect me to be alive? Robbed my things, stabbed me?" Zhang Yin kicked the two people on the ground with a purple face. Soon, Wang Ji and Li Wu were beaten into pig heads by Zhang Yin, with blue and purple on their faces. Even so, Li Wu was unwilling to ask. "You obviously don't have teammates. We have all found out. Whether there are teammates or not is none of your business." Zhang Yin cursed and kicked Wang Ji to the ground. At this time, Wang Ji wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't say a word. What was the point of Zhang Yin kicking him all the time? Chinyu, who was standing by, saw that Zhang Yin had almost vented his anger, so he stepped forward and told him the reason why he did this. "First of all, Zhang Yin has joined our team and brought his daughter with him. The two people on the ground are enemies with him. The number of corpses has far exceeded that of humans, and the number of survivors is getting smaller and smaller. Although the world has been occupied for a year, the corpses have only exploded in the cities around us for more than a month. It is inevitable that you will meet each other in the future," Chinyu said in a deep voice. Chapter 25. Then, Chinyu continued. "When there is a potential danger, it should be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise a small spark can set the prairie on fire in the future." After that, Chinyu looked at Zhang Yin. "You can deal with these two people by yourself. I advise you not to be soft-hearted, otherwise it is very likely that we will be tied up next time." After that, Chinyu took Lin Yi and Xiaoxi and continued to move forward, leaving Zhang Yin to deal with it himself. After all, he was the one who had the real grudge. Zhang Yin looked at the knife in his hand, and then looked at the two people begging for mercy on the ground, and he was hesitant. Finally, Zhang Yin figured it out. What Chinyu said made sense. If he let them go today, what would he do if he was stabbed in the back next time? Zhang Yin stepped forward and said with a dark face, "I have no grudges against you two. I took you in and gave you food out of kindness. At this doomsday moment, I don't need to say how scarce food is. But you two are so cruel. Not only did you sneak attack me, you even left me in the supermarket, waiting for the corpses to eat me." Wang Ji was still quibbling. "It was Li Wu who suggested to rob you of your supplies. It was all his idea. Please spare my life." Wang Ji, who was kneeling on Li Wu, was so scared that he begged for mercy. "It's useless for me to forgive you. Let them forgive you." Zhang Yin walked up quickly and stabbed the two men in the thighs several times, completely making them unable to walk, and then pointed to the direction where Chinyu and the others came from, where several corpses were coming towards them. The two men, who almost fainted from the pain, looked at the corpses coming from a distance, and were almost scared to death. They kept begging for mercy desperately. Zhang Yin did not stop and continued to cut their hands and arms with a knife, making them unable to even crawl. Then he wiped the knife on the two of them, and got up to follow Chinyu. Not long after, Chinyu, who had slowed down his pace, heard screams from behind. He stopped and looked back. Several dead bodies were lying on top of Wang Ji and Li Wu, digging into their stomachs again and again, stuffing bloody intestines into their mouths, blood all over the ground, and they were eating the two. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi, as a doctor, had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. She just quietly walked forward with Xiaoxi, not letting her look back. Turning around and continuing to walk forward, Chinyu felt very uncomfortable in his heart when he saw this bloody scene. His stomach was churning, and he suppressed his unhappiness. After Zhang Yin came up, he asked, "What do you think?" Chinyu had to ask Zhang Yin what he thought. If he liked this feeling, then he really had to think about his next plan. Watching his daughter jumping and walking in front of Lin Yi, Zhang Yin answered firmly, "If they had only robbed my supplies and hadn't chased me out that day, so that I could take the box of water back to see my daughter, then I wouldn't have really used the corpse to kill people today. Little Eleven's mother died when she was very young and had a terminal illness. I raised her alone. Little 11 looks a lot like her mother. They are simply cut from the same mold. For me, my daughter is my only goal to survive. Well, you did a good job. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself." Chinyu patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder and said approvingly. Chinyu was an orphan who was adopted and raised in an orphanage. For him, the memory of his family did not come until he was 7 years old. That year, a couple who came from abroad to travel adopted him, so that he could go to school and have family care. But the good times did not last long. When he was 12 years old, his adoptive parents' business abroad was affected, and they hurried back to the country. Unexpectedly, they were attacked on the way out of the airport, and no one survived in the car. Fortunately, his adoptive parents paid Chinyu's junior high and high school tuition fees when they left, and left him a little living expenses. They even prepaid the rent for 12 years, so Chinyu didn't have to live on the streets. After graduating from high school, Chinyu stayed in the rental house to take orders during the day and occasionally delivered takeout at night, barely able to support himself until the zombie outbreak. Because he had no family, Chinyu chose to take risks to help Zhang get revenge, because his first words at that time were not to ask Chinyu to save him, but to save his daughter. Several people continued to walk down the road. According to the signs on the road in the past few days, he had a general direction. Chinyu and the others found a bridge pier to sit down and rest, and said slowly, "We came out of Yuzhou City, and have now left the scope of Yuzhou City. Now we are in Jiangli City. Is anyone familiar with this city?" Lin Yi was sitting on the bridge pier and pounding her legs. She was exhausted after walking these days. Hearing Chinyu's words, she shook her head and said, "I have been here for tourism before. At that time, I only went to some scenic spots. There were a lot of people, several times more than Yuzhou City. Are there any food processing factories or large shopping malls? Do you remember where they are?" Lin Yi continued to shake her head. "I used to follow the navigation system, but I can't remember the location." Chinyu nodded. Without power, the navigation system couldn't be used. It seemed that he had to find a map. Zhang Yin then added, "I worked here a few years ago. There are many migrant workers in Jiangli City. The number is indeed far more than that in Yuzhou City. The number of dead bodies may also be far more. I suggest that we go around the edge of the city." Chinyu stood up and looked at the sign in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "We are currently 30 kilometers away from Jiangli City. This is the nearest city, and also the most dangerous city. It should not be a problem to walk on the edge of the city as much as possible." After a brief discussion, everyone ate something to fill their stomachs. There was not much food left, and the rice had been eaten. The remaining food was enough for the next meal for 4 people. That's why Chinyu chose to ask everyone if they were familiar with Jiangli City. When there was really no food, even if there was a group of zombies blocking the way, they had to find a way to bypass it. After walking for about an hour, it was almost dark. The group came to the gate of an abandoned construction site, which looked like an unfinished building. At first glance, there were only some building materials piled up, and the wind and rain had turned them rusty. Pushing the closed iron door of the construction site, Chinyu and his group walked in. There were many shallow puddles on the ground, but Chinyu was quite satisfied. He pointed to the ground and said, "It has rained and made the ground like a swamp. You can see that there are no footprints. There should be no survivors nearby. Let's rest here tonight." Lin Yi and Xiaoxi went to the side to find some drier wood to make a fire. They did not go far. Chinyu reminded them that everyone must move within the sight of others, so that everyone can keep an eye on each other's blind spots to prevent being attacked by the dead. Chapter 26. Chinyu and Zhang Yin placed some steel bars near the door and inserted them into the ground in the shape of an X. These steel bars were basically 2 meters long, just enough to make a simple fence. It was not easy for the dead to pass through this layer of protection. Soon enough wood was collected. Then Chinyu split into 2 groups before dark. Chinyu and Lin Yi were in one group, and Zhang Yin and her daughter were in another group. The 2 groups searched in opposite directions along the fence of the construction site to see if there were any gaps in the fence, so as to determine where to spend the night. Zhang Yin is about the same height as Chinyu. He has served in the army for several years, so he has a good figure. He wears a black t-shirt and his muscular body can be vaguely seen. If he had not been attacked and stabbed first last time, Wang Ji and Li Wu would not have been able to do anything to Zhang Yin. It's just a pity that he trusted strangers too much at that time and almost got into big trouble. Chinyu looks more handsome because he often stays at home. However, due to frequent running around and dealing with dead bodies, Chinyu's spirit has gradually improved and his physical strength is much better than at the beginning. In addition, if they acted together with Lin Yi, the 2 of them could basically escape as long as they did not encounter more than 10 zombies. A few minutes later, the 4 of them met at the fence, and then returned to the location of the wood together. Zhang Yin took Xiaoxi's hand and said, "The fences in the direction we are going are all good, and there are no zombies. Lenny continued, "It's not the case here. There are at least 2 broken entrances that can accommodate a car in and out. It's easy for zombies to pass through." Chinyu continued to add, "There are not so many steel bars to make guardrails. Moreover, although we have not seen zombies near this place along the way, zombies will not get tired. In other words, as long as there is nothing to stop them, they will keep going. It is very likely that zombies will come in at night. It's getting dark, and it's hard to find the next camping site. There are only some plains around, so it's not convenient to take cover. We can't rest on the flat ground here. Let's go to the unfinished building to spend the night." Chinyu picked up the wood on the ground and walked towards the unfinished building. Lin Yi and Zhang Yin each carried a pile of wood, and even Xiaoxi took a few pieces of wood and followed Chinyu towards the unfinished building. They went up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The floor here is not very low, nor is it very high. It is convenient to retreat if there is a problem. Chinyu looked around the edge and decided that this is it. It was getting dark soon. Lin Yi and Xiaoxi stayed here to make a fire, while Chinyu took Zhang Yin to the construction site below and pushed 2 carts, turned them upside down on the stairs, so that the zombies could not come up. The fire was made in a corner, and a large iron bucket was used to burn it, so it would not be easy to make the fire too bright. There was no way to use cardboard as a bed like before. First, it was not easy to carry, and second, it was not convenient to carry it when encountering a dead body, so everyone had been sleeping against a tree or a wall for several days. Chinyu sat cross-legged in front of the fire, fiddling with it with a stick while thinking about something. Zhang Yin had already fallen asleep against the wall with Xiaoxi in his arms. Lin Yi, who was standing by, walked over to Chinyu, found a few bricks and sat down. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Lin Yi asked gently. Chinyu shook his head slightly. "There's not much food left. I don't know how to get through tomorrow. I can't sleep." After spending some time together, although Lin Yi and Zhang Yin had not said anything publicly, the two had already regarded Chinyu as the leader of the team. Basically, they would ask Chinyu for any opinions. In a way, this also doubled Chinyu's pressure. Everyone believes in me and follows me. What if they starve to death? This thought often troubles Chinyu. As if she saw through Chinyu's heart, Lin Yi stretched out her hand and put it on Chinyu's shoulder. She said softly, "The survival of a team has never relied on one person. If you have, eat more. If you don't have, eat less. Persevere and live one day at a time." Chinyu turned his head and looked into Lin Yi's eyes. He couldn't help but say, "What if you follow me and are bitten by zombies one day, will you blame me?" Lin Yi said solemnly, "If that day really comes, it means that we have come a long way. Compared with those who were bitten by zombies on the first day, I have lived so many more days, and I am already satisfied." Before Chinyu spoke, Lin Yi smiled gently and said, "Besides, if it weren't for you, I would have been bitten in the villa area of Yunzhou City. You saved me. Even if the worst result happened in the end, how could I blame you?" But Chinyu wanted to say something else. "Okay, I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't keep thinking about it. Be good." Lin Yi smiled sweetly and got up to rest. She was very tired after walking all day. Chinyu seemed to have made a major decision. The seed of hesitation in his heart was completely settled. After this moment, he completely treated Lin Yi as his family. He got up and went to the place where the luggage was placed. Although the stairs were blocked by a cart downstairs, Chinyu would become more stable after talking with Lin Yi. Taking out the can warning device he had made before, Chinyu picked up a torch, went to the stairs and placed the cans on top, keeping an eye out. The unfinished building Chinyu chose only had one entrance downstairs, and using a cart to block it, and using can warnings was enough to prevent zombies, so they didn't propose to continue taking turns on duty tonight, and everyone fell asleep together. Creak. The fence on the construction site continued to break a hole, and a few canines came in groups. No, they couldn't be called animals, because their fur had fallen off, revealing rotten meat draped outside. The appearance is deep red. If you look closely, you can find that it is all red dyed by blood. The teeth are exposed to the air, and the eyeballs are grayish-white. There are a few corpse dogs. The dead dogs still like to move in groups. There are not many corpse dogs in this wave, only about 8. However, the corpse dogs are different from the dead. The movement speed of the corpse dogs is more than 3 times that of the dead bodies, and the attack power is more ferocious than that of ordinary healthy dogs. Once they find the traces of survivors, unless they are killed, they will chase them until they share the target. After the 8 corpse dogs came in from the fence, they actually moved directly towards the unfinished building. This is because the corpse dogs are extremely sensitive to fire. Even if there is at least a little fire, it can still attract the attention of the corpse dogs, and Chinyu and his people were still sleeping at this time. Little did they know that the threat had come downstairs. Chapter 27. A large corpse dog in front lowered its head and sniffed the ground, then barked at the entrance of the stairs. It seemed to be the leader of this group of corpse dogs. At a command, the other corpse dogs swarmed up and jumped onto the cart. The alertness of many days made everyone still pay attention when sleeping. The barking of dogs from downstairs woke up all three of them immediately. Strange, I seem to hear a dog barking. After waking up, Zhang said in a daze. He was not sure if he heard it wrong. Yeah, I heard it too. It was very quiet, and it seemed to be coming from below. Lenny also heard the sound immediately. Chinyu quickly got up and went to the stairs, secretly looking down. It was very dark, and he couldn't see what was going on. But he could clearly hear something attacking the cart from below, and there were noises from time to time. Walking back to the fire quickly, Chinyu said solemnly, "It was very dark, and I couldn't see what was below, but I also heard a dog barking, but it is very likely that the result is more serious than we thought." "You mean, there's a dog down there, but it could be a dead dog?" Lenny said with a pale face. She was afraid of dogs since she was a child. If it was a dead dog, they would probably be trapped. Chinyu did not answer directly, but picked up a burning firewood, walked to the gap in the stairs, and threw it down. Lin Yi and Zhang Yin also followed Chinyu. When the torch fell down, the three of them saw what it was clearly according to the light of the fire, and they all broke out in cold sweat. Zhang Yin was so frightened that he froze. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Why? Why are there so many corpse dogs?" From the moment the firelight illuminated the room, the three of them saw the corpse dogs below, 8 in total. Even though it was the first time for the three of them to encounter corpse dogs, they understood one thing, that is, the speed of canines is far faster than that of humans. Even if they become zombies, their speed will not decrease. It will even be faster. When they saw the corpse dogs, the people below also saw them, and hit the cart even harder, trying to overturn the cart from the stairs, but fortunately the cart was turned upside down, and was stuck on the stairs. The three of them quickly retracted their bodies, and returned to the fire. Zhang Yin immediately picked up Shui, and everyone immediately ran upstairs. Chinyu raised the torch and led the way, saying as he ran, "Fortunately, we found 2 carts last night, and stacked them on the stairs, which blocked the attack of the corpse dogs. Otherwise, once they rushed up, we would not be able to escape unless we grew wings immediately." Several people ran to the 5th floor, and stopped to rest. Zhang Yin asked, "How do we leave here? If I remember correctly, this unfinished building has not been built yet, and there is only this staircase to go up and down." Chinyu held up a torch and looked around, pointing to the north and said, "Go down from this tree." When he was on the 3rd floor, he noticed that there was a very tall tree, and there was a branch on the top very close to the 5th floor. Lenny held up a torch and walked closer to see that there was a branch a little below, about the thickness of an adult man's thigh. Lenny estimated it and said, "It's not a problem to bear the weight of 2 people at the same time. Just jump over in batches." Chinyu took the lead in demonstrating and jumped over. Fortunately, the distance was not very far. Then Chinyu took Xiaoxi and Lin Yi, and Zhang Yin jumped over by himself. Little 11 lay on Zhang Yin's back, holding his father tightly with his 2 little hands, while Zhang Yin slid down the tree carefully. Because the torch had not been added with some fuel to prolong the burning, it had already gone out. The surroundings began to become very dark, and the moon was also blocked by leaves. Zhang Yin, who had just landed, was about to move forward when he suddenly bumped into Chinyu's back. He was about to ask what happened, but Lin Yi next to him immediately pulled his arm and shook his head to signal him not to speak. Zhang Yin, who didn't know what was going on, took 2 steps and stood next to Chinyu. No wonder Lin Yi asked him to be quiet. It turned out that 2 corpse dogs were gnawing on a zombie just a dozen meters ahead. Chinyu signaled the 2 to retreat, and not to alarm the corpse dogs in front of them. Crack! It was too dark in the middle of the night, so Chinyu did not notice anything under his feet, and he stepped on a piece of broken glass when he retreated. The sound of the broken glass made the 2 corpse dogs raise their heads and stare at Chinyu and the other 2. Watching the corpse dogs' faces becoming increasingly hideous, and their terrifying teeth exposed, Chinyu did not have time to think about it, and yelled and ran, "Retreat!" Several people ran towards the exit, and the corpse dogs chased them closely. It was dark, and Zhang Yin ran in front with Xiaoxi on his back, picking up a stick from the ground while running. Chinyu, who was running with his head down, suddenly felt panic in his heart. He subconsciously turned to the left, and just avoided the attack of the corpse dog behind him. The 2 corpse dogs sandwiched Chinyu in front and behind. Zhang Yin, who was running in front, also subconsciously looked back and saw that the two corpse dogs blocked Chinyu's retreat. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate much, put Xiao 11 down, let Lin Yi take him out first, and he wanted to go back to save Chinyu. Lin Yi didn't refuse, squatted down, carried Xiao 11 on her back and ran outside. She knew that this was not the time to argue about who would save people. Only after they were safe, Chinyu and Zhang Yin could find the right opportunity to deal with the corpse dogs. After leaving his daughter to Lin Yi's care, Zhang Yin quickly ran towards Chinyu. He had to hurry, otherwise if the corpse dog bit Chinyu, he would be too ashamed to see Xiaoxi's mother. If he couldn't even protect himself and his daughter's lifesaver, what was the point of him living? Zhang Yin quickly picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, aimed at the corpse dog and threw it at it, hitting the corpse dog's head with a bang. When Chinyu saw Zhang Yin coming to help, he immediately ran to the side, otherwise, he would be attacked by two corpse dogs at the same time, and it would be impossible to escape. After being hit, the corpse dog went completely crazy and rushed towards Chinyu desperately. It was so fast that it seemed to leave an afterimage in the air. After being hit by Zhang Yin, the corpse dog actually continued to attack Chinyu more fiercely, which was completely beyond the expectations of the two. Chinyu quickly ran to the open space next to him, picked up a half-meter long steel bar next to him, and swung his right hand fiercely behind him. With a muffled sound, the corpse dog behind him was hit. At this time, the other corpse dog had also rushed in front of Chinyu and pounced on Chinyu's upper body. It was too late to react. Chinyu had no way to turn the steel bar in his hand to hit the corpse dog in front of him. At this critical moment, in order to survive, Chinyu's body seemed to burst out with great potential. He threw away the steel bar with his right hand, and then supported the ground. Then Chinyu's upper body fell backwards to the ground, raised his left hand up, and directly grabbed the front leg of the corpse dog flying in the air. After grabbing the front leg of the corpse dog, Chinyu did not hesitate for a second, and used all his strength to smash the corpse dog to the ground, and then immediately raised his left foot, and stepped on the head of the corpse dog. The head of the corpse dog was directly stepped on by Chinyu. Chapter 28. After dealing with the corpse dog in front of him with difficulty, Zhang Yin behind him quickly rushed to Chinyu's side. After being hit by a steel bar by Chinyu, its left front leg was cut off on the spot, but even so, the corpse dog still rushed towards Chinyu. Fortunately, Zhang Yin behind ran over in time, kicked the corpse dog in the abdomen, kicked the corpse dog aside, and then picked up a stone and rushed forward to stab it in the head. After dealing with the two corpse dogs in front of him, Chinyu suddenly heard the sound of running from another direction. Without time to rest, Chinyu directly pulled Zhang Yin and ran to the door. Run! The 8 corpse dogs should have heard our movements. The two ran out desperately, wishing they could grow another pair of legs. Lin Yi, who was hiding at the door with Xiaoxi, saw Chinyu and the others running out, and immediately stood up and shouted, "Chinyu, this way! There are a bunch of iron barrels here, you can hide on them." Hearing Lin Yi shout, the two hurried over. Lin Yi, who ran outside first, sent Xiaoxi to the 3rd layer of iron barrels. Then Lin Yi quickly took out a few clothes from his backpack, tore them into strips, and smeared them along the mouth of the iron barrels to facilitate ignition later, then put the clothes into a line, put some wood on it, and squatted aside to take out matches and get ready. When she saw Chinyu and the others running out, she immediately stood up and shouted a few times, then used a match to light the ball-like clothes. Because the clothes were stained with oil stains on the iron barrel, they were quickly ignited, forming a small fire line. After lighting, Lin Yi quickly climbed onto the iron barrel, then reached out and pulled Chinyu and the other two up. As soon as they sat on the 3rd layer of the iron barrel, the corpse dogs rushed in front of him. Fortunately, Lin Yi used fire to block the corpse dogs. Although the corpse dogs were very sensitive to fire, they would not jump into the fire. They just stared at Chinyu and the other 4 on the other side of the fire line. Well done! Chinyu turned around and praised Lin Yi. He was surprised that she could think of such a way to temporarily stop the corpse dogs. Zhang Yin held his daughter in his arms to prevent her from accidentally falling off the iron bucket. He was also very surprised. How did Lin Yi think of this method? He praised, "Lin Yi, how did you know that the firelight can scare away the corpse dogs? Have you encountered corpse dogs before?" Lin Yi was a little happy to be praised by the two, especially by Chinyu. She said calmly, "Just now on the 3rd floor, when Chinyu threw the torch down, the corpse dogs that were close to it did not dare to come forward, but the corpse dogs on the other side that were far from the torch were not affected and continued to attack the cart. Luckily you noticed this detail." Chinyu sighed. Lin Yi continued, "What should we do next? The fire won't last long. The 3rd floor here is not very high. The corpse dogs may be able to jump up. Looking at the surrounding environment, Chinyu couldn't think of any good solution. The iron barrel where they were located happened to be between the entrance of the construction site and the unfinished building, about 10 meters away from the entrance. If there were zombies below, then a few people could run over this distance, but in front of the corpse dogs, even if it was only 5 meters, he had no confidence to outrun the corpse dogs. Let's see what weapons we have left. Chinyu planned to see if their weapons could deal with the corpse dogs for a short time. Mine is a fruit knife, the one I gave you before, Lenny said truthfully. She had always carefully carried this knife with her, and checked it every day. I still have. It's over, my knife is gone. Zhang touched his clothes, but found that they were empty. When Zhang retreated from the factory, he brought a small knife for cutting vegetables in the kitchen to prevent accidents. It should have fallen when running up the unfinished building. He thought about it carefully and said, "It's okay, your knife is only enough to kill zombies. It's too short to kill corpse dogs," Chinyu said frankly. "My wooden spear also fell. It should have fallen when I got down from the tree. There were too many leaves at that time that blocked the moonlight, and I didn't notice it at all." Chinyu brought 2 weapons in total, a knife about 30 centimeters long and a wooden spear. Now there are 3 people and 2 weapons. It's a bit difficult. "Why don't we run separately? Maybe we can get away," Zhang said. "No, the zombie dogs are too fast. If these 8 zombie dogs were not too far away from us, we would have been caught up before we even reached the iron barrel," Chinyu said, as he looked at the fire below which was getting smaller and smaller. "Is it really here that we will die today?" Chinyu was unwilling to accept it. He found it hard to accept that he was bitten by zombie dogs instead of zombies. Just when they were at a loss, suddenly, a bow and arrow pierced the air, with a piece of zombie meat tied to the arrowhead, and landed in the middle of the zombie dogs. With a bang, a corpse dog came forward to tear the tied zombie meat, pulled the fuse, and the bow and arrow exploded directly, killing a corpse dog instantly. There are 7 left. The 4 people sitting on the iron barrel stared at the corpse dog on the ground. They couldn't figure out where the bow and arrow came from, and how this bow and arrow could explode. Before they could figure it out, the second bow and arrow continued to fly over. This arrow accurately hit a corpse dog's head, and it collapsed to the ground instantly. There are 6 left. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the gate. Chinyu looked closely, and saw that the man had a short haircut, wore a waistcoat, and there were traces of tattoos on his shoulders. He held a recurved bow in his hand, and ran over here, while shooting an arrow, and shouting at the same time. "What are you still standing there for? Run over here." Oh. Chinyu pushed one of the 3 layers of iron barrels down, and used it to disperse the position of the corpse dogs. Then several people quickly jumped down from the back, and ran desperately towards the man. "Next, use this." When the man saw Chinyu and his men approaching, he took out a machete from his back, and threw it on the ground in front of Chinyu. Chinyu took a step forward and picked up the machete, and immediately said, "You 2 go out first, I will cover him." After trotting a few steps to Lin Yi's back, Chinyu picked up the machete, and fiercely attacked the corpse dog that was chasing him. He directly chopped off the head of the corpse dog that was running in front. Because he was too close, after chopping off the neck of the corpse dog, a stream of extremely smelly blood spurted out directly. Chinyu quickly stopped and raised his left hand to cover his mouth and nose. If the corpse dog's blood entered his mouth, he might be infected. Although he blocked the sprayed corpse dog blood with his hands in time, a lot of it was still stained on Chinyu's clothes, but he didn't have time to think about anything else, because the remaining 5 corpse dogs all rushed over at this time. Chapter 29. Seeing that Chinyu was about to be overwhelmed by the remaining 5 corpse dogs, the man next to him did not hesitate, put the bow on his back, and then took out the revolver on his waist with his right hand, and shot the corpse dog in front of him. Taking advantage of the few seconds the man bought, Chinyu hurried to the door. He was not naive enough to think that he could use a machete to deal with the remaining corpse dogs. After killing a corpse dog, the man fired 3 more shots in succession. Although these 3 shots did not kill the corpse dogs, they also temporarily hindered their pace of attack. The 2 hurried to the door. Zhang and Linyi had already taken down a few of the steel bars that were stuck in the door, just enough for the 2 to pass through the door. After running out, Chinyu and the man used the steel bars to stick into the ground again, and then they quickly ran out. After running a few hundred meters, it was almost dawn, and they came to an open space. Everyone collapsed on the ground and gasped. After a brief rest, Chinyu calmed his breathing, walked up to the man and said, "Thanks, brother, thanks for your help." The man sat on the ground, took out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff and said comfortably, "You're welcome, we are all on the run. We should all take care of each other. Then he threw another cigarette to Chinyu. Chinyu took the cigarette and was about to say something, when he suddenly heard a female voice with a slight complaint from the left. Brother, I have told you several times not to smoke outside. Did you ignore my words? Hearing his younger sister's voice, the man quickly put the cigarette on the ground and put it out, then put it in the cigarette box, stood up and said shamelessly, It's because the little brother asked me if I had a cigarette, so I took it out and lit one. The man directly put the blame on Chinyu. Chinyu smiled bitterly, and did not explain. After all, the man had just saved a group of people, so he could take the blame. A girl with short hair and a sweet face came over, first rolled her eyes at her brother, and then smiled at Chinyu and said, Brother, we are in the wild here, there may be corpse dogs, they are very sensitive to fire, and even burning cigarettes, so it's best not to smoke outside. Chinyu also smiled back and said, I don't smoke, don't worry about that. Seeing that his excuse was exposed, the man pretended not to see his sister's angry eyes, and immediately stood beside Chinyu, took the cigarette from Chinyu's arms, and said casually, It's a good thing that you don't smoke. It doesn't matter if you don't smoke this cigarette. Lin Yi and Zhang Yin also came over, and they expressed their gratitude to the man, thanking him for his help. The man waved his hand, indicating that you're welcome. What a cute little sister. Come here, sister, give me a hug. Yang Zi didn't have time to be angry with her brother. When she saw Lin Yi, Zhang Yin, and the other two coming, she immediately saw Lin Yi holding Xiaoxi's hand, and quickly walked up to hug the little girl. Xiaoxi was held in Yang Zi's arms, and she praised her sensibly. Sister, you are also very beautiful. Looking at the joyful atmosphere of several people, everyone laughed. Let's go first. It's still a little far from the construction site. Let's go a little further. The man put away his frivolousness, and said with a serious face. Yeah. Yang Zi responded, and then led the way outside. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chinyu, you for island, the girl is Lin Yi, the so-called Ren, Yi for the other side of the water, the man next to him is Zhang Yin, Yin for invisibility, and the little girl is his daughter, Xiao Yi. Chinyu took the lead in introducing himself. The man responded, and casually said, Just call me Dazhuang, the one in front is my sister, Yang Zi, Yang for Bayberry. Yang Zi smiled at Lin Yi on the side, and said, Lin Yi, are you a family? Ah? Lin Yi, who was concentrating on walking, was asked a question by Yang Zi for the first time. She was stunned for a moment, and then blushed and said, Am I that old? Yang Zi, don't talk nonsense. What are you talking about? What do you mean the whole family is here? Dazhuang, who was walking behind, scolded. After Yang Zi realized that he had said the wrong thing, he hurriedly stepped forward and took Lin Yi's wrist, and said sincerely, No, Sister Lin, you are so beautiful, your skin is white, your eyes and nose are so beautiful, you don't look old at all. I just wanted to ask if you and Chinyu are a couple. Hearing this, Lin Yi became even more shy, and turned her head slightly backwards, glanced at Chinyu inconspicuously, and said with a slightly red face, We are not a couple. We also met while escaping, and he saved me. Wow. A hero saves a beauty. Not bad, Chinyu. Yang Zi turned around with a smile, walked backwards, and gave Chinyu a thumbs up. Chinyu smiled, but did not respond. Dazhuang raised his elbow, and poked Chinyu, explaining for his younger sister, Don't get me wrong, she has always been so carefree and easy to talk to. Chinyu shook his head slightly, and said softly, This kind of personality is sometimes good. Even if you are in the end of the world, you don't have to be afraid of walking alone. You will have friends to accompany you wherever you go. Yes, sometimes I think, if I am gone one day, she must be very happy. Yang Zi, who was walking in front, heard his brother's words, stopped and lowered his head and said, What are you talking about, brother? We agreed that we will not separate until the earth breaks. Oh! Look at my memory, I'm talking nonsense again. Dazhuang laughed quickly. The few of them walked for about an hour, and came to a small pavilion, where they stopped to rest. Your bow is good. Your archery is also very accurate. Zhang Yin, who was standing aside, looked at the recurved bow that Dazhuang carried on his back, and suddenly praised him. Of course, my brother used to be the national archery champion. Yang Zi took a sip of water, and said immediately, his face full of pride. Wow, so amazing. Lin Yi also praised sincerely. Dazhuang laughed, It used to be, but now I can barely protect my little sister with archery. It can be said that you raise an army for 1,000 days, and use it for a moment. Even Chinyu had to admit it, and said, You are really amazing. If you hadn't shot twice on the construction site just now, One arrow accurately landed in the middle of the corpse dog, and one arrow directly hit the head. We would have had a hard time running away. I have been encountering corpse dogs recently, and I have become more accurate after a while. It's nothing. De Zhuang was rarely a little modest. Being praised by so many people at once really made him a little embarrassed. Chapter 30. Yang Zi, who was sitting next to him and resting, suddenly thought of something. She patted her thigh and said, "Have you never joined a survivor community?" "Survivor community? What is that?" Lenny asked curiously. "It is a survival base organized by a group of survivors. Supplies are distributed by a special person. Every 4 people can apply for a house to live in, but one person needs to be sent to join the search team or the cleanup team," De Zhuang added. "This is the first time I have heard of this kind of existence. We have only encountered a few survivors since we left the city. You are the 3rd batch," Chinyu said. "My brother and I joined the search team, and my brother joined the cleanup team." Yang Zi continued. "What do the search team and cleanup team mean? To clean up the garbage?" Lin Yi didn't quite understand. Not only Lin Yi didn't understand, Chinyu and Zhang Yin were also confused. Yang Zi stood up and walked back and forth, saying as he walked, "The search team goes out to search for supplies. The targets of these searches are not just food, water, etc. As long as everything that cannot be reproduced can be brought back to the survivor community by the searchers. Our community elders will provide material coins of equal value based on the value of the materials found by each group, and these material coins can be exchanged for other items at the trade fair once a month." Dazhuang whispered to Chinyu quietly, "As long as you have enough material coins, you can exchange for anything, even asking other women to be your wife." Dazhuang looked at Chinyu with a smirk. Yang Zi saw her brother's appearance and guessed what he was talking about without thinking. She quickly walked up and kicked Dazhuang, then turned to Chinyu and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The marriage between 2 people is based on love. Although some people wanted to buy in this way in the past, our boss banned it." Dazhuang, who was hit, hugged his foot painfully and said, "You can talk, but can you stop kicking me all the time? How can I find you a sister-in-law after my leg is broken?" Hearing his brother's complaints, Yang Zi just stuck out his tongue and went back to sit next to Lin Yi. "I don't know who is the brother and who is the sister between us," Dazhuang grumbled in frustration. The whole family spoiled his little sister since she was a child, and never took him, the older brother, seriously. He couldn't even bear to hit his little sister, but his sister always kicked him. Chinyu, who was sitting next to him, quickly changed the subject. "What does the cleaning team do?" Hearing this, Dazhuang said seriously, "The cleaning team is responsible for accompanying the search team to search for supplies, and killing zombies when they encounter them. They are basically responsible for carrying weapons, and the search team is responsible for avoiding zombies and finding ways to obtain supplies. Usually, there are 3 people in a group, 2 search team members, and 1 cleanup team member, and the cycle is 3 days." Chinyu looked at Dazhuang, who was carrying a bow, a machete, and a revolver on his waist, and suddenly realized, "I guess Dazhuang should be a member of the cleanup team?" Dazhuang replied with a smug look on his face, "Of course, your Dazhuang is not only handsome, but also very strong. Normally, 5 zombies can't get close to me. But why are there only 2 of you?" Zhang Yin asked. Yang Zi answered this question. She said with a smile, "Because there are fewer and fewer people in the survivor community recently, many people can't stand the small amount of food they get every day. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies just broke out not long ago, many people chose to go out and work alone." "Oh, wouldn't it be better to share food every day? At least you don't have to go out and fight for your life." Lin Yi was puzzled. It should be that those people can find a lot of food when they are outside. After bringing it back to the survivor community, they can share some of it with them every day, so they are psychologically unbalanced and dissatisfied with the status quo. Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "Snap, that's right, Chinyu is right." Yang Zi snapped his fingers and said, "If you ask me, those people are just looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. If the food is eaten up in a few days, what will they do if they can't find it in the future? Just starve to death?" Yang Zi continued, she really didn't understand why those people didn't know how to take a long-term view. Maybe they think that after falling asleep tonight, maybe the first thing they see when they wake up tomorrow may be a zombie. In that case, they might as well enjoy it now. De Zhuang sighed and said. After a moment of silence, Yang Zi stood up and said excitedly, "Do you have a place to go? Do you want to follow us and join the boss?" Chinyu shook his head. "I don't have a place to go, I go wherever I want. Do you want to follow me? Let me think about it. Joining the survivor community is a good choice." Chinyu was a little tempted, But he did not agree directly. Instead, he stood up and called Lin Yi and Zhang Yin aside, and the three of them discussed it. What do you think? Join their community, or continue to go? It may be more dangerous next. We may encounter more zombies, or even more types of animal zombies. Chinyu was the first to speak. Zhang Yin turned his head and looked behind him. Yang Zi was teasing Xiaoxi and laughing. Looking at his daughter's smile, he said frankly, "In the past few days, except for the few days in the factory, I was basically worried and frightened. Last night, something almost happened." Although Xiaoxi was very sensible and didn't cry, when I held her on the iron barrel, she couldn't help shaking. As a father, he blamed himself for letting his daughter get scared. Lenny also nodded and said, "Xiaoxi is still just a little girl after all. You tell her how cruel the zombies are and how scary the zombie dogs are, and she will find it hard to understand. It's great that she can't cry or make a fuss when she encounters zombies. If it's like this every day, not only Xiaoxi, but even we will find it unbearable." Chinyu hummed. From the brief contact, Dazhuang and his sister Yangzi are good people. It's hard for ordinary people to pretend to like children. At least for now, Yangzi likes Xiaoxi very much, and Xiaoxi also likes Yangzi. Chinyu expressed his opinion. Then let's join their survivor community first. If nothing else, at least they have guns, and we don't even have a longer knife. After the three of them finished their discussion, they returned to the pavilion. How about it? Do you want to go with us? Yangzi looked at the three people who came back, stood up and asked expectantly. She really liked Xiaoxi and Lin Yi, and wanted to take care of them more. Chapter 31. Okay. The three of them nodded at the same time. Yeah. Yangzi smiled happily. Yangzi took Xiaoxi to his brother and said, "Let's go, brother. Let's go get our things and go back to the community." Okay. Dazhuang was also very happy that Chinyu and the others joined in. After all, there were very few people in the community cleaning team now. He basically ran outside every day and was almost exhausted. But in order to make his sister live better in the community, he accepted the arrangements of the boss without regrets every day. Now, there are new people in the community, and at least one of Chinyu and Zhang Yin will join the cleanup team, so he doesn't have to run out every day, which is a good thing anyway. Do you have anything else stored somewhere else? I thought you just came out and didn't find any supplies. Chinyu asked. Several people walked towards the place where Dazhuang and Yangzi piled up supplies. Dazhuang said, as he walked, "It happens that today is the third day since we came out. The things we found before were all placed in a truck in a parking lot over there. This time we were lucky and found a whole truck of supplies, a lot of canned food and water. This time we can exchange for a lot of supply coins when we go back." Dazhuang rubbed his palms as he walked, wishing he could fly back immediately. "Tell me about your boss. What kind of person is she?" Chinyu still wanted to ask more questions. Dazhuang led the way in front, thought for a while, and then said, "The boss, she is very powerful. The zombies in this city broke out earlier than the next city. Not long after, the boss established a community, which is a villa area on the outskirts of the city, with a total of dozens of villas. She brought 10 people at the time, and directly cleared the zombies in the villa area. Later, the boss took in some children and women first. Then, there was not enough food to go around, so we had to go out to look for food. The first few times were not smooth. Only some of the people who went out could come back, and there would always be 4 or 5 people who would be attacked." Dazhuang continued. "At that time, we were not divided into search teams and cleanup teams like we are now. Basically, more than a dozen people went out together. Although it was safer to have more people, sometimes it was inconvenient to evacuate because we were crowded in the house. Later, the boss came up with a plan to set up 2 groups. The search group will select those with better eyesight, and who are familiar with the surrounding cities." Dazhuang patiently explained while leading the way. He was really happy that Chinyu and the others could join, so he basically explained it in detail. The cleanup group will be those who can survive alone in the wild and at least clean up zombies, and it is best if they are very familiar with the search team. Chinyu asked in confusion, "Very familiar? Why is there such a requirement? Is it to avoid embarrassment when going out for the first time?" Yang Zi, who was walking behind, answered, "No, it's because if 2 of the 3 people have a good relationship, they will not choose to abandon their teammates when they go out to search for supplies. Because there was an incident before. When a group went out, the search team members were too scared and were surrounded by zombies. They rushed directly and caused the cleanup team members to fall and be bitten. At that time, another member of the search team happened to see this. At that time, this group was composed of 3 people who had just met. None of the three knew each other's background. When faced with a life-and-death situation, teammates could only be used as bait, Dajwang said in a low voice. Because the person from the cleaning team, who was left behind, was his only friend besides his sister. At that time, Dajwang was sent out by another team to look for supplies. When he returned to the community, he did not see his friend. 3 people went out, but only one person came back. This made Dajwang feel very strange. Later, after Dajwang asked that person, he got the answer that his friend and another member of the search team were blocked by the zombies in a dead end. When he arrived, he just saw 2 people being bitten, so he had to choose to leave. Although Dajwang felt that he was bitten by a zombie, he could not blame this person and did not say much. However, when he asked who was bitten first, he said that they were bitten at the same time. At this time, both Dajwang and their boss became suspicious. Because, when he just returned to the community, the staff on duty at the door subconsciously asked him, "Where are the other 2 people?" At that time, he said that one person was bitten, and the other was blocked in a dead end by the zombies. There were too many zombies, and he couldn't see the situation clearly. After he got suspicious, the boss asked his confidant to send some supplies to this person, saying that he was grateful for bringing the supplies back to the community at the risk of his life. The confidant also pretended to bring a bottle of wine, and after getting him drunk, he got the location of the incident from him. After getting the location, Dajwang took the initiative to ask for a search. When he finally arrived by car, he found that there was no blood in the dead end, which was completely inconsistent with the situation described at the time. After all, if they were attacked by a group of zombies, there would be blood on the ground everywhere. Dajwang was worried and walked around the place, but he met another search team member who was supposed to be bitten. After careful investigation, Dajwang realized that the person who escaped back to the community had left them and drove away alone. Because when they entered the pharmacy, there were more than a dozen zombies inside, but for a cleaning team member, as long as they dealt with them one by one, they could easily solve the problem without any pressure. However, when the 3 of them entered, they did not expect that there was a zombie hiding behind the door. The little man was immediately startled, and the zombies rushed out from behind the door. He subconsciously stepped back, knocking Dajwang's friend to the ground, and he rushed out of the door directly, completely ignoring his teammate, who was knocked down by him. Hearing this, Dajwang sat in the car, clenched his fists tightly, stared at the steering wheel with cold eyes, and asked, "Then what?" The search team member who survived the co-pilot said, after seeing him fall to the ground, "The sound he made instantly attracted the attention of all the zombies, and they all walked towards your friend. At this time, I just rushed in to save him, and the door was closed by that grandson." Although the cleanup team was very capable of killing zombies, they had no way to deal with more than a dozen zombies at the same time. The search team member choked and said, "We too fought hard to kill all the zombies. When we opened the door again, that grandson had already driven away. After calming down, I found that your friend was unfortunately bitten in the abdomen when fighting with the zombies, and I was also bitten in the arm." Hearing this, Dajwang turned his head to look at him, and then he found that the front half of his left sleeve was empty. "Fortunately, we entered a pharmacy with first aid tools. Your friend managed to cut off my arm and treated my wound, so I survived. And your friend was bitten in the abdomen, and there was no way to save him." Speaking of this, the search team member on the side was completely in tears. Chapter 32. Dajwang raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Without saying anything, he just started the car and drove back to the community. As soon as he got out of the car, Dajwang, with a livid face, rushed directly to the door of the man who killed his friend and banged hard on the door. "Who is it? Why are you banging in the broad daylight?" the bald man who was sleeping inside yelled. As soon as the door opened, Dajwang raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him down. He took another step forward and stepped on his face, pressing the bald man's head hard on the floor and rubbing it, cursing, "You dog! You are so brave that you even dare to cheat my friend, right?" The bald man wanted to get up, but couldn't do anything because Dajwang was 1.8 meters tall and as muscular as a bull. He was totally incomparable to him. Although he couldn't get up, he refused to admit defeat. He shouted, "What are you talking about? What does your friend being bitten by a zombie have to do with me? Don't wrongly accuse a good person, I tell you." Hearing this, Dajwang became even angrier. He squatted down and grabbed his collar with one hand, and lifted him up with one hand, and pushed him against the wall. He spat on his face and cursed, "You beast, you still have the nerve to say that. Today I will avenge him and send you to hell." After saying this, Dajwang threw him at the door. Then he picked up the solid wood table weighing more than 100 kilograms, aimed at the bald man on the ground, and prepared to smash him on the head without much hesitation. "Stop!" A cold shout came, and the table that Dajwang raised suddenly stopped in midair. At this time, he couldn't listen to anyone's words, but he had to listen to the boss's words, because she saved him and his sister. When Dajwang came over and knocked on the door aggressively, the neighbor next door felt something was wrong and ran to call the boss. When the boss heard what Dajwang was doing, he guessed something. Dajwang went out to investigate the death of his friend, and when he came back, he went to find the only man who survived. He knew that there must be something strange about the death of Dajwang's friend. The boss ran over in a hurry, and saw Dajwang holding up the solid wood table from a distance of more than 10 meters. She was so anxious that she shouted and stopped Dajwang's next move. Seeing Dajwang throw the table aside and kick it twice, the boss secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she caught up. If someone was killed in the house, wouldn't the house be full of blood? She didn't want the community she worked so hard to build to be polluted by blood. She stepped over the man on the ground and brought Dajwang out of the house. Then she instructed her confidant to control the man on the ground, and then she asked Dajwang what the reason was. Dajwang told the boss everything, then left a few words and turned away. "In the future, when we go out to search for supplies, I will only be with my sister. As for this bastard who betrayed his teammates, you can do whatever you want." According to his temper, if this person betrayed his friend and survived without being discovered by him, it would be fine. Once he knew, there would be only one outcome, and he would die to apologize. Looking at Dajwang's figure going away, looking at this man who made a lot of contributions to the development of the community, she already had the answer in her heart. After all, the person kneeling in front of her had just joined the community. The first time they went out to search for supplies, they killed the earliest people in the community. Her original intention was to use these old teammates to lead 2 people each, so that they could gradually grow up, but she never thought that this move would kill her former teammates. Looking coldly at the bald man kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, the boss did not hide his disgust and said with disdain, "Take him with me." Then the boss took his confidant, and the bald man, and drove away from the community. Everyone in the community looked at each other, and no one knew what would happen next. It was dark when the boss drove back to the community with his confidant, parked at the door of Dajwang's house, opened the door and walked in. Looking at Dajwang and Yangzi who were sitting on the sofa without saying a word, the boss spoke. "I have dealt with that person, and I will never let him die easily. I am also very guilty and sorry that such a person appeared in the community." The boss expressed his apologies to Dajwang. Afterwards, the boss called everyone to the square and set up several regulations focusing on this incident. When you go out to look for supplies in the future, besides zombies, the only people who can accompany you are your teammates. At the critical moment, they are the ones who can save your life. If anyone dares to be like that person today, who loses his composure in the face of danger and causes the death of his teammates, then I promise that unless you have the guts to hide outside for the rest of your life, once you are caught by me, your fate will be worse than being bitten to death by zombies. In addition, when you form a team to look for supplies in the future, those who know each other will be assigned to the same team first, and then disband. From then on, it was rare for teammates to die when searching for supplies. Although the supplies found were less, at least the chances of survival were much greater. However, some people gradually became dissatisfied with the distribution of supplies, and chose to leave the community. The boss never forced them to stay. Whether to leave or stay was entirely voluntary. In this way, the community began to settle down until Dajwang and Yangzi met Chinyu and his men. Seeing Dajwang's lost look, Chinyu did not disturb him until they arrived at the truck. When he arrived in front of the truck, Dajwang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he had been distracted for so long. He gently touched the knife on his waist, then suppressed his emotions in his heart and said with a smile, "I'm so tired after walking for so long. Let's go." "Drive back." He opened the door and got in. Parked in front of him was a white medium-sized van with a back seat, just enough for a few people to sit in. Starting the car, Dajwang said with a smile, "Take this box of supplies back and exchange it for supply coins. At the trade fair, we can exchange it for a motorcycle and a lot of fresh vegetables and pork." Sitting in the passenger seat, Yangzi watched her brother talk about his next plan without a care in the world. She knew that her brother was pretending to be happy in order not to worry her. After all, the bow she was holding was a gift from her brother's good friend who had found it outside. After driving for about 2 hours, they stopped in front of a bridge. Yangzi looked at the situation in front of her and said with a slightly changed face, "When we came here, the bridge was fine. Why is there a crack now?" Dajwang stopped the car, walked forward and looked at the bridge, sighed and said, Look at the muddy river water under the bridge. It must be a heavy rainstorm upstream. After the river flooded, it hit the bridge and caused cracks. What should we do? This bridge is a dangerous bridge. Such a large truck may not be able to drive across safely. Zhang Yin looked at the crack that was almost 2 fingers wide and frowned. Just when Chinyu was about to persuade Dazhuang to take a detour, there was a sudden lightning and thunder, and the sky darkened immediately. The next second, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. Chapter 33. Seeing the heavy rain, Chinyu quickly said, "Let's take a detour. It's not safe here. This bridge can't bear the weight of this truck." "No, if we take a detour, we will have to drive at least dozens of kilometers more, and the car's fuel is running low. You guys run over the bridge quickly, I will drive across the bridge alone." Dazhuang did not choose to take a detour. They did not find gasoline this time. If they took a detour, then if they still couldn't find gasoline next time, this batch of supplies would have to be left in the wild. As time goes by, it is inevitable that other survivors will find this car, and then it may be stolen. Chinyu persuaded them a few times, but Dazhuang just sat in the driver's seat and urged them to cross the bridge quickly. Yang Zi pulled Lenny away. She knew how important this batch of supplies was to her brother. Just by exchanging the food with the supply coins, her brother, and she would not have to go out for 3 months, and they could also get a motorcycle they had been dreaming about. "Let's go!" Dazhuang said quickly. Watching the others run across the bridge, Dazhuang quickly started the car and drove towards the bridge. As soon as the car body pressed on, Chinyu saw the bridge sway slightly. Dazhuang also noticed the change of the bridge. Without thinking too much, he stepped on the accelerator and planned to rush over directly. Just when driving to the middle of the bridge began to shake violently. Dazhuang stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove forward quickly. Just when it was about to leave the bridge, a tree on the mountain next to it suddenly fell down. Although the tree did not hit the car, it brought down a large rock, which happened to stop at the rear wheel position of the vehicle. Dazhuang saw the rear wheel was stuck by a stone from the rearview mirror. He was so angry that he slapped the steering wheel and cursed, and then he opened the car door and jumped out to move the stone. Chinyu stepped forward quickly and got to the rear wheel position before Dazhuang. While moving the stone, he said, "Hurry up and start the car. I will hold the back door and follow you later." "Okay." Dazhuang shouted that it was not suitable to shirk responsibility at this time, and he had to leave the bridge quickly. The rain was getting heavier, and the sky was getting darker. Thunder began to thunder intermittently, and the violent storm came like a beast. "Chinyu, be careful." Lin Yi, who was standing on the roadside, shouted worriedly. Seeing Chinyu pushing the stone with difficulty, Zhang Yin rushed to help. Seeing this, Chinyu hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over. The bridge can't bear it." As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu used all his strength to move the stone away from the rear wheel, and immediately raised his thumb to the rearview mirror. The driver was always staring at Chinyu's big house in the driver's seat. At this time, he stepped on the accelerator, and the truck immediately drove forward. Chinyu hurried to the back door of the car, stood on it with both feet, and held the back door with both hands. Suddenly, a fist-sized stone collapsed from the mountain and hit Chinyu's back accurately. The severe pain made Chinyu subconsciously cover his lower back with his left hand, and the bridge deck suddenly began to collapse at this time. The shaking caused by the collapse in front made Chinyu unable to hold the back door with one hand, and the truck was desperately driving towards the road. Dazhuang drove the truck off the bridge with difficulty, and the next second the bridge was directly washed away by the flood, so he quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car and shouted to the back, "Chinyu, are you okay?" "Chinyu?" Dazhuang was soaked by the heavy rain, and it was difficult to walk back. He grabbed the door handle with one hand and shouted loudly to the back door of the car. Lin Yi, who was waiting on the roadside, didn't see Chinyu's reply for a long time. She broke free from Yang Zi's hand and ran towards the truck. "Lin Yi, be careful not to go over there." Yang Zi stamped his feet anxiously and hurriedly chased after him. Passing Dazhuang's figure, Lin Yi grabbed the bottom of the truck and moved back step by step. When she came to the back door of the car, she saw the scene in front of her. Her legs softened instantly, and she knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Chinyu!" Yang Zi, who caught up with her, quickly grabbed Lin Yi's figure. She looked at the back door of the car. Where was Chinyu? Not even a shadow can be seen. Dazhuang looked at Lin Yi's actions and felt something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted to his little sister, "What's going on? Where's Chinyu?" Yang Zi turned around and said palely, "There's no one behind the car. Chinyu is gone." At this time, Lin Yi's eyes were full of tears. She screamed Chinyu's name with red eyes, but in front of the rain and lightning, she seemed so small. Fuck. De Zhuang cursed, and looked at the scene on the hillsides on both sides. It was already very dangerous. If he didn't evacuate, he would be buried alive here. He rushed forward and pulled his younger sister and Lin Yi to the front door. Yang Zi quickly took Lin Yi into the car. De Zhuang yelled at Zhang Yin, "Get in the car! The mountains on both sides are going to collapse." After Zhang Yin got in the car, De Zhuang stepped on the accelerator and rushed out like a cheetah. The rear wheels just left, and the next second the place where they just stopped was buried by gravel. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the back seat, asked anxiously with red eyes, "Where is Chinyu? Are you not waiting for Chinyu?" De Zhuang whispered to Lin Yi, "The bridge collapsed. That place is also buried. I will open this road first, and Yangzi will drive you back to the community later, and I will go back to find him." "Chinyu is missing?" Zhang Yin said in a trembling voice. Seeing that Lin Yi's eyes were red from crying, Zhang Yin understood, and he quickly shouted, "Stop the car! Chinyu must be found." Yang Zi on the side also shouted, "Brother, the distance here is enough. I will drive Lin Yi and the others back first, and you and Zhang Yin will go to find Chinyu." Yang Zi understood that Chinyu disappeared because he wanted to prevent the materials from falling off the bridge. Even if he had to abandon the cargo, he could not leave Chinyu there. De Zhuang stopped the truck and said in a deep voice, "You drive, Yang Zi, take them back first." Zhang Yin and Lin Yi in the back seat were about to open the door and jump down. De Zhuang slapped the door shut and whispered, "It has collapsed over there, Lin Yi, you can't follow me anymore. If you are in danger, how should we explain to Chinyu?" Some time ago, when his sister secretly asked Lin Yi if she and Chinyu were lovers, Chinyu turned his head to talk to him and didn't notice Lin Yi's action at all, but De Zhuang saw Lin Yi secretly turning her head to look behind. As a brother, he understood the little girl's mind. She must have a good impression of Chinyu, but she just hadn't broken the window paper yet. So he couldn't let Lin Yi get into danger again. Lin Yi, who was blocked by De Zhuang from getting out of the car, was anxious and cried, "Let me go find him. I'm a doctor. If he gets hurt and doesn't get timely treatment, he will die. If I find him, I will bring him back to the community immediately. As for you, Chinyu told me about your situation. I don't know where your daughter's mother went, but I know that she can't lose her father again. You take good care of Lin Yi, and I will bring Chinyu back." De Zhuang looked at Zhang Yin with a firm look in his eyes. As men, they all have the same responsibilities on their shoulders. Chapter 34. Zhang Yin nodded at De Zhuang's expression. He understood that at this time, it was not a question of who would go. De Zhuang was familiar with this area, and it would be safer for him to go. Pulling Lin Yi back to the back seat, Zhang Yin said to Yang Zi, "I drive, Yang Zi, take care of Lin Yi." Yang Zi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, nodded, climbed to the back seat, hugged Lin Yi in his arms, and comforted her softly. "My brother is very capable. If he says he can find Chinyu, he will definitely find him. Don't worry, Chinyu is fine." Lin Yi was crying so hard that she couldn't speak. She really didn't expect that the first person she met would disappear like this. For her, Chinyu was the one who saved her life and accompanied her through night after night, with the zombies separated by a wall. If it weren't for Chinyu, she might have been trapped to death in the villa area. Even if she escaped by chance, she would still be surrounded by the zombies. De Zhuang pointed Zhang Yin in the direction of the community, and told Yang Zi to watch out and not to drive the wrong way. Then he took his weapon and walked towards the direction where Chinyu disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the sky had become clear, no longer the violent storms before. Chinyu lay on the shore with his upper body, his waist and below soaked in water, and woke up with a swollen head. "What is this?" Chinyu dragged his body to the shore with difficulty, and collapsed by the river. It was almost dawn at this time. Looking at the flood that had already flowed steadily by the river, he gradually regained his memory. When he grabbed the back door of the car just now, he was unfortunately hit in the back by a stirred-up stone. In an instant, the bridge deck began to collapse again, causing the fluctuations that made Chinyu unable to grab the car door with one hand, and fell directly into the river with the bridge. A second before he fell into the river, Chinyu knew that he was doomed. Such a big flood would probably tear him apart. I don't know if it was because Chinyu had done many good deeds since he was a child, but when he fell into the river, he was able to hold onto a dead tree miraculously. The buoyancy was just enough for him to breathe. Although he was choked by several mouthfuls of river water, Chinyu knew that this was his only chance to survive. Holding the tree trunk tightly with both hands, Chinyu did not dare to let go even if he was hit and bleeding. He was washed away by the river until he lost consciousness. When he woke up, He didn't know how long it had been. After regaining consciousness, Chinyu's first thing was not to check how much he was injured, but to be very glad that he was still alive. At least, he could feel the pain in his limbs. Being able to feel pain means that the situation is not very serious. Slowly crawling towards the shore, crawling to a boulder, Chinyu sat on it, and first moved his left and right hands. Although it was a little painful, it was okay. Then Chinyu moved his left leg, which was still okay. He continued to move his right leg, but at this time he felt severe pain, causing Chinyu to clench his hands and grab his right leg. He tried to roll up his trouser legs, but before he could roll them up halfway, he felt pain coming from his legs, so Chinyu stopped immediately. He touched himself, and luckily Lin Yi's knife was still in his arms, and didn't fall. There was also a box of matches in his pocket, which should still be usable as long as they were dried. At the construction site, Chinyu asked Lin Yi and Zhang Yin about the number of weapons they had. At that time, Lin Yi gave his knife to Chinyu for safekeeping. Although he was rescued by De Zhuang the next second, he was only concerned with escaping, and he didn't have time to return the knife to Lin Yi. Untying the cloth that wrapped the knife, Chinyu cut open his trouser leg and checked the wound on his leg. Half of the hard plastic sheet was stuck in his leg. No wonder it hurt when he rolled up his pants. Chinyu pulled the plastic sheet off and carefully checked the wound. Fortunately, it was not very serious. The cut was about 5 centimeters long and not very deep. Since knowing that Lin Yi was a doctor, Chinyu often took time to ask Lin Yi for some knowledge on how to deal with external injuries. Fortunately, it came in handy at this time. For wounds like this, Lin Yi specifically reminded that the wound must be disinfected first and then bandaged with clean sterile gauze, but Lin Yi changed his words later. At the end of the world, you can find disinfectant, but not necessarily sterile gauze. Even if you can find gauze, you may not find disinfectant, or even both. At this time, if the wound cannot stop bleeding, you should stop the bleeding as soon as possible, and then try to wrap it with clean clothes. Compared with death from infection, excessive blood loss will make you die faster. If the wound is not bleeding seriously, and there is no disinfectant, then try to rinse it repeatedly with running water. Remember, you must not use water of unknown origin, otherwise you will be infected with bacteria and die. Chinyu was very glad that he had consulted Lin Yi about this experience in advance, so that he could treat the wound by himself today. Although the wound did not bleed, pus had begun to appear around it due to being soaked in the river water, and a small amount of rot had occurred around it. Chinyu understood that he had to find clean water to wash the wound quickly. Standing up with the stone, Chinyu picked up a wooden stick from the side and used it as a crutch, walking downstream along the river. He did not know which direction he was washed to, and could not distinguish the position of Lin Yi and the others. Chinyu walked down the road from the side road, leaning on a stick. He was thirsty and hungry, but he couldn't stop to rest at this time. If he stopped, he would only face death. After limping for most of the day, Chinyu was very lucky not to encounter a zombie along the way, otherwise, he would not be able to run away according to his current situation. After walking a downhill curve, Chinyu suddenly saw a car parked in front of him, which had hit the stone next to it, and the front of the car was basically dented. Moving to the front of the car, Chinyu carefully checked the car. Looking through the driver's window, he immediately saw a zombie tied with a seat belt, twisting on the driver's seat with its teeth bared. Chinyu looked around and found that the airbag was open, but it should be tilted, because he saw a large piece of dried brown blood on the zombie's head. It looked like it had a broken head and died instantly. Through the car window, Chinyu saw 2 bottles of mineral water and even a bag of bread slices in the back seat. Seeing this, Chinyu decided not to leave. As for the zombies in the car, they were tied up safely and posed no threat to Chinyu. Taking out a knife, Chinyu opened the car door, took a deep breath, and then stabbed the zombie in the forehead. The zombie instantly became quiet. Chinyu looked at the zombie in the driver's seat. He planned to bury him later. If this car had not just had an accident here, causing death on the spot, leaving water and food in the back seat, Chinyu would basically not have survived today. He was exhausted. Chapter 35. Using a knife to cut the seatbelt, Chinyu dragged the zombie out of the driver's seat and put it on the ground outside. The zombie was too smelly, and Chinyu couldn't accept being close to it. After closing the car door, Chinyu came to the back seat, simply dusted it off, and lay on the back seat to open the water and drink a few sips. At this time, life is the most important thing. As long as it is not opened, Chinyu will definitely drink it. Then he opened the back door, put his right foot on the door, and carefully washed the wound with clean water. After washing, Chinyu searched the car, but did not find any sharp objects. At this time, pus began to flow around the wound. Some damaged soft tissues must be cleaned up and cannot be delayed any longer. Although Chinyu had a knife, it had just been used to clean the zombies and was contaminated with viruses. If he touched the wound directly, he would be afraid of his own life. Looking around, Chinyu found an object that should be used as a substitute. He got out of the car and found a piece of gravel scattered on the ground. It was about the size of Chinyu's fist and had a sharp edge. Picking up the stone, Chinyu aimed at the rearview mirror and smashed the glass with a few clangs. He chose a long piece and weighed it in his hand. It should be enough. He went back to the car and closed the door. This car could also provide him with a rest. Carefully pinching the glass fragments, Chinyu pinched the necrotic wound tissue with his hands and carefully cut the wound with glass. Soon, Chinyu cleaned the broken wound on his right calf, and the result was that the calf was bleeding. Fortunately, there was a pillow left by the car owner in the back seat. It should be no problem to use it to bandage the wound. Chinyu used a piece of glass to cut the pillow open and took out the cotton inside. As long as it had not been exposed to the outside air, it was much cleaner than the clothes on his body for Chinyu. He cut the outer cover of the pillow into long strips and cleaned the wound again. Chinyu knew that he could not be careless in this regard. After all, antibiotics could not be found every time. Then he pressed the cotton on the wound and bandaged the leg with the cut outer cover of the pillow, which was a simple treatment for the wound. After finishing his work, Chinyu laid down on the back seat to rest. Fortunately, he survived. I just don't know how Lin Yi and Zhang Yin are doing. I don't know whether the supplies in the car can be exchanged for the stable life of Lin Yi, Zhang Yin and Xiao Shi. Chinyu laid down on the back seat, and the figures of several people floated through his mind. At the critical moment, Chinyu chose to rush up to help Dazhuang move the stone on the rear wheel, not just because the supplies in this car were so important. To put it bluntly, Chinyu didn't know what was in the car at all. Even if it was good stuff, it was found by the brother and sister, and they were going to take it back to exchange for supplies. No matter what the result was, it would not affect the three of them. The reason why Chinyu offered a helping hand was because he was saved by Dazhuang at the construction site. At that time, the corpse dog surrounded him, and Chinyu could not think of any way to escape. His plan at that time was to wait for the fire on the ground to go out, and everyone would split into 3 lines and run separately, and whoever could survive would be the one. But the appearance of Dazhuang was like a candle illuminating the light in the darkness, which made people feel relieved instantly. Then, listening to Dazhuang Yangzi talking about the survivor community where they lived, Chinyu felt that it was too dangerous to run in the wild all the time. The zombies and animal zombies alone were enough to threaten their lives, not to mention that they had to find water and food every day. So when he saw Dazhuang risking his life to drive the truck across the bridge, Chinyu also figured things out. Seeing the car stuck, he rushed up without hesitation, but he didn't expect that he would really fall into the river. But even if I disappear, at least the things in the truck are saved. I believe that the 2 brothers and sisters will take good care of Lin Yi and Zhang Yin, right? Chinyu chewed a few bites of bread and thought of Yang Zi's face in Dazhuang. After resting in the car for a few hours, Chinyu moved his right leg, and it didn't hurt as much as before. It should be much better in a few days. It was already afternoon. Chinyu limped to the driver's seat, stepped on the brake, and started the car a few times. As expected, it couldn't start. However, looking at the collapse of the front of the car, it was probably impossible to repair it. Chinyu looked around when he got out of the car. Since this was a mountain road, there were basically no houses, and there were only trees around. Chinyu leaned on a stick and came to a small tree about the thickness of his arm. He squatted down and picked up a stone, put a knife against the bottom of the tree, and hit the back of the knife again and again. Soon, Chinyu knocked down the tree and dragged it to the back seat of the car. Chinyu sat in the car and trimmed the trunk with a knife. He sharpened the bottom to make it a little sharper, about 1 meter long. After using it for a while, it was quite easy to use. He cut a wooden stick with great effort. The main reason was that Chinyu wanted to use it for self-defense and as a crutch. He was currently injured in his leg and had difficulty moving. Although he had a small knife, it would be fine if he encountered a zombie. There would be no problem in dealing with it. But if you encounter several at the same time, it will be very inconvenient. If you accidentally fall in a panic, you may be bitten to death. In addition, Chinyu also plans to use this sharpened stick to dig a small pit and bury the owner of the car. Although it is a zombie, it did not hurt anyone, and even the food and water left behind saved Chinyu's life. Although Chinyu does not think that he is a good person and has sympathy for zombies, this corpse has been trapped here from the beginning. In other words, from the time the car owner encountered the zombies and tried to escape, To the time he died in a car accident, he had not affected anyone. It was not reasonable for Chinyu to treat him like any other zombie and leave him in the wilderness to be exposed to the sun and rain. After walking a few dozen meters west of the car, Chinyu poked the soil with a stick a few times. It was almost done, and it was relatively soft and easy to dig. After digging 10 times, Chinyu would check the 4 directions of his east, south, west, and north to prevent other zombies from sneaking over without noticing. Since it had just rained recently, digging was easy and did not take much effort. It was for this reason that Chinyu thought of burying the owner of the car properly. Otherwise, when the daily food intake is not proportional to the physical strength consumed, people will soon be exhausted. Back to the car, Chinyu leaned on a wooden stick with one hand and lifted the foot of the car owner with the other hand and walked towards the dug pit. Pushed the zombie in, and then slowly pushed the soil on the side back into the pit. After doing everything, Chinyu returned to the car. It was getting dark soon, and it was very unwise to stay in the wild. Chapter 36. In the middle of the night, Chinyu left the driver's window a little cracked, and he lay in the back seat without moving. At this moment, Chinyu could clearly hear the low roars of the zombies around him, hiss. Even if Chinyu was brave, his heart was in his throat at this moment. Lying tightly in the back seat and curled up, Chinyu didn't dare to move at all, holding the wooden stick he had sharpened during the day tightly with both hands, for fear of making any noise. The car was broken, and the door could only be closed, not locked, but fortunately, the people outside were not humans, and they did not have the ability to open the car door, so they could only simply slap the door again and again. The zombies outside were circling around the car, bumping into it from time to time. Chinyu suddenly thought of a problem. When he treated the wound beside the car during the day, blood was left. Although it was mixed with water, it still had a trace of blood. Living people may not be able to smell it easily, but zombies may be extremely sensitive. Thinking of this, Chinyu slapped himself in the face. He must pay attention to this in the future. Not daring to sleep too deeply, Chinyu spent the night hiding in the car. In the early morning, the zombies had gradually moved to other places, which allowed Chinyu to sleep well for a while. After daybreak, Chinyu carefully sat up and looked out of the 4 windows, but saw no trace of zombies. I don't know where these zombies have gone. They are not seen during the day, but come out to hang out at night. Chinyu walked out of the car, looked at the handprints left by the zombies on the car window, and muttered softly. These marks can prove that what Chinyu encountered last night was not an illusion, but real zombies. Take the remaining half bottle of water in the car with you, and there are still 3 slices of bread left. There is not much, but it cannot be wasted. Although there are not many zombies on the road now, Chinyu understands one thing, that is, the number of zombies must be far greater than the survivors. The few zombies now only means that there will be more and more zombies in the next place. Walking along the road, Chinyu leaned on a wooden stick and walked very slowly. He didn't see a sign along the way, and had no idea where he was. He didn't even know if he was getting farther and farther away from Lin Yi and the others. After walking for almost a day, Chinyu's water was almost gone, and he had to hurry to find a new source of water. In the evening, Chinyu just passed an intersection and saw the tall buildings in front of him. Seeing that there was still some distance left, Chinyu quickly quickened his pace and walked towards the city. At this time, he no longer cared about how many zombies there would be in the city. He just wanted to find water and survive first before thinking about other things. As he moved towards the city, Chinyu saw the first house, which was a self-built house on the roadside, a 3-story building. Pushing open the gate and walking in, Chinyu immediately saw the skull on the ground, which looked strange, like some kind of animal. After taking a look, he guessed that it was a dog guarding the yard. Since there was an iron chain tied around its neck, it was starved to death. The corpse was basically eaten clean by zombies, so it did not become an animal zombie. Walking into the yard, Chinyu first came to the faucet, stretched out his hand and turned it, and suddenly a stream of dark yellow and turbid water flowed out. After just one glance, Chinyu turned off the faucet. This water is probably not drinkable even if it is boiled. Whether boiling water can eliminate the zombie virus in the water has never been confirmed, and no one dares to try it. When Chinyu came to the door, he was about to take a look through the window. The next second, a zombie with an extremely tragic appearance rushed to the window, and instantly scared Chinyu to take a step back. Chinyu calmed down and walked forward again to look at the zombie in front of him. Half of his face was rotten, one eyeball was hanging on his face, and it was full of glass fragments. There was a big hole in the upper body, and even the ribs were clearly visible. Seeing this, Chinyu immediately turned around and left with a cane. Not to mention whether there was still water inside, Judging from this rotten environment, I am afraid that the water would be contaminated. Continuing to walk towards the city, Chinyu came across the first signboard, which read, "Welcome to Sanjiang City." Chinyu was stunned when he saw the words on the signboard. Sanjiang City? How far had he been washed by the river? And how far had he walked? He actually arrived at another city. Continuing to walk towards the city, Chinyu encountered several zombies wandering on the roadside. Unless he had to pass by them, Chinyu would not go forward and expend his energy to kill them. Some zombies followed too close, so Chinyu used his wooden stick to kill them one by one. Fortunately, there were not too many zombies. Even some corpses lying on the road, Chinyu was worried when he passed by, and hit the zombies' heads with a stick. Chinyu didn't know which direction he was walking. In the 4 directions of east, south, west and north, he was probably a long distance away from Lin Yi and the others, and it would be difficult to meet up in a short time. No matter what, at least he had to survive first before he could find a way to find others. Chinyu hurried to the city. At least he had to find a car, otherwise walking on foot would be a daydream. The further he went, the more zombies there were. Chinyu did not choose to kill them, but to go around them if possible. He had to save his energy, and he had not found a shelter tonight yet, so he had to be careful. Chinyu chose to use the old method again. In addition to trying to avoid zombies, he picked up some stones and put them in his pocket to break the glass and lure away the zombies. When he arrived in the city, Chinyu walked along the road into a street, which looked like a commercial street, surrounded by some clothing stores, mobile phone stores, and the like. If he could avoid them, he would avoid them. If he couldn't avoid them, Chinyu would use stones to hit the windows on the opposite street to lure away the zombies. This was Chinyu's current idea. Arriving at the door of a clothing store first, Chinyu first checked his surroundings to confirm that there were no zombies in close proximity, and then went forward to check whether the door was locked. A U-shaped lock was firmly inserted between the handrails of the 2 doors. Chinyu tried to look around, but couldn't find the key, and then walked to the next door. It was almost dark, and Chinyu could only move forward step by step, trying not to make any noise. Arriving at the second clothing store, Chinyu looked around and found that the door was not locked. He tried to push it, and found that the door was pulled outward. In this way, Chinyu planned to rest here. Because there were many traces of zombies pushing the door on the door. Fortunately, these were just zombies, and they had no idea that the door was pulled outward. He opened the door and walked in. While there was still a little light, Chinyu raised a wooden stick and slapped his clothes to make a sound, and slowly checked every corner. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although there were many zombies on the street outside, at least there were none in some shops, so he could rest for a night. The reason why he chose this shop was that in addition to not seeing zombies inside, Chinyu also saw a water dispenser, and there was a bucket of unopened purified water next to it. Chapter 37. As for the water in the water dispenser, Chinyu did not plan to drink it. According to his previous life experience, bottled water must be consumed within a month after opening. The zombie outbreak has been going on for a year around the world, and other cities have been occupied for unknown months. But what is certain is that there is only half a bucket of water left, which means it has been open for at least 2 months. There are 2 water cups in the water dispenser, but Chinyu looked at them and found that they were both covered with dust, but fortunately, he did not see any zombie blood or anything like that. After searching at the cashier counter, Chinyu found a pen, opened the unopened bucket of pure water, washed the cup, and poured a full cup of water. Chinyu was very thirsty and drank 3 cups. After drinking, he returned the cup to the water dispenser and then filled up a mineral water bottle he was carrying. It was not convenient for him to take this bucket of water with him. If his leg was not injured, he could carry it to the next shelter, but at present, Chinyu's physical fitness could not lift it with one hand to move. After a short break, it was completely dark, and zombies began to appear aimlessly on the street. Chinyu thought about it, and decided to block the door. After all, it was a glass door. Chinyu didn't know whether the zombies could see humans through the glass, and he didn't want to take the risk. He found a mobile clothes rack in the store. After the zombies at the door walked away, Chinyu pushed the clothes rack to the door, and put a lot of clothes on it. Unless the zombies could jump up, they couldn't see anything inside. Luckily, this store happened to be a men's clothing store. Chinyu usually didn't have any requirements for clothes, as long as they were wearable, but he hadn't changed his clothes for several days, and his white t-shirt had turned gray. I don't know how Lin Yi managed to keep her white clothes so clean after wearing them for so long. Chinyu thought, thinking of the girl with beautiful eyes when she smiled, and he missed her for some reason. He shook his head gently, and put his thoughts aside. He had to determine how far away he was from them. After he was washed far away by the river, Chinyu walked in the opposite direction for 2 days. Chinyu found a set of clothes at random in the store, and changed his clothes. There was no food in the store, so he couldn't stay for long. Although there was a large bucket of water, Chinyu couldn't take it away, so he simply used clean clothes to collect water. Chinyu simply cleaned his wounds and washed his body. He found a pair of scissors at the counter and simply cut his hair. Although it looked like a dog's bite, it was much fresher. After finishing his work, Chinyu spread some thick clothes on the floor inside the counter, folded a pillow, and slept like this. Late at night, the quiet night was particularly creepy, with groups of zombies wandering in the streets, as if they would not stop until they could sense humans, and they kept walking back and forth. The next day, Chinyu, who had a comfortable sleep, stretched himself, got up, and went to the door to secretly check the situation outside. Chinyu frowned at this. After last night, there were obviously more zombies outside. This was the second time Chinyu stayed in the city after the zombies appeared. Compared with the first time, the zombies in the city appeared more frequently this time. Just by taking a quick glance, Chinyu could sense that there were no less than 30 zombies. Oh no! Just when Chinyu thought the number of zombies was not that scary, he saw a large group of zombies appearing at the corner of the street, not to mention that he didn't have a handy weapon. Even if he did, so many zombies could trample Chinyu into the ground. The reason why Chinyu didn't like to carry a bigger knife was mainly because the machete was easily stuck in the zombie bones. Whether it was chopping the body or the head, it was very easy for the knife to get stuck. From the perspective of the easiest and least exposed ways to kill zombies, the first is crossbows, compound bows, and other reusable weapons, but Chinyu is not familiar with them. Even if he is given the opportunity to use them, he might accidentally hurt himself. The second is a knife. Hold the zombie's clothes with one hand and stab the head with the other hand. However, the disadvantage is that it is easy to be attacked by the zombies behind you, so you need to team up with your teammates. The third is a gun. The main reason is that guns are hard to find, and bullets are hard to find. But if you have a gun, whether you are dealing with a group of zombies or encountering other survivors, it is equivalent to having a life-saving trump card. Once you get used to using a gun to kill zombies, you will be more likely to be attacked by surprise, and the sound of the gun will easily cover the footsteps of the zombies behind you. Of course, in the final analysis, Chinyu does not know how to use any kind of firearms at all. However, Dojwang's shooting skills are quite accurate. He can force back the zombie dogs with a revolver in one hand. Chinyu thought of the scene that day. Retracting his thoughts, Chinyu looked at the zombies outside and decided to leave from the back door, although he did not know whether the store had a back door. After looking around at the back, there was a back door, but it was blocked by some goods. Chinyu looked around and thought that if he moved it himself, it would take a lot of energy. Chinyu would not do such a waste of energy. It would be better to save the energy to walk a few more steps. There were zombies at the front door, and the back door was blocked. Did he have to drink water to survive the zombies? Chinyu denied this idea and returned to the clothing store. Taking advantage of the light from outside, Chinyu checked the ceiling and soon found an exhaust hole. That's it. The ventilation duct should be able to get out. Chinyu was delighted. There was still an injury on his leg, so he couldn't move violently, but climbing a duct shouldn't be a problem. Chinyu looked at the wound and then at the counter. He found some clothes and put them under the counter to prevent noise when dragging. Fortunately, it wasn't the kind of counter with stone slabs on it, so it wasn't very heavy, and Chinyu could push it completely. After spreading clothes on the path, Chinyu pushed the counter under the ventilation duct. These brand-name clothes that I couldn't afford before are now piled on the ground like garbage. It's really ironic. Chinyu squatted down and touched the clothes on the ground. In the end times, the clothes in this room may not be as real as a box of instant noodles. Finding a stool to cushion the bottom, Chinyu put another stool on the counter and climbed up. The screws for installing the exhaust fan were loose, and Chinyu removed the 4 screws effortlessly. He stood up and looked inside first to confirm that it could lead to another store. Chinyu threw the wooden stick in first and then retreated. Chapter 38. When he came to the water dispenser, Chinyu found a transparent tape on the counter, and wrapped the bucket of water several times, and sealed it again. Although this didn't have much effect, it was better than exposing it directly to the air. It should be drinkable after boiling it. If there is a day in the future when life-saving supplies are urgently needed, maybe this bucket of water can come in handy. Even if he can't use it, if it can save the lives of other survivors by chance, then sealing the bucket mouth in advance today can be considered a good thing. After doing everything, Chinyu took a bottle of water with him. He was blocked by the zombies outside. He had to leave here quickly and find new food. After all, he couldn't survive for a few days just by drinking water, The ventilation duct was not small, and Chinyu could barely crawl through it. Trying to be as quiet as possible, Chinyu crawled along the duct towards the shop on the left without making any noise. Soon, Chinyu came to an exhaust fan, lay down carefully, and listened for a while. He didn't hear any movement, and then gently unscrewed the screw. Holding the exhaust outlet to prevent it from falling, Chinyu put it into the pipe, then stretched his head out to check the environment in the house. This is a mobile phone store. Chinyu happened to be located right above a sales counter. There were no zombies in the house. Chinyu crawled forward a little, put his legs down first, grabbed the pipe with both hands, and gently fell down. He searched the house casually, and didn't find any food, but it was natural. Even if he could find it, it would probably be some expired food. Maybe they are all moldy. There was a whole room of mobile phones, but Chinyu just took a look and left. After the zombies appeared, all major infrastructures were left without human maintenance and operated automatically for at most 1 month, and then there were power outages and water shortages one after another, and the signal was long gone. Nowadays, any mobile phone is just a decoration. It would be great if I could find a walkie-talkie. Chinyu thought of something as he walked to the back door. If there was a walkie-talkie, everyone could work together to better lead the zombies away. In the end times, if you see a zombie, you will go up and chop it. To be honest, Chinyu thinks that such people are stupid. If you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? If your shoes are wet, you can change them, but how to change them if you are bitten by a zombie? Therefore, Chinyu has always adhered to the principle that if you can avoid killing a zombie, you will never touch it with a knife, and if you can use sound to lure away a zombie, you will never pass by it. Walking to the back door, Chinyu twisted the door handle. Fortunately, it was not locked. Opening a gap, Chinyu quietly looked outside. There were only 5 zombies, about 30 meters away from here. As long as he was careful, he would not be discovered. After walking out of the back door of the mobile phone store, Chinyu continued to walk towards other streets, avoiding zombies as much as possible. Occasionally, when he encountered 1 or 2 wandering in front of him, Chinyu also used a wooden stick to deal with them. Coming behind the last zombie in the current sight, Chinyu raised the wooden stick and aimed at the back of the zombie's head, and suddenly stabbed it in, directly piercing the zombie's head. The zombie immediately collapsed to the ground. Chinyu took out the wooden stick, wiped the clothes on the zombie, and continued to walk forward. Soon, Chinyu came to a restaurant. The shop sign outside was hanging at an angle, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Chinyu planned to go in and see if there were any ham sausages or something like that. Walking into the restaurant, there were only a dozen tables in the huge restaurant, and some tables still had some unfinished dishes on them. Chinyu glanced at it, and roughly judged that these should be left by those guests, who heard about the virus outbreak and rushed to run away. They were all rotten and moldy. According to Chinyu's guess, if the guests saw other people running away outside, they would most likely run with them. This is called herd mentality. Anyway, no matter what happened, others were running, so I had to run away quickly. The chefs and waiters in the restaurant would chase after the guests if they saw them running away, but if they saw a large number of people fleeing outside, the chances of them choosing to return to the restaurant would be 0. So Chinyu assumed that everyone in the restaurant had run away, and maybe there would be some food left, as long as he could find ham, canned food, etc. When he arrived at the back kitchen, it was very dark inside, and he didn't see any zombies, but Chinyu didn't choose to go in immediately, but retreated to the hotel lobby. The door of this restaurant was not closed, and the back kitchen door was not locked. It was possible that the zombies would go in and stay inside. In short, Chinyu chose to be cautious about risky things. He found a bottle of unfinished wine on the dining table, poured it out, then picked up the bottle, and went to the back kitchen door, threw it hard and threw it inside. With a snap, the bottle broke directly. Chinyu was concentrating on listening to the movement inside, but he didn't know that on the street opposite the restaurant, a figure was hiding behind the second-floor window, staring at his back quietly. After so many days, he finally saw someone go to the restaurant downstairs to search for supplies. Every time he hid in the house and watched, as long as the supplies were taken out, he would quietly follow behind to see where the person stopped to rest, and then lead the zombies over. After others discovered the zombies, he pretended to pass by and cooperated with others to kill the zombies. In this way, he could legitimately get some supplies, and it worked every time. As for why he could always get supplies, it was because he would say one more word every time. You don't have to share with me. I continue to search the next area. But if other zombies come again, there's nothing we can do. I hope you can meet others passing by. Everyone can hear the threat in his words, but there is no other way. Either fight with the person in front of him or share with him. Most people look at his nearly 200-pound body and choose to swallow their anger. Relying on the sound of the wine bottle, Chinyu did not find any zombies inside, so he entered the back kitchen to search. Sure enough, he was very lucky to find 2 cans of luncheon meat on a shelf, and immediately put them in his pocket and left the back kitchen. After leaving the restaurant, Chinyu looked around and chose to continue searching in a convenience store next to it. There was a zombie swaying left and right in front of the convenience store. After discovering Chinyu, it leaned forward, grabbed with both hands, and walked towards Chinyu. When the zombie got closer, Chinyu picked up a wooden stick and stabbed it into the zombie's eyeball, and solved the zombie in front of him cleanly. Seeing Chinyu walk into the convenience store, the man who was peeking on the second floor couldn't help but sneered, "If there is something in there, it will be your turn?" Sure enough, Chinyu walked out empty-handed, but the 2 cans of luncheon meat in his trouser pocket still made the man on the second floor drool. Although he didn't know what was in it, he was sure that it was brought out from the restaurant's kitchen. Chapter 39. It's not that the man hasn't searched the restaurant before, but he didn't want to take the risk. What if zombies came into the restaurant after he entered the kitchen? He saw with his own eyes that a man had just walked into the restaurant and was blocked by 3 zombies at the door. Just wait for others to search and then blackmail him. Watching Chinyu walk into the third room, the man upstairs quietly walked downstairs. Knocking the bottle in his hand gently, the man led 2 zombies over. With this number, he could easily deal with it without worrying about a car accident. When the zombies were almost gone, the man threw the bottle in his hand at the door of the room Chinyu entered, and then the man quickly hid in the corner next to it. The sound of shattering immediately attracted Chinyu's attention. He stood up and looked back, and found the bottle on the ground. He couldn't help but smile. Did someone throw it here? It seems that the mantis wants to catch the cicada, but the oriole is behind. I just don't know who is the mantis and who is the sparrow. Watching the zombies approaching, Chinyu didn't care. He went back to close the door, and hung up the anti-theft chain by the way, and continued to search for things inside. This is a coffee shop. Chinyu was looking for some supplies inside that could be used. Seeing that Chinyu did not deal with the 2 zombies, but let them bang on the door, the man hiding in the corner outside became anxious. If he did not deal with the zombies, how could he take the opportunity to ask for benefits? The man came over quickly. Chinyu raised his eyes, and saw the man's figure. He weighed about 200 pounds, and was quite fat. He walked towards him. It's been so long since the end of the world, and he's still so fat. He must be living a good life. Chinyu thought. Hey friend, why is the door blocked by zombies? The man stepped forward, attacked from behind with a dagger, and killed 2 zombies one by one, then said sincerely. But that expression looked very treacherous. Chinyu stepped forward and said with a smile, I was too focused on finding something, and didn't notice when the zombies came, but thank you for helping me to kill them. The man smiled and said, You're welcome. Friend, did you find something good? Your pocket is so full. Chinyu touched his trouser pocket without leaving a trace, and smiled bitterly. Hey, you were talking about this. This is a stone I picked up on the roadside, and I saved it for fighting zombies. The man didn't believe it. Really? Take it out, and let me see what kind of stone is worth carrying with you. Chinyu continued to laugh, and shook his head. Nothing to see. Just ordinary stones that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. The man saw that Chinyu didn't let him see it, so he just showed his cards directly. Okay, then my friend, be careful, and don't be surrounded by zombies later. The man said with ill intentions. Since you won't listen to my nice words, don't blame him for being ruthless later, Chinyu said calmly. Are you threatening me? The man outside the door said nonchalantly. Yes. Did you throw the bottle on the ground? Chinyu continued to ask. The man was very familiar with this street. He knew that there was no back door in the room where Chinyu stayed. The only way to leave was the door in front of him. In terms of weight, he weighed 200 pounds, while Chinyu only weighed more than 100 pounds. The two were not on the same level at all. So he was not worried that Chinyu would rush out, and he had a knife. If a fight really broke out, he would not be afraid. The man simply said, That's right, I also attracted the zombies. Just hand over the things in your pockets. I don't want more. Both of your pockets are full. Just give me one. The man raised his eyebrows and said. He didn't want to waste any more time. The zombies from other streets might come here later. Oh, do I have to thank you for leaving half for me? Chinyu glanced at him. The man just twisted his mouth and laughed. You can give it all to your savior. Chinyu sighed, and no longer kept the secret. He reached into his trouser pocket with his left hand, and took out the can of luncheon meat. You want this? When the man saw the luncheon meat in Chinyu's hand, his saliva immediately flowed down, and his eyes lit up, and he said, Yes, This one. Hurry up and throw it at the door. Before the end of the world, the man loved to eat canned luncheon meat the most, and he simply couldn't let it go. Although his favorite food was right in front of him, the man was not overwhelmed by excitement, but cautiously let Chinyu throw the can on the ground. The ground is so dirty. Don't you find it disgusting? Chinyu glanced at the area in front of the man and gestured. It's okay. I don't care. Can you stop wasting time? The man was obviously impatient. Hearing this, Chinyu squatted down and put the can on the ground. At the same time, he reached his right hand behind his back and quietly loosened the cloth on the knife. When he heard the sound of the bottle breaking just now, Chinyu put the knife in his arms behind his waist. Open the door. The man knocked on the door. How could he get it without opening the door? You step back a little. Chinyu pointed to the area behind the man. After the man stepped back, Chinyu walked forward and opened the door, but the anti-theft chain was not removed. The man saw Chinyu open the door and wanted to step forward to get the canned food, but when he pushed the door, he found that it was not fully open. He could only barely put one hand in, and it was completely out of reach. The man was angry. Are you kidding me? Chinyu just casually responded, You are so strong. What should I do if you come in and attack me? I'm no match for you. The man turned his head and looked at the street entrance. There were several zombies wandering there. Although they hadn't noticed this side, if he forced the door open, the noise would surely attract all the zombies. If he took time to retreat while fighting with the man in front of him, he would inevitably be surrounded by zombies and might get into trouble. After thinking for a while, the man decided not to break the door. Don't worry, I won't go in. How about this? You pick up the can and hand it to me. Raise your right hand so I can see it, and then put it behind your back. The man still chose a way. Facing his favorite canned food, he decided to take a little risk, but he didn't expect that this little risk would make him regret it. At this point, Chinyu also knew that things would turn into reverse when they reached the extreme. If he continued to talk, he might end up in a fight with the man. He searched for a few days before finding these two cans. Seeing the hungry look of the man in front of him, he would not give up until he got them today. If he pushed him too hard, it would be easy to get into trouble. He raised his right hand to show the man. The man nodded. Then Chinyu put his right hand behind his back, squatted down, picked up the can with his left hand, and walked forward slowly. The man stretched out his right hand, pressed his whole body against the door, and swung it hard. He wanted to quickly get the supplies and retreat, and would not stay here for a second longer. Chinyu handed the can forward, and the man held it with surprise, and was about to withdraw, but found that the can was tightly grasped by Chinyu. He frowned and was about to speak, but saw Chinyu loosen his hand holding the can, and then tightly grasped his arm. Then Chinyu quickly pulled out the knife with his right hand behind his back, and with lightning speed, he fiercely cut a cut on the man's arm. At the same time, Chinyu took the opportunity to take the can back from the man's hand. The man felt pain and retracted his hand, cursing, Nima. Seeing the man retract his hand, Chinyu stepped forward to hold the door and immediately locked it. What the man in front of him didn't know was that the knife Chinyu used to wound him was the one he had used to kill a zombie a few days ago, and it was the knife he used to clean up the owner of the car. Seeing the man in front of him covering his arm, stamping his feet and cursing at him, Chinyu smiled slightly and said calmly, You are worthy of threatening me? Chapter 40. The man outside kicked the door in a rage, cursing, Don't come out, I'm going to skin you alive. Chinyu simply found a chair in the room and sat down. Anyway, the man outside didn't dare to break in. He said lazily, Instead of thinking about skinning me alive, why don't you take a look at your arm? The man subconsciously looked down and saw that the wound on his right hand began to turn black, and there was a tendency to spread to other parts. The man's face changed drastically. Staring at Chinyu fiercely, his eyes became fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, Is there a virus on the knife? Chinyu borrowed the words the man just said, shrugged his shoulders, and replied disapprovingly, Guess? Seeing that the wound was obviously changing in the direction of infection, the man no longer cared about the canned luncheon meat. He quickly covered his arm and rushed to his home. He wanted to saw off his hand as soon as possible. Seeing the man quickly leave the coffee shop, Chinyu thought about it and decided to follow him. He would not give this man a chance to retaliate. In the end times, people's evil will be magnified countless times. In many cases, just having a sausage may lead to death. If you are not ruthless, the evil people will think you are easy to bully. Over time, they will oppress you and make you breathless. In the end, you will be killed and your body may be thrown into a deserted pit. Chinyu thought he would not kill other survivors. Even the man who was about to steal his food, Chinyu only cut him with a knife stained with zombie blood. As long as the arm is cut off in time, it is not impossible to survive even if one hand is lost. But looking at the fierce face of the man just now, Chinyu felt that if he let him go today, this tail might always follow him, staring at Chinyu all the time in the dark. Like a poisonous snake in the dark. As long as the opportunity is right, it will jump out and bite Chinyu. Chinyu will not tolerate such risks. Cutting the grass and rooting it out is also one of the important rules for survival in the end times. Watching the man's figure gradually go away, Chinyu stood up, picked up the wooden stick, wrapped the knife around it, and put it in his arms, opened the door and followed him. Just as the man was about to enter a residential building, he suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Chinyu quickly hid next to a car and squatted down. The man looked back and confirmed that no one was following him, so he went straight into the building. It had to be as soon as possible, otherwise if the virus spread to his shoulders, even gods couldn't save him. He didn't want to die yet. This was the only thought in the man's mind at the moment. He didn't care to confirm whether Chinyu was following him. Anyway, he entered the house and locked the door. He didn't believe that Chinyu would dare to kick the door. The streets outside are full of zombies, and the loud noise will attract the zombies. Watching the man walk in, Chinyu waited for a while and continued to follow him. There are 2 households per floor, and there are 2 rooms. He didn't know which room the man lived in on which floor. But what Chinyu knew was that if someone lived there, then the door handle must be clean. As long as there is no dust on the door handle, it must be the man's shelter. Chinyu didn't believe that with the man's personality, he would be neighbors with other people. Even if there were, they would have been sucked clean by the man. Checking the door handles 1 floor at a time, Chinyu soon arrived at the door of 502. To ensure that he did not enter the wrong room, he put his ear to the door and confirmed that he heard the man's painful groan. After looking at the corridor, Chinyu went down to the 3rd floor and placed the pile of sundries parked here on the staircase corridor. It was impossible for the zombies to climb up in a short time. Just delay for a few minutes, and the time would be enough. Back at the door of 502, Chinyu heard that the man's painful sound had gradually subsided, and guessed that he should have successfully cut off his hand. Apart from anything else, Chinyu really admired him for not shouting too loudly. Chinyu guessed correctly. At this moment, the powerless man was slumped on the sofa, and his blood had dyed the sofa and the blanket on the floor red. The man's right elbow was directly sawed off by him, exposing nerves, blood vessels, bones and muscles, which was simply shocking. The pain made the man's face full of sweat, and his teeth were almost broken by him. He looked at the half-arm on the coffee table with a gloomy face. It can be imagined that if he came to his senses, what a bloody end would be waiting for Chinyu. It was enough to prove how correct Chinyu's decision was now. Just now, the man rushed back into the house, locked the door, and immediately searched for tools in the house. He remembered that he had a hacksaw in the house, but now, he couldn't find it. The man became more and more impatient, and turned everything in the house upside down. Finally, he found the hacksaw under the sofa. Putting the hacksaw on his legs, the man simply wiped it with a towel on the sofa, and then took off the shoelaces on his feet. He took the shoelaces with his left hand, wrapped them around the right elbow joint a few times, then bit one end with his teeth, passed it through with his left hand, and tied a knot. A simple tourniquet was ready. After everything was ready, the man was about to act, but he was still worried, so he picked up the half bottle of white wine on the coffee table and poured it on his wound. The man's forehead was suddenly bulging with blue veins and pain. He didn't have time to rest, so he poured a little more white wine on the hacksaw. The man took the towel with his left hand and stuffed it into his mouth and bit it, then picked up the hacksaw, aimed at his elbow joint, and started sawing. The scene was very bloody, and the man's eyes were blurred with pain. He completely relied on subconscious behavior to drive the hacksaw, and the desire to survive made the man not faint from the pain. A few minutes later, he successfully sawed off half of his arm. He picked up his arm with his left hand and threw it on the coffee table. He checked his wound and saw no signs of blackening. He was still ahead of the virus infection. He found a clean towel and pressed it on the wound. The man simply stopped the bleeding. Just as he was about to use a piece of iron sheet to burn red to stop the bleeding, the locked door was kicked violently by Chinyu. Hearing someone kicking the door, the sound was deafening. The man held the towel in his left hand and pressed it on the wound, still angrily cursing, "Hack you, you attracted zombies here, I see how you run." At the same time, the man moved to the door, trying to block it with his 200-pound body. But when he just stepped forward, the door was kicked open by Chinyu, and the door kicked open with great force hit the man's face directly, and the huge impact made him fall to the ground on the spot. F***K. Even at this time, the man still cursed with a red face. The door kicked open by Chinyu hit his head, causing the towel pressed by his left hand to fall to the ground, and blood continued to flow slowly from the wound. Fortunately, there was a tourniquet, otherwise the man would have bled heavily. Chapter 41. Chinyu walked into the house with a wooden stick in his hand and closed the door. He did not rush forward. Even rabbits bite when they are angry, not to mention the man who is much fatter than him. When his life is in danger, the man might counterattack before his death and take Chinyu away with him. Chinyu looked at the man lying on the ground in front of him, and slowly stood up while covering his arm. He simply leaned against the door and said, "Come on, I'm out now. How are you going to skin me alive?" He wanted to irritate the man in front of him first. As long as he was blinded by anger, Chinyu would have a greater chance of winning. Sure enough, when the man heard Chinyu's words, he was immediately furious, his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The man took off the towel from the wound on his right hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up straight, and said in a low voice, "I play with eagles every day, but I didn't expect that I would be pecked in the eye by an eagle today. Well, you can take half of the things in this room, including food and drinks, just don't show up in front of me anymore." Even at this time, the man still had wild thoughts and said something that made Chinyu confused. Does he think I'm here to steal his food? This sentence popped up in Chinyu's mind. Chinyu shook his head gently. Why? Do you want them all? The man said with a red face. Chinyu nodded. Don't push your luck. The man almost vomited blood again. I don't want your supplies. Chinyu spoke lightly, and he touched the wooden stick beside him. The man was delighted and was about to speak. Chinyu continued. I want your life. If he had met the man with healthy hands in front of him normally, Chinyu would have no chance of winning, but now, the man forcibly sawed off one of his hands, and the wound was not treated in time, so he was very weak, which gave Chinyu a chance. While you are sick, I want your life. The man was about to say, then you leave quickly, but he didn't say anything. Hearing what Chinyu said, the man's throat was suddenly pinched. The man was stunned. After reacting, he immediately said angrily, I just wanted a can of food from you, but you wanted to kill me? Chinyu looked at the things in the man's room. Although he had just messed it up, he could see that there were a lot of food packaging bags on the ground, and the corners were even piled up into a small mountain. With so many supplies, I don't know how many people he blackmailed. Chinyu continued in a deep voice. I risked my life to search for something. Why should I give you half of it? Besides, you lured the zombies to block other people's doors, coaxed and threatened them. How much food you took, don't you know in your heart? The words had come to this point, the man simply stopped pretending, picked up the knife on the sofa with his left hand, and stared at Chinyu. If you want my life, then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Chinyu looked at the man's actions and chuckled. Do you think I will fight you one-on-one? Look at the blood on the ground in front of you. It's almost dyeing the room red. Hearing Chinyu's words, the man knew in his heart that if he dragged on, he would bleed to death. He simply stopped delaying, holding the knife that was almost 30 centimeters long, and rushed directly towards Chinyu. Seeing the man coming forward with a knife, Chinyu stopped laughing and stared at the man's steps with a serious face, trying to find a flaw, when the man rushed to a distance of 5 meters in front of him. Chinyu found the right time, and threw the wooden stick at the man's head with his right hand. Twisting sideways, the man dodged the stick thrown by Chinyu, took a step forward and kicked Chinyu in the stomach. Chinyu did not dare to be careless and took a step back. With the weight of the man in front of him, if he was kicked by him, Chinyu would lose his fighting ability on the spot. Being fat has its advantages, and being thin has its advantages. Although the man's strength is terrifying, Chinyu is more agile than the man. Slightly dodging to the side, Chinyu stretched out his hand to grab the man's foot. He couldn't push it, but he could pull it inward. Seeing that his foot was grabbed by Chinyu, the man immediately kicked forward, and at the same time raised his left hand and stabbed Chinyu's heart. What a cruel method! They actually wanted to kill him with one blow. A trace of cruelty flashed in Chinyu's eyes. Since that was the case, he no longer had any psychological burden. Chinyu fell sideways to the ground, lifted the man's legs up, and at the same time supported the ground with his right elbow, using his right foot as a support point. He raised his left foot and kicked the man's foot hard. The man instantly sat on the ground in a split-leg position, and Chinyu, who completed this action, was almost stabbed in the shoulder by the man's knife. It was only a few centimeters away. Fortunately, Chinyu was thin, and this sideways movement caused the man's knife to stab into the floor. The man, who was sitting on the floor, immediately pulled out the knife with his left hand and pressed the back of his hand against his crotch. It hurt him so much. The man opened his eyes wide in pain, his eyeballs were already congested, and he sat on the floor with the knife and continued to stab Chinyu's head. Feeling the man's killing intent, Chinyu clenched his left fist and punched the man in the crotch. The severe pain caused the man's knife to stab off again, and he almost stabbed his own leg. Since Chinyu supported his body with his right hand, and it was inconvenient for his left hand to take the knife in his arms, he thought of using his fist to hit the man's key parts. Sure enough, the effect was very good. With the force of his right elbow, Chinyu moved his body to the side, and at the same time, he raised his left hand and grabbed the tourniquet tied to the man's right elbow, and pulled it down violently. Chinyu also pressed the man's wound, and blood spurted out like a spring. The wound was pressed, and the man fell to the ground in pain. His left hand also let go of the knife, and subconsciously pressed his wound. Seeing this, Chinyu propped himself up and stood up directly. He quickly picked up the knife that the man had dropped on the ground and stabbed it into the man's left palm. This time, the man's hand and the floor came into close contact. The palm was directly stabbed into the wooden floor. The man was in so much pain that he screamed violently. Not only did the zombies downstairs notice it, but even the zombies on the next street were walking towards this building. The zombies were attracted. Hearing the screams of the man in front of him, Chinyu raised his foot and kicked the man's mouth, kicking his mouth full of blood. Please, let me go, the man said incoherently while lying on the ground with his teeth clenched. He was really scared. He really felt that if he didn't beg for mercy, the man in front of him would stab him in the heart with a knife in the next second. Chinyu took out the knife he had wrapped in cloth, slowly untied it, and said coldly, "You used a bottle to lure zombies to block my door, and then you asked for the food I risked my life to find. If I didn't give it to you, you threatened to continue to block me with zombies. Do you really think that in the end of the world, everyone is afraid of you, a dead fat pig?" After saying that, Chinyu knelt on one knee, held the knife in his left hand, and stabbed the man's neck directly. Feeling the coldness of the knife, the man tried to raise his left hand to cover the hole in his neck, but found that he couldn't lift it up. The action that was easy at ordinary times was now like 1,000 pounds. Staring at Chinyu unwillingly, he couldn't understand until his death. He just wanted half of his food. Why did he cause a disaster? Clearly so many times before, the same method, he successfully got half of the food. Chapter 42. Watching the man in front of him gradually lose his vitality, Chinyu suddenly felt exhausted and nauseous, and an uncontrollable physiological reaction rushed directly to his throat. Chinyu knelt on the ground, supported the floor with both hands, and vomited out everything he had eaten in the past 2 days. After vomiting out everything in his stomach, Chinyu struggled to support his body. He couldn't fall down now. Just by hearing the sound of the zombies downstairs, he could guess how terrifying the number was. The debris on the 3rd floor could not completely stop the zombies, but could only delay them for a few minutes. If he fell down at this time, he would be eaten alive by the zombies. He must not fall down here. Holding the corner of his collar with his hand, Chinyu wiped his mouth, took out a sip of water, and then quickly went to the window to check the zombies downstairs. A huge group of zombies, at least hundreds of them. Chinyu didn't know why so many zombies were attracted. The man on the ground did scream loudly before he died, but he shouldn't have attracted so many zombies. He looked at the wound on his leg again. Due to the fight just now, the wound that was about to scab over broke open, and the blood immediately dyed the cotton on his leg red. Without time to think, Chinyu had to retreat quickly. He found a crossbody bag in the man's room and quickly put all the food in the room into it, including several packs of biscuits, 3 bags of instant noodles, and even 3 packs of compressed biscuits. After packing the food in front of him, Chinyu also put his canned food in it, passed the bag over his head, and Chinyu carried the bag crossbody, kept his knife in his arms, picked up the man's knife with his left hand, held the wooden stick in his right hand, and rushed out directly. Before rushing out, Chinyu did not forget to stab the head of the corpse on the ground with a knife. He did not want to be chased by this mutated corpse. At this time, Chinyu could not care whether running would further aggravate the wound on his leg. He had to evacuate this group of zombies quickly. When he came to the stairs, Chinyu stuck his head out and looked down from the gap. He just saw the zombies pushing away the debris on the 3rd floor and staggering towards the upper floor. Looking at the stairs leading up, Chinyu noticed the structure of this building when he was observing downstairs. If he was not mistaken, this building had a rooftop. He could not go downstairs, so he had to run upstairs first. Running up the stairs, Chinyu pushed some goods piled in the aisle to the ground while running, trying to slow down the zombies. Soon, Chinyu came to the last floor, and saw the iron door leading to the roof tightly closed in front of him, and Chinyu suddenly felt uneasy. Sure enough, when Chinyu ran closer, he grabbed the door with his hands, but couldn't pull it open. It seemed that it was locked from the roof. continued to stick his head out and look down. The zombies have come to the 7th floor. Chinyu is currently on the 11th floor. In less than 2 minutes, the zombies will wander up. The smell of blood in room 502 was like delicious food to zombies. They could notice it from a distance. At this time, Chinyu's legs were bleeding, and he was undoubtedly a target. Although some zombies rushed into room 502, the room could not accommodate all the zombies. The zombies' pursuit speed was not fast, which was equivalent to the walking speed of an ordinary person, but they would not get tired at all. If they had a target, they would follow until they were blocked by a dead end, and then they would continue to wander aimlessly again. Chinyu retreated and came to the door of room 1102. Looking at the dust on the door, Chinyu raised his left foot and kicked it. The door was not locked. Chinyu kicked it open after a few kicks. Once the door was opened, the wind directly activated the dust in the room, and Chinyu coughed. Cough. Cough, cough. Chinyu coughed a few times, covered his mouth and nose, and closed the door directly. He pushed the shoe cabinet next to it to block it, and put 2 chairs on it. The house Chinyu entered was a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house. The dust on the ground covered the entire room. Chinyu just took a look and guessed that no one had lived there for at least a year, so he didn't waste time to continue searching for food. He had to hurry and retreat. Coming to a bedroom, Chinyu looked down from the window. Countless zombies continued to pour into the building. With just one look, Chinyu decided that he could not stay in this building and wait for death. The rooftop was locked, so Chinyu was planning to find a room on the 11th floor to stay for a few days. When the zombies in the building didn't find their target, they would soon continue to wander out. He now had a lot of food and water, so he could hold on for a while, but Chinyu was still worried about his situation. That is, there would be new zombies coming in from outside, trapping the zombies inside. Once the zombies inside can't get out, they will probably keep walking back and forth in the corridor day after day. By then, Chinyu will run out of food and will be trapped to death in the room by the zombies. So Chinyu wants to take a gamble and bet that there are no zombies on the rooftop. Chinyu went to the windows in the room one by one and looked up to see if there was any window closest to the edge of the rooftop wall. He planned to use the bed sheet as a rope to climb up to the rooftop. Come to the toilet, Chinyu stood on the stool, stretched out half of his body, and looked up. It was only about 2 meters away from the rooftop. If it was closer, Chinyu could stand on the windowsill and directly grab the edge of the rooftop wall. After returning to the living room to look for tools to hold the edge of the rooftop wall, Chinyu clearly heard the groaning of zombies outside as he approached the door area. A few seconds later, zombies began to slap the door in front of Chinyu. The door opened inwards. If the number of zombies slapping the door increased, there was a chance that the door would be opened. At that time, Chinyu would have no choice but to die. Worried, Chinyu pushed the dining table in the room over to the shoe cabinet, and limped to put some pots and pans on the dining table to add a little weight and increase resistance. I found a hammer, about 40 centimeters long, a claw hammer. As long as I turned it upside down and grabbed the edge of the wall, it should be no problem to support Chinyu's weight. After a quick search in the house, Chinyu did not find a rope to use. Fortunately, he had the experience of making ropes with bed sheets in the factory before, and now Chinyu can still make ropes according to this method. Although the rope made of bed sheets was not used in the end, Chinyu had experimented with something at that time. As long as he tied a knot, he could completely hang a person's weight in a short time. All the bed sheets in the bedroom were found out. A total of more than a dozen. Chinyu carried them to the kitchen, found a kitchen knife, turned on the gas stove in the kitchen, burned the blade red, and then Chinyu easily cut the bed sheets into long strips of cloth of the same width. Chapter 43. After the blade was heated to a red flame, Chinyu cut the sheets much faster. After turning off the gas stove, Chinyu returned to the bathroom with the cut sheets, tightened the door and locked it, and sat on the ground to make a rope. The two pieces of cloth were stacked up and down, and then one end was wrapped around the other end, and two circles were made, so that the two parts passed through the connection of the two circles and crossed each other to form a cross. In this way, a button was made, which would become tighter and tighter. Repeating this step, Chinyu made two ropes, each about 5 meters long. One passed through his armpits and tied around his body. He put this rope on the door handle in the bathroom, as a simple safety rope. Another rope was tied to the wooden hammer of the claw hammer, and tied several times tightly. Chinyu held the hammer head with one hand, and tightened the rope with the other hand, stretched it out, and pulled it to both sides to make sure it was tied tightly, then stood up and went to the window, throwing it to the rooftop again and again. Looking at the group of zombies below, and hearing the knocking on the door from the video outside, Chinyu's heart beat very fast. He was very nervous now. worried about what if there was no wall edge on the rooftop above, what if there were zombies up there, what if the rope broke and he fell down and died. The height of the 11th floor made Chinyu's palms sweat. After trying more than 10 times, Chinyu first threw the hammer up, and then pulled the claw hammer down, but he couldn't hold it firmly. There were too many failures, and Chinyu became more and more impatient. He simply retreated to the toilet temporarily. This state was not good. Coming to the sink, Chinyu took out his own water, opened it, drank a sip, and then poured a little on his head. Although water resources are precious in the end times, they can be found after all. Now Chinyu urgently needs to calm down. He must escape from here. Looking at himself in the mirror, with his determined eyes and sharp face, Chinyu said to himself solemnly, "Come on, Chinyu, you shouldn't die here." After calming himself down again, Chinyu picked up the claw hammer, stood on the stool, took a deep breath, and then started throwing it again. Once, twice, 3 times. Success. Chinyu immediately let out a long breath. He grabbed the rope with his right hand and wrapped it around a few times. Chinyu pulled it and found it was very firm. After confirming that it would not break suddenly, he began to stand on the window base. He glanced at the rope tied to the door handle behind him. Even if the rope on the handle broke, at least there was another rope to tie him up, so he wouldn't fall directly. If both ropes broke, he would have to face death calmly. Chinyu had tried it several times before, and could feel the firmness of the rope. He couldn't believe that he was so unlucky that it broke just after he hung on it. Creaky. The door outside was pushed open, and the zombies rushed in desperately, pushing the dining table to make a friction sound on the floor. It's too late. Chinyu hurried to stand up, grabbed the window with his right hand, and then pushed the wall with his left foot. It is worth mentioning that the outer wall of this residential building is made of cement, not tiles. If it is tiles, Chinyu will have to find a pair of non-slip shoes to climb up. As soon as his left foot exerted force, Chinyu ignored the injury on his right foot, gritted his teeth and held on, pushed his feet on the wall, and climbed up with both hands holding the rope tightly. Bearing the pain, Chinyu touched the outer wall of the rooftop, grabbed the rope with one hand, grabbed the edge of the wall with the other hand, and then grabbed the wall with both hands at the same time. Finally, he pushed his left foot, exerted force with both hands at the same time, burst out with strength, lifted his body upwards, stepped into the rooftop with his right leg, and climbed up desperately. As soon as he climbed onto the rooftop, Chinyu heard the toilet door below being knocked open, and zombies rushed in directly. Without time to rest, Chinyu leaned on the edge of the rooftop with his exhausted body, carefully searching every corner of the rooftop. Fortunately, there were no zombies. Taking out the knife in his arms, Chinyu cut the rope tied under his armpits. Because time was very urgent, and the zombies were about to rush in, Chinyu did not have time to take the 30-centimeter long knife, and the wooden stick was left in the toilet. Now Chinyu only had Lin Yi's knife, and the claw hammer on the ground. Lifting the hammer and looking at it, Chinyu swung it a few times. It was quite handy. It shouldn't be difficult to use it to hit the zombies' heads. So he cut the rope on the hammer and planned to take it with him first, at least to have an extra weapon for self-defense. He checked the wound on his leg, and found that it was bigger. Seeing this, Chinyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because of the man downstairs, I'm in such a mess now. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Although he said so, Chinyu didn't regret his actions today at all. Although the first time he killed other survivors, he was very upset and vomited all the food in his stomach. In addition, due to climbing, he was now seriously exhausted, but Chinyu understood that this was the first time, but it would never be the last time. In the end of the world, human nature will be very dark. If you don't hurt others, it doesn't mean that others won't hurt you. Before the end of the world, beautiful girls will be admired by many suitors, but at the end of the world, being too beautiful will put you in danger. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, and don't have a strong team to back you up, then it's easy to become someone else's fish on the chopping board. Thinking of this, Chinyu couldn't help but start to worry about Lin Yi. She was so pretty. What would she do if she met other bad guys? As the man's behavior today progresses further in the apocalypse, there will be more and more people like him. But Chinyu thought again, then he risked his life to help Dazhuang Yangzi and others guard the truck of things, hoping to attract special attention from their boss. From Dazhuang's description, his boss seemed to be a very good leader, who should be supported by other people in the community. Maybe it would be okay to take care of Lin Yi, Zhang Yin, Xiao Shi and others. But Lin Yi is a doctor. In the apocalypse, this is as popular as food. It can be regarded as a trump card for self-protection. Looking at the wound on his leg and thinking of Lin Yi's profession, Chinyu said to himself, "No one dares to offend doctors easily. After all, No one can guarantee that they will not be injured accidentally besides being bitten by zombies. And medicine is very scarce in the apocalypse. It is a problem for ordinary people to even use different medicines. The same happened to the man in room 502. He cut off his arm and couldn't stop the bleeding quickly. Chinyu was always watching him. In order not to bleed to death, he had to quickly kill Chinyu, and was killed by Chinyu by chance. After that, he felt that although he could survive, if he cut off his limbs in time after being bitten by zombies, the chance was very small for ordinary people, especially when there were no first aid tools on the scene. If you don't know how to quickly deal with a wound after the limb is broken, and forcibly cut it off, you will only die faster. But if there is a doctor in the team, when encountering zombies, it is equivalent to everyone having an extra life, a life that can survive if you are unfortunately bitten on the hand or foot. Chapter 44. Chinyu rested on the rooftop for a while, ate something to regain some strength, and then slowly stood up with the help of the wall. At first, he didn't feel anything, but now that he was safe and relaxed, Chinyu just felt very tired and his legs hurt. He didn't want to walk anymore and just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. Chinyu understood that this was because he didn't exercise enough, and it was the end of the world, so his mental strength was highly tense, but the more this happened, the more he couldn't relax. Chinyu was alert and limped to check the environment of the rooftop. He didn't have strong fighting power. If he encountered too many zombies, he could only run. Now his leg was injured and it was difficult to run, so he had to be cautious at all times to make sure there were no zombies where he stayed. Chinyu looked at the rooftop. It was quite empty. There was a flower bed in the middle and a sunshade on the left. There was a big sofa inside. It looked clean. Holding the hammer, Chinyu walked around the rooftop and didn't see any trace of zombies. The rooftop here leads to another building, which happens to lead to other streets. However, Chinyu did not choose to move immediately, but planned to rest for 2 days to recover his strength and heal his injuries thoroughly. Coming to the sofa, Chinyu took off his coat, patted the sofa hard to shake off the dust on it, and then lay down immediately. It feels so good. Chinyu lay flat on the sofa, feeling so comfortable that he didn't want to move. Since leaving the rental house, Chinyu has never slept on a good bed. Even in the dormitory building of the factory, there are only some hard beds. Because it is summer, there are only some beds covered with sheets in the dormitory. The sofa is about 2 meters long, which is more than enough to accommodate Chinyu alone. And because it is blocked by the shed, it has not been exposed to rain. In addition, this place is on the rooftop, and the door is locked. The air circulates quickly, and the zombies can't smell the blood. It is basically a shelter that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If there is food, this place is simply a paradise. After lying down for about half an hour, Chinyu recovered a little strength and limped to the entrance of the rooftop. After checking the door lock, it was locked with a thick iron chain, and the door could only be opened from the inside. Even if the zombies came here and kept knocking on the door, they couldn't rush in, because the steps at the entrance to the rooftop are higher than the door. Unless the zombies can smash the ground, they will just be blocked behind the door. Chinyu doesn't believe that zombies can evolve to know how to open the door. After confirming that the lock is strong, Chinyu returned to the sofa and checked his wound. Fortunately, it is not inflamed, but just bleeding due to the crack. It should be fine as long as it is bandaged again. After searching along the rooftop, he didn't find anything that could be used for bandaging. Chinyu originally thought that someone might be hanging clothes on it, but after searching around, he saw nothing. Returning to the sofa, Chinyu glanced at the sofa he was sitting on. Was he going to cut it again? But after just thinking about it, Chinyu rejected this decision. Not to mention that he didn't have a clean knife to cut, and he couldn't find any glass. It was impossible for him to climb up the rope again and go back downstairs to bring a knife up. If it breaks, he will be asking for death. And the sofa was covered with dust just now. Chinyu didn't dare to use it to bandage the wound directly after just hitting it a few times. Chinyu never confirmed whether the knife used to kill zombies could be cleaned of viruses with water. After all, it was impossible to find an animal to try it. Chinyu thought he was not that cruel. Of course, if he really starved to death, he might eat animals. Looking at his coat, Chinyu's eyes lit up. The new clothes I just changed into have not been stained with dust or rolled on the ground. It should be okay to just wrap the side facing inward. The weather is hot now, but not too cold. Even if Chinyu wears a short-sleeved shirt, he won't catch a cold. As long as he doesn't get sick, there's nothing to worry about. He does it right away. Chinyu looked at the rooftop, which was made of cement. He also looked at the head of the claw hammer. As long as the part on it that pried the nails was sharpened, it shouldn't be a problem to tear the clothes. Picking up the claw hammer and coming to the edge of the rooftop, Chinyu leaned his head out and looked down. The zombies had stopped entering the building, but there were still a lot of zombies on the street. Poured some water on it. Chinyu held the claw hammer with both hands and began to sharpen it. Soon, the claw hammer was polished by Chinyu. He scratched it lightly with his thumb. It was quite sharp. Although it was not as good as a knife, it was okay. Chinyu would never gamble and cut it directly with a knife. He would rather sharpen the hammer again. Sitting on the sofa, Chinyu clamped his coat with his knees, then held the other side of the coat with his left hand, picked up the hammer with his right hand, and began to scratch the clothes. Chinyu cut the same part several times, and finally succeeded in cutting off a line. After taking off the bandage from last time, Chinyu bandaged it again, and cut 2 more strips for backup. It should be enough to change it every 2 days. After everything was done, it was almost dark. Chinyu was very tired and couldn't wait to have a good sleep. He fell on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep the next second. Relying on the food obtained from the man, Chinyu spent 2 days on the rooftop and his injury healed a lot. The wound itself was not very serious, but it was soaked in water for too long. After cleaning and bandaging, it gradually improved. On the 3rd day, Chinyu planned to leave here and see if he could find a map. At this time, his injury was enough to walk quickly, and he should be fine as long as he didn't run for a long time. It was definitely impossible to take the stairs, so Chinyu planned to go to another building and go down from the rooftop of that building. When he came to the closest point between the 2 buildings, Chinyu looked at it and saw that the distance was about 1 meter. Chinyu took a few steps back, took a run up, stepped on the rooftop with his left foot, and directly stepped to the other building. Chinyu had observed before that a large number of zombies had entered the building where he was. As for the building next to him, there was not many zombies entering because there was a distance between the entrances of the 2 buildings. The rooftop of the building across was also locked with iron chains, but compared with the other building, the chains here were obviously much thinner. Chinyu knocked on the door a few times first, then put his ear against the door and listened carefully to the movement behind the door. He didn't want to open the door and see a few zombies rushing over. At least find out what's behind the door first. If there are zombies, it's better to open the door slowly and find an opportunity to kill them. Chapter 45. After counting a dozen times in his mind, Chinyu confirmed that he did not hear any movement, then took a step back, took out a hammer, and knocked down the chain. Clang! The chain was not very strong due to the wind and sun, so Chinyu broke it in a few hits. He pushed open the door, and a cloud of dust rushed over. With the experience of the last time, Chinyu covered his nose in advance this time, so he was not choked. He pushed open the door in time and hid aside. When the dust dissipated a little, Chinyu walked into the building, holding the knife in his left hand, raised the hammer in his right hand, and walked down the stairs. When he went down to the 9th floor, Chinyu encountered the first zombie in the building. This zombie only had one hand left, and it mechanically walked back and forth on this floor. When Chinyu appeared, the zombie turned its head and looked at Chinyu. Then it opened its long rotten mouth, opened and closed it up and down, and ran straight towards Chinyu. Chinyu stood on the stairs, and when the zombie came closer, he raised his right hand and hit the zombie's head with a hammer, directly hitting the zombie's brain. Even in this situation, the zombie still did not stop. It was just hit against the railing by Chinyu's hammer, and then it groped its way towards Chinyu. Without wasting any more time, Chinyu directly stabbed the zombie's other temple with a knife. In less than a second, the zombie collapsed on the stairs. Chinyu bent down, pulled out the knife stuck in the zombie's head, and then wiped the blood on the zombie's clothes, muttering, "This hammer is not as good as a knife." Although the hitting feeling is very good, it is difficult to kill with a hammer unless you have a lot of strength. It seems that I still need to find a spear in the future. It would be best if I could find a long spear or something like that, with a spear head, which can be used for cutting and stabbing. Chinyu likes to use wooden spears as weapons, but unfortunately, he didn't carry the wooden spear he made the first time with him. Although he cut a wooden stick later, it was a bit blunt because he often used it as a walking stick. Continuing to walk downstairs, Chinyu encountered 2 more zombies along the way. Fortunately, they were not on the same floor, so Chinyu didn't spend any effort to deal with them. When he came to the 5th floor, Chinyu saw a shovel in the stairwell, so he just left the hammer there, picked up the shovel and continued to walk down. Soon, he reached the 3rd floor, and Chinyu slowed down his pace, getting close to the ground. There might be more zombies here. Sure enough, Chinyu looked down and saw 5 zombies standing on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor from the 3rd floor. Although they looked like robots that had lost their batteries, Chinyu had no doubt that if he took a few more steps, the zombies would definitely be activated. There were too many zombies, and the stairs were narrow, so it was not convenient to deal with them one by one, so Chinyu planned to find another way. Back on the 5th floor, Chinyu picked up the hammer, looked at it, and said, "Save me again." To prevent getting too close, Chinyu stood directly on the 4th floor, aimed the hammer at the gap between the stairs, aimed at the open space below, and threw it down. With a clang, it was deafening in the quiet corridor. Chinyu saw that the zombies on the stairs went directly downstairs, and he had to hurry to find another way out. The zombies in the building can be led down, and similarly, the zombies outside can also be led in. When he first came to this building, Chinyu noticed that there were obviously more residents in this building compared to the one next door, and many of the room doors were covered with floor mats. On the 3rd floor, Chinyu fumbled under the floor mats in front of the 2 rooms. Some people always forget to bring their keys when they go out, resulting in being trapped outside the door, and finally having to pay someone to open the lock, which is also a considerable expense over time. So he simply put a spare key under the mat. As for why Chinyu knew it so clearly, it was because his neighbor did the same thing. Soon, Chinyu felt something hard under the mat at the door of 301. He took it out and saw that it was a key. He stood up and walked to 301. Chinyu said silently in his heart, "God bless, God bless." He could only pray that he could open this door. After inserting the key, Chinyu closed his eyes and gently turned it to the side. Phew, luckily, the lock is not broken. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door and walked in, closed the door, and stood at the door. Chinyu glanced around. This is a 2-bedroom and 1 living room house. The furniture is very simple and placed in a mess. The shoes on the floor at the door are also randomly placed on the ground. Chinyu took a rough look and guessed that it should be when the zombies just broke out. This family fled for their lives. There was also a bag dropped at the door. Picked it up and saw that there were actually several stacks of money in it. After a rough look, there should be tens of thousands of yuan. After just a casual look, Chinyu threw the money on the ground. Sorry, it is the end of the world now, money is useless. If there is a sausage in the bag, Chinyu will be happy for a long time. But a bag of money really can't make him happy. Some things that cannot be produced in the end of the world can become hard goods. The reason why there is a shortage of materials in the end of the world is not because there are not enough things to share. It is because in the end of the world, there will be power outages and water outages, and all transportation including production will stop. At the beginning, you can often find food in some stores and supermarkets, and basically there will be some left, which others can't take away. In the future, many things will go bad and expire. Some food that can be preserved for a long time will be particularly important at this time. Before the end of the world, if you have a stomachache, you can go to the hospital to get some medicine and rest for a while. After the end of the world, where can you find a hospital? Not to mention that there are zombies everywhere in the hospital, you don't even know what medicine to find. So when Chinyu searched for supplies, he basically gave priority to carrying those that can be preserved for a long time. As for those that are easy to expire, they are eaten as soon as possible. Especially rice. Many people think that rice can be preserved for a long time, and are reluctant to eat it in the end of the world. In fact, its shelf life is only 3 to 6 months, and the longest is no more than 1 year. If you really want to store food, you have to use canned food. After walking around the house, Chinyu found a few porcelain bowls, which can be found in the kitchen. Coming to the balcony of the living room, Chinyu looked down and saw that the entrance should be downstairs. Chinyu found an angle and aimed at the location of the next building. Chinyu threw the bowl there with all his strength. Pa! The porcelain bowl broke when it touched the ground, and the zombies downstairs immediately walked towards the place where the sound came from. He held the railing tightly and leaned out to look down. There were very few zombies downstairs. Right now, Chinyu immediately opened the door and ran downstairs. If time passes, the zombies will probably come back again. He must hurry up and leave this building quickly. When he arrived at the 1st floor, there was only one zombie at the door. Chinyu rushed forward, stabbed the zombie's head with a knife, pushed the zombie aside, and then ran outside. Chapter 46. While running, Chinyu threw bowls to both sides, trying to distract the zombies. A few minutes later, Chinyu gradually left the street and ran to a main road. He looked back at the zombies behind him, and then ran to a bus stop to see what places were on it. Tianlin University. That's you. Chinyu saw that the next stop was a university, and immediately determined his target. There must be a bookstore at the entrance of the school, and there will basically be maps in the bookstore. Following this path, Chinyu soon saw the school gate. After searching near the gate, Chinyu found a bookstore, but the door was closed. He couldn't care less now. He needed to get the map and run away. Picking up a stone from the ground, Chinyu smashed the glass door open, reached in to open the door, stepped in to search, and soon found a large map. After a rough look, he found that it was not damaged. He picked up a belt from the ground and tied the map and the bag together. Walking out of the bookstore, the zombies from before were still chasing him. Chinyu felt more and more uneasy. If this continued, these zombies would attract more zombies and easily trigger a zombie tide. If these zombies were not allowed to lose their target now, if Chinyu continued to run, he would also attract zombies in other streets, which would cause irreversible consequences. Zombies would also roar, and a group of zombies would wander around, just like a magnet, constantly attracting zombies in other corners. Thinking of this, Chinyu looked at the university. The gate was closed, and the school had a wall. As long as Chinyu hid in the school and left from somewhere else, he might be able to get rid of the group of zombies behind him. There were about dozens of them. As long as they stopped here, they would not cause a zombie tide. After deciding on the next action, Chinyu quickly ran into the bookstore, took a stool, and then left from the back door. He walked around and came to the wall next to the school. Chinyu stepped on the stool and climbed in. As soon as he jumped off the wall, Chinyu walked a few steps and ran into two zombies. One of the zombies, wearing a dress and carrying a school bag, was completely unrecognizable and walked towards Chinyu with his teeth bared. This should be a student on campus. After the zombie transformation, half of the snow-white dress had been dyed brown, and a large piece of meat was missing from the leg. Chinyu estimated that it should be caused by being bitten by other zombies in the leg. For some reason, Chinyu felt a little disappointed. These students worked hard to get into college, but before they could experience college life properly, they encountered doomsday zombies. For them, many people even found it difficult to leave the school. Once zombies appeared in the school, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Without further hesitation, Chinyu stepped forward and killed the zombie in front of him with a knife. When it fell, Chinyu supported it and then carefully placed it on the ground. After killing the remaining zombie neatly, Chinyu put them together and picked up a sheet that fell on the ground. Chinyu covered them. The area where he climbed over the wall should be a dormitory building. Chinyu didn't know what kind of dormitory it was, and he didn't plan to go in to see. Walking in another direction along the wall, Chinyu heard a sound coming from the building in front for a while, and then squatted down. "Shaoli, why are you resisting so hard? Follow me, I won't hurt you." A man's voice came from the second floor of the dormitory building in front of Chinyu. Chinyu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. He hid in the bushes under the wall and planned to wait until the people in the dormitory building were far away before leaving, so as not to be discovered. After hiding, Chinyu looked up and saw a girl on the second floor who was blocked on the balcony. She held a fork in both hands, and her hands were shaking uncontrollably. "Don't even think about it. I will never be with you even if I die." The girl leaned against the balcony and shouted at the dormitory. "Little Lee, let's not talk about death all the time. You should know how many people want to live but can't." The man in front of the girl consoled her. "You still have the nerve to say that Chung Feng was killed by you. I saw you push him down and get bitten by zombies," the girl said tremblingly. The girl's name is Li Yao. She is a sophomore student at Tianlin University. She is excellent in both character and study, beautiful in appearance, and has a good personality. She has always had many suitors in school. Chung Feng is her childhood friend. They went to the same junior high school, and university. They have always been alumni, and have a very good relationship. The man in the dormitory in front of her is Fan Shuyang, a junior. Since the first day of school, the lazy Fan Shuyang saw Li Yao at the first sight during the freshman reception. He started to pester her like a fly all day long. Although Li Yao had clearly stated that she only wanted to complete her studies before her senior year, and had no intention of finding a partner, she asked him not to come to her again. But Fan Shuyang didn't listen at all, and continued to do his own thing. Until one day, Chung Feng saw him. Seeing that Fan Shuyang didn't listen to his persuasion, and even insulted Chung Feng's family, Chung Feng was directly angry, and started fighting with Fan Shuyang. Finally, the matter got out of hand. Chung Feng had good grades, was polite to teachers, and friendly to classmates, and was insulted by Fan Shuyang first, so he was only criticized in the whole school, and did self-examination. Fan Shuyang's academic performance was very poor, and Li Yao also reported Fan Shuyang for harassing her. This time, Fan Shuyang had conflicts with two classmates in a row, and they were both students with good grades. He was severely punished and was placed on probation. Fan Shuyang was only one step away from being expelled from school, which made him hold a grudge and seek opportunities to retaliate against Chung Feng. Coincidentally, more than half a month later, zombies appeared in the city, the school was in chaos, and the teachers had no time to restrain him. That day, Li Yao was studying in the library. It was the weekend, and there were few people in the library. In the afternoon, when Li Yao was about to go back to the dormitory, she met Chung Feng downstairs. He was carrying a large black plastic bag. Chung Feng handed her the bag, which contained food and water, and told her not to leave the school in the next few days. It was very dangerous outside. He would accompany her opposite Li Yao's dormitory building and leave together when it was safe. Li Yao didn't know what happened, but she still nodded. She chose to trust Chung Feng unconditionally. As for why he didn't choose to sneak into Li Yao's dormitory, it was probably because he was scolded by the dormitory aunt. So Chung Feng planned to go to the opposite side of Li Yao, so that he could find out in time if there was any danger, but what happened later was completely beyond his plan. Chapter 47. I'm leaving, Yao Yao. Remember to lock the door. If your roommate comes back from outside, ask her if she has a fever first. If she does, don't open the door. Chung Feng stood in front of Li Yao and said this, then left. He had to hurry up and buy more food, because if he went too late, the school supermarket would be sold out. After that, Li Yao returned to the dormitory with the bag. Chung Feng specifically told her to hide the bag and not let others find it. After standing in the dormitory and looking at it, Li Yao chose to put it in the cabinet. After putting the big bag in, he locked the cabinet. After finishing his work, Li Yao sat in front of the computer and turned on the computer to search what happened. As soon as he went online, Li Yao saw a video, which was on the homepage of the video platform. Looking at the location on the cover, Li Yao felt that it was in a large shopping mall in the city. Pressing the play button, the video started to move, and the next scene completely refreshed Li Yao's cognition. A person wearing scary makeup bit other people on the street. Li Yao thought it was a behind-the-scenes footage of a movie. It was so real. It was not until she saw the person wearing makeup bit a man's neck and tore off a large piece of flesh. Blood was splattered everywhere. She realized something was wrong. She quickly turned off the computer to calm herself down. Then Li Yao took out her phone and started to send messages to her roommates one by one, asking them when they would be back and asking them to come back quickly if they were still outside. Today is the weekend, and the three roommates are out on dates. Li Yao doesn't like to go out, so she is the only one in the dormitory. After waiting for about half an hour, Li Yao got more and more uneasy when she didn't see any reply from her roommates. She walked out of the dormitory and went to the top floor to get some fresh air. She could also see the school gate from here. When she walked to the edge of the roof, she was stunned when she saw the scene at the door. She saw several cars had a car accident at the door, and some people were chasing others like crazy. From time to time, someone smashed the roadside shops with iron bars. This scene was too shocking for Li Yao, who had been a good girl since childhood. She took out her cell phone to call the police, but found that there was no signal, even though she could send messages just now. Without staying upstairs, Li Yao quickly went downstairs to the second-floor dormitory and locked the door. It was not until the evening, after dark, that the dormitory door was knocked. Yao Yao, are you in the dormitory? Yao Yao. A female voice sounded outside. Li Yao fell asleep on the bed with her head covered by the quilt. When she heard the voice, it was Zhu Yuanyuan in the dormitory. She sat up and asked timidly, Yuanyuan, is it you? Do you have a fever? Zhu Yuanyuan outside the door was anxious and answered, Fever? What fever? You know how long I haven't been sick. Open the door quickly. I need to go to the bathroom. Hearing the answer, Li Yao climbed down from the bed, walked to the door, held the door handle, took a deep breath, and resolutely opened the door. Li Yao looked at her roommate Zhu Yuanyuan outside without saying a word. The girl outside the door was carrying a backpack, with a bun on her head and a light yellow long skirt. It was Zhu Yuanyuan. She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door again, but found that the door had been opened by Li Yao. Why didn't you open the door for so long? What happened to you? As soon as Zhu Yuanyuan entered the room, she put down her things and walked towards the bathroom. Li Yao walked out and looked outside. Only Zhu Yuanyuan came back. There was still no news from the other two roommates. After locking the door again, Li Yao sat on the chair and said in confusion, Don't you know what happened today? After a while, the sound of flushing came from the bathroom. Zhu Yuanyuan washed her hands and walked out. She picked up a bottle of water, opened it, and drank a sip, then said, What happened? What could have happened? Before Li Yao could continue, Zhu Yuanyuan started talking again. But you know what? It was quite strange today. All the buses and subways outside stopped running. Fortunately, the place where we had a date was not far away, so I walked back directly. And there were a lot of people running on the road outside. Didn't you see what happened at the school gate? Li Yao asked again. I wore contact lenses for a date today, and I took them off early after wearing them for a day. When I came back, it was dark and I couldn't see anything wrong at the school gate. There were a few cars parked in the middle of the road. Zhu Yuanyuan was a little confused. Why did Li Yao say something strange today? Seeing this, Li Yao stopped asking questions. She picked up the laptop and came to Zhu Yuanyuan. She put the laptop on the table, then turned it on, and clicked the play button. Fortunately, when she watched this video before, the computer automatically cached it, and it can be played without the internet. Zhu Yuanyuan was a little confused. Li Yao came to her and played a video. She didn't understand what was going on and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Hey, what video is this? Is this a movie? It's so real. Wow, the blood looks so real. This wound is so..." Before she could finish her words, Zhu Yuanyuan saw the scene in the video, quickly covered her mouth, bent down to pick up the trash can on the ground, and started vomiting. Li Yao handed Zhu Yuanyuan a piece of paper. After wiping it, Zhu Yuanyuan said in shock, This? Where did you find this video? It's so scary." Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan thought the video was also a movie, but the next second, she saw a weird-looking person biting the man's neck on the ground, and the blood vessels and arteries were bitten off. Her intuition told her that this was not a movie. Li Yao stood by, her face pale as she shook her head, pointed at the video on the computer, and said, "Where do you see this?" Zhu Yuanyuan picked up a book, blocked the screen on the computer, and only looked at the place where Li Yao pointed, and then said in surprise, "Is this the big mall in our city center?" Li Yao nodded, and then closed the computer. The screen was really a bit bloody. Click. The power went out. The dormitory was pitch black, and Li Yao didn't want to open the laptop. The little light didn't help much, not to mention that the screen was bloody, and she didn't want to look at it again. Li Yao reached out and grabbed Zhu Yuanyuan's shoulder, then said, "There must be a problem in the city. I don't know what the situation is. There is also a similar situation at the school gate. You are very lucky today. You can return to school safely." Zhu Yuanyuan said fearfully, "What about Zhang Cixi and Ningli? Didn't they come back?" Li Yao whispered, "No, you are the only one who came back." Hearing Li Yao's answer, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a little scared. It's not that she didn't see this kind of strange person today, but she thought it was a prank video, so she left quickly without paying attention. She was in a hurry to go back to the toilet, and she couldn't find any public toilets along the way. Suddenly, Li Yao thought of something, and then asked Zhu Yuanyuan, "It may not be convenient to go out in the next few days. I have to wait for the school teachers and the police to deal with the matter. How much food do you have? Take it all out. We have to distribute it reasonably." Zhu Yuanyuan heard Li Yao talking about food. She groped to her cabinet. Now the power was out, and she couldn't see, but she was sensitive to snacks, and could feel them out. After feeling around in the cabinet for a few times, Zhu Yuanyuan whispered, "There are still 3 buckets of instant noodles, 5 sausages, and 3 bags of potato chips left. What about you?" Li Yao replied, "I still have a lot of food. Chung Feng gave me a big bag today. I didn't know the reason at first, but now I think he probably knew what happened." After saying this, Li Yao looked across the dormitory with a worried look on her face. She was worried about Chung Feng. The room, there was also dark. She didn't know if Chung Feng went to the supermarket to buy food later. "He gave me so much food. What should I do?" Chapter 48. A night passed like this, and the other 2 people in the dormitory still didn't come back. Zhu Yuanyuan said worriedly, "They may have been in trouble." Li Yao, who was gesturing with Chung Feng on the balcony, turned around and said, "I hope they can find a place to hide safely." Based on Chung Feng's gestures, Li Yao understood what he meant. "I pick you up in 2 days, and we leave through the back door." Li Yao nodded. This is the tacit understanding that the 2 have developed since childhood. They don't need to speak, just a look or a gesture to convey their thoughts. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the afternoon, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared in the school. They were just like what Li Yao saw in the video, covered in blood, liked to attack people, and were very sensitive to sound. When the zombies appeared downstairs of the dormitory at the beginning, all the students were scared and hid in the dormitory, closing the door, and not daring to make any sound. But there were a few who were not afraid of death. They had watched too many movies, and thought they were the protagonists. They picked up baseball bats and went out to find food. I thought I was a warrior in a movie, but I turned into a few zombies. Seeing the zombies downstairs lying on the students and eating them crazily, the students in the building were so scared that they dared not breathe. As for leaving in 2 days, as Chung Feng said, it has become completely impossible, because a large number of zombies began to gather downstairs. These were attracted by the crazy screams of the students when they were bitten. Students who usually like to stock up on snacks can hold on for a few more days. As for those who don't stock up much, they have been holding on by relying on the tap water they connected in advance. Those students who even forgot to get water could not hold on any longer. Because the school started to cut off water the next day, some foresight people used buckets to get tap water in advance. Some people who chose to buy water and did not drink tap water had to leave the dormitory. Every time 5 students ran out, there would always be 2 who would fall in panic and be left behind by the zombies. There was no news of the rescue that everyone had been waiting for. As for Fan Shuyang, he took his 3 followers to look for Chung Feng everywhere. In the past few days, there was no trace of Chung Feng, which made him think that he might have died outside. In fact, this was because Chung Feng did not return to his dormitory in order to better watch Li Yao, but went to the second-floor dormitory to squeeze with others. But suddenly one day, when Fan Shuyang was on the balcony on the 6th floor, he observed when the number of zombies downstairs decreased as usual, and he noticed Li Yao's gestures. He saw Li Yao gesturing at him downstairs. His intuition told him that the person downstairs was probably Chung Feng. So Fan Shuyang and his 3 followers went downstairs and knocked on the door. Chung Feng certainly didn't dare to open the door. Now the teachers were not in school, and it was unknown when the zombie crisis would end. Chung Feng hid in the room and didn't say a word. As for Chung Feng's roommate, he was also a student who disliked Fan Shuyang very much before, and he didn't pay any attention to Fan Shuyang outside the door. There were zombies outside the 1st floor, and Fan Shuyang didn't dare to kick the door hard. He just cursed a few words outside the door and walked away. Li Yao in the opposite building was very anxious. She gestured to Chung Feng and said that there would be fewer zombies outside at night. Could he come to find her and take Zhu Yuanyu in with him? The 3 of them could hide on the rooftop together. That way, they wouldn't be afraid of Fan Shuyang. After thinking it over, Chung Feng thought he could give it a try. After all, Fan Shuyang didn't dare to be too presumptuous at the moment. Although Chung Feng felt that he didn't dare to do anything to him, after all, no one could say whether the zombies would be cleared by the army. If Fan Shuyang did something too much, he would definitely be held accountable afterwards. But Chung Feng still had another worry, that is, Fan Shuyang used the zombies to harm him. As long as he said that he was attacked by zombies, even the teacher would not be able to say anything. So Chung Feng also agreed with Li Yao's words and chose to go to her dormitory building and hide on the rooftop with them. The bad news is that there are zombies wandering downstairs, and the good news is that there will be fewer zombies at midnight, probably only about 3. Chung Feng calculated that as long as he ran faster, he could run into the girls' dormitory before the zombies caught up with him. In this way, Chung Feng left some things for the roommate on the 2nd floor, and then he took a small bag of food and opened the door of the 2nd floor dormitory in the early hours of the night. When he came to the door of the 1st floor in the dark, he found a person lying in the dormitory on the 1st floor. Looking at the sleeping posture, Chung Feng secretly thought that it was not good, and it was Fan Shuyang. From the looks of it, Fan Shuyang was waiting for him in the dormitory on the 1st floor. He thought that after Chung Feng ran out of food, he would risk leaving the dormitory building to find food like other students, so he simply moved downstairs. Anyway, the door on the 1st floor was closed, so the zombies couldn't get in. Fan Shuyang locked the door of the dormitory management office, so he wasn't afraid of the zombies. Standing there motionless, Chung Feng looked at him. Fan Shuyang seemed to be asleep. He didn't choose to take the risk and go over. Instead, he planned to go back to the dormitory first and rely on his own supplies to survive Fan Shuyang. Just as he was tiptoeing back, Chung Feng suddenly felt that he bumped into someone from behind. Looking back, although he couldn't see the face clearly, he recognized the man in front of him when he heard his voice. It was one of Fan Shuyang's followers. He was about to speak, but the person in front of him said, "Give me the food you have, and I will pretend not to see you, otherwise I will wake him up, and you can imagine what will happen to you." Listening to the slightly threatening words of the figure in front of him, Chung Feng hesitated for a moment, but still chose to compromise. If there was a conflict with the person in front of him, Fan Shuyang would definitely wake up. There was no way, there were 2 people here, and Chung Feng would not have the upper hand if they really fought. So Chung Feng gave his food to the person in front of him, and immediately, the person blocking him also kept his word, and directly stepped aside and let Chung Feng leave. Although he was Fan Shuyang's follower before, he only followed him to eat, drink and have fun. Now it's the end of the world and food is scarce. Whoever can survive is the boss. He himself has no opinion on Chung Feng. In the face of survival, he did not choose to continue to follow Fan Shuyang, but chose himself. Chung Feng quietly returned to the second floor. As for the follower, he just glanced at Fan Shuyang and then went upstairs. It is unknown which dormitory he will hide in. But what is certain is that he will never tell Fan Shuyang about the food. After guarding downstairs for 2 days, Fan Shuyang's own food was almost gone. One of his 3 followers said that he had a fever, and it was inconvenient to go out. Fan Shuyang did not think much about it. He was even afraid that he might be infected, so he asked him to stay in the house and never come out. Chapter 49. The remaining 2 followers had no idea how they could survive, and they continued to follow Fan Shuyang foolishly. More than half a month had passed, and seeing that the food was getting less and less, Fan Shuyang didn't wait any longer. He just wanted to beat Chung Feng up as soon as possible. If possible, he also wanted to break Chung Feng's legs, let the 2 followers pin him to the ground, and watch how he was with Li Yao. Arriving at the dormitory next to Chung Feng, Fan Shuyang prepared to climb into Chung Feng's dormitory from the balcony. Fortunately, Chung Feng found out in time, and kept disturbing Fan Shuyang with a broom, trying to stop him. Seeing this, Fan Shuyang retreated and said to his 2 followers, "I have 2 sausages here, 1 for each of you. Go help me break open the door of Chung Feng's dormitory, and after that, I will give all the food inside to you too. I don't want anything, do you understand? If you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat more grass." Fan Shuyang also understands this principle, so he reluctantly took out the sausage from his body and divided it equally between his 2 followers, so that they would help him do things. Both sides launched an attack, as long as whichever side broke through first would be fine. The 2 followers were also very hungry. When they heard what Fan Shuyang said, they nodded like woodpeckers and agreed immediately. They had never considered why Brother Fan, who was usually reluctant to give them more food, would be willing to give each of them a sausage today. Especially since he didn't even want the food in the dormitory and left it all to them. This made them think that a friend in need is a friend indeed. If Fan Shuyang could hear the thoughts of the 2 followers in front of him, he would probably laugh out loud. Give them all the food? What was he thinking? As long as he kicked the door open and tied up Chung Feng, wouldn't it be up to him, Fan Shuyang, to decide what to do next? After all, he, Fan Shuyang, found a fruit knife in the dormitory room. He had secretly hidden it in his sleeve. He didn't know who had brought a knife into the school before, and the dormitory manager had found it, and kept it in the drawer of the dormitory room. A few days ago, Fan Shuyang was bored in the middle of the night, so he rummaged around in the dormitory room to see if he could find some food, and he actually found a knife. With a knife, you have the right to speak. Who to give food to depends on your mood. What's more, Fan Shuyang didn't plan to give any more food to others. He would take back the 2 sausages when the time comes. After discussing the strategy, the 2 followers went to hit Chung Feng's dormitory building, trying to hit the door with their bodies as much as possible to keep the sound as small as possible. Fan Shuyang on this side continued to climb over from the balcony. Chung Feng's roommate blocked the door alone and asked fearfully, "What should I do, Brother Feng? I can't stop it anymore." Chung Feng was also very anxious. He glanced at Fan Shuyang on the balcony next door, ran to the dormitory, took out a suitcase, put some books and other things in it, put them by the door to block, and then rushed to the balcony, picked up a toothbrush and a cup and threw them at Fan Shuyang, trying to use something to knock Fan Shuyang down. But Fan Shuyang held on tightly. He knew that Chung Feng would have less and less things to throw at him, so when Chung Feng threw things, he didn't move, and when he went in to find things, he grabbed and crawled over there. Seeing Fan Shuyang getting closer and closer, Chung Feng was very anxious and didn't care about so much. He also climbed up to the balcony, holding the wall with one hand and poking Fan Shuyang with a broom with the other hand. However, Fan Shuyang was much stronger than him. He grabbed the broom with his backhand. Fan Shuyang exerted force and almost pulled Chung Feng down with him. The broom fell into the flower bed downstairs during the tug of war between the 2. Chung Feng looked down. If he could jump in the middle of the flower bed on the 2nd floor, he could run away quickly. Seeing Chung Feng's eyes staring at the flower bed below, Fan Shuyang became anxious. Chung Feng had a flower bed below, but he didn't. If he ran into the dormitory next door and locked the door first, how could he retaliate against Chung Feng? Fan Shuyong had already seen Liao waiting at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building, and was waiting for Chung Feng to run over. Chung Feng thought for a moment, and now the roommates in the room had no grudges against Fan Shuyong and his friends, so they could survive even if their food was stolen. He didn't believe that Fan Shuyong would kill other students for no reason. Without hesitation, Chung Feng estimated the landing position and immediately prepared to jump down. At this moment, Fan Shuyong directly took out the knife, stepped over, and stabbed Chung Feng's leg with the knife. Liao, who was watching at the door, noticed Fan Shuyong's little move, and she was so anxious that she hurriedly shouted, "Brother Feng, be careful." Hearing Liao's words, Chung Feng looked up and saw Fan Shuyong stabbing him with a knife with a ferocious face. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Although he dodged the knife, he did not stand firmly and fell directly to the flower bed downstairs. After Liao's shout, the zombies downstairs began to move, and the sound of Chung Feng hitting the flower bed immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. Liao saw the zombies walking towards Chung Feng, and she anxiously slapped the iron door of the dormitory and shouted loudly, "Hey! Here! Don't look at me! Come here!" Liao cried at this time, but the zombies outside ignored her voice and walked towards Chung Feng. Chung Feng fell at the wrong angle, and his right knee and left ankle were also hit a little when he fell. The pain made him sweat on his forehead. He stood up with the help of the wall, and limped back with the help of the wall. He looked at the dozens of zombies in front of him, and the zombies coming from behind. Chung Feng knew that he could not rush out. Chung Feng looked up at Liao, and seeing Liao hurriedly opening the door and rushing out, he quickly stopped her loudly. "Don't come out, Yao Yao. Lock the door." "No, I can't watch you die," Liao cried back, and hurriedly picked up the key from the dormitory to open the door. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan heard the noise upstairs and ran down. Seeing Zhu Yuanyuan, Chung Feng hurriedly shouted, "Zhu Yuanyuan, hold Yao Yao. Don't let her leave the dormitory." Zhu Yuanyuan quickly ran forward, pulled Liao, who had stepped out, back into the door, and immediately closed the door. The next second, a zombie slammed directly on the door. Seeing Zhu Yuanyuan pulling Liao back, Chung Feng let out a long breath and slowly retreated to the back. He wanted to lead the zombies away, and didn't want these zombie monsters to block Liao anymore. "No! Don't leave!" Liao cried, and tried to break free from Zhu Yuanyuan. Slowly retreating, Chung Feng watched Liao crawling on the ground and said gently, "Yao Yao, this is probably the last thing I do for you. In the future, don't just eat a few bites to cope with studying." "Oh, there will be no time to study in the future." Chung Feng smiled bitterly. "How can we study when the end of the world is here? You have to live well. Don't trust strangers easily. You are too naive. You believe everything others say. The end of the world is here. What can you do when I am not by your side?" Speaking of this, Chung Feng also shed tears. He really didn't want to leave Liao. But there was no way. The zombies surrounded him. His knees and ankles were injured. It hurt to walk, let alone run. Finally, Chung Feng cried until his eyes were red, but he still said softly, "Yao Yao, stop crawling. I go first, promise me you must live well." After saying this, Chung Feng resolutely retreated to the back, and soon, the zombies behind blocked him. Chung Feng was pushed to the ground by the zombies, and all the zombies pounced on him. Liao was lying on the ground with her eyes swollen from crying, and she couldn't say a word. She didn't hear Chung Feng make a sound, not even a scream. At this moment, Liao hoped that Chung Feng would stop trying so hard. Zhu Yuanyuan, who was lying on Liao, also shed tears. She still remembered how miserable those students were when they were bitten by zombies a few days ago. Chung Feng didn't make any sound in order not to attract other zombies, and was torn to pieces by the zombies. Chapter 50. Seeing that someone had died, Fan Shuyong decided to go all out and climbed into the next dormitory to grab all the food. Fan Shuyong held up a knife and looked at the three people in the dormitory fiercely. "Who wants to die? Come up and try." The two followers looked at each other. They had just broken through the dormitory door and rushed in. They witnessed everything that happened. Fan Shuyong was almost crazy at this time. It was better not to mention food for the time being. One of the followers was called Li Shu. He put on a flattering smile and said, "Brother Fan, you can rest assured. Wang Yi and I followed you only to survive. How could we be interested in that pile of food?" Fan Shuyong pointed his knife at Wang Yi next to him to confirm whether it was the same as what Li Shu said. Of course, we just want to survive, Brother Fan. You should put away the knife. Be careful not to hurt someone by mistake." Wang Yi nodded humbly. Seeing the two people show their loyalty, Fan Shuyang put away the knife. Now he needs manpower to rush into Li Yao's dormitory. He has coveted Li Yao for a long time. Before the end of the world, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Now he has indirectly killed Cheng Feng. It's okay if the end of the world doesn't end. If it ends, then he will be dead. After all, Li Yao and Zhu Yuanyuan witnessed everything. As for Cheng Feng's roommate, Fan Shuyang didn't dare to do anything to him, but just kicked him out of the dormitory. Because the zombies downstairs were attracted by Cheng Feng, they took the opportunity to leave the dormitory building after being kicked out of the dormitory. Whether they live or die next depends on fate. Seeing that the zombies downstairs were attracted together, Fan Shuyang didn't delay any longer, put all the food into a school bag, put it on his back, and went downstairs with Li Shu and Wang Yi. Seeing Fan Shuyang in the opposite building opening the door, Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly stepped forward to lock the door, dragged Li Yao, who was lying on the ground sobbing, and left. Yao Yao, go, Fan Shuyang and the other two are coming over. Sadly, Yao didn't hear what Zhu Yuanyuan said at all. She only heard the 3 words Fan Shuyang, and the coldness in her eyes flashed away. Li Yao got up and took Zhu Yuanyuan back to the dormitory and locked the door. The two of them pushed a bed over to block it. Then Li Yao began to search for something in Ning Li's personal belongings. What she was looking for was a small knife. Ning Li usually used it to peel fruits. To prevent it from being searched, Ning Li always hid the knife well. Fan Shuyang and the other two opened the door and rushed out. They took a look at the zombies that were gathered together more than 10 meters away, and tried to hold back their urge to vomit before they came to the door of the girls' dormitory. His face darkened and he shouted, "Everyone, kick the door open." Li Shu and Wang Yi did not dare to delay, and followed Fan Shuyang to kick the door. "Hurry, if we can't kick it open, the 3 of us will die together," Fan Shuyang shouted angrily. Bang! The iron door could not withstand the force of the 3 people, and was kicked open with a clang. The 3 rushed in, and quickly closed the door. Fan Shuyang took off his belt, and tied the door together, which could only stop the zombies for a short time. Rushing to the door of Li Yao's dormitory, the 3 continued to kick the door wildly. Because it was blocked by the bed frame, they couldn't kick it open for a while. "Hurry up! Everyone will get a bucket of instant noodles when they go in." Fan Shuyang directly promised the 2 followers a little benefit. Suddenly, the 2 kicked harder, and the zombies downstairs were also attracted. Some of them came to the door downstairs, and began to beat the iron door. Creak! The door was knocked open, and Fan Shuyang rushed in impatiently. Li Yao, who had been waiting for a long time, took the opportunity, picked up the knife, and stabbed Fan Shuyang in the eye. Unfortunately, Fan Shuyang subconsciously blocked it with his hand, and Li Yao's knife only cut his arm. Fan Shuyang dodged to the side in pain, and saw that it was Li Yao who attacked him. He was furious, stretched out his hand to grab Li Yao's hair, and then pulled it hard to the ground, and the knife fell directly to the ground. Li Yao was thrown to the ground by Fan Shuyang, and Zhu Yuanyuan, who was standing next to him, also raised a chair and smashed it at Fan Shuyang. But before the chair hit anyone, Zhu Yuanyuan was kicked in the stomach by Fan Shuyang and knelt on the ground in pain. Li Yao, who was kneeling on the ground, was about to burst into flames. She gritted her teeth and said, "What a pity, I didn't kill you with one blow." If Li Yao's knife had killed zombies before, this blow might really kill Fan Shuyang. Fan Shuyang touched his wound and found it was not serious. Then he picked up the knife on the ground and put it in his pocket. He looked at Li Yao and said sarcastically, "Little Li, why are you resisting so hard? Follow me, and all this food is yours." Fan Shuyang didn't want to force it. He wanted to try to make Li Yao fall in love with him first and follow him wholeheartedly. "Bah, you're dreaming. You pee without a mirror, right? Don't you look at your own behavior?" Li Yao cursed angrily, and at this moment, she cursed the first swear word in her life. Hee hee. Fan Shuyang sneered nonchalantly. Then he closed the door, and stared at Li Yao with a smirk on his face. "If that's the case, then don't blame me." He approached Li Yao step by step. Li Yao retreated, and when she retreated to the balcony, she picked up a fork, raised it and pointed it at Fan Shuyang, and said in panic, "Don't come over." Zhu Yuanyuan, kneeling on the ground, looked at Fan Shuyang's face. The next second, she understood something. She rushed forward and hugged Fan Shuyang's legs. She turned her head and shouted to Li Yao, "Yao Yao, run!" Fan Shuyang was hugged by Zhu Yuanyuan's legs and couldn't move. He clenched his fists and smashed Zhu Yuanyuan's head. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "What are you two still doing? Come up and pull her away." 2 followers rushed forward and pulled Zhu Yuanyuan away directly. In the chaos, Li Yao ran over and stabbed a fork in Fan Shuyang's lower chest. Unfortunately, there was a piece of clothing blocking it. The pain only made Fan Shuyang step back a few steps. Li Yao picked up the chair on the ground and smashed it directly at Wang Yili and Shu, saving Zhu Yuanyuan, holding her hand and running outside. Zhu Yuanyuan ran out first, and Fan Shuyang, who had reacted, grabbed Li Yao's hair fiercely and said angrily, "Li Yao, you really don't know how to live or die." Seeing that she was caught by Fan Shuyang from behind, Li Yao did not hesitate, shook off Zhu Yuanyuan's hand, pushed her, and then closed the door. Li Yao directly blocked the door with her body. "Yao Ao!" Zhu Yuanyuan cried and shouted outside the door. "Run! Get out of here, quick!" Li Yao blocked the door tightly and turned around to yell. Zhu Yuanyuan, outside the door, had a fierce look in her eyes and ran downstairs directly. At worst, they would die together. If Fan Shuyang didn't let them go, she would let the zombies in. "Pa!" Fan Shuyang lost his patience and slapped Li Yao in the face. He threw his school bag to the side and threw Li Yao to the ground. Li Yao, who saw the opportunity, struggled to get up from the ground, picked up Fan Shuyang's school bag and ran to the balcony. She wanted to throw the food over the wall. Running to the balcony, Li Yao used all her strength to throw the school bag towards the wall. The three people in the room were startled and shouted at the same time, "Don't throw it." After throwing the school bag out, Li Yao also jumped over the balcony and jumped downstairs. Even if she was bitten by a zombie, she would never let that beast touch her. The strength was a little weak, and the school bag did not throw over, but fell right in the bushes in front of Chinyu. Chapter 51. Seeing the school bag fall into the wall, Fan Shuyang quickly jumped down, followed by two followers. Li Yao, who jumped down first, wanted to run over and throw it again, but he didn't run far before he was held down by Li Shu, who ran forward. Wang Yi, who was standing next to him, hurried forward to pick up the school bag. When he ran closer, he picked up the school bag and said happily, "Fortunately, I didn't throw it out." The next second, Wang Yi looked up and met Chinyu's eyes. A man was squatting in the bushes in front of him. Startled, Wang Yi stepped back. He thought it was a zombie here. The school bag in his hand fell to the ground. He took 2 steps back and asked tremblingly, "What? Who?" Fan Shuyang behind him asked, "What's wrong? Pick up the things?" Wang Yi turned around and said, "Brother Fan, there seems to be a person in the bush." Chinyu, who was discovered, still hid in the bush without making a sound. He didn't know what the people outside were like. Fan Shuyang took a few steps forward and said easily, "Friend in front, please throw that school bag over here." Li Yao shouted, "Don't throw it over here. The school bag contains the arm of a zombie, which can infect people. Throw it away." "Shut up." Li Shu directly covered Li Yao. "Don't listen to her nonsense, my friend. There's nothing in the school bag. Just some clothes and the like." Fan Shuyang hurriedly explained. Chinyu was silent for a while, then said, "What's inside has nothing to do with me. I just want to leave here." Hearing this, Fan Shuyang was delighted and immediately said, "My friend, then you can go. We will go and pick it up later." Wang Yi took 2 steps back and whispered to Fan Shuyang, "I see that person is also carrying a shoulder bag. There may be food in it." "Does he have a weapon?" Fan Shuyang asked in a low voice. "No, I just saw him holding the bag tightly with both hands." "Is that so?" Fan Shuyang thought about it. There were 2 of them. Li Shu had controlled Li Yao. It was 2 against 1. The man in the grass had no weapon. He had 2 knives, so he was not defeated. "Take this knife. I will go up with you to subdue the man and grab the backpack." Fan Shuyang muttered in a low voice and handed Wang Yi a knife. "Well, my friend, let's pick it up ourselves, and then we leave." Wang Yi and Fan Shuyang walked forward a few steps. The 2 picked up the school bags, but did not leave, but still stood there. Chinyu said coldly, "Not leaving?" Fan Shuyang tilted his mouth and smiled. "Of course I will leave, but what's in your bag, my friend? Let me see it." Hearing this, Chinyu's face darkened. He hid his knife in the grass next to him in advance, and hid the shovel together, and at the same time, his 2 hands were exposed, just to make these people think that he had no weapons and no threat, so as to ignore him. But I didn't expect that they would set their eyes on my bag. Even though they didn't know what was inside, they still didn't let it go. They were really greedy. Chinyu said calmly, "It's just a few pieces of clothes. I also collected a map." Chinyu threw the map over. The map fell in front of Fan Shuyang. He picked it up and looked at it. It was just an ordinary map. After taking a look, he found nothing useful. Then he threw it aside and continued, "Throw the bag over here too." Chinyu took advantage of Fan Shuyang checking the map just now, quickly opened the bag, took out the things inside and hid them aside, and then continued to stare at the two people in front. Hearing what Fan Shuyang said, Chinyu took off the bag and threw it over. Fan Shuyang picked it up and saw that there was nothing inside. Then he glared at Wang Yi next to him. "Didn't you say there might be food in it?" Seeing Fan Shuyang's questioning eyes, Wang Yi said in a trembling voice, "This bag is not as bulging as before. He must have taken something out." Wang Yi yelled at Chinyu, "Did you take the things away?" Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, Chinyu had to whisper, "Friend, forgive others when you can. If you push them too hard, it will not end well for both parties." Upon hearing this, Fan Shuyang smiled. "There are two of us, 2 knives, and you are alone, empty-handed. I want to see what you can do to us if you push us too far." He was usually arrogant and domineering, and the end of the world made him even more arrogant. Seeing that he met an ordinary person who was unarmed and might have food, how could he let him go? The two walked forward, and as they got closer and closer, Chinyu glanced to the side and saw the knife he had hidden there. Wang Yi saw a bag of biscuits behind Chinyu, and said happily, "I saw food behind him." Fan Shuyang took a step to the side, and saw the supplies hidden by Chinyu. Then his eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Chinyu. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Chinyu estimated the distance. He wanted to make sure he could kill him with one strike. 1 meter. The two men had already run in front of Chinyu. Fan Shuyang kicked Chinyu on the shoulder, and knocked him to the ground. Chinyu did not fight back. He wanted to wait for the two men to relax their vigilance. Fan Shuyang smiled when he saw a pile of food. With so much food in his backpack, it was not a problem to survive for a month. Right now, when Chinyu watched the two people stuffing food into their bags excitedly, he picked up the knife, quickly touched behind Wang Yi, and drew a line across Wang Yi's throat with his right hand. Instantly, a line of blood sprayed out and splashed on Fan Shuyang's face. Fan Shuyang, who was stuffing food into his bag, felt liquid on his face, reached out and touched it, and saw blood on his hand. This scene frightened him so much that he immediately rolled and crawled back a few steps, and the knife fell directly to the ground. Li Shu saw Wang Yi fall down, let go of Li Yao, and shouted, "Wang Yi." Li Yao also looked forward with a pale face. It was the first time she saw someone killing someone on the spot. These people, even if the end of the world has come, are all students in the school. They rarely fight. Fan Shuyang usually just likes to intimidate his teammates. If he really fights with others, it is because he has more people. In the end of the world, he became worse than before. He succeeded several times, which made him arrogant. When he saw others with bare hands, he thought they were ordinary people who were running for their lives, but he didn't think about it. If an ordinary person has no weapons, how can he dare to walk alone in the end of the world? Of course, Fan Shuyang has figured it out now, but it's too late. How can a few college students in a school compare with someone like Chinyu who escaped from the zombies? What's more, Chinyu has dealt with other survivors once, and there is an invisible deterrent power on him, a kind of aura that makes people dare not move as long as Chinyu stares at them coldly. Chinyu took the knife from Wang Yi's hand, and picked up the knife that Fan Shuyang dropped on the ground. Then Chinyu slowly walked out, holding a knife in one hand and a shovel in the other, looking at Li Shu coldly, and said, "Go away now, I won't chase you." He was not a person who killed people indiscriminately. The man did not come up to rob him. Although there was a high probability that they were in the same group, they were most likely the kind of people who would flee when faced with a disaster. Chinyu noticed that although the man just shouted a name, his feet were slowly moving back. If he was really a friend, he should have rushed up directly just now, instead of preparing to run away. Hearing Chinyu's words, Li Shu felt relieved and ran away directly. Chapter 52. Watching Li Shu running farther and farther away, Fan Shuyang was completely heartbroken, kneeling on the ground and count out, "Brother, I didn't recognize the great man. You are a good man. Just treat me like a fart." Chinyu didn't answer him, but looked at Li Yao and said, "I don't know what the feud is between you, but now you are safe. Hurry up and leave." Li Yao, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned. She didn't expect that a stranger who suddenly appeared would save her like this. Suddenly, she thought of something, and hurriedly stood up and ran to the dormitory building. Zhu Yuanyuan seemed to be still in the dormitory. Li Yao, who had just stood up, suddenly heard a voice from the balcony upstairs, "Yao Yao," and looked back. Zhu Yuanyuan was calling her on the balcony. Li Yao's heart was relieved immediately, and she shouted, "Yuanyuan, come down quickly. There are zombies at the door. They should rush in soon." Before she finished speaking, Zhu Yuanyuan had already jumped down from the second floor. Fortunately, there was a flower bed below, which could cushion her, and she didn't get hurt after jumping down. Zhu Yuanyuan ran up quickly, hugged Li Yao and said, "Yao Yao, are you okay? Did they bully you?" Li Yao shook her head, glanced at Chinyu, and then whispered, "Thanks to that man, Wang Yi and Fan Shuyang accidentally provoked him, Wang Yi was killed by him." Zhu Yuanyuan led Li Yao and looked closely, only to see a person lying next to the grass, and Fan Shuyang was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. She suddenly realized and whispered, "Killed by him?" Li Yao nodded fearfully. Looking at another girl jumping down, Chinyu frowned. "Why don't you leave? What are you waiting for?" He wanted to get rid of Fan Shuyang, but he didn't want to do it in front of others. Li Yao stared at Fan Shuyang and said firmly, "I want to kill him." "Oh!" Chinyu tilted his head and became interested. "Why?" "He killed my childhood friend," Li Yao said with gritted teeth. Chinyu glanced at Fan Shuyang, who was almost scared to pee, and was a little puzzled. How dare he kill someone with such a cowardly look? Without asking too much, Chinyu looked at the sky. It was almost dark, and he had to find a safe place to spend the night. Picking up the bag that fell on the ground, Chinyu repacked his food and estimated the time in his mind. He thought Wang Yi was about to mutate. After folding the map and putting it in his pocket, Chinyu took out the belt and threw it in front of Fan Shuyang. "Tie your legs yourself. When we go far away, you can pick up a knife and cut it yourself." Seeing that there was a chance to survive, Fan Shuyang quickly put his legs together and tied his legs with the belt. "You just let him go, give me the knife, I will go up and kill him myself." Li Yao didn't want to let Fan Shuyang off just like that, so she asked Chinyu. Chinyu looked at the two girls in front of him, didn't say anything, picked up Fan Shuyang's backpack that fell on the ground, opened it, and saw that it was indeed full of food. Zhu Yuanyuan watched Chinyu put her shoulder bag into the school bag, and she subconsciously said, "Hey." Looking up, Chinyu saw the two people staring at the school bag in his hand with eager eyes, thought about it, poured the things in the shoulder bag into it, and then took out a few bags of food and put them in the shoulder bag, threw it in front of Li Yao and Zhu Yuanyuan, and said, "Let's go, don't stay here." Zhu Yuanyuan picked up the bag, pulled Li Yao up, and wanted to leave. But Li Yao shook Zhu Yuanyuan off, continued to look at Chinyu, and said word by word, "I want a knife." Chinyu frowned. He had no patience to continue, just wanted to speak. He saw Zhu Yuanyuan whispering something. He even killed Wang Yi. How could Fan Shuyang let him go? Fan Shuyang's legs are tied up. That Wang Yi's legs are moving. It seems to be mutated. Let's go. Li Yao looked back from Chinyu's side. Sure enough, Wang Yi was struggling slowly. Seeing this, she couldn't say anything more. After all, she had no grudges with the man in front of her, and it was really too much to want him to have a weapon. Without saying anything, Li Yao took Zhu Yuanyuan away, but did not walk far. They walked to the blind spot of Chinyu's vision, and then hid and looked at Fan Shuyang. Chinyu threw a knife behind Fan Shuyang and said, "Just crawl over, pick up the knife and cut the belt. Remember, don't be so arrogant next time." "Next time? Ha, there is no next time." Chinyu turned around and walked away. Fan Shuyang cursed in a low voice, then turned over and crawled towards the knife, cursing in a low voice as he crawled. "How dare you humiliate me like this? Wait and see." Seeing that Fan Shuyang was about to pick up the knife, Li Yao could no longer hold back. She wanted to rush up and pick up the knife and stab Fan Shuyang in the heart. Zhu Yuanyuan was quick-witted and pulled Li Yao, whispering, "Don't be impulsive, look behind him." Li Yao stopped after being pulled and looked back, just in time to see the corpse Wang Yi walking towards Fan Shuyang. Seeing this scene, in order to let Wang Yi succeed, Li Yao shook off Zhu Yuanyuan, walked out of the corner, and shouted to Fan Shuyang, "I will definitely kill you." She wanted to distract Fan Shuyang, so that he could ignore the zombies behind him. Sure enough, even though Fan Shuyang was tied up, he stopped when he saw Li Yao's delicate body, and still said nonsense. "Xiao Meili, don't worry, I will make you want to live but not to, and want to die but not to. Wait for me." Fan Shuyang even blinked at Li Yao. This scene was so disgusting to Li Yao. Chinyu, who was walking far away, heard Fan Shuyang's voice behind him, and couldn't help but sneer. "Heh, let you go? How is that possible?" Chinyu stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of Fan Shuyang, just in time to see Wang Yi lying directly behind him. The next second, Fan Shuyang's screams resounded through the sky. This was the second time someone tried to steal his food, and Chinyu was tired of this situation, so he didn't plan to kill Fan Shuyang with one knife. He wanted to teach Fan Shuyang a bloody lesson. That's right, Chinyu deliberately didn't kill Wang Yi, just to make him turn into a corpse, and then bite Fan Shuyang to death. Watching Fan Shuyang gradually become motionless, Chinyu spat on the ground and cursed. "What the hell, You dare to learn from others to steal supplies without any brains. Then he walked away from the area. He found a wall, and Chinyu found a few stones to cushion his steps. He stood on it, and looked outside the wall. There were only 7 zombies in the distance, and the threat was not great. Then Chinyu climbed over the wall, and left the school. As for how many people were in the school, it had nothing to do with him, and he would not save others. He had not intended to take action just now, and just wanted to leave quietly, but the 2 of them did not intend to let him go, so don't blame Chinyu for being ruthless. Food was Chinyu's trump card for survival. Whoever touched it would die. However, since he had harvested a whole bag of food, Chinyu gave some to the 2 girls. After all, to put it bluntly, that bag of food was also thrown by her, although it was probably intended to be thrown over the wall, and without food, she would die together with the people in the dormitory. Chapter 53. Chinyu did not travel with the 2 girls, and did not even ask their names. Now that he had the map, Chinyu wanted to locate his direction, and then go find Lin Yi and the others. After leaving the school, Chinyu avoided the zombies all the way, and came to a hotel, opened the door and walked in. There were fewer zombies on this street. Chinyu only saw a few zombies wandering around. They were far apart from each other, so there was no need to worry about attracting them at the same time. After entering the hotel, a zombie came up to the front desk. Chinyu estimated that it should be a staff member in the hotel who was infected and became a zombie. When the zombies approached, he stabbed the zombie's eyes with a knife, killed the zombies, and checked the first floor before it got dark. There was only one at the front desk, which was fine. When he arrived at the front desk, Chinyu found a bunch of keys, picked a few keys for the second floor, and took them with him, and walked to the second floor. As for why he didn't choose a room on a higher floor, Chinyu thought that it was easier to leave on a lower floor. When he arrived at the second floor, he looked around the corridor area and saw no trace of zombies. He took out the key and tried it one by one. Rooms 201 and 202 were very dirty, and many things were piled on the floor, which was very messy. Opening room 206, this was the last room Chinyu entered. This was a small hotel with not many rooms. Fortunately, room 206 was very clean, and everything was neatly arranged. After entering, he locked the door and hung the anti-theft chain, then went to the window to check the escape route. There was a van parked just below the window. Chinyu estimated the height. Even if the zombies blocked his door, he could jump out of the window and escape from here. He turned the bed over, laid it on one side, and lay down, feeling very comfortable. He took out something to eat, then opened the map and looked at it. He was about 200 kilometers away from Lin Yi and the others, and needed to walk south. It seems that I need to find a car. Chinyu thought about it. He drew the curtains, it was dark at night, and he was ready to rest. Not long after he fell asleep, he heard the voices of 2 girls downstairs. From the sound, it seemed that they were the 2 girls he met at school during the day. But Chinyu didn't say anything and continued to prepare for bed. Yao Yao, it's dark, where are we going to rest tonight? Zhu Yuanyuan said fearfully, holding Li Yao's arm. She could still hear the sounds of zombies from time to time. Li Yao took her for a distance and didn't say where to go. It was getting darker and darker, and she was a little scared, so she asked. Come here, if I remember correctly, there is a hotel here. Li Yao looked at the surrounding environment and said. The 2 came to the hotel entrance, opened the door and walked in. Listening to the noise downstairs, Chinyu said to himself, if I hadn't dealt with the zombies on the first floor, I'm afraid they would have been bitten. Listening to the footsteps, the 2 actually came to the second floor, and by chance, they chose the room opposite Chinyu, 205. Soon, the opposite room became quiet, probably resting, Chinyu guessed. Just like that, a night passed, and nothing happened in the hotel. This was also because Chinyu carefully checked that the hotel door here was good. Although it was closed, there was no trace of zombies on the door. As soon as the sun rose, Chinyu opened the door and prepared to leave, but what he didn't expect was that the room opposite opened as soon as he walked out. Can you take us with you? Li Yao opened the door and asked quietly. She felt that the man in front of her was quite powerful. He was ruthless when he should be, and he also knew how to use tricks to calculate others. Fan Shuyang was a good example. When she saw Chinyu kill Wang Yi for the first time, she thought that the man would immediately chase Fan Shuyang and stab him, but he didn't. Afterwards, Li Yao figured out the reason. Wang Yi attacked from behind, so it was easy for him to succeed. Fan Shuyang had also reacted. Although he had been begging for mercy, if Chinyu really rushed forward, Fan Shuyang would definitely fight back desperately. If Fan Shuyang was not quickly dealt with, the 2 would wrestle together, and it is very likely that the knife would be snatched away by Fan Shuyang in a panic, and he would be killed in the end, pretending to let him go. In fact, Wang Yi would be able to be dealt with without any effort after he turned into a corpse, but after Li Yao figured this out, she felt a little scared. No wonder the man would rather throw the knife far away and let Fan Shuyang crawl to pick it up than give him a knife. He must have realized that he could not kill Fan Shuyang. Even if she rushed forward with the knife, it would be very likely that Fan Shuyang would snatch it away. At that time, the end would be very terrible, so Li Yao decided to follow Chinyu with Zhu Yuanyuan and planned to follow him all the way away. Chinyu glanced at the girl in front of him with messy hair. Although her face was dirty, it could not hide her very beautiful face. However, Chinyu did not have any other thoughts. He glanced at Li Yao and said calmly, "You followed me?" Li Yao heard the unhappiness in the man's words and immediately explained, "It was not intentional. We just don't know how to leave this area. Sorry. Don't follow me, otherwise you will bear the consequences," Chinyu said with a cold face, and then left quickly. Watching the man walk to the stairs and leave the hotel, Li Yao still stood at the door and chose not to follow. After closing the door, Li Yao returned to the room and sat down. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly asked, "How is it? Did he agree that we go with him?" Li Yao shook her head in disappointment. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed and said, "This is expected. No one wants to follow two strangers when they are running for their lives. What should we do next?" Zhu Yuanyuan stood up and looked out the window. She could vaguely see several zombies wandering around. "Let's find a car and drive away from here." Li Yao thought clearly that she couldn't go far if she just relied on others. She had to become stronger herself. Where can we find a car that can still be driven? Those that can be driven have probably left the city a long time ago. Zhu Yuanyuan didn't know where to find a car. "Let's go. As long as we find the key, I can fix the car if it breaks down. I'm the first in our car repair major. Have you forgotten?" Li Yao said firmly, stood up, opened the door and walked out. "That's right, you have such good grades, and you also study car repair. I forgot about that. Wait for me." Zhu Yuanyuan hurried to catch up. After leaving the hotel, Li Yao did not see Chinyu. Anyway, since everyone had clearly told her not to follow him, if she followed him, she would seem like a ghost. She chose a new direction. If Li Yao remembered correctly, when Cheng Feng wanted to buy a car, he took her to a 4S store to look at cars. The direction Li Yao was heading now was exactly the direction of that 4S store. Little did she know that the direction Chinyu went to after looking at the map was also this store. Chapter 54. Chinyu walked for almost an hour, and finally arrived at the destination. In front of him was the 4S store. Chinyu stood at the door and looked around. There were more than a dozen cars parked inside, but no signs of zombies were seen. This was beyond Chinyu's expectations. He originally thought that many people would come to rob cars and run away, and he was mentally prepared to clean up the zombies. The electric door at the door was closed, and the zombies outside could not get in. Chinyu pushed the door and barely opened a gap, just enough for Chinyu to enter. Not long after entering, Li Yao followed Zhu Yuanyuan. Chinyu looked at the two people standing still behind him, and he didn't say anything. After all, this was the nearest place to find a car. What if someone else also wanted to find a car to leave the city? After taking a look, Chinyu continued to walk towards the 4S store hall. Looking around the hall, there were about 7 or 8 cars parked in several open areas, 2 SUVs, and the rest were sedans. Chinyu's target was SUVs, because many times, driving could not take some good roads. If there were too many potholes on the bad road, it would be difficult for sedans to pass. Coming to the front desk, Chinyu was looking for the key. "Be careful." Li Yao, who had just entered the door, saw a zombie behind Chinyu and shouted. Chinyu, who was concentrating on looking for the key, heard someone remind him to be careful. Although he didn't know whether it was said to him, Chinyu turned to the side, and then rolled to the side on the ground. Suddenly, he saw a zombie pounce on the counter. That was where Chinyu was looking for things just now. Chinyu picked up the shovel with his right hand, climbed up from the ground, and slashed the zombie's neck with the shovel. The next second, the zombie's head fell directly to the ground. Even so, it still opened its mouth and made a biting motion. Then Chinyu thrust the shovel downwards, splitting the zombie's head in two. This scene almost scared Chinyu to death. If Li Yao hadn't reminded Chinyu, he would have lost his life today. After this, Chinyu seriously reflected on himself. He hadn't seen any traces of zombies outside since he entered the 4S store, and he also hadn't found any traces after entering the hall. This led Chinyu to subconsciously believe that there were no zombies in the store. The store was so clean that there were no footprints. Chinyu had always judged whether there were zombies based on the dirtiness of the current environment. If there were cans, he would throw one in to make a sound to attract the zombies out. But recently, Chinyu had not collected cans, so after seeing that the store was very clean, Chinyu completely relaxed his vigilance. After realizing his mistake, Chinyu secretly made up his mind that he must be alert no matter when and where in the future. Being bitten by a zombie is basically equivalent to a death sentence. Chinyu did not think that he would be lucky enough to be bitten by a zombie in the limbs. After dealing with this zombie, Chinyu quickly left the front desk, walked to Liao, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your reminder. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. You saved me once, and I saved you once, so we're even." Liao also smiled and said, "Are you here to find a car to leave?" Chinyu asked. "Yes, you too? What were you looking for at the front desk just now? You were so focused that you didn't even know there were zombies behind you." Liao walked a few steps, walked around Chinyu, looked at the front desk and said, "Looking for car keys, and wanting to leave quickly after finding them, I was too focused." Chinyu answered. Liao turned around and said, "Why is the key at the front desk? For stores usually put it in the key management cabinet. It should be in the room where the zombie just walked out." Liao pointed to a door. "Oh, so that's why I can't find it no matter how hard I try." Chinyu scratched his head. He had never bought a car or been to a 4S store, so he had no idea about these things. "What's your name? Can you take us away now? You see, we won't hold you back. We can help you occasionally," Liao said seriously. Chinyu nodded. "Okay, we can take care of each other along the way. My name is Chinyu, you for Island. What are your names?" "My name is Liao, Yao for Qiangyao, and the girl is Zhu Yuanyuan." Liao said her name. "Yes." Chinyu nodded. "I'm going to find the key inside. Do you want to come with me?" Liao nodded and said, "Let's go. We also want to find a car." Zhu Yuanyuan stayed outside to watch the situation, and if zombies appeared, she would call Liao and Chinyu in time, so as not to be unaware of the zombies coming. The two came to the door of the room. Chinyu took a look at the sign on the door. It said staff room, which should be where the key was placed. The door was open. Chinyu was smart this time. Although there was no can, he found a water cup on the counter and threw it in. Pop! The water cup broke into pieces, and Chinyu listened carefully. Liao asked curiously, "Is this attracting zombies?" Chinyu nodded, waited for a while, and was very quiet, then walked in. There were 2 beds and several shelves inside, and a small cabinet was placed on the middle shelf. Chinyu took a few glances, and then said, "It's different from the outside environment. It's obviously much dirtier. It looks like someone hid inside when the zombies broke out. It's estimated that he was surrounded by zombies outside and couldn't rush out, so he simply locked himself in the room." Liao was very smart. He looked at the empty water bottle on the ground and then said, "It seems that he starved himself to death. In fact, all the zombies outside have left, but this person is still hiding inside and dare not go out." Walking to the shelf, Chinyu twisted the key inserted in it, opened the cabinet, and then carried the cabinet out directly, saying as he walked, "If you try hard, you still have a chance to survive. If you just hide inside and wait for rescue, you may not be able to leave in the end. You are also a poor man. Let's go, let's leave here." Chinyu walked out. When he came outside, Zhu Yuanyuan saw Chinyu holding a cabinet and asked, "What is this? Is it food?" Liao, who was walking behind, said, "It's not that easy to find food. There are car keys in here." "Oh." Zhu Yuanyuan blushed. Chinyu smiled. It seemed that she was hungry. He took off his backpack, took out a bag of biscuits, and threw it to Zhu Yuanyuan. "Eat some." Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly caught the biscuits and said with emotion, "Thank you, Brother Chen." Then he immediately tore open the package and ate it. Chinyu also handed Liao a bag of biscuits and smiled. "You should eat some too. Come to think of it, you threw this bag in front of me." Liao, who took the biscuits, felt a little guilty and whispered, "I'm sorry, I almost hurt you at that time." Chapter 55. Chinyu smiled and said nothing, but walked to the car to check the condition of the vehicle. Putting the key cabinet on the ground, Chinyu picked out the key of the SUV, then turned to Liao and asked, "Which car do you choose?" Liao walked forward and looked, recalling the number of zombies encountered on the roadside, and said, "SUV, exactly 2. Chinyu nodded. He started the car with the key. Chinyu sat in and looked at it, then started the second car, and soon, Chinyu left the car depressed. Both cars were running low on gas, and it was unknown if there were any tanks in the store. "What's wrong?" Liao, who had eaten some biscuits, walked over to Chinyu and asked. Both cars are running low on gas. Chinyu replied. Then why not drive a sedan? Li Yao only saw Chinyu try 2 SUVs and didn't start other vehicles, so she asked in confusion. Chinyu shook his head and planned to go to the store to check if there were any gas tanks. As he walked, he said, if you're just driving in the city, a sedan is enough, but as time goes by, there will be more and more zombies in the city. In the future, unless it's necessary, try not to enter the city. Li Yao said, oh. Then I go with you to find the oil. And me, I go too. Zhu Yuanyuan raised her hand. Let's go. If the doors of some rooms are closed, remember to throw a water cup in. Chinyu collected all the water cups on the front desk and gave 2 to Li Yao and Zhu Yuanyuan. Chinyu took one for himself. The few people searched separately. This kind of thing must be adapted. It is impossible for everyone to search a room together. Not only is it inefficient, but if there are zombies inside, it will be inconvenient to run. Soon, after a few minutes, the 3 returned to the hall. Chinyu and Zhu Yuanyuan each carried a barrel of oil, but both of them looked disappointed. Empty, no oil. Chinyu put the barrel on the ground. Zhu Yuanyuan did the same thing. I didn't find any oil here either. Then Zhu Yuanyuan looked at Li Yao, but found that she had nothing in her hands. Hey Yao Yao, don't you even have an oil barrel? Li Yao said with a smile. No oil barrel, but this. She took out a hose from her arms. What's the use of this? Can it be used to tow a car? Zhu Yuanyuan asked in confusion. Stupid. Li Yao walked up and poked Zhu Yuanyuan's head with her finger. You can use it to draw oil from other vehicles. Chinyu's eyes lit up. Yes, there was no hose before, and even if there was a way, it couldn't be drawn out. Now with this, maybe you can try it. Seeing Chinyu's eyes lit up, Li Yao tilted his neck and said proudly, it just so happens that I know how to draw it out. Zhu Yuanyuan held Li Yao's arm with both hands and said happily, Yao Yao is amazing. It's great that your major can be used in this doomsday. Chinyu on the side was also a little happy. As long as he could draw gasoline from other vehicles, he would not have to spend a lot of time looking for those cars with more gasoline in the future, which could greatly shorten the time. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan, what major did you study before? Chinyu asked curiously. Yao Yao studied auto repair, and I studied finance. I used to be curious about why Yao Yao, a girl, chose the major of auto repair, dealing with a bunch of auto parts all day long, making herself look dirty. Zhu Yuanyuan looked at Chinyu and said. Li Yao smiled and said, because I have been interested in cars since I was a child, I chose this major. What about you, Chinyu? What did you study before the end of the world? As for me, I didn't go to college, I didn't learn anything. Chinyu said frankly. Oh, so that's it. There are zombies everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you go to college or not. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Li Yao comforted Chinyu. Yes, brother Chen, you see, the finance major I studied is useless in this end of the world. I should have studied medicine earlier. I heard that doctors and nurses are very popular in the end of the world. Zhu Yuanyuan talked non-stop. Chinyu smiled and nodded. I do know a doctor. Where is he? Why didn't you guys work together? Li Yao asked curiously. I got lost. I got separated from them. Chinyu said. So are you looking for a car to go find them? Li Yao figured out something and suddenly realized. Chinyu nodded, almost. He wanted to find Lin Yi and the others, not only to reunite, but also because the Dazhuang brothers and sisters lived in a community. If they could live in a survivor community, at least they could reduce a lot of danger. By the way, how do we extract the oil? Chinyu asked Li Yao curiously. He wanted to learn more. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Li Yao nodded slightly and said, follow me, and then walked outside. After walking around the 4S store for a while, Li Yao pointed to a slope in front and said, let's each drive a car and park them on the slope. Chinyu nodded and went back with Li Yao. Each of them drove a car and drove to the place Li Yao said. After stopping and getting out of the car, Li Yao also got out of the car. She looked around but didn't find any empty bottles, so she turned to Chinyu and said, do you have any empty bottles? A normal plastic bottle will do. Chinyu took off his backpack and took out 2 bottles of water, both of which were almost half full. He poured them together and handed Li Yao an empty bottle. Give me the knife too. Li Yao continued. Handing the knife sideways to Li Yao, Chinyu warned, be careful not to get scratched. There is zombie blood on it. Hearing this, Li Yao's face turned pale, and then she said, I teach you how to do it. Why don't you do it? I'm afraid I fail. Chinyu just asked how to extract the oil, so Li Yao simply let him do it himself. Zhu Yuanyuan, who was sitting on a stone pier nearby, said directly, Yao often cuts her hands when peeling apples, and Ningli feels sorry for her for this. Speaking of Ningli, the two of them showed worry on their faces. Yao, do you think Ningli and the others should be able to survive? The four of us agreed to be godmothers for each other's children. Zhu Yuanyuan said with her head down. Li Yao walked to Zhu Yuanyuan and sat down, put her hands on her knees, and touched her hands and said, Don't worry, Ningli and Zhang Sisi are very smart, they will be fine. Li Yao comforted Zhu Yuanyuan, and then came to Chinyu to teach him how to make oil extraction tools. Use the tip of the knife to hollow out the bottle cap, then insert the hose, and use this tape to connect the bottle mouth tightly. Li Yao handed Chinyu a roll of tape, which she found in the drawer at the front desk. Chinyu followed the instructions, and carefully followed the steps Li Yao said. Soon Chinyu finished, and Li Yao praised, Not bad, perfect. Chapter 56. Then flatten the bottle, and then put the hose into the fuel tank, and then use the pressure to pump out the oil, and then pull out the bottle, use this hose to aim at the oil barrel, and put the oil in. Li Yao said beside him. Then he made another plastic bottle. The hose that Li Yao brought out was very long, so it was enough to make 2 oil extraction tools. Chinyu continued to make one, and gave it to Li Yao. The two began to pump the oil out of the car one by one, and Zhu Yuanyuan drove the other cars over. About an hour later, the guys had pumped out all the gas in the cars. Seeing the almost full gasoline in the oil barrel, they all felt relieved. Chinyu glanced at the oil barrel, which said 30L. After pumping out all the cars in the store, they only filled this barrel. In the afternoon, the three continued to pump out the gas tanks of the cars parked outside. After working for most of the day, Chinyu put 2 barrels of oil in front of him and said, One barrel is 30L, and the other is almost full, about 29L. You too, I give you the extra barrel. Li Yao waved her hand and said softly, How about we gather in one car? If we separate, we can't drive far, and there is strength in numbers, so we can help each other when we encounter danger. In fact, Li Yao was worried that she couldn't go too far with Zhu Yuanyuan. If she encountered ordinary zombies, she would run away if she could, but what if she encountered a group of zombies? Li Yao didn't think she had a way to get rid of them. So she wanted to go with Chinyu. After experiencing the incident with Fan Shuyang, Li Yao was still worried about a situation, that is, what if she met other survivors? Li Yao was really worried that her appearance would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. We are probably going in different directions. There will probably be more and more zombies where I go. Chinyu stared at Li Yao's eyes and said, It's okay. We don't know where to go. Even if we drive, we will just drive aimlessly until we run out of gas. Li Yao put her hand on Zhu Yuanyuan's shoulder and continued. And Li Yao hesitated. Chinyu looked at the door. The zombies were parked outside and hitting the electronic door. Listening to Li Yao's hesitant words, he asked, And what? Li Yao made up her mind and said, And I'm worried that there will be other people with bad intentions who will stare at me. After saying this, Li Yao lowered her head in shame. Although she has never been in a relationship, many people have always confessed to her before the end of the world. Even if she is innocent, Li Yao knows that she is very beautiful. In the past, being beautiful could bring her many advantages, but now, with zombies everywhere and the end of the world, many people are beginning to do things that they didn't dare to do before. If she doesn't have the strength to protect herself, then she is walking in the apocalypse, like a fat sheep in front of a pack of wolves. Seeing Li Yao's slightly blushing face, Zhu Yuanyuan understood that she was embarrassed to hint that she was beautiful and might be targeted by other bad guys. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanyuan stepped forward and said, Brother Chun, you may not understand. Li Yao has just experienced something. The last time you asked the person to tie herself up, his name is Fan Shuyang. Then, Zhu Yuanyuan told everything that happened to Li Yao. From the beginning when Li Yao entered school, Fan Shuyang kept sticking to her, harassing her endlessly every day, to the zombie outbreak, killing her childhood friend, and then rushing directly into Li Yao and her dormitory. Fortunately, she met Chinyu at that time. Zhu Yuanyuan told everything that happened recently, and Chinyu nodded lightly while listening. That's the thing, Brother Chun, look. Zhu Yuanyuan said cautiously. Chinyu looked at the girl in front of him carefully in the open space outside this time, taking advantage of the sunlight. She was indeed very pretty. Clear and delicate eyes, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly due to nervousness, although there was some dust on her fair face, it couldn't hide her beautiful face. She is really a pretty girl. Chinyu whispered softly. She is almost the same as Lin Yi. Both of them are very beautiful. Lin Yi is like a sister, and Li Yao is like a younger sister. Lin Yi is a doctor, and Li Yao also knows how to repair cars. Compared with Chinyu's own skills, their professions can be like fish in water in the end times. But the common point is that they are all very beautiful, and do not have strong self-protection ability. Chinyu can live more easily with them. On the contrary, the two of them can also rely on Chinyu's protection and live steadily. However, for now, Chinyu does not have a strong self-protection ability. If he encounters several survivors rushing up at the same time, Chinyu will find it difficult to deal with it. However, he understands a principle, that is, to play to one's strengths and avoid weaknesses. Li Yao didn't quite hear what Chinyu was mumbling just now. She looked up and asked in confusion, "What?" Chinyu waved his hand and said, "Nothing. Come to think of it, am I a hero saving a beautiful woman?" He made a little joke. Li Yao said gratefully, "Of course. If it weren't for your appearance." What happened later? She couldn't imagine what terrible things a bad guy like Fan Shuyang would do in this apocalypse without the binding force of the law. Walking forward and hugging Li Yao in her arms, Zhu Yuanyuan said softly, "Okay, Yao Yao, let's not think about that beast Fan Shuyang. Now he may have become a zombie, and he's walking around like other zombies." Puff! Li Yao was amused by Zhu Yuanyuan, and she gently hit her with her little hand, turning into a zombie and walking around the streets. "You are really a good analogy." Seeing that the atmosphere had improved a little, Chinyu continued, "If I take you with me, it will also increase the risk. Compared with me alone, the danger has increased a lot." Hearing Chinyu's words, Li Yao was a little nervous, and she would not force Chinyu to take them with him. "But," Chinyu paused, "your ability can really help a lot, and being able to repair cars is also very useful, but when you go out, you have to find a mask to wear, or a scarf, and avoid it if you can. There are many bad guys in this apocalyptic moment." Li Yao nodded and agreed, "No problem." There were ruins everywhere outside, and the wind blew dust everywhere. She had already planned to find a mask or scarf to wear. "You two are trapped in the school, so I won't ask you those 3 questions," Chinyu finally said. Li Yao took a step forward. "It doesn't matter, you can ask any questions, we won't hide anything." Lifting a barrel of gasoline and walking inside, Chinyu said as he walked, "Nothing, no need to ask." Seeing Chinyu walk in, Li Yao and Zhu Yuanyuan also hurriedly picked up the remaining barrel of gasoline, and the two followed Chinyu in. When they walked in front of the 2 cars, Chinyu chose a black SUV. The power had been cut off long ago, and black was easier to hide at night and more practical. Picking up the oil extraction tool, Chinyu asked Li Yao to put the hose in, and then he cut the bottom of the plastic bottle. Li Yao raised the plastic bottle a little higher than the horizontal line of the fuel tank, and the angle was tilted. Then Chinyu and Zhu Yuanyuan lifted the oil barrel and poured the gasoline into it through the plastic bottle and the hose. Chapter 57. After filling up the tank, there was still about a dozen liters left. After tightening the screws, Chinyu put the tank into the trunk, along with 2 oil pump bottles. Coming to the front seat, Chinyu asked, "Let me drive. Let's take turns driving, so we don't get tired and damage the car." Li Yao and Zhu Yuanyuan nodded. Before leaving, Chinyu came to the gate and looked around. There were a few zombies on the roadside coming towards him. Although they were a distance away, Chinyu was worried that he would be blocked by the zombies when he pushed the door. It was already afternoon, and we needed to leave here as soon as possible. Back in the lobby of the 4S store, Chinyu called 2 people to discuss countermeasures. The electronic door outside is broken. It can be pushed open, but it is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there are zombies on the road. I thought of a way, but it requires 3 people to act together. Li Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, responded, "Just tell us, we will definitely cooperate with you." Zhu Yuanyuan also echoed, "That's right, we all listen to you." Chinyu went to the house to pick up some broken pieces of the water cup, sat back on the sofa and said, "You don't have to listen to me alone. It's better for everyone to express their own ideas. I can't do everything perfectly. It's better for everyone to work together." After saying this, Chinyu arranged the broken pieces into several points, then pointed to the first point and said, "This is the main entrance. With this entrance as the point, the zombies are right in front of us. If we leave here, we need to go south. There is an intersection at the entrance. There are several shops on the left street. Some of the glass is broken, but there are still some good ones left. We need someone to go there and throw glass to attract zombies." Chinyu pointed to a piece of debris in front of the left. Li Yao nodded, "No problem, I can go." Zhu Yuanyuan also said, "I can go too. I run fast. Even if zombies come, I can run." Seeing the enthusiasm of the two, Chinyu was very relieved. He was worried that the two would shirk each other, but for now, both of them are very proactive. You are a little nearsighted, so if you throw it crookedly, it won't work.
Let me go!
Li Yao pressed down Zhu Yuanyuan's raised hand. Chinyu also nodded and said, if you are nearsighted, let Li Yao go. You don't need to make a special sound to attract zombies. Just watch them approaching this way, and throw the fragments to break the glass. It should be noted that the frequency cannot be the same as the frequency of hitting the door at the same time. Zhu Yuanyuan, you are responsible for driving the car we are going to escape. I will drive a car in front to hit the door. After it is opened, you will immediately pick up Li Yao. Don't stop the car, just keep driving slowly. After everyone gets in the car, immediately increase the accelerator and drive away. Zhu Yuanyuan listened to Chinyu's arrangement, patted her chest and promised, leave it to me. I got full marks in all subjects when I took the driver's license test. No problem. Li Yao on the side whispered, it's full marks, but you took the subject 2 test 4 times, and you got full marks on the last time. Yao, what are you doing? Zhu Yuanyuan covered Li Yao's mouth to stop her from talking. It's okay, there's no need to take the test outside now, just don't turn off the engine. Chinyu looked at the sky outside and continued. After the discussion, the group started to act. The 3 of them collected some debris thrown in other rooms, tore a piece of cloth from the ground, wrapped it up and handed it to Li Yao. Be careful of Yao, don't scratch it when throwing it. Zhu Yuanyuan reminded worriedly. Don't worry. It's okay. Li Yao touched Zhu Yuanyuan's head and said. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Chinyu said, action. Chinyu drove out, Li Yao walked beside him, and Zhu Yuanyuan followed slowly behind. Seeing Li Yao walk to the left front intersection, he gave Chinyu a thumbs up, and then Chinyu aimed at the electronic door and stepped on the accelerator to crash into it. With a loud bang, it seemed as if the entire street ground began to tremble. The electronic door also began to twist. The zombies on the entire street seemed to be activated at this time. Fortunately, they were far away, and even if they moved here, it would take some time. Chinyu backed up the car a little, and continued to step on the accelerator to crash into it. After the second loud noise, Li Yao quickly picked up the fragments and smashed them at the shop glass. It was only a few meters away, and because it was exposed to the wind and sun every day, it was easy for Li Yao to smash it into cracks. The second fragment smashed the glass directly, and the sound of 2 places rang out, making the zombies not know where to go for a while. Seeing that there were more zombies on the street, Chinyu did not hesitate and prepared to launch a third impact. With a loud bang, the electronic door was directly knocked open, and Chinyu increased his horsepower and pushed the door off the road, leaving a huge gap. Zhu Yuanyuan, who was behind, was always ready. Seeing that the road was cleared, she quickly started the car and drove out. Chinyu had already gotten out of the car and was waiting on the side. When he saw Zhu Yuanyuan driving over, he quickly jogged to follow the speed of the car, opened the door and got in. After Chinyu got in the car, Zhu Yuanyuan added a little accelerator and drove towards Li Yao. Seeing that the distance was close, Chinyu leaned forward and pushed open the passenger door. Li Yao quickly threw all the debris away, opened the door, and got in. After everyone got in the car, Zhu Yuanyuan immediately sped up and drove forward, asking as she drove, Brother Chen, how should we drive next? Chinyu took out the map and took a look, and quickly said, turn left at the next intersection, and then drive along the road? Okay. Zhu Yuanyuan nervously held the steering wheel with both hands, looking forward without being distracted, and controlled the speed to turn left. Don't be nervous, relax. Li Yao, who was in the co-pilot seat, put his left hand on Zhu Yuanyuan's leg and comforted her. Don't talk to me yet. Watch the zombies on the roadside to prevent me from hitting them. Zhu Yuanyuan didn't dare to look in other directions, so she had to ask Li Yao to help watch. After driving for a few minutes, Chinyu glanced at the map and said, there is a crossroads ahead, just go straight. Soon, according to the instructions on the map, Zhu Yuanyuan drove the car out of the city in an orderly manner. Chinyu in the back seat kept checking the surrounding building signs according to the records on the map to locate his own position. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanyuan turned a corner and stepped on the brakes hard while looking at the scene ahead. With a thud, Chinyu, who was concentrating on looking at the map, hit the front seat and immediately covered his head in pain. Li Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had fastened her seat belt and was not in any trouble. When she heard the noise coming from the back seat, Li Yao quickly turned around to check the back and said worriedly, what happened to Chinyu? Are you okay? Chapter 58. Without waiting for Chinyu to answer, Li Yao turned her head and looked at Zhu Yuanyuan, blaming him. Yuanyuan, what's wrong with you? How could you slam the brakes on the brakes at such a high speed? They had just left with the others, and almost had a car accident. What if Chinyu got into trouble? So she couldn't help but complain to Zhu Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly turned her head and said to the back, I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to slam the brakes on the brakes because I saw the distance was too far. Brother Chun, are you okay? Chinyu rubbed his forehead after getting knocked. Fortunately, he hit the car seat. If he hit the car door, he would have been sent directly to see the zombies. After a while, Chinyu covered his head and said, It's nothing serious. What happened in front? Did anything happen? Then Chinyu raised his head and looked forward. With just one glance, Chinyu understood why Zhu Yuanyuan took the risk to stop the car. About 1 meter away from the front of the car, there was a concrete mixer truck parked. Because it was a curve, the blind spot should be blocked by the bushes on the side. If it hits, people may not die, but the car will definitely break down. Although Li Yao can repair cars, in a street full of zombies, even gods can't fix it. Strange, why is there a mixer truck parked here? Who drives a mixer truck to escape? Li Yao looked at the big car in front of him, and said puzzledly. Chinyu looked at the surrounding environment. The zombies were far away. He opened the door, and got out of the car and said, I will drive. Zhu Yuanyuan, you go to the back and look at the map to help me find the way. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly opened the car door, and got out. Seeing Chinyu covering his head, he said guiltily, I'm really sorry, Brother Chen. I was worried that I would crash the car if I brake too slowly, which is why you got hurt. Chinyu shook his head slightly and said, It's okay. This injury is nothing. Just be careful next time. Chinyu got in the car, put it in reverse gear, looked in the rearview mirror and backed out. Then he asked without looking back, Zhu Yuanyuan, look at the map. Is there any other way to leave this city? Okay, let me see. It seems that I can drive to the left. Oh no, it seems that this is the only way to leave here. Zhu Yuanyuan in the back seat looked at the map. It was her first time to give directions to others, and she was a little confused. How could this be different from the navigation? The navigation was always clear in the past. Forget it, I give the directions. Give me the map. Li Yao had a black line on his head, and reached back to take the map. Well, let me see. Turn around and go back to the intersection behind, then go right, and then go left at the next intersection. Li Yao took a look and quickly said, Okay. Chinyu turned around and drove back. Following the map, Chinyu walked a few steps. The weather was very hot. Li Yao saw that Chinyu was just injured, but still concentrating on driving. His head was already full of sweat. She folded the map and prepared to use it to fan Chinyu. After fanning a few times, Chinyu shook his head gently and said with a smile, I'm not so delicate that I need others to fan me. Fan yourself for a while. Afterwards, Chinyu opened the car window. There were not many zombies on the roadside, so as long as they were not blocked, the window could be opened temporarily. As for the air conditioner in the car, Chinyu did not need to say it actively. Everyone knew how difficult it was to collect gasoline, and no one was willing to turn on the air conditioner even if it was heated. Li Yao fanned herself gently, looked at the scene on the roadside and said, It seems that we are almost out of the city. Chinyu hummed. He had remembered the road here. He took this road when he first entered the city, so Chinyu could drive out along the road without a map. After walking for a few minutes, Chinyu slowly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. Li Yao looked in front of him and said in astonishment, Did you also climb in from above when you entered the city? It's no wonder that Li Yao was stunned, because the road in front of her should have been smooth, but now a bus overturned on the ground. Seeing this, Chinyu did not hesitate, immediately put the reverse gear in, looked at the rearview mirror, and quickly backed away. The next second, the door of a shop next to it was suddenly knocked open, and a large number of zombies rushed out immediately. Glancing at the zombies rushing out from the side, Chinyu understood that someone had blocked the road out of the city and led the zombies into the house. When people came here, they would get off the car to check, and then the zombies would rush out of the door and infect everyone. What a cruel method. Chinyu found the right time and backed the car into an alley, preparing to turn around. At the place where Chinyu's car would have passed at a normal backing speed, there was a sudden gunshot, followed by gravel splashing on the road and a small pit. Chinyu happened to back the car into the alley, so he avoided the gunshot by accident. Li Yao sat in the passenger seat, holding the armrest tightly with her left hand, and said with a pale face, Is someone trying to kill us? Zhu Yuanyuan in the back seat had already laid under the seat, and she reminded Li Yao, Yao, hide quickly, be careful not to be seen from the window. Li Yao leaned the seat back a little, shrank down at the same time, and asked nervously, Why is someone aiming a gun at us? Chinyu, who was startled by the gunshot, also reacted at this time, quickly raised all the windows, then looked at the rearview mirror, turned his head to look behind, and drove the car backwards. At the same time, Chinyu said seriously, "I guess someone doesn't want us to leave the city, so they are waiting here." On the rooftop of a building in the northwest direction, a man with an eye patch on his left eye, a shaved head, a TAC-50 sniper rifle in his hand, and chewing gum in his mouth spat to the side and said dissatisfiedly, "Wang Matzi, I say, can you hold back next time? If I had taken action, I would have definitely shot the tire off. Look, everyone has been scared away by you." A man with pockmarks on his face was lying on the ground more than 10 meters away, watching the vehicle gradually disappearing from the scope. He said nonchalantly, "Who the hell knew that the guy would turn around there? It's really a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Also, don't call me Wang Matzi, I have a name, you blind man." Wang Matzi turned his head and looked at the man who called him just now, and shouted with an unhappy face. The man called the blind man was not annoyed. He looked at the vehicle below and fell into the alley, so he stopped holding the gun. He put away the gun and sat aside, smiling and said, "Then why don't you remove the pockmarks on your face? If you do, I will definitely not call you." Chapter 59. Wang Matzi put his hands on the ground, stood up and walked towards the man, ready to teach him a lesson. The man who was missing and I was not afraid of him, and looked at Wang Matzi coming. "Enough, shut up." A cold shout came from behind the door, and then a foot stepped out, and a muscular man wearing a green beret, camouflage short-sleeved shirt, and strong muscles appeared. "You two are just arguing, so don't waste time, it would be better to fight to the death." The strongman cursed the two men with a dark face, and then threw two Nepalese knives to the ground. Because the two men disliked each other, Wang Matzi fired in advance and missed the target, which scared away the target he had been staring at for a long time. The strong man was watching the whole time on the lower floor of the roof. Seeing that he didn't hit the target, the strong man was furious. Just as he was about to walk up to ask who fired the gun, he heard the two men arguing there, and immediately the strong man was ready to teach them a big lesson. Seeing that the strong man was really angry, Wang Matzi immediately changed his face. "Boss Long, we were just arguing. I promise I won't do it again next time. Put your knife away quickly, don't break it." He walked forward, quickly picked up the two sabers on the ground, and then presented them with both hands, while tilting his head back and winking at the blind man. The man with only one eye left saw Wang Matzi's actions, and quickly stood up, raised his hand and swore, "That's right, Boss Long, we will never do this again next time. From now on, we are brothers, the kind who wear the same pants." Boss Long snorted coldly, kicked Wang Matzi in the stomach, and cursed, "You were the one who fired the gun just now, weren't you? You are so brave that you dare not even listen to my order?" Boss Long heard it clearly downstairs just now. The gunshot came from the left. When he walked up, he happened to see Wang Matzi walking towards Fan Jiang from the left, so he thought it was Wang Matzi who fired the gun. Wang Matzi was kicked, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. He stepped back a few steps, knelt on the ground, covered his abdomen with both hands, and said with a red face, "Boss Long, I didn't disobey your order. I just saw an alley over there, and guessed that they would turn around there, so I shot directly." Boss Long, who was standing in front of Wang Matzi, glanced at Wang Matzi who was kneeling in front of him with his head down, snorted coldly, and raised his right foot to kick Wang Matzi's head. At this moment, the man standing aside, named Fan Jiang, saw that the situation was about to get out of control, and he quickly opened his mouth to plead for mercy. "Boss Long, please be merciful, what he said is true. I also feel that the car below is about to turn into the alley. In another second, I should be the one to shoot." Hearing Fan Jiang's words, Boss Long put down his raised foot. He said with a dark face, "This is the last time. If it happens again, I will cut meat from your body every day to feed to Huang and Xiao Huang." Wang Matzi, who was looking down, turned pale when he heard Boss Long mention to Huang and Xiao Huang. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He cowered in fear and said, "Thank you, Boss Long, for letting me live. I will definitely go through fire and water for you in the future." "Humph, get up." Boss Long stopped looking at Wang Matzi, picked up the saber, and inserted it into his waist on both sides, then walked straight to the edge of the roof. Seeing that Boss Long didn't kick, Fan Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly ran up to help Wang Matzi up, and whispered, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" Wang Matzi, who had knelt on the ground and kowtowed, supported Fan Jiang and slowly stood up, saying weakly, "It's nothing serious, help me sit over there for a while," was kicked by Boss Long who was wearing combat boots, and almost fainted on the spot. After helping Wang Matzi sit on the stool, Fan Jiang was relieved. He and Wang Matzi often quarreled, and occasionally they would fight, but they would soon make up. He had witnessed how terrible the boots on Boss Long's feet were. They were very hard, and it was said that the nickname of this kind of boots was Kick to Death Cow, and even cows couldn't stand it with one kick. If that kick hit Wang Matzi's head, Fan Jiang had no doubt that this day next year would be Wang Matzi's death anniversary, so he quickly asked for mercy. Fan Jiang knew that he was the most accurate shooter in the team, and as long as he asked for mercy, Boss Long would definitely spare Wang Matzi this time. The big yellow and small yellow mentioned by Boss Long were two black adult pit bulls he raised. They were extremely powerful, and their ferocity was no less than that of zombies. Wang Matzi had seen Boss Long throw one of his enemies directly into a pit, and in that pit were the two pit bulls he raised. Wang Matzi had always had a psychological trauma after watching that person being torn into pieces. He almost peed his pants when he heard their names just now. Compared with Boss Long, Fan Jiang was slightly shorter, 1.7 meters tall. His left eye was removed due to an illness before the end of the world. When he was out, he luckily saved Boss Long, who was drunk and almost fell off a cliff. So he followed him, at the invitation, and started to work at Boss Long's shooting base. He occasionally took time to learn shooting, and soon showed his shooting talent. Soon after the zombies broke out, Fan Jiang followed Boss Long, and Boss Long recruited a group of desperate criminals to do petty thefts. Relying on the guns smuggled in from abroad, Boss Long and his men traveled to several cities, and finally chose the larger Sanjiang city to establish a force. Because Boss Long's team had guns, and were all gangsters, when the end of the world came, most of the forces in Sanjiang city were quickly cleared, leaving only a few small forces still alive, hiding from place to place every day. Boss Long tracked them down several times, but could not find any traces. He wanted to completely occupy the city. In order to better plunder supplies, Boss Long led dozens of his men to block all the roads out of Sanjiang city, although it was mainly to prevent zombies from entering the city. Secondly, Boss Long believed that everything in the city belonged to him, and he was not allowed to take anything away. Just recently, Boss Long discovered a department store. According to preliminary estimates, it was filled with a lot of food, and according to his observation, there were no survivors, because the building was full of zombies. Boss Long guessed that the 10-story department store should have a meat area. When the zombies broke out, many people rushed into the department store to buy supplies. As a result, too many people rushed in at once, causing the building to become a cage. Chapter 60. It was also because too many people entered that those inside could not get out, and the outside was crowded that the supplies in the department store were basically not taken out, and all remained inside the building. Boss Long immediately summoned the remaining men, and tried to attack the department store, but he lost several men in both attacks and had to retreat. If this continues, there will be more and more zombies, and the sounds they make will attract a large number of zombies, forming a zombie tide. This is why Chinyu has basically not encountered too many batches of zombies since entering the city, because many of them were concentrated near the department store. Boss Long was worried that if it dragged on, the supplies inside would gradually expire or even go bad. At that time, no matter how many supplies there were, it would be meaningless. They were all bad, and no one dared to eat them. So Boss Long thought of a way to disperse his men, keep an eye on the survivors hiding in the city, capture them, leave half of the survivors to guard them, and send the other half to clean up the zombies. As soon as Chinyu entered the city, he was targeted. Boss Long originally looked down on such a survivor alone, because if he was sent alone to search for supplies, he would easily run away with the things. But unexpectedly, there were two more people next to Chinyu. As long as Chinyu was arrested, the other two girls had to clean up the zombies. Boss Long didn't care how many zombies those people could kill, as long as they could lead the zombies out. There were too many zombies near the department store, and they couldn't make any sound to attract them. They could only use living people to call the zombies. This shows how cruel Boss Long's methods are. Human life is not as valuable to him as a bottle of water. Today's action was also because Boss Long heard the news from his men and saw Chinyu and his men looking for a car. He guessed that they were going to leave, so he came to the road he took when he entered the city to wait. Most people who enter an unfamiliar environment and choose to leave will basically return along the same route. This point was actually guessed correctly by Boss Long. It was just a pity that Chinyu's tires were almost blown up. The gunshots just now immediately attracted a large number of zombies to gather downstairs. Boss Long stood on the edge of the roof with a gloomy face, looking at the large group of zombies below. He wanted to chop Wang Matzi right now. He was also prepared with a silencer, but he didn't use it. The mission was not completed, and the gunshots attracted zombies. It was really bad. Wang Matzi, who was sitting on the side to rest, saw Boss Long looking downstairs with his head down for a long time without saying anything, and he felt more and more uneasy. Without caring about so much, Wang Matzi stood up, covered his stomach and walked behind Boss Long, saying guiltily, "I'm sorry, Brother Long, it's my fault today. I will find a way to get rid of the zombies downstairs, and I will lead them away." Fan Jiang, who was standing next to Boss Long, had just pleaded for Wang Matzi, but it didn't mean that their relationship had improved. He just couldn't bear to see Wang Matzi lose his life because of a quarrel with him. Fan Jiang said calmly, "Even if you use your body to attract them, you can't run far. The perseverance of zombies is more terrifying than you think." Hearing Fan Jiang's words, Wang Matzi surprisingly did not refute, perhaps because Fan Jiang had just saved him once today. Wang Matzi lowered his head and looked at the ground, whispering, "The farther you can lead the better." Hearing the discussion of the two people behind him, and Wang Matzi stepping forward to admit his mistake again, Boss Long's expression eased a little, send a signal to Cheesy and others to detonate firecrackers and lead the zombies downstairs away. "No, boss, those things are very important. They are our trump cards against the zombies. We can't waste them like this. Let me go. I deserve it even if I die." Wang Matzi knelt on the ground and begged. Boss Long turned around, stared at Wang Matzi, and said in a pause, "Just let Cheesy set off a string of firecrackers. Remember, in the end times, a mistake may lead to your own death or even harm others. You made two mistakes today. One was not using a silencer, and the other was acting on impulse. Fan Jiang has been with me from the beginning. If it weren't for his plea, you would have died today. He has been with me for a long time and saved my life before, so you survived." After listening to what Boss Long said, Wang Matzi turned around and kowtowed to Fan Jiang, saying, "Thank you, Brother Fan, for saving my life. I will obey orders in the future and never mess around again." Fan Jiang was a little panicked. Although he usually didn't like Wang Matzi's style, they had been on several operations together. He didn't expect that what happened today would change Wang Matzi a little. He said, "Just follow Boss Long's orders in the future." Boss Long looked at Fan Jiang and nodded slightly. Then Fan Jiang walked forward, helped Wang Matzi up, and then took out a flag that had fallen on the ground, stood it up, waved it a few times, and then stood it straight, which was a hint to light a fire. On a rooftop a few hundred meters away, Cheesy was holding a telescope and suddenly saw the red flag shaking in the sight. Then he turned his head and said to the person next to him, "Light the firecrackers. Remember to light one string at a time." Although it was only one string of firecrackers, they were lit every 100 meters. Soon, Long's men took the tied firecrackers and stood one person every 100 meters or so. One end was tied to a stone and thrown at the tree branches. Hanging on the tree will make the sound go farther and attract more zombies. After hanging the firecrackers, the men took out a long bamboo stick with a burning top, lit the firecrackers hanging on the tree, and then immediately ran to the next tree. Soon, there were crackling explosions. Boss Long watched the zombies downstairs being led away, and then said, "Follow those three people, they can't run far." The three people Boss Long mentioned were Chinyu and his group. After driving the car into the alley in reverse, Chinyu said solemnly, "The gunshots came from the northwest. Li Yao, look at the road. We have to bypass that area." Li Yao sat down and opened the map. Although the car was bumpy, she checked the map very attentively. Then Li Yao said, "There is a commercial street over there. We just need to go southeast. After leaving this alley, turn left and then go straight in the forward gear." With Li Yao's guidance, Chinyu felt relieved. If he was driving alone, he would have to stop and plan a retreat route first, otherwise he might drive into other people's faces. As soon as he exited the alley, Chinyu turned left, changed the direction of the car, and immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. At this time, he had to find a place to hide first. Chinyu had a hunch that since the other side used guns, and was not afraid of attracting zombies, it meant that they would not let them go easily. It was most likely that they were not here for food, so it was just these few people. Chapter 61. Chinyu stared at the road ahead, trying not to hit other zombies, and increased the speed of the car. Seeing the zombies on the roadside turning to other streets, Chinyu seemed to hear a faint explosion. He was not sure, so he lowered the window a little, and then he clearly heard the sound of firecrackers. Zhu Yuanyuan in the back seat watched as they walked a little further away. She rubbed her ears to make sure it was not hallucination, and then asked in confusion, "Are you crazy? Someone is setting off firecrackers?" What's the difference between this and seeking death? Chinyu was concentrating on driving. He glanced at the next intersection and then said, Li Yao, listen carefully. Is the sound of the firecrackers exploding getting farther and farther away from us? Okay. Li Yao responded, lowered the window next to her, then stood up a little and stuck her head out. Chinyu caught a glimpse of Li Yao's movements and immediately felt something was wrong. He held the steering wheel with his left hand and pulled Li Yao's arm to the side with his right hand, quickly pulling her back to the seat, and then angrily said, Don't stick your head out. Be careful of the zombies outside. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu quickly turned the steering wheel to the right to avoid the zombies on the road and drove past a car. The next second, a zombie stretched out a highly rotten hand from the front of the car next to him. Bang! The zombie's arm hit the door frame directly. The speed of the car plus the impact force directly broke the zombie's arm, breaking it from the palm joint and falling on Li Yao's legs. With a scream, Li Yao came to his senses and quickly slapped the zombie's palm off, then grabbed the handrail next to him with his right hand. There was no blood on his face, only a pale face. Seeing Li Yao sitting down, Chinyu retracted his right hand and used his left hand to close the car window a little and then locked it. When the car window was open just now, he noticed that the explosion sound was getting farther and farther away, which meant that it was on the street next to him. As long as he didn't drive closer, it would be fine. Then Chinyu held the steering wheel with both hands and said seriously, Don't let your guard down. Just because you can't see a place doesn't mean there are no zombies. If you were a few seconds slower just now, the zombie's hand would have scratched your face, and you would be infected with the zombie virus, and you would definitely die. Li Yao was startled, turned around with a pale face, looked at Chinyu, and said with red eyes, Thank you. Zhu Yuanyuan in the back row leaned forward a little, put her hand on Li Yao's shoulder, and comforted her. We must be careful, and don't hold Brother Chen back. Li Yao turned her head to look at Zhu Yuanyuan and nodded slightly. After hearing Zhu Yuanyuan's words, Chinyu did not say anything and continued to drive the car steadily to the next intersection. As soon as he entered other streets, Chinyu saw a car turning out from behind and driving towards him at a very fast speed. Hold on tight, someone is following us, Chinyu said in a deep voice, and then he sped up. Before the apocalypse, he had watched many zombie movies and understood one thing, that is, it is not scary to see zombies in a deserted place, but it is scary to meet other living people among the zombies. Now that the apocalypse has been going on for so long, few people who can survive to this day are easy to mess with. Chinyu will not go up to greet people enthusiastically as soon as he meets them. Li Yao. Let's see if there is an underground parking lot near us. Being chased by the car behind him, Chinyu thought of a way to lead people to the parking lot. Although Chinyu's car had a lot of fuel, there were some abandoned vehicles parked on the road, and zombies rushed out from time to time, making it very difficult to get rid of the people behind him. Li Yao quickly checked the map, based on the several intersections Chinyu had just turned, and then looked at the more eye-catching road signs nearby. Li Yao immediately said, There is an underground parking lot about a few hundred meters away. Just go straight along this road and you will get there. Chinyu heard Li Yao's directions, glanced at the left rearview mirror, and then glanced at the road ahead. There were more than a dozen zombies. Chinyu looked to the right and drove the car directly out of the road. The steps were not high, and the SUV chassis could just drive up. At the same time, Chinyu glanced at the car behind him and immediately shouted, See if there is an exit in the alley ahead. Hurry up. Li Yao looked at the map and quickly replied, That's a residential area. There is no exit. Can't enter. After getting the answer, Chinyu continued to step on the gas and drove forward on the road. In the car behind, Wang Matzi drove his car and caught up with Chinyu's SUV, but when he just drove up, he heard a sound from the chassis. Hearing the sound from below, Wang Matzi asked, What should we do, Boss Long? The bottom of the car seems to be damaged. Sitting in the middle of the back row, Boss Long stared at the SUV in front and answered without hesitation, Keep driving. There are our people at the intersection ahead. Force them over. We still have a lot of cars. Yes. Wang Matzi nodded, then stepped on the gas and chased after Chinyu's car. As they got closer and closer, they crashed into many tables, chairs and benches along the way, and the area in front of Chinyu's car was completely unrecognizable. We're here. The parking lot is the entrance in front. Li Yao looked at the name on the parking lot and said quickly. After rushing to the front of the parking lot, Chinyu slowed down a bit and drove in. He could only hope that the parking lot was not blocked, otherwise he would have to abandon the car and run away. Entering the parking lot, Chinyu turned on the lights, and what caught his eye were several terrifying zombies standing on both sides. They were standing very quietly, but when Chinyu drove in, they all moved, as if they were activated. Carefully driving into the parking lot, Chinyu continued, Zhu Yuan, there are 2 empty cans in the bag at the back. Cut them open with a knife, and divide them into several pieces of iron. Li Yao, you pitch them into 90 degrees, then throw them to the back. Hurry up. Chinyu urged again. He remembered the police and gangster movies he had seen before, in which the police would use a tool to intercept the gangsters' cars and puncture their tires. Chinyu didn't have such a tool, but his brain was very flexible. He immediately remembered that he still had 2 empty cans, which were originally reserved for making noises to attract zombies, and now they just came in handy. Cut smaller. Be careful not to cut your hands. Zhu Yuan turned on the light on the roof of the car behind. According to Chinyu's instructions, Zhu Yuan quickly cut the first can open, quickly handed a few pieces to Li Yao, and then cut the next box. Li Yao folded the iron sheet with great effort and showed it to Chinyu. Chinyu nodded and then slowed down. Li Yao stood up a little, held the rear seat with his left hand, held the iron sheet with his right hand, stretched out the window near the roof, and threw it hard to the back. Although these folded iron sheets may not puncture the tires, Chinyu just hopes that they can slow down the speed of the vehicles behind. It's okay if it can delay for a while. Chapter 62. After turning a few corners, Chinyu drove into the parking lot and scanned it with the headlights. Fortunately, there were not many zombies inside, only 2. At that time, there were a lot of abandoned cars on the street outside. Given the congestion, Chinyu thought of trying his luck in the underground parking lot. The roads outside were blocked. If Chinyu's car was parked in the parking lot, he would never drive it, unless the car grew wings and flew out. After parking the car, Chinyu immediately said, Get out of the car quickly, take your things and go, then reached out and picked up the backpack from the back seat and left the car. Li Yaogang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, accidentally dropped the map on the floor of the car. When she bent down to pick up the map, she took out the map and the zombie's hand. She thought it was something in the car until she saw that it was a zombie's hand. She was so scared that she let go of her hand. Chinyu walked up quickly and comforted him. As long as there are no wounds on your hands, you don't have to be afraid of touching zombie limbs. This was what Lin Yi had told him before. Picking up the zombie's arm, a foul smell came. Chinyu held his breath and threw his hand away. It just fell in front of a zombie. Because he had just driven in, the zombie had already moved and began to move towards Chinyu and the others. After Chinyu threw his palm, he found that the zombie did not stop, but continued to move towards them. Strange, the last time Chinyu was on the construction site, he clearly saw the corpse dog eating the zombie under the moonlight. Why is this zombie not affected at all today? Could it be? Chinyu thought of something thoughtfully. Li Yao, who was a little scared, pulled Chinyu's arm and said in a trembling voice, What should we do next? She had heard the sound of a car engine coming from behind. Chinyu reacted and said immediately, Follow me. Keep walking along the open area here. You can't light the torch. There are people chasing behind you. It's too dark here, and lighting a fire will be easily discovered by others. With the help of the headlights of the car, Chinyu led the 2 people through the gaps between other cars, and walked away with their heads down. Where are we going? Seeing that they were circling around the parking lot, Zhu Yuan glanced at the few people who had stopped their cars behind them. They were killing the 2 zombies, and shouted for Chinyu and the others to stop hiding. Chinyu bent over and led the 2 to the wall, carefully touched the wall, and then whispered, I entered a parking lot to look for a car before. I looked at the floor plan at that time and noticed that the parking lot was divided into a main entrance and a secondary entrance, and there was also an emergency passage. I hope the parking lot here also has. Just like that, walking along the wall, Chinyu quickly touched a door and pushed it. It was not locked. Chinyu knocked on the door lightly, put his ear to it, and heard no movement from inside, then pushed the door open and walked in. After closing the door, Chinyu used a shovel to connect the door handles on both sides to block it, and then walked towards the bottom of the stairs in the dark. The 3 people behind him also searched in the parking lot. The difference was that they all held flashlights, and the advantage of supplies was reflected at this time. Fan Jiang and Wang Matzi each held a sniper rifle and walked in front. Boss Long held a Nepalese military knife in both hands and walked behind. The 2 walked and shouted for Chinyu and others to come out. Don't hide, kid, we are good people. Is there any other exit in this parking lot? Boss Long asked from behind. Fan Jiang thought for a moment, then said, We have searched the parking lot here before. Many of the vehicles are broken. The only exit is the one we came in through. There are a lot of zombies at the other exit, and the entrance is blocked. Zombies can't get in, and people can't get out. Wang Matzi next to him also responded, There are at least dozens of zombies there. It's impossible to kill them without a rifle. It's so quiet here. If they shoot, we can hear it. Boss Long hummed, and several people continued to search. Soon, the three of them came to the door of the emergency passage with flashlights. Looking at the sign on it, Boss Long said, "Does this lead to the outside?" Fan Jiang put away his gun, walked forward and took a look at the door, then said, "There are several zombies staying here. It's at the bottom. It's very dark inside. There is a small window at the corner, and the exit is still far away. Last time we entered, we lost a brother with flashlights and had to retreat. If they dare to go in, they won't survive. Damn it, they would rather be bitten to death by zombies than stop. I'm not a demon." Boss Long cursed and kicked the car next to him. This kick scared Fan Jiang and Wang Matzi, who quickly said, "Boss Long, be careful, there are zombies at the entrance over there. Don't wake them up." Hearing Wang Matzi's words, Boss Long glared at him fiercely, and Wang Matzi immediately shut up. Fan Jiang on the side pulled Wang Matzi and whispered, "Don't talk about you. Boss Long's original plan was to use a silent sniper rifle to break their tires, and then we would sneak over to help them kill a few zombies and find an opportunity to tie them up, but your shot was discovered directly. But if a gun shoots out a tire, it will leave a bullet. Won't they find it anyway?" Wang Matzi replied. Boss Long turned around and said, "Normally it would be easy to find, but they are running for their lives. There are zombies chasing them. If the tire bursts, they will only think that it was caused by running over some sharp objects. They won't get out of the car to check carefully. Let's go, get out of here. Let's go to the outside of the emergency passage to block them. Fan Jiang, tie this door with a rope." Boss Long walked outside. The three people who entered the emergency passage did not know how dangerous it would be inside, and were walking down by feeling the wall. Soon, after walking up the stairs, they entered a straight passage. There was light coming from a corner in front, making the passage less dark. Zhu Yuanyuan was delighted and said quickly, "There is light in front. The exit is there." Then, the three heard a sound from behind, which was the sound of Boss Long kicking the car next to him. Hearing the sound and seeing the light in front, Zhu Yuanyuan, who was a little scared, walked quickly forward and passed Chinyu. "Slow down, Zhu Yuanyuan," Li Yao shouted worriedly. Zhu Yuanyuan turned around and looked at Chinyu and Li Yao, and said as she stepped back, "Don't worry. Didn't Chinyu knock on the door a few times just now, but there was no movement?" Hearing Zhu Yuanyuan's words, Chinyu was about to speak. He thought the passage was very short, so he wanted to knock on the door to see if there were any zombies. After entering, he found that the stairs were so long, and the sound of knocking on the door was not as loud as the sound of the person behind kicking. Before Chinyu could speak, he saw Zhu Yuanyuan tripped by something and fell backwards. Chapter 63. Seeing Zhu Yuanyuan fall backwards with a cry of surprise, Li Yao also ran forward immediately, but just as she took a step, she felt something tripping her calf the next second, and then her body tilted forward. Without hesitation, Chinyu immediately took out the few remaining matches and lit them up. With the weak light, he could see clearly what tripped the two people. Below the wall, two very dry zombies were lying on the ground next to the wall. They were like branches, and their bodies had rotted away for the most part. Li Yao was tripped by the zombie's foot and fell right in front of it. The rotten and terrifying zombie stretched out only the lower half of its hand to grab Li Yao, opened its mouth, and bit her shoulder. Chinyu was closest to Li Yao. When he saw the zombie for the first time, he immediately took out a piece of clothing and threw a match on it to let it continue to burn. Then he quickly squatted down, grabbed Li Yao's left elbow, and pulled it outwards. At this distance, the zombie's teeth did not bite Li Yao's shoulder, and its chin touched the ground. The zombie's face was pressed against Li Yao's shoulder, and she immediately felt a strange sensation. She couldn't control herself and started to struggle in panic. She howled while pushing the zombie's head with her right hand, inserting her thumb into the zombie's eyeball, and kicking the ground with her legs. Fortunately, the zombie missed the bite, and Chinyu quickly pulled Li Yao out, but Zhu Yuanyuan was not so lucky. Because she ran a few steps, and was a distance away from the two of them, she didn't find what it was after being tripped by the zombie. She touched it with her hand, and it was very cold and soft, like tofu that had been frozen for a while, and her hand easily poked in. When Chinyu lit the match, Zhu Yuanyuan turned her head to look at the things next to her. After seeing clearly, she began to tremble all over, sweating profusely, and was so scared that she almost fainted. Her hand was now in the zombie's stomach. Seeing Zhu Yuanyuan staying where she was, Chinyu hurriedly shouted, "Be careful!" He took off his backpack and immediately smashed it towards the zombie's head, trying to delay the movement, and then he quickly ran towards the zombie. The distance was very close. Chinyu only needed 3 steps to run there, but it seemed very far, and Chinyu could not run there before the zombie bit him. Without any hesitation, the zombie grabbed Zhu Yuanyuan's thigh with one hand and opened its mouth to bite her waist. The pain from the zombie's teeth biting her flesh woke Zhu Yuanyuan up all of a sudden. She burst out with strength, quickly pulled out her right hand, raised her elbow, and hit the zombie's head hard, then fell to the ground, scratched the ground with her left hand, and crawled to other places. The zombie was hit, but it also successfully bit off a piece of meat. It was about to continue attacking the food in front of it, but fortunately Chinyu had arrived. He raised his foot and kicked the zombie's head hard, and quickly pulled Zhu Yuanyuan up and ran to the back. Li Yao was thrown to the ground by the first zombie. The zombie tried desperately to bite her neck, but Li Yao held her shoulders tightly and couldn't bite anymore. Gradually unable to hold on, she turned her head and saw that Zhu Yuanyuan had been rescued. Li Yao hurriedly shouted for help. "Chinyu, save me. Go. Go and save her." Zhu Yuanyuan, with a pale face, supported the wall with one hand and pushed Chinyu forward a step. Chinyu stepped forward and was about to grope for his shovel nearby, but he remembered that it was left behind to block the door. He cursed in a low voice, then bent down and grabbed the zombie's leg and pulled it hard to the back. The zombie was pulled away, Li Yao's hands were freed, and her body rolled to the side. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly threw the knife on her body and shouted, "Yao Yao, catch the knife." Luckily, after cutting the can in the car just now, Zhu Yuanyuan wrapped the knife and put it in her pocket. The knife fell to the ground with a thud. Li Yao rushed forward to pick up the knife, held it with her right hand, turned her body, and stabbed the back of the zombie's head. Instantly, the dried zombie stopped struggling. Chinyu was also frightened and his heartbeat quickened. He stepped on the zombie's elbow, grabbed the zombie's palm, and twisted it to the side. With a click, the zombie's arm was directly broken off by Chinyu. Walking to the burning clothes, Chinyu squatted down and rolled the clothes with his elbow to make it continue to burn on his arm, and shouted to the back, "Come over here." Picking up his backpack, Zhu Yuanyuan had also come over. Li Yao supported him with one hand and asked fearfully, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Zhu Yuanyuan was sweating and said intermittently, "No. I'm not hurt." Chinyu held up the torch made of the zombie's arm. He walked up the stairs and pulled the door with his left hand, but only heard a clang. "Damn it, the door is locked." Chinyu shone the torch through the crack of the door, saw the rope outside, and cursed in a rare moment. "Can't get out?" Li Yao's eyes dimmed, and she said disappointedly. Chinyu raised the torch and turned his body, shining it downwards. In addition to the zombie, 2 more zombies were coming this way. When Chinyu had never killed 3 zombies at the same time, he could only kill 2 at most at the same time. Now there are 3 zombies. Unless he has a pistol in his hand. But even if he has a pistol, Chinyu doesn't know how to use it. Seeing that it has become a dead end, Chinyu is unwilling to give up and continues to pull the door. He took the knife from Li Yao's hand and tried to cut the rope outside from the crack of the door. Seeing Chinyu desperately pulling the door, Zhu Yuanyuan looked at Li Yao, and Li Yao also looked at Chinyu with a worried look. Thinking of something, Zhu Yuanyuan whispered, "Brother Chen, if the zombies bite your limbs, do you still have a chance to survive?" Chinyu, who was concentrating on holding the rope, said without turning his head, "That's right. Separate the bitten limbs and stop the bleeding at the same time, and you will have a chance to survive." "Why are you asking this?" Chinyu looked outside through the crack in the door. When he saw that there was a wire to lock the door in addition to the rope, his heart sank. Hearing Zhu Yuanyuan's question, he turned around and looked at the 2 of them. What if the shoulder was bitten? Zhu Yuanyuan continued to say with her head down. Li Yao, who was standing by, suddenly became uneasy. She stretched out her hand to pull open Zhu Yuanyuan's collar, looked at the clean shoulder, and breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought you were bitten on the shoulder." Zhu Yuanyuan stretched out her hand to fix her clothes, and smiled at Li Yao. "It's okay, Yao Yao. What's wrong with your face? Why are you sweating so much? Why is your head so hot?" Li Yao looked at the sweat on Zhu Yuanyuan's head, pinched her sleeve with her hand to wipe the sweat off her, and her hand accidentally touched Zhu Yuanyuan's forehead, and the temperature from it startled her. Zhu Yuanyuan raised her head and looked up at Chinyu, who had a serious face. She understood the uneasiness in Chinyu's eyes. The 2 looked at each other, and then she nodded slightly, let go of Li Yao's hand, took a step with her left foot, and walked down a step to the back. "What are you doing, Yuanyuan? There are zombies down there." Chapter 64. Walking down the stairs, Zhu Yuanyuan stood still. Her left hand was being held by Li Yao, preventing her from going down. Zhu Yuanyuan whispered, Brother Chen. Chinyu, who was behind, felt depressed. When he heard Zhu Yuanyuan calling him, he had to take a few steps forward, hold Li Yao's hand, and let go of Zhu Yuanyuan. Li Yao, who didn't understand what was going on, turned around and looked at Chinyu with a questioning look on her face. She was a little confused and asked puzzledly, What happened to you two? Are you playing a guessing game? Looking at Li Yao's puzzled eyes, Chinyu couldn't bear to speak, but just shook his head gently. After Chinyu held Li Yao, Zhu Yuanyuan slowly walked down and said, If the door to enter here is not locked, then the exit will not be locked either. After all, it is an emergency passage. Don't you think so, Brother Chen? Hearing this, Chinyu said softly, Yes. If that's the case, there is still a way to escape. What way? Li Yao tried to break free, but her arm was firmly grasped by Chinyu. She did not dare to use force. After all, Chinyu had saved her and Zhu Yuanyuan by chance and led them out of the school. Li Yao did not want to argue with Chinyu. She looked at Zhu Yuanyuan's back and said quickly, Don't go, Yuanyuan. The zombies are coming up. Zhu Yuanyuan stopped, stretched her right hand behind her, and lifted her clothes. Chinyu's eyes froze. The wound in front of her was bleeding, and the area around the wound began to turn black and fester. Seeing the wound on Zhu Yuanyuan's lower back, Li Yao couldn't help but stop breathing. The next moment, she said in panic, What is that? It's a scratch, right? It was an accidental bump, right? Even if it was a zombie bite, we can just cut off the wound, right? Li Yao began to speak incoherently. She pulled Chinyu and pointed at Zhu Yuanyuan and said hurriedly, I have the same blood type as her. There is a hospital at the next intersection. I find tools and give her a blood transfusion, right? Chinyu just stared at Zhu Yuanyuan's back quietly without saying anything. He didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, this is also the first time that someone around Chinyu has been attacked by a zombie. They had survived so many zombies before, and Chinyu and Lin Yi and Zhang Yin even cleaned up an abandoned factory. Without killing too many zombies, he was able to lead them away by making noises. This made Chinyu feel that as long as he was careful, he would not be bitten by zombies. He focused most of his attention on other survivors and guarded against other villains. But he forgot that zombies were just as scary in the end of the world. Chinyu began to understand why these zombies woke up. They should have been startled by the sound of the man behind kicking the car. At first, because someone was chasing him from behind, Chinyu was afraid of being exposed, so he just knocked on the door a few times. He subconsciously thought that there was a straight passage behind the door, and even if there were zombies, they would be very close to the door. But I didn't expect that there was a staircase below. If I had hit the door a few more times with the shovel, would the zombies have been activated in advance? Although Chinyu didn't have much affection for Zhu Yuanyuan and Li Yao, he just treated them as students trapped in the school. But at the 4S door, it was because of Li Yao's reminder that he had the opportunity to kill the zombies behind him. It was also because of the cooperation of the three that they were able to break open the abandoned electronic door and leave there. Chinyu still felt a little guilty. He didn't pay attention for a while, and let the zombies here take advantage of the opportunity. Zhu Yuanyuan, who was bitten, did not blame him at all, and even wanted to use her body to block the zombies below and clear a path for them. Speak, Chinyu, answer me quickly. Li Yao began to struggle desperately with her arms, trying to go forward and hold Zhu Yuanyuan. Stop it, Yao. Be careful not to hurt Brother Chen. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her head and looked at Li Yao and said. At this time, Zhu Yuanyuan also shed tears. Her collar was wet. She turned back to look at Li Yao. This might be the last look. I help you stop the zombies, you. Zhu Yuanyuan began to feel a little flustered, and her voice was a little weak. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Yuanyuan continued, I stop them, you have to hurry over. Brother Chen, Li Yao is in your hands. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her head and looked at the zombies below. It was lying on the stairs, gradually closing the distance to the three people. The two behind were about to approach, and began to growl and walk towards them. Zhu Yuanyuan took off her watch, looked at Chinyu, and threw it over. I hope this watch can let you know how long it has been. Next. I trouble you. Yao. To walk on for me. Seeing the two zombies behind also crawling over, the distance between the three zombies became very close. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes condensed, and then she quickly ran down. No! Li Yao cried and shouted. Zhu Yuanyuan took a step to the first zombie, stretched out her left hand, and directly inserted it into its eye socket, lifted the zombie's head, and pounced on the two zombies below at the same time, opened her arms, and desperately pressed them to the ground, completely ignoring the zombies biting her shoulders. With red eyes, she turned her head and shouted angrily, "Go! Don't let me die in vain." After saying this, Zhu Yuanyuan used her left hand to lift the zombie's head up a little, then opened her left hand and pressed the zombie's neck with her arm to prevent it from moving. Chinyu lowered his head to the right, raised his shoulder to wipe his tears, and pulled Li Yao with his left hand, roaring, "Go!" Grabbing Li Yao's shoulder with his left hand and holding her in his arms, Chinyu ran quickly towards the exit, sticking to the right wall. Yuan. Li Yao was led by Chinyu to run forward. She turned her head to look at Zhu Yuanyuan lying on the zombie. There was a lot of blood on the ground. Li Yao shouted sadly. At this time, Zhu Yuanyuan was very weak, relying on her own weight to press on the zombie. Her lips turned pale, her eyes began to blur, and she could no longer speak. When she heard Li Yao calling her name, she finally used a little strength, raised her head, and looked at Li Yao, smiled at Li Yao, and then fainted. Seeing that Zhu Yuanyuan had gone into shock due to excessive blood loss, the overly sad Li Yao's eyes turned black, her legs softened, and she fell down next to Chinyu's body. Chinyu and Li Yao had already run around the corner. The exit was only a dozen meters away. The light at the door was gradually illuminated, and the road ahead did not need a torch. At this time, Li Yao also fainted. Chinyu threw away the torch, quickly put Li Yao's right hand on his neck, then passed his left hand through her shoulders, and his right hand through Li Yao's knees, and directly picked her up. He held Li Yao in his arms, and ran towards the exit desperately. Chapter 65. After separating from his younger sister and the others, Dazhuang walked towards the bridge in the heavy rain, and began to look for Chinyu's whereabouts. He broke off a few branches from the side, stacked them together, and raised his hands to use the leaves to block the rain. After walking for a while, Dazhuang came to the bridge. At this time, the hillsides on both sides had been completely washed away, and the road in front of him had become a small hill. Just as he was about to walk to the side, a zombie suddenly emerged from the woods next to him. Its brain was half shrunk, but it was still moving. Seeing it gradually approaching, Dazhuang threw away the branches to block the rain, took out a machete from his back, and prepared to walk forward to kill it. The step he had just taken suddenly stopped in the air. Dazhuang was forced to retract his foot and began to retreat. 3 more zombies appeared behind the zombie, and a total of 4 zombies walked towards him at the same time. It was still raining heavily in the sky, and the road was also very wet. Dazhuang did not intend to take such a risk to kill them. If he accidentally fell, let alone how to find Chinyu, it would be a problem whether he could survive. Putting the machete back on his back, Dazhuang picked up the branch, looked at the few bridges left on the bridge deck, and went around to another place. The direction that Dazhuang was heading was exactly the downstream of the river. Dazhuang walked around the 4 zombies and entered the woods. Soon, he saw a wooden house next to the woods in front of him. The roof was mostly rotten, but the overall structure was still solid. Dazhuang pushed the wooden wall with his hand, then looked up. It was raining heavily, and there were zombies in the woods. In such heavy rain, Dazhuang could not hear the footsteps of the zombies at all. It would be very dangerous to continue looking. There was no way. The rain was too heavy. Dazhuang pushed open the door and walked into the wooden house. The house was not big. You could see the whole house at a glance. There was only a wooden table, a rotten sofa, and 2 wooden stools left in the house. After checking that there were no traces of zombies, Dazhuang looked outside and vaguely saw other zombies moving in the forest, but similarly, the zombies could not hear Dazhuang's movements in the heavy rain, and could not even smell his smell, which was a win-win situation. However, if he walked further, Dazhuang was worried that he would walk in front of him, so he had to stop and wait for the rain to subside. Pushing the rotten sofa over to block the door, Dazhuang picked up a black blanket from the ground and threw it on the sofa. He picked up 2 wooden sticks from the side, and used them to support the blanket and block the rotten door, trying not to let the zombies notice it. Everything was arranged. Dazhuang picked up a wooden stool and walked to a corner of the house. There was still a small piece of the roof above, which blocked some of the rain. The bottom was dry. There were also 2 wooden boards in the corner. Dazhuang touched them, and found that they were still dry. Only a small part of the outside was wet by the rain. Sitting on the stool facing the corner, Dazhuang took off his bow and put it aside. He reached out and took out an object wrapped in a plastic bag from his arms. The things inside had saved Dazhuang many times. Inside was a windproof lighter, a few chocolates, and a few plastic strips. Dazhuang broke off half a piece of chocolate and ate it, replenishing some of his strength, then tore off a small plastic strip. Dazhuang took out a machete, split the wooden board into small pieces of wood, piled them together, and wrapped a plastic strip around a small piece of wood. Then Dajwang lit it with a lighter and put it into the wood pile, and soon the fire started. Because he often had to search for supplies in the wild, Dajwang had a lot of life experience. He packed the lighter in advance, so even if he encountered water, he could find a way to start a fire. This was all Dajwang being forced to do. Since the zombie outbreak, he and his sister have been fleeing for their lives. They were trapped in the car by a group of zombies at a gas station. At least 30 zombies surrounded them and trapped the two siblings there. Just as Dajwang held his sister in his arms and they were ready to die, a signal gun sounded from outside the car. Dajwang looked up and saw a ball of red light emitting from a sizzling sound about 20 meters ahead. The large amount of sound immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, and they all walked towards that place. When the zombies were almost gone, a woman wearing a black sports jacket and a white baseball cap appeared. She stabbed the zombie lying on the car window from behind, pushed the corpse aside, then opened the door and whispered, "Get out of here. We only have one signal gun left." At the same time, the zombie at the door next to Dajwang was also cleared. He looked carefully and saw a tall man with a scarf on his face standing outside the car door. The man opened the car door and moved his head in other directions, signaling Dajwang to come out quickly. Just like that, at the critical moment of life and death, Dajwang and his sister were rescued by a man and a woman. They were taken to a community of survivors. Later, Yangzi once asked the eldest brother with a smile, "We didn't know each other at that time. Why did you save me and my brother? We didn't even have a backpack at that time, and we didn't have any food on us." Hearing Yangzi's words, the eldest brother just glanced at Dajwang, who was checking the wall in front of him. She leaned close to Yangzi's ear and whispered, "Your brother has such strong muscles and a good figure. You can see strength at a glance. I guess you were surrounded by the zombies because you didn't have weapons." Yangzi nodded. The boss was right. Their only weapon was a crowbar, which was lost. Then the boss continued, "We have weapons in our community, but we are short of people, especially those who can survive outside. I believe that if I give your brother some weapons or even guns, he will definitely not let you be blocked in the car by zombies." Yangzi sat next to the boss, with his hands on his knees, supporting his chin, and looking at his brother thoughtfully. After Dajwang was rescued, he also learned a lot from the boss. For example, how to preserve lighters, and some emergency food was also taught to him by the boss. When others show kindness to him, Dajwang will be doubly grateful in return. Moreover, the boss saved his and his younger sister's lives, and they have a place to live. He cherishes his current life very much, so he searches for supplies very carefully. There is also something in the truck that the boss likes very much. It is the tomato and watermelon seeds that the boss has been thinking about for a long time. Seeing Chinyu risking his life to help him clean the stones on the rear wheel, Dajwang was very moved and thought on the spot that he did not save the wrong person in vain. When Chinyu and the other two entered the construction site, Dajwang and Yangzi found them. Dajwang saw all the actions of the four people. Yangzi said at that time, "They are so cautious." Chapter 66. After starting the fire, Dajwang took off his clothes and wrung them, then held them above the fire to dry. The rainstorm did not subside, and even accompanied by thunder, it seemed even more terrifying. He was forced to spend the night in the wooden house. The next day, when the sky gradually brightened, the rain gradually became much lighter. Dajwang thought about it, and thought that it should have become lighter in the early morning. He heard the rain less loud in the second half of the night. But it was late at night, and if he hurried in the woods, he would be a target for zombies. He stood up and looked at the woods outside. He didn't see any zombies. He packed up, picked up his things and left the cabin. He also took the black blanket with him to keep out the rain. If he was not mistaken, the blanket should have been white before. But he didn't care about that at this time. He continued to walk carefully along the woods for a while. He encountered two zombies on the road, and was almost bitten. Fortunately, they were not very close. He carefully dealt with them, and continued to follow the river. Unless necessary, Dajwang would not use a pistol. First, the sound of gunfire is particularly easy to attract zombies, and second, bullets are very precious. If it is a critical moment, it is very likely that a bullet can save his life. Dajwang stopped and looked at a crack in front of him. It was about 2 meters wide. Due to the heavy rain, it was washed away. Dajwang gently poked the soil on the edge with a machete. It was very soft. If he stood on it, it would collapse in the next second. Throwing the blanket aside, Dajwang walked around from the back and came to a road. Standing here, he could no longer see the river. If he walked along the road, he might pass by Chinyu. Dazhuang was worried that Chinyu would be washed to the river bank by the flood. To prevent missing him, he walked a few steps and chose to search in the forest so that he could see the direction of the river. To prevent any accidents, Dazhuang took out his pistol, held the machete in his left hand and the gun in his right hand, and continued to search forward. After walking for almost half a day, there were more zombies in the forest and the rain had stopped. At this time, other zombies began to notice Dazhuang's figure and followed him. Looking at a river bank below, Dazhuang put away his gun, took the machete in his right hand, turned around and killed a zombie behind him with a knife, and then walked towards the road. After walking for so long, this is the third river bank he has seen. Dazhuang has searched the previous two places, but did not see Chinyu, nor did he find any traces. Dazhuang walked down a small road beside the road. As soon as he got closer, Dazhuang's eyes lit up. He saw half a gray trouser leg. If I remember correctly, it was the trousers that Chinyu was wearing when he disappeared. He walked up quickly, picked up the trouser leg and touched it. The blood on it began to dry up, and he couldn't tell how long ago it was left. Squatting down and looking at the blood on the ground, Dazhuang couldn't help but clench his fists. It seemed that Chinyu was injured. He had to find him as soon as possible. Based on the footprints on the river bank, Dazhuang deduced that Chinyu should have walked onto the road. He came from upstream. He didn't find Chinyu along the way, so he might have continued to walk downstream. Dazhuang ran quickly towards the road. As soon as he walked up, he heard a gunshot from far downstream. Oh no! Dazhuang threw away half of his trousers and began to run desperately towards the downstream. Chinyu, you must hold on! Dazhuang roared, and ran at the fastest speed. If he remembered correctly, Chinyu did not have a gun, so the gunshot was definitely not made by Chinyu. He ran for several hundred meters. Dazhuang was forced to stop. When he stopped and looked, a large number of zombies appeared on the road ahead. Looking at the dense crowd, there must be at least 100. Dazhuang found them, and they also smelled the scent of living people. The two behind turned around and growled at Dazhuang a few times. 2, 3, 5. More and more zombies began to attack from behind. Dazhuang secretly said that it was not good, and ran to the back quickly. After running a few steps, Dazhuang saw the scene in front of him again, and broke into a cold sweat. A group of zombies began to appear behind him. There were only about 7 or 8 zombies, and it seemed that they were attracted by the gunshots just now. Crash! Dazhuang picked up a stone and threw it into the woods, making a sound. But the zombies in front of him were not affected at all, and still walked towards Dazhuang. Dazhuang looked back at the group of zombies behind him. The sound made by the group of zombies over there was really too loud. In comparison, the stone he threw was nothing. Seeing the zombies on both sides sandwiching him and getting closer and closer, Dazhuang put his gun away, glanced at the forest next to him, then grabbed his machete and rushed in. If Chinyu appeared at this time and saw this scene, he would understand why he didn't encounter a single zombie on the road. Because most of the zombies were attracted together by the zombie group, and they formed a zombie army. Dazhuang ran to the river, took a look at the turbid river water below, pinched his nose, and planned to jump down. Hey, you can't get up if you jump down. Just as Dazhuang was about to jump, he heard a man's voice coming from the other side of the river. He looked carefully, and saw a young man, with a bullet head and a rifle in his hand speaking to him. Dazhuang couldn't recognize what model it was, but the boss might be able to recognize it. Hearing the man's words, Dazhuang shouted loudly, "If you don't jump, there will be a group of zombies behind you. You have to jump even if you don't want to." After saying this, Dazhuang took a deep breath and continued to move forward. The man on the other side of the river was anxious and shouted, "Blind man, look at what's on your right." Hearing this, Dazhuang turned his head to the right, and the original river surface was cut off as if by a knife, leaving only the river water in front of Dazhuang. Dazhuang stood on the stone next to him and looked to the right. There was a waterfall a few dozen meters away. The young man on the other side of the river continued to ask, "Hey, are you going into the city?" Dazhuang shook his head and shouted, "No. Have you seen a man in his 20s, with a leg injury going in that direction?" He faced the man opposite and pointed to the right. The man shouted, "That direction is the nearest city. If he follows this road, he will most likely enter the city." The zombies behind him also began to enter the woods, and gradually followed Dazhuang. The young man glanced at the group of zombies behind Dazhuang, and said with a smile, "Hey brother, I will help you lead the group of zombies away, and maybe I can help you find that person. How about you promise me one thing?" "Are you serious?" Dazhuang glanced behind him, and shouted at the man. "Of course, this group of zombies is not a big problem. I'm not talking about zombies, I'm talking about can you really help me find that man? The young man was about to answer, but a man with a shotgun, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a sleeveless vest, walked out of the woods behind him and answered De Zhuang's question first. Of course, as long as he enters the city, we will definitely find him. Chapter 67. After listening to the words of the two people on the opposite side, De Zhuang looked at the group of zombies behind him. There was still some distance. If he ran into the forest now, there was a certain chance that he could get rid of them. But his goal was not to survive, but to try to find clues about Chinyu. After thinking for a while, De Zhuang was about to answer. The young man on the opposite side continued to urge, "Have you thought it through? The zombies behind are coming soon. If we wait a little longer, we won't be able to lead them away." Hearing the young man's words, De Zhuang immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Just as De Zhuang answered, the man in a sleeveless vest opposite him moved his hands, took out a grenade from his waist, threw it into the arms of the young man in front of him, and then said, "Haozi, use this to help him divert." "Understood, Brother Xiao." The young man took the grenade. His name was Chi Hao. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he began to follow Brother Xiao. Haozi put the rifle on his back, picked up the grenade, pulled the ring, and shouted to De Zhuang, "Boy, hide behind the rock." Then he swung his hand back, and threw it towards the waterfall on the other side of the river. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang, and the grenade blew a hole above the waterfall. A lot of gravel fell down, making a series of loud noises. De Zhuang stretched his head and took a look. Sure enough, all the zombies in the forest were attracted by the sound. They walked towards the waterfall cliff one by one. "Don't look, kid. Hurry up and run behind you, we will meet you there." Seeing that the zombies were led away, and the man opposite was still hiding behind the rock and didn't move, Haozi roared immediately. Hearing the young man's words, De Zhuang immediately left the stone, went into the woods, and retreated to the back. After running a few hundred meters, De Zhuang returned to a river bank, where Chinyu's trouser legs were just found. Standing by the river, not long after, the two men on the other side continued to appear. Haozi was guarding behind him with a gun, and the man in a sleeveless vest took out a bundle of rope from his bag and began to squat on the ground to look for something. De Zhuang just stood opposite, holding a knife and looking behind him, waiting for the next move of the two men opposite. Since others said there was a way to pick him up, he had to prevent being attacked by zombies in advance. Soon, the man opposite found a fist-sized stone on the ground, tied one end of the rope to it, and then stood up and shouted to De Zhuang, "Take this rope, then tie it to the tree behind you, hold the rope and wade across the river." After saying this, the man threw the stone and threw it directly to the other side of the river. The stone fell in the area in front of him. De Zhuang put the machete back behind him, walked forward to pick up the rope, and took a look. It was about the thickness of his little finger, and looked quite solid. After walking to the back and tying the rope, De Zhuang asked in advance, "Brother, there shouldn't be any zombies in this river, right?" The man on the opposite side shook his head and replied, "The river is so fast, even if there are zombies, they will be washed downstream, and they can't swim, don't worry." After hearing the man's reply, De Zhuang checked his equipment, confirmed that it was tied tightly, and began to walk slowly towards the river. This river is not deep, but the river is fast. If there is no rope for support, De Zhuang will definitely be washed away. Halfway through the walk, the river water had begun to submerge De Zhuang's shoulders, and the turbid water occasionally washed De Zhuang's face, so he had to turn his head to the downstream direction. A few minutes later, De Zhuang relied on the rope to reach the opposite bank below, and the man above shouted, "You use a knife to cut the rope behind you, grab it, and we will pull you up." De Zhuang nodded, wrapped his left hand around the rope for a few circles, took out the machete behind his back with his right hand, and cut the rope behind him with one knife. In an instant, De Zhuang was almost knocked down by the river water, but fortunately his left hand was very stable. "Put the knife in place, we're ready to pull," the man above continued. Seeing that De Zhuang had his hands firmly grasped and was ready, the man whispered, "You can pull, Haozi." The two of them worked together. Haozi put the rope on his right shoulder, pulled the rope with both hands, and pulled De Zhuang with all his strength. Soon, De Zhuang was pulled up by the two of them. The man stretched out his hand, De Zhuang put his right hand on it, and then grabbed the bushes next to him with his left hand, and climbed up directly. "Huh? I say, brother, this is too heavy, I almost fainted from exhaustion." The young man sat on the ground, panting. The man in the sleeveless vest said softly, "He is not fat, just strong, and our team just needs such a person." "I know, Brother Xiao, I didn't say he was fat." The young man adjusted his breathing, then stood up and said with a smile, Thank you, both of you. Let's set off quickly. I want to find that man quickly. De Zhuang looked at the two men in front of him and said. The young man with the bullet-shaped hair looked younger. As for the man in front of him holding a shotgun, he looked a few years older than Da Zhuang. He was very sturdy, and had a lot of tendon meat. Although his muscles were not as good as Da Zhuang felt that he could not compare with him in terms of strength. Most of Da Zhuang's muscles were trained in the gym, but Da Zhuang felt a hint of military aura from the man in front of him. The young man waved his hand and said, "Tell us what that person looks like, and what he wears first, so that we can see if we have any impression. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Chi Hao. Everyone calls me Haozi, which is the Hao and Rat. This is the big brother in our team, Xiao Jiu. We usually call him Brother Xiao." Since he decided to save someone, he didn't have too many concerns. Chi Hao briefly introduced himself, and pointed at Brother Xiao. "My name is De Zhuang." De Zhuang bowed to the two and said, "The person I'm looking for is wearing a gray t-shirt and brown pants, but I'm not sure if he changed his clothes later. How big of a grudge does he have against you? You're going to find him despite all these zombies," Haozi said, leaning against a tree. De Zhuang shook his head. "It's not hatred." After tying up the remaining ropes and putting them in his bag, Xiao Jiu stood up and said, "It's not hatred that makes people chase after people." Haozi scratched his head and said nothing. "Let's go, let's leave here. The explosion may attract zombies from other places." Xiao Jiu glanced at the forest. The leaves in the distance were disturbed. He would not take the chance to think that it was an animal. "Come with us, and we talk as we go. Our car is parked over there." Xiao Jiu pointed in a direction with his chin and said, "Okay." De Zhuang agreed. He had nothing to do anyway. If he kept looking for it, he didn't know when he would find it. He might as well follow these two people to see what was going on. Chapter 68. The three of them groped their way through the forest for a while. On the way, they encountered a zombie, which Haozi also killed. Da Zhuang just followed behind them. After walking out of the jungle, Haozi finally let out the breath he had been holding. "I'm dying of suffocation. This section of the forest is so damn smelly. Several zombies are rotting there. It's like a stink bomb." Da Zhuang also let go of his hand that was covering his nose and followed him out of the forest. Looking at the car parked in front of him, he was stunned. Bicycle? Parked at the roadside railing in front of them were not cars or motorcycles, but just two bicycles. Xiao Jiu felt a little embarrassed when he saw this, and he smiled apologetically at De Zhuang. "Sorry, due to some other factors, we can't drive out. Sorry to embarrass you." De Zhuang shook his head at Xiao Jiu. "That's not what I meant. There are zombies everywhere, and riding bicycles is quieter, and not easy to be discovered by zombies. What I meant is, how can we get there with three of us and two bicycles? There is no back seat either." After listening to Da Zhuang's words, Haozi turned around and said, "This is easy. Watch me." He walked to the side of the road, moved away a pile of branches, and suddenly a green plastic bag was revealed. Taking out the things inside, Haozi raised it and looked at Da Zhuang and said with a grin, "I have this." What he had in his hand was actually a pair of roller skates. Seeing this scene, Da Zhuang didn't say anything anymore. He just quietly raised his thumbs. The way back this time is basically a small downhill, with a few flat roads occasionally, but no uphill. Haozi can keep up with it with roller skates. Xiao Jiu lifted up the bicycle, sat on it, and continued. "The road you were on just now will only lead to the city ahead. Unless he goes into the forest, he will definitely go to the city. As for the zombies in the forest, I believe you have seen them. He should not be so stupid as to go into the forest." Xiao Jiu looked at De Zhuang and said. In fact, De Zhuang also thought that Chinyu might have gone to the city. After all, he didn't carry anything or food at the time. The risk of staying in the wild was too high. Normal people would not choose to be with zombies in the woods. Xiao Jiu and De Zhuang were riding their bikes. Haozi walked to the side, cut off two branches from the side, shaved them clean, and walked back with them. "What are you doing? You can tie me with a rope, and I will carry you," De Zhuang said, puzzled. "It's all downhill here. Your bikes have brakes, but my roller skates don't. These two branches are used to increase friction, like this." Haozi held the two branches behind him, pressed them down, and walked forward a few steps. After Haozi put on his roller skates, a zombie appeared on the road behind him. Haozi picked up his rifle, and was about to kill it when Xiao Jiu spoke. "Don't worry about it. It can't threaten us. It's not worth wasting bullets." Haozi put his rifle on his back, and said with a branch in one hand, "Then I go first." He supported himself with both hands, and slid down directly. This kid. Xiao Jiao chuckled, then looked at Dazhuang and said, "Let's go too." After about an hour, Haozi stopped halfway up the hill. He waited for the two people behind him to get closer, turned around and said, "There are more and more zombies around this city. What should we do, brother Xiao?" Xiao Jiao parked his bicycle aside, walked up to take Haozi's rifle, and checked the zombies around Zhou Cheng through the scope. After a while, he put down the rifle and said, "It's okay. Anyway, we won't enter from that side. Let's go, brother Dazhuang." Xiao Jiao shouted to Dazhuang and continued to ride towards the city. Not long after walking, Xiao Jiao stopped at a fork in the road. Haozi came over on roller skates, took off his shoes, put them in a green plastic bag, walked to a small pit, threw them in, picked up a pile of leaves next to it to cover them, and returned to Xiao Jiao's side and followed behind. The path to be taken was a muddy road, and the roller skates could not be used, so Haozi simply walked directly. Haozi said to Dazhuang, "We can't enter from the entrance, there are people watching over there." Dazhuang nodded, without saying anything. Anyway, he had decided to enter the city, so it didn't matter how he entered. Xiao Jiao rode in front, bypassed the main road and entered a small road, riding farther and farther, and finally stopped in front of a sewer. The sewer was about 2 meters high inside, and the exit was only a little more than 1 meter. It looked abandoned, and there was a big iron door outside. There was a door on the wall next to it, with a lock on it. Xiao Jiao pushed the bike over, and Haozi bent down to pick up a brick on the ground, took out the key from the bottom, picked up the key and opened the door, and then said to Dazhuang, "We don't bring bicycles into the city, we basically leave them here. You stay outside, we can just push them in." Haozi walked over and took the bicycle from Dazhuang. Dazhuang stood outside and looked inside the hut. There seemed to be a few bicycles parked inside. There were no windows in the hut, it was very dark, only this door could let in light. The bicycles were quickly parked. Haozi locked the door, put the key under the brick, and the three of them went to the sewer together. As they walked, Haozi explained to Dazhuang, "This place was abandoned a long time ago. This is the old city area, with few people and zombies." Dazhuang asked curiously, "Are you entering the city from here?" Xiao Jiao, who was walking in front, opened the iron gate and turned back to say, "This place has not been discovered by others, it is very safe. We have cleared all the zombies around here. Occasionally, a few will wander over, so there is nothing to be afraid of." The second time he heard other people, Dazhuang continued to ask, "Are there other people in this city who are specifically watching you?" Xiao Jiao walked into the sewer first and whispered, "You know, in a minute, let's go." After the three entered, Haozi closed the sewer without locking it, but just put an iron rod there to block it. "Don't worry, we have cleaned up all the zombies in here, they can't get in." Haozi saw Dazhuang looking around from time to time, so he spoke. Dazhuang nodded and continued to follow Xiao Jiao forward. It was getting dark outside, and it was getting darker and darker as he walked in. After turning a few corners, Xiao Jiao fell through a hole in the wall next to him, then took out a flashlight, turned it on, and continued to walk forward. When they came to a ladder, Xiao Jiao stopped and turned around and said, "Haozi, take out the hook." "Okay, brother Xiao." Haozi responded, groped in his backpack and took out something. Dazhuang took a closer look and found that it was an oversized fish hook, about the size of a bent index finger, but the sharp part had been cut off, and now it was just a hook with a red line tied to the end. Chapter 69. Xiao Jiao took the hook, squatted down, removed a brick in front of him, and extended the hook. Seeing this, Dazhuang couldn't help but said depressedly, "It's too troublesome for you to go to the city this time. Do you need so many steps?" Haozi patted Dazhuang on the shoulder and sighed, "Alas, there is no way. There are other bastards, who are always watching us. We also have people to protect. We can't make any mistakes. We just want to live, but some people want our lives." Xiao Jiao squatted down and whispered. Not long after he put the hook down, Xiao Jiao lifted it, and felt a little resistance, then gently pulled the thing below. Above the stairs was a bell tower, which had been abandoned for a long time. There were several large wooden boards on the top, lying horizontally on the four railings, and you couldn't see inside from the outside. At this time, in the middle of the top of the bell tower, a girl with long hair and a telescope in her hand was looking out of the city. Suddenly, a small bell next to her moved gently. The girl was happy. This was a signal that Brother Xiao and his friends were back. After putting down the telescope, the girl's beautiful face was revealed. When she saw the bell moving, she smiled happily. Her beautiful eyes were curved into a crescent moon. She stretched out her slender fingers to pinch the bell rope and pulled it. Then she ran down the bell tower to open the door for Brother Xiao. Feeling that the hook was pulled, Xiaojiu also smiled. This girl. Every time Xiaojiu told her that she didn't need to ring the bell to signal, but she always had a reason to reply to him. I'm ringing it because I'm happy that brother Xiao is back safely. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Then he ran away with a joking face. Hearing the sound of the manhole cover opening from above, Xiaojiu said to the two people behind him, "Let's go, Dazhuang. Be careful, don't fall down." Haozi replied, "Don't worry, brother Xiao, I follow him." Several people climbed up the stairs, climbed up step by step, and soon reached the top. The manhole cover exit was just inside the bell tower, with a small window, and the basement of the bell tower was located here. The girl lit 2 candles, and the basement became brighter. She didn't like to stay in a too dark place, so she stood quietly aside, waiting to move the manhole cover. Xiaojiu reached out and pushed the manhole cover, and the girl on top quickly moved it away. He reached out and pulled brother Xiao up, and then the girl was about to move the manhole cover to close it, but Xiaojiu immediately said, "Don't close it yet, your Uncle Haozi is still down there." Hearing this, the girl stuck out her tongue and continued to stand aside. She had forgotten that brother Xiao brought someone with him when he went out this time. Dazhuang also climbed to the top. Xiaojiu squatted down and reached out to pull Dazhuang up. The girl was just about to speak, "Uncle Haozi." The next second, she paused when she saw the strange man in front of her. After Dazhuang went up, Haozi's depressed voice came from below, shouting, "Why do you always recognize the wrong person?" Xiaojiu and Dazhuang pulled Haozi up, and then the girl went to move the manhole cover next to her. Seeing this, Dazhuang hurried forward to help. After closing the manhole cover, the girl looked at Dazhuang and whispered, "Thank you." Dazhuang looked at the very beautiful girl in front of him. He was a little at a loss, so he looked around and said, "Your way of going home is quite unique, not bad." Xiaojiu smiled, walked to the side and sat down, took out a bottle of water and handed it to Dazhuang, saying, "This is not our home." Dazhuang took the water and drank it, then put it aside. At this time, Haozi said, "Wait! I haven't drunk it yet." Dazhuang picked up the water again and handed it to Haozi embarrassedly. "Sorry, Haozi, I almost forgot about you." Xiaoyin moved a few steps and sat down next to Xiaojiu, gently pinched his clothes, and whispered to Xiaojiu's ear, "Who is that person? He looks so strong. Can he kill a pig with one punch?" Xiaojiu heard the girl's words, turned around and scratched her nose with his finger, saying lovingly, "Why would he beat a pig for no reason?" Xiaoyin sat next to him and didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at the strange man in front of her. He looked better than brother Xiao, and he was also quite handsome. Seeing that everyone drank some water and took a rest, Xiaojiu said, "Let me introduce myself. You already know me, Haozi and Dazhuang, so I won't say more. The girl next to me is Yin. We usually call her Xiaoyin." After introducing Xiaoyin, Xiaojiu pointed at Dazhuang and said, "His name is Dazhuang. I don't know what his name is." Hearing this, Dazhuang said, "My name is Zhuang Yin. Everyone calls me Dazhuang. Pucci. How can someone be called such a serious name?" Zhuang Yin. Xiaoyin was sitting seriously until she heard the introduction of the man in front of her. She couldn't help laughing. Hearing the girls chuckle, Xiaojiu and Haozi also laughed. Haozi said, "Brother Dazhuang, your name really suits you. You look serious." Dazhuang scratched his head and continued, "It's not the yin in yin, it's the yin in language." It turned out that she had misunderstood. After hearing Dazhuang's explanation, Xiaoyin felt a little embarrassed. She changed the subject and said, "How is it, brother Xiao? Did you find anything when you went out this time?" Xiaojiu shook his head. "I didn't see any traces of Longshan's men outside. I originally planned to take advantage of his men's absence to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack and kill a few people, but recently, I don't know why, they have been going out of the city less and less." The mouse in the distance also said, "If I had a silencer, I would have killed the 2 people entering the city. Bah, I should have carried one with me at that time." Listening to the conversation between the few people, Dazhuang didn't understand. He wondered, "Can't we shoot without a silencer? Since we have decided to attack the other party, the more important thing should be how to hit them, right?" Xiaojiu was about to answer what Dazhuang said, but Xiaoyin on the side said first, "It's not a question of whether to shoot or not. Without a silencer, the zombies will be attracted here, and they will chase us desperately." Xiaoyin is right. First, we don't want the zombies to notice us. Second, they don't know where we are. With the silencer, we can hit one of their legs from a distance, break the glass, and lure the zombies over. As long as they are bitten to death by the zombies, Longshan won't be able to find them. Xiao Jiao paused and continued in a deep voice. After hearing Xiao Jiao's words, Dazhuang was stunned. He actually injured someone and left him there to die. He still said with a little reluctance, "How much hatred do you have? You didn't think of killing him, but crippled his leg and left him to be bitten to death by the zombies? If he is hit in the head, the zombies will eat him, right?" Xiaoyin stood up, her face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Do you know what they did? They are a bunch of beasts. I wish a zombie would bite me every day. They are a bunch of—" "Enough, Xiaoyin. Stop talking." Xiao Jiao clenched his fists, looked at Xiaoyin and whispered. Chapter 70. After hearing what Brother Xiao said, Xiaoyin also reacted. The man in front of her probably didn't know the reason. Ignorance is not a problem. She sat down and said, "You haven't understood it before, so it's normal that you don't know." "I'm sorry." Xiao Jiao looked at Xiaoyin. "Did you see a man in his 20s wearing brown pants on the top of the bell tower these days?" Xiaoyin thought for a while, then patted her thigh lightly. "Is his leg still lame? I saw him using a cane." Dazhuang, who was standing next to him, immediately said, "That's right, his leg is injured." "Did you see which direction he went?" Xiaoyin shook her head. Seeing this, Dazhuang's eyes darkened, and he sat down again without saying anything. "Sorry, brother. Our recent goal is to find those survivors who are alone, preferably healthy ones. Your friend's leg is injured. Our people mistakenly thought he was lame, so they stopped paying attention to him. But someone in our camp should know. I take you there to ask." Xiao Jiao walked to Dazhuang, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Thank you." Dazhuang looked up at Xiao Jiao and nodded. Let's go back to the camp," Xiao Jiao said to Xiaoyin and Hao Zi. Hao Zi put on his bag, took Xiao Jiao's gun, and started to walk up. "Let's go, I'm thinking about beer so much that it's going moldy." Xiaoyin walked to Xiao Jiao's side without leaving a trace, and whispered, "Brother Xiao, we don't know the details of that person yet. Do you want to take him back?" At the same time, he pointed at Dazhuang with his eyes. Xiao Jiao leaned close to Xiaoyin's ear and whispered, "We have been secretly observing him for a long time. He didn't panic when he encountered the zombies, and still tried to find his friends. You can trust him. And your brother Xiao is a first-class judge of people. I can tell whether he is good or bad just by looking at his face." "Okay. I believe you, brother Xiao. Let's go home." Xiao Jiao touched Xiaoyin's head and walked towards the exit. The four of them left the bell tower and began to walk towards an abandoned house. There were basically no zombies on the road. Dazhuang asked curiously, "What about the zombies on this road? Why are there so few?" Xiaoyin, who was walking behind, replied, "Because we blocked the intersection with some abandoned doors, and those zombies couldn't get in." Hearing Xiaoyin's answer, Dazhuang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he saw these abandoned houses. Most of the doors were gone. He thought they were used as firewood. A few people walked to the door of a red brick house with 2 buildings. Xiao Jiao took out a black cloth and turned around and said, "Sorry, brother, there are some elderly people and children in our camp. We don't dare to take risks. We need to blindfold you. We will untie it after you go in." It has come to this point. Dazhuang has nothing to say, nodding and signaling him to tie it up. He handed the black cloth to Xiaoyin and asked her to tie it up. Then the two began to be vigilant around. The entrance here has not been blocked yet, and occasionally there will be a few zombies sneaking in, so we can't be careless. "Hey, big guy, squat down a little, I can't tie it up." Xiaoyin, who is about 160 centimeters tall, stretched out her finger and poked Dazhuang's lower back, saying weakly. Dazhuang squatted a little, and Xiaoyin behind him took out the black cloth, passed her hands over Dazhuang's head, put them in front of his eyes, and then blindfolded him. "Okay, let's go." Xiaoyin tied it up quickly. Haozi walked behind Dazhuang and took a look, then said with a smile, "Xiaoyin, you still like tying bows for people. Hey, let's go." Xiaoyin pushed Haozi with both hands and pushed him to the door. Xiao Jiao stretched out a hand to pull Dazhuang and said, "Brother Dazhuang, just follow me." Dazhuang nodded. Several people entered this room, walked into the inner room, then opened the door and walked out, turned left and started walking back. Because Dazhuang was blindfolded, he couldn't see where he was going. Soon, a few minutes later, the four of them stopped in front of a wall. Xiao Jiao nodded, and Haozi handed the gun in his hand to Xiaoyin. Then he put his hands on the wall and pushed hard. A magical thing happened. The wall in front of him actually opened inward. Looking closely, it was not a wall, but 2 thick wooden boards put together to make a large wooden door. Another layer of wallpaper was pasted on it. Because it was smeared with some zombie meat and blood, it became dirty and messy, so it blended into the wall next to it. Brother Dazhuang, be careful, this is the staircase, Xiao Jiu reminded. After everyone went in, Haozi closed the wall again, took out a flashlight and walked in. After walking up the stairs, they entered a cave, about 2 meters high, and several people continued to walk in. Not long after, several people stopped again. There were 3 doors in front of them, exactly the same, even the locks were the same. Haozi continued to take out the key and open one of the doors, and then Xiao Jiu led people in. After everyone entered, Haozi stood outside and closed the door, and continued to arrange the lock into the same shape as the other locks. Then he removed a few bricks under the right wall with his hands, revealing a small hole, and then crawled in. Okay, you don't need to cover your eyes here, Xiaoyin, take it off for him, Xiao Jiu said. Xiaoyin nodded, put the gun aside, and patted Dazhuang on the shoulder. Dazhuang still squatted a little, waiting for Xiaoyin to untie the black cloth. Without anything to cover him, Dazhuang originally thought it would be very dark in front of him, because he felt that he had entered the underground, but he didn't expect that there was a light above his head. Where do you get the electricity? Dazhuang was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had seen electric lights in such a long time. Even the community of the boss had no electricity. It was good enough to light a few candles at night. He had been trying to find a solar panel or something like that, but he couldn't find one. As for the generator, he didn't even think about it. That thing had been snatched up by many people. We have 2 diesel generators, which is barely enough. Xiao Jiu smiled and said calmly, let's go. Xiao Jiu continued to lead the way. Where's Haozi? Why don't you see him? Dazhuang looked back and saw that one person was missing, and Haozi was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoyin picked up the gun and backpack with difficulty and said, don't worry about him, Uncle Haozi will find a way to get in. Seeing Xiaoyin holding the gun and bag with great effort, Dazhuang stepped forward and took half of it and said, let me help you get some. Glancing at Xiao Jiu in front of him secretly, seeing that he didn't notice, Xiaoyin said softly, it's better not to, Brother Xiao hopes that we can exercise more. Usually, he will let me take these things if he can, just hoping that next time I encounter zombies, I can run faster and live longer. Of course, some are too heavy, and Brother Xiao will not leave them alone. After listening to Xiaoyin's words, Dazhuang nodded and said, your Brother Xiao is a little different from others. Chapter 71. Xiaoyin slowed down her pace, walked beside Dazhuang and whispered, our Brother Xiao is amazing, you don't know him yet. When you hear his story, you will admire him from the bottom of your heart. Xiao Jiu in front turned around and looked at the two. Xiaoyin, go inside and see if Xiaohu is there. If so, bring him to see me. Okay. Xiaoyin agreed, raised her knees, pushed up the backpack in her arms, and then ran quickly into the cave. Let's go, Brother Dazhuang. Xiao Jiu whispered to Dazhuang again. Dazhuang followed Xiao Jiu inside, and soon, the two reached the end. Dazhuang glanced, and saw a very wide space, almost the size of a football field. Some areas had a few mattresses, but most of them were just a few sheets spread on the ground. There seemed to be a lot of nails on the wall, and the beds were divided by ropes, with some curtains hanging. There were a few tables in the middle area, and about 7 or 8 elderly people were sitting at the tables, holding playing cards in their hands. Dazhuang estimated that they were all over 70 years old. Near the left wall, there were a dozen small benches on the ground, with about 10 children sitting on them. They were about half a meter apart, sitting on one side, holding a wrinkled notebook in their hands, writing something on it with a pencil that was only half broken. In front of the children was a small blackboard, and a woman with only one leg left on a crutch was writing a few paragraphs on the blackboard. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Jiu, put down her pencil, and waved to Xiao Jiu, Brother Xiao. Xiao Jiu nodded slightly and smiled. Continue teaching the children, Lily. After teacher Lily said this, everyone in the camp turned their heads and looked at Xiao Jiu. Uncle Xiao is back. Hello, Brother Xiao. Xiao is back. How was your outing this time? Almost everyone was greeting Xiao Jiu enthusiastically. Seeing this scene, Dazhuang was a little moved. He looked at Xiao Jiu's face, who was responding to others next to him, and couldn't help but pondering, what on earth did this man go through to gather so many people together? Many of them are not even young and middle-aged. Some are elderly, some are children, and the rest are women. Some are even disabled. Now is the end of the world. There are zombies everywhere outside, and there are many bad guys who attack from time to time. In order to survive, many people will basically give priority to accepting some men, gradually forming a small force. In a camp like this, most of them are elderly children and women. Dazhuang didn't expect to see them again. He originally thought that only the eldest sister would be like this. Brother Xiao, I miss you so much. A little girl with pigtails on her head, about 5 or 6 years old, ran over, hugged Xiaojio's thigh and said, I miss you too. What has Nan Nan learned recently? Xiaojio bent down, picked up the little girl, and said gently. The picked up Nan Nan counted on her little finger seriously. How many pinyin have you learned, old goose? Before she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman with a smile came over from a distance. Little Nan Nan, don't delay Uncle Zhao's business. Come to your mother. Dazhuang turned his head and saw the woman talking in the distance, waving her hand in their direction. Dazhuang looked carefully and saw that the left sleeve of the woman in front of him was also empty, scattered around her waist. She was also a woman who had lost her left hand. Xiaojio put the little girl down, touched her hair, and said softly, Go to your mother, and Uncle Xiao will come to accompany you to study. Nanan's mother walked up to take the little girl and smiled at Brother Xiao. Xiao, is there another new friend? After looking at Dazhuang next to him, Xiaojio turned around and chuckled. Yes, Sister Wang. Then you go ahead and get busy. Nanan's mother continued, and then took the little girl away. She led Dazhuang to a corner inside, where his bed was, and said as she walked, You have seen the general situation here. We really need men like you to join us, but I understand that now, you may have already joined other teams, so I won't force you to stay. Our agreement is still valid. I will provide you with clues about that man. You have to promise us one thing. If you can't find him, you can just leave. Seeing those old people staring at him kindly, Dazhuang turned his head and continued, Who are these people? Are they your relatives or friends? He took Dazhuang to his bed. It was called a bed, but in fact it was just a few big bricks with a wooden board to make it off the ground. Xiaojio walked to the bed, bent down and took out a small stool from under the bed and put it in front of Dazhuang. There is no sofa, brother, just sit on it. Dazhuang waved his hand and said, I've been in worse environments than this is nothing. You haven't answered me yet, who are these people to you? Hearing Dazhuang's question again, Xiaojio walked to a pillar where a bed sheet was hanging. He picked up a corner and walked to the other wall, hanging the bed sheet to cover this place. Then he sat on the bed and began to tell the story. These people are all people I met on the way here when I was escaping. Most of them are people who can't run in the nursing home in the city. After the zombie outbreak, many people ran away, leaving these elderly people alone in the hospital. Fortunately, those people still have some conscience and locked the door before leaving. There happened to be an old man in the nursing home who used to run a buffet in the countryside and was in much better physical condition. Most of the other old people couldn't cook for themselves, so they survived for a long time relying on the remaining food. Until one day, there were more and more zombies, and the gate was crowded with zombies. I came there alone and saw a bird resting on the open space in the yard. I killed it with a slingshot. When I climbed over the wall to pick up the trash, I heard noises coming from upstairs. When I opened the door, more than a dozen old people were crowded together. Their hands were shaking, but they were still holding shovels, brooms, and even chopsticks and other tools. I didn't think much at the time and turned around to leave. After all, I couldn't protect myself at the time, so how could I protect them? Taking them out of the nursing home would hurt them more easily. But when I turned around, an old man stopped me and said, Young man, I know where there are guns and a place where there must be no monsters. Dazhuang said, The monsters the old man is talking about are those zombies? Xiaojio nodded, That's right. Chapter 72. The old people didn't know what those things were, but they thought they were scary. They often banged on the door, so they hardly dared to leave the house during the day. Xiaojio turned his head and looked in a direction where the old people were playing cards. I heard there were guns, so I started to hesitate, but without a car, I couldn't make up my mind. Until another old man said that there was a small passenger car parked behind the nursing home, and no one drove it away. It had been parked for a long time. I asked them in confusion, Since there was a car, why didn't they take you away? Xiaojio paused for a moment and continued. An old man said that they left us because they disliked us for not being able to run and wasting food, but they didn't know that the car keys were with me, and they couldn't drive the car away in the end. At that time, an old man in a green military uniform stood up excitedly and said, Humph, those stinky boys. When I was on the battlefield killing the enemy, these furry kids didn't even know where to play in the mud. Xiaojio took a closer look and found that the old man was the one who had just told him that he knew where the guns were. At this point, Xiaojio, who was also a soldier before, no longer hesitated and agreed. At that time, he planned to leave because he could not take all the old people away by himself. His weapons were a military dagger and a homemade slingshot. He was good at shooting birds, but it was difficult to shoot zombies. He could not protect them at all. Taking the old people away rashly would only harm others completely. However, he heard that he could find guns, a car, and a place that was likely not contaminated by zombies, so he had a chance of survival. Xiaojiu led the old people back to the first floor. Fortunately, the door was strong and the zombies could not rush in. It was safe inside. When they arrived at the backyard, Xiaojiu was about to drive the car when he met a man, Qihao. At that time, Haozi climbed over the wall alone, intending to search for some food. He happened to meet us. After listening to what I said to him, he volunteered to help me, not for anything else, just because he also had a dream of being a soldier. So, the old man led us to find a few old-fashioned rifles. There were only a few dozen bullets, but it was enough to protect ourselves. After getting the guns, we encountered a group of zombies on the way. The gunshots attracted more zombies and other people. Xiaojiu lowered his head. Is it the group of people you just mentioned, called Langshan? De Zhuang remembered something. Yes, it's that beast. Xiaoyin pulled open the bed curtain and walked in, followed by a young boy with a childish face. She continued, my parents and I were hiding on the 6th floor at the time, and witnessed everything. What happened? De Zhuang looked at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin looked at Xiaojiu, asking if he wanted to continue. Xiaojiu, who was sitting on the bed, nodded. Go ahead, if we want to get help from brother De Zhuang, we shouldn't hide it from him. After getting the affirmation, Xiaoyin continued, when brother Xiao and his men were killing zombies, the gunshots attracted more zombies. They drove their cars back all the way, and finally drove to the community where I live. What appeared at the gate of the community were not zombies, but a dozen men with guns in their hands. The group from Langshan? De Zhuang understood something. That's right, the group saw that brother Xiao only had Uncle Haozi as a teammate, and the others were all elderly people. They chased brother Xiao with guns, blocked the community, and forced him to hand over all the food, otherwise they would remove their tires. Xiaoyin carefully recalled the scene of that day. There was no way, brother Xiao and his group had to hand over the food for the safety of the elderly, but when they saw the old-fashioned rifle in brother Xiao's hand, they wanted the gun too. Being pointed at by more than a dozen guns, brother Xiao had no choice but to agree, but asked them to leave 2 guns, as he needed to protect the elderly. But Langshan was still unyielding, not wanting to keep any guns, and wanted to take them all. At that time, all the elderly were driven down and stood outside. Seeing that the group of people were not satisfied with the food, they also wanted to take away all their guns. An old lady couldn't help but say, young people, we also need something to protect ourselves. Let's be merciful. Xiaoyin continued to whisper. The old lady hadn't finished her words when she was shot dead by Langshan. Langshan had just killed someone, and he was laughing while shouting, old woman, what do you have to protect yourself? I will protect you from suffering now, go on your way with peace of mind. Langshan actually shot and killed someone on the spot. Xiaojiu's suppressed emotions also burst out at this moment. He quickly raised his gun and fought back, killing one person instantly, then rolled to the flower bed next to him, pulled the bolt, and killed another one. The gunfight started. Haozi hid behind the car while covering the old man's retreat, but some people with mobility problems were left behind. My dad couldn't stand it anymore and chose to help. He had served in the army, and was very patriotic. What he couldn't stand the most was someone bullying the elderly and children in front of him. He found empty bottles and alcohol and added cooking oil to them. My mom and I were responsible for cutting the towel, and my dad stuffed the towel into the bottle, lit the towel and threw it at the Langshan group. After a long silence, Xiaojiu continued. Thanks to the help of Xiuyin's family, the Molotov cocktails made by his father bought us a lot of time. The guns of the group on the opposite side were mostly automatic rifles. We had basically no chance of winning. If they hadn't been busy dodging Molotov cocktails, I'm afraid that everyone in our car would have had to stay there. Later, thanks to the cover of Xiuyin's parents, we were able to leave through the back door, but later, Xiuyin's parents were. Xiaojiu pulled Xiaoyin over to sit aside and reached out to wipe her tears. Xiaoyin choked up and said, after covering for brother Xiao and his group of people to leave, we returned home and were about to pack up and move when Langshan came to the door with his men. When he heard someone kicking the door, my father quickly stuffed me and my mother under the bed and told us not to make a sound. Then he went to the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife and went to the door, pushing things to block it. But there were so many of them that the door was still kicked open. My father was fighting with them. When he heard the noise outside my mother, Xiaoyin took a deep breath and continued, My mother kissed me and said to me firmly, "Enin, I will not leave your father alone to fight against other bad guys. If we don't open the door, you must not come out." Chapter 73. After saying this, Xiaoyin's mother crawled out from under the bed, picked up the key and locked the room. When she came to the living room, she immediately saw several people punching and kicking her husband. Seeing this scene, she took off her shoes, picked up the fruit knife on the shelf, rushed over quickly, and stabbed a man in the neck. Being attacked from behind, Long Shan turned around and kicked him. Before falling to the ground, Xiaoyin's mother aimed at the balcony window and threw the bedroom key out with force. After taking a breath, Xiaoyin's father turned over and picked up the kitchen knife that fell under the sofa and chopped a man's head hard, killing him on the spot. Seeing that he had lost the lives of 2 men, Long Shan was completely furious. He stopped procrastinating and directly took out his pistol and shot the 2 men. Hearing the gunshots from outside, Xiaoyin hid under the bed and covered her mouth desperately, not letting herself make any sound. Worried that the gunshots would attract zombies again, Long Shan brought 4 people in for revenge. He did not intend to use guns, but was ready to beat the man who threw the Molotov cocktail at them to death. However, he did not expect that there were still people in the room. Instead, they were ambushed and killed 1 person, and even let the man take another away after he reacted. What a damn bad luck. Hurry up and look for anything useful in the house. Take it all away. Long Shan kicked the man's body on the ground a few times, then turned and yelled at the remaining 2 men. After taking away all the food in the house, Long Shan still couldn't swallow this breath, so he directly set the sofa on fire, intending to burn it. After walking a distance with the old people, Xiao Jiao said to Haozi in a deep voice, "Take them to hide. I will go back to pick up their family. I am worried that the group may take revenge." Haozi shook his head. "I go with you. That family is good people. They shouldn't be put in danger." The old man in the old military uniform also said, "You guys go, I take them to hide. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to die." Without any worries, Xiao Jiao and Haozi quickly rushed back to the community, but when they just ran closer, they heard 2 gunshots from upstairs. Xiao Jiao's face changed drastically, and he immediately ran towards the entrance. But when they entered the community from the back door, zombies had already begun to appear inside. After being dragged for a while, they came to the previous position, and the number of zombies was close to 20. Smoke began to come out of the room on the 6th floor. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao picked up his gun and blew off the head of a zombie, then took out a dagger and prepared to rush into the zombies. Haozi, who was next to him, grabbed him and saw this man who was already bloodthirsty because of anger. Haozi shouted, "You will die if you rush in. How can you save people when you are surrounded by zombies? Look at me, wait for me here." Haozi picked up an old-fashioned rifle, ran quickly to the side of the car, picked up the gun, and hit the car window glass fiercely, while shouting at the zombies, leading most of the zombies at the entrance away. The zombies were all attracted by the rats. He turned to look at Xiao Jiao and shouted, "Hurry up and help." He killed the zombies blocking his way with a knife. Xiao Jiao took 2 steps at each step and ran up quickly. When he reached the 6th floor, he saw a lot of smoke coming out of a door. He took off his clothes, covered his mouth and nose and rushed in. As soon as he entered, Xiao Jiao saw the bodies of the 2 people in the living room. At this time, the sofa was burning violently, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger. He coughed and checked other rooms. If I remember correctly, Xiao Jiao had seen their daughter just now. There was no body at this time. He didn't know if she was hiding somewhere. Arriving at the door of the bedroom, the smoke was getting thicker and thicker. Xiao Jiao turned and rushed into the toilet next to him, threw his clothes on the ground, and urinated on them. Then he picked them up and covered his mouth and nose again, and quickly returned to the door of the bedroom. In just one move, the door was kicked open. Xiao Jiao lowered his waist and shouted, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone?" Xiaoyin, who was almost fainted under the bed, heard that the voice was from the man in the group of old people just now. Her tense spirit finally relaxed, and she stretched out a hand under the bed. Seeing Xiaoyin's hand, Xiao Jiao immediately rushed up and lay down, pulling the person inside out. Seeing that the girl in front of him had closed her eyes due to the smoke, Xiao Jiao blamed himself for harming this family for no reason. If he had known, he would have given them the gun. Holding the girl, Xiao Jiao didn't care to cover his nose, and rushed out directly, holding his breath. After running to the 4th floor, Xiao Jiao knelt on the ground, leaned the girl against himself, reached out, and touched the girl's wrist, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still a pulse. Continuing to pick up the girl, Xiao Jiao ran downstairs. A zombie suddenly appeared in the corridor. Xiao Jiao held the girl, took a step forward, kicked the zombie's thigh with his right foot, and kicked it down. Then he walked forward, raised his right foot, and aimed it at the zombie's head, and stomped it hard. In an instant, the zombie stopped struggling. When he got outside, Halsey had already climbed onto the roof of the car. The car was surrounded by zombies, who were scrambling to hit the car body, trying to catch the man on top. Seeing Xiaojio rushing out with only the girl, Halsey's heart sank, and he shouted, "Where are her parents?" Xiaojio shook his head. "What about their daughter?" Halsey's eyes darkened. Xiaojio shouted back, "She's fine. Hold on, I come to save you later." After saying this, Xiaojio picked up the girl and ran quickly to the back door. Hearing that the girl was fine, Halsey was relieved. He shouted, "I have a way to leave. You meet me at the door." Holding the rifle, Halsey aimed at the glass at the entrance and shot to break all the glass. The sound from the other side attracted a few zombies below, revealing a gap. Halsey jumped down with the gun on his back, ran forward a few steps quickly, then aimed the gun at the fuel tank of the small passenger car and fired a shot. Then he ran quickly towards the back door. After running for a distance, he felt that it was almost time. Halsey came to the corner and knelt on one knee, holding the rifle in one hand and aiming at the open space in front of the small passenger car. At this time, the zombies' feet were already stained with a lot of liquid. If Mouse remembered correctly, large buses were fueled by diesel, while small buses were basically fueled by gasoline. He held up his rifle and waited for the gasoline to flow more and more. Worried that there were not enough zombies, Mouse used his gun to break a few more car windows and continued to attract a few zombies. Just as he was about to shoot, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind. Mouse turned around and saw a zombie lying down and pressing him to the ground. Fortunately, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the zombie's head. Without hesitation, Mouse turned his head to one side and pulled the trigger. He pushed the zombie's body away and stood up quickly. He knelt on one knee and pulled the bolt. Mouse aimed at the bus position and the gasoline on the ground. With a crooked mouth, he whispered, "Fireworks!" Bang! Chapter 74. With a loud bang, the small passenger car exploded directly, and some zombies around were washed everywhere. The flower beds and the walls of the community were all covered with zombies' arms and legs. The mouse hid at the corner in time. Although part of the zombie body was thrown over, it didn't fall on him. He squatted down and poked the head of the zombie in front of him with the butt of the gun. The neck and below were all blown off. Seeing this scene, he said to himself, "The neck is broken, but it's not dead yet. If I let it eat, will it go in and out at the same time?" After pushing the zombie head on the ground in front of him twice, Halsey pulled out the dagger from his body, aimed at the eye and stabbed it, then stood up and walked towards the back door. As soon as he reached the back door, he ran into Xiaojio, who was rushing over. Fortunately, Halsey dodged to the side in time, and was not knocked to the ground by Xiaojio. He grabbed Xiaojio's arm and said, Here, I'm fine." Xiaojio raised his head, and saw that Halsey was not missing any limbs. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I was scared to death. I just heard the explosion, and thought that the group of people were back again." Seeing that the mouse was fine, Xiaojio took him to the direction where the old people were hiding. When they arrived in front of a locked room, Xiaojio knocked on the door twice quickly, and then the door was opened and the two walked in. Xiaoyin had woken up, and an old man used a clean cloth he found, poured a little water, and wiped Xiaoyin's cheek. Later, the old man took us to this basement, and we lived here. This is our home. Xiaojio talked for a long time, telling everything that had happened before. Damn it, no one in this city can deal with him? Is he really lawless? After hearing the story, De Zhuang said with a breath stuck in his chest and clenched his fists. Yes, we are the ones who are going to deal with him. Xiaoyin raised her head and said righteously. Most of our weapons were stolen from Longshan's men. They often robbed other survivors' homes and asked them to hand over all their food, otherwise they would kill one person. Since hearing about these things, Brother Xiao often went out alone late at night and came back in the early morning. We found out later. Xiaoyin covered the back of Xiaojio's hand with her hand and whispered, Brother Xiao was alone at that time, with a dagger, and assassinated a small base of Longshan's men in the middle of the night. There were about 10 people there, and they were all killed by Brother Xiao. De Zhuang was a little stunned. It seemed that Xiaojio in front of him was really a ruthless person. Aren't you afraid of dying? After all, there are so many of them, and they have guns? De Zhuang thought for a while, and still asked this question. Xiaojio stood up, took down the bed curtain and hung it back on the pillar. He stood in front of the bed, looking at everyone in the basement with his eyes, and whispered, "Afraid, but if I don't go, more people will die." Hearing the answer, De Zhuang stood up and came to Xiaojiu. "You want me to follow you to clean up that group of people, right? Okay, I promise you." Xiaojiu turned around and smiled. "I haven't done anything for you yet, so there is no reason for you to take the first step. Xiao Hu, tell me what you have seen recently." He looked at the young boy with a childish face and nodded. Xiao Yin on the side said to De Zhuang, "Xiao Hu has the best eyesight among our group, and his hearing is also very good. He will be responsible for keeping an eye on the movements of Longshan's group. Whenever we find them making new moves, we will follow Brother Xiao to destroy them and prevent them from succeeding, no matter what it is." Xiaojiu called Xiao Hu, and he walked forward and said to the others, "These days, a man walking alone entered the city. Because he was alone, he was not targeted by Longshan and his men at first." Xiaojiu was worried that Da Zhuang would not understand, so he explained softly, "In the past, Longshan brought a large number of men to plunder supplies in the city. Once he did not do what he wanted, he would chop off someone's hand or foot at the least, or shoot them directly at the worst. Most of these children and their parents were killed by Longshan. Those parents wanted their children to live well, right? Longshan forced them to hand over all the food. How could the children live? There were zombies everywhere outside, and the food would only become less and less, so many people began to resist. In this way, Longshan slaughtered dozens of people in total. Perhaps he did too many bad things, and was soon retaliated. Someone in their team found a department store, which was basically full of things, but there were a lot of zombies in that area, at least not less than 1,000. Xiaojiu said slowly. "It takes a lot of people to lure away the zombies." At the beginning, Longshan was ready to rush in with a gun, but he couldn't get in several times. The gunshots also attracted more zombies, and his men died more and more. I don't know how he could do it. He actually thought of using other survivors to lure zombies with their bodies. Every time he specifically looked for other survivors, as long as there were more than 2 people, he would take them all away, detain one person, and then drive his teammates into the department store to slowly lure out the zombies. So now you must understand why I didn't leave the city, but went out to search for survivors like you." Xiaojiu put a hand on De Zhuang's shoulder. After Xiaojiu explained, Xiao Hu continued, "Later, I never saw the man entering the city again, until yesterday I found that Longshan and his men set up obstacles at a place where they were about to leave the city, preparing to kidnap another group of people. I heard his men talking about 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. De Zhuang hurriedly said, "The man was wearing brown pants, and his leg was injured?" Xiao Hu shook his head. "No, I followed them quietly, and looked at him from a distance with a telescope. His clothes were clean, and his legs were not injured." Hearing this, De Zhuang felt lost. The clue was broken again. Is it really impossible to find him? Xiao Yin walked over and said, "He might have changed his clothes, and since you said he was injured, what if he treated the wound himself?" Da Zhuang's eyes lit up. "Yes, when I separated from my little sister, the girl in the car, who seemed to be called Lin Yi, also said that she was a doctor. If his friend is a doctor, then it is very likely that he taught him some first aid knowledge." Xiaojiu also thought of this and spoke. "Brother Da Zhuang, you have a little sister. Why didn't I see her walking with you?" A man walked in, and Da Zhuang turned around, and saw that it was Haozi holding a bottle of wine in one hand. Chapter 75. She has to take care of others. It's more convenient for me to go out alone. De Zhuang replied. "Want a drink?" Haozi raised the bottle, and said to De Zhuang. De Zhuang shook his head and refused. "I have quit drinking for many years. They are going to intercept that group of people soon." Xiao Hu continued, "It seems to be tomorrow, at the exit of East City." Xiaojiu said, "Then everyone should rest early tonight, and follow me to continue to deal with them tomorrow." "Let's go!" Haozi put his arm around Da Zhuang's shoulders, and led him to a place, saying with a smile, "Brother Da Zhuang, sleep with me tonight, I have a bed." Not long after they walked over, Xiaoyin also came over with 2 clean sheets, and Xiaojiu walked behind with a bread. "It's cooler in the basement here. One sheet can be used as a cushion, and the other can be used as a cover to prevent colds." Xiaojiu handed the bread to Da Zhuang. "I will go with you tomorrow. In case that person is my friend, I can help in time." Da Zhuang looked at Xiaojiu. Xiaoyin, who was squatting down to make the bed for Da Zhuang, turned around and said, "Brother Xiao and his men will definitely not let the group succeed. Don't worry, your friend will be safe." Suddenly thinking of an important point, Da Zhuang hesitated and said, "How many of us are there?" Haozi drank the last sip of wine, then put the bottle on the bedside, and he stretched out 5 fingers. 50? Are there so many people? More people is fine, but I don't think there are many people in your basement. Where are the others? Are they all outside? De Zhuang was a little excited. With so many people, it seems that there will be a tough battle tomorrow. Xiao Yin, who had made the bed, stood up and clapped her hands, and said, not 50, but 5, Brother Xiao, Uncle Haozi, Yu Xiaohu, and Uncle Hua. De Zhuang was stunned. How many people are there on the other side? Xiao Yin put one hand on her waist, and continued to stretch out 5 fingers with the other hand. Seeing this, De Zhuang relaxed a little. Fortunately, there are also 5 people on the other side, no problem. Now it was Haozi's turn to speak. He was lying on the bed, eating half a piece of bread in his hand, and said, no, there are exactly 50 people on the other side this time, maybe even more. Ah? Xiao Jiao, who was standing aside, couldn't help it. Don't talk nonsense, Dazhuang brothers. Their total number is only more than 50, and they will leave people to guard each place. Probably 3 to 6, and no more than 10 people at most, don't worry. And we won't fight them head-on. Our goal is to prevent them from taking people away. After listening to Dazhuang, he nodded and asked, what is the battle plan for tomorrow? We talk about it when we take action the next day. I have to go out with Uncle Hua to do something later. Xiao Jiao responded. After settling Dazhuang, Xiao Jiao got up and walked out. When he left, he put a pistol on his waist to prevent any accidents. Walking out of the basement and coming outside, there was a man with a firm look and a dark face squatting on the wall at the entrance. He was probably in his 40s, and was fiddling with something on the ground. Let's go, Uncle Hua. Let's go to Dongchengku tonight. Uncle Hua nodded, his hand swept across the ground, put away the things, and followed Xiao Jiao. When they came to a cabinet, Xiao Jiao opened the cabinet, and took out 2 sets of black clothes, handed one set to Uncle Hua, and then the 2 changed into clothes, even wearing black gloves on their hands. Turning on a small flashlight, and pushing out 2 bicycles, Xiao Jiao took Uncle Hua and began to shuttle through the streets and alleys. Because there were occasional zombies on the road, they walked and stopped, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the Dongchengku location, next to the mixer truck. Xiao Jiao looked around with a flashlight, then chose a room and whispered, just there. The 2 walked to the door, pushed open the door, and looked inside. There were no zombies inside, so it was safe. Then Xiao Jiao said to Uncle Hua, there is a back door, which is also open. Let's leave the zombies here. Uncle Hua nodded, squatted down and took a package from the bag behind him. Xiao Jiao shone the flashlight over it. The object was wrapped in a plastic bag. When it was gently opened, there was another layer inside, which was newspaper. After taking off the newspaper, Uncle Hua took out the thing inside, which was a piece of meat that was almost rotten. This piece of meat was bitten by a zombie, and can no longer be eaten, but it is still a delicious delicacy for zombies. As soon as the meat was taken out, a zombie more than 20 meters away smelled it. It turned around, growled at Xiao Jiao and the others, and walked towards this side. Uncle Hua stood at the door, picked up a piece of cardboard from the ground, held the rotten meat in his left hand, and gently spread the cardboard with his right hand, so that the smell drifted to other zombies. It's strange to say that this rotten meat, people want to vomit to death after smelling it, but zombies can't let it go. Xiao Jiao bent down and took out a hammer from his backpack, bit the flashlight in his mouth, and walked towards the zombie. He grabbed the zombie's head with his left hand, picked up the hammer with his right hand, and smashed it into its mouth. Soon, the zombie's mouth was smashed. Then Xiao Jiao quickly went behind the zombie and kicked it hard in the back, knocking it to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Jiao picked up a zombie leg next to him and lifted it up. The kicked zombie quickly got up, stood up, twisted its head, swung it again, and then walked straight towards Uncle Hua. Following this method, Xiao Jiao smashed the mouths of other zombies one by one. There were about 10 of them. Xiao Jiao calculated in his heart that it was enough, so he stopped attacking the zombies, picked up the zombie legs, and hid in a bush nearby. As long as the mouths of the 10 zombies in front of him were smashed, they could not bite people, but could only scratch. But scratching was not so easy, and it needed to touch the skin directly. More and more zombies walked towards Uncle Hua, almost 10 of them, and then he retreated into the house, placed the meat in the middle of the house, and then quickly left through the back door. After closing the back door, Uncle Hua quickly went around the front door and found Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao whispered, "How is it? Is the back door closed tightly?" Uncle Hua squatted down and said in a low voice, "I tied the door handle with a plastic bag several times, and the zombies should not be able to push it open." Xiao Jiao nodded, and the 2 turned off the flashlights and squatted patiently in the bushes. After waiting for a while, Feeling that the zombies entering were almost enough, Xiaojio said, "The number should be enough, let's go, let's close the door." They ran to the door quickly. As soon as they got there, the 3 zombies that were about to enter the door spotted them, and immediately turned around, staring at the 2 of them, but their eyeballs had already rotted away. Xiaojio and Washu each held a wooden stick, and pushed the zombies inside with force, kicking them as they pushed. After kicking the last zombie in, Xiaojio said, "Go in and stay." Then the 2 of them closed the door, and tied it with a rope, but left a loose knot. As long as they pulled it, the rope would automatically untie. Chapter 76. Looking at the mixer truck on the side of the road, Xiaojio shone his flashlight at the tree behind him. He looked at Uncle Hua. "How much fishing line do we have left?" "Just this small roll." Uncle Hua took out the box of fishing line and handed it to Xiaojio. "It's okay, it's enough." Xiaojio took the line, tied one end of it to the noose of the rope, and walked towards the tree. "This should be the last time to use it. Next time, we will prepare to clean them up thoroughly." Xiaojio squatted down and looked at it, then lifted the fishing line a distance from the road. As long as the car hit it, it would definitely tear off the rope on the door, and the zombies would rush out of the door and scare away the people here. In order to prevent other zombies from wandering here and accidentally knocking off the line, Xiaojio and Uncle Hua killed a zombie each, cut off their hands and feet, and threw them on the road nearby. The stench would make other zombies unable to tell which way to go and easily go around in circles. After everything was done, it was almost late at night. Xiaojio took Uncle Hua and rode his bicycle back to the basement. The next day, Xiaojio woke everyone up early in the morning and gathered in front of Xiaojio's bed. Xiaoyin hung up the bed curtain, then took out a map, and Haozi brought a table and placed the map on it. Xiaojio said, "Our goal this time is to prevent Longshan from kidnapping the group of people, mainly because they killed innocent people indiscriminately, and then forcibly occupied a large amount of supplies in the city. Secondly," Xiaojio pondered for a while, with his hands on the table. "They found the department store. There are a lot of things there. If we take it down, it will be enough for hundreds of people to eat for half a year. Even if we can't take it away, we must not let them succeed." Haozi nodded. "That's right. If they become stronger and stronger, more people will be killed in the future." Xiaoyin, who was standing aside, also said in a sonorous voice, "Let me introduce the division of labor among us." Xiaojio began to introduce them to De Zhuang one by one. Xiaoyin is responsible for watching the zombies. If they start to gather together, Xiaoyin will use a slingshot to break the car window glass and lead them away. Haozi and Uncle Hua are responsible for watching the group of people from a distance and finding the right time to sneak attack their men. Uncle Hua is responsible for sniping, and Haozi is the observer. Xiaojio pointed to the man holding a sniper rifle next to him and continued, "Uncle Hua is the best shooter here. He used to be a mercenary and carried out missions. Since there is no silencer, Haozi needs to observe the movements of the zombies and their men to prevent them from being surrounded." "Great." De Zhuang looked at the dark-faced man and nodded. "I'm responsible for meeting the group at close range and covering their retreat." Xiaojio looked at Xiaohu. Xiaohu is responsible for aiming at the zombies with a bow and arrow to prevent being attacked by zombies. Although we have weapons, there are not many types, and the number of bullets is not bad, so we still have an automatic rifle, 2 old-fashioned rifles, a shotgun, and 2 pistols left. Haozi brought a box over and opened it, then said to De Zhuang, "Brother De Zhuang, choose a handy one." De Zhuang walked forward and took a look, then touched the revolver on his waist. "I'd better use my own weapon, but I don't have many bullets, just take some bullets." Hearing this, Haozi bent down and took out a box of bullets from the box. "Here are 30 rounds." De Zhuang nodded and took the bullets. Xiaoyin, who was curious, leaned over and touched the bow on De Zhuang. "Big guy, what kind of bow is this? It looks much better than Xiaohu's." Xiaohu smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoyin, his should be a compound bow, which is very powerful, but at the same time, it also requires a certain amount of physical strength from the user." Xiaoyin nodded, not quite understanding, and continued, "How is your archery? Can I learn archery from you?" "Haha, just SOSO." De Zhuang smiled and took off the bow. "I can teach you when I have time, but this bow is really hard to pull. Xiaohu's bow is more suitable for you. As usual, we will first poke the people in Longshan and try to reduce their number. Next time, we will do something big. It's time to settle the grudge for so long." Xiaojio picked up a box from the box and slowly stuffed bullets into the magazine. Everyone simply dealt with a few bites and quickly left the basement. Near the east entrance, On a long-abandoned rooftop, Xiao Jiu asked Uncle Wan next to him softly, "If it were you, which position would you choose to start?" Taking the telescope from Hauzi's hand, Uncle Wan looked at the buildings in other directions. After a few minutes, he whispered, "The rooftop in the northwest direction of that road has a good view." "Pa," Xiao Jiu snapped his fingers. "Okay, I have a way." He waved his hand to signal everyone to come over, and then Xiao Jiu placed the map on the ground. "This street is most likely where Long Shan and his men are going to attack." Xiao Jiu pointed to a location and continued, "They also have snipers there, so they probably won't let anyone else leave that street. I looked through a telescope and saw an alley near that street. We have locked up a lot of zombies in a house in front. As long as your friends drive around that corner, the zombies will be released." Xiao Jiu continued to point to a location, which was where the mixer truck stopped. "Zombies? Will there be any accidents?" De Zhuang was a little worried. "No." Xiao Jiu shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "There are about 20 zombies in total, and I smashed the mouths of more than a dozen of them, so they can't bite people." De Zhuang didn't understand and asked in confusion, "Since they can't bite people, what's the point of locking them there?" Xiao Yin on the side said softly, "The zombies are just to prevent your friend from turning around and retreating. There is an alley over there, and there is a high probability that he will turn around there. Longshan and the others are fighting there, and your friend is likely to hide in the alley next to it." De Zhuang nodded. "Oh, I understand." Xiao Jiu continued, "Other intersections nearby are basically blocked by Longshan and his men, but there is an underground parking lot here, and there are not many zombies in it. If your friend's tires had not been shot out, they would have been chased all the time. In this case, how can we help them?" De Zhuang asked. Xiao Hu told me that he noticed this person went to a university, and saw him enter a bookstore with his own eyes. Xiao Jiu patiently explained that since the people from Longshan had not arrived yet, there was still time. If your friend had a map, he would definitely find a way to get rid of him. "Oh, why?" De Zhuang looked at the place where Xiao Jiu pointed and continued to ask. "Because the street next to that street is full of abandoned vehicles. The car can't drive through, so it can only rush into the parking lot." Xiao Jiu responded. Chapter 77. Not long after he finished speaking, a young man came up from the rooftop stairs. It was Xiaohu. "It's time to act, Brother Xiao. Longshan and his men have already appeared. There are only 3 of them. Each of them has a sniper rifle, and Longshan has a pistol." Xiaohu walked over and said, "TM, the equipment is really good. 2 sniper rifles will be brought to him sooner or later." The squatting mouse cursed in a low voice. "Okay, go to your own positions." Xiao Jiu put the map away and put it in his inner pocket, stood up and said, "Don't worry, that day will come soon. Brother Dazhuang, follow me. Let's go to another street to pick up your friend." Xiao Jiu said to Dazhuang. Dazhuang nodded. Xiao Jiu took Dazhuang with him. According to the information on the map, they came to a commercial street, but it had lost its former bustling atmosphere. Now, the streets are full of zombies. Hiding in a shop, Xiao Jiu and Dazhuang killed several zombies inside with daggers, then squatted at the door, staring at a door across the street. "That's the exit of the underground parking lot. Your friends may come out there," Xiao Jiu whispered. Chinyu, who was running wildly with Li Yao in his arms, could already see the exit. He gritted his teeth and continued to run up the stairs. When he reached the door, Chinyu shook the person in his arms and kicked the door in front of him. Bang! Chinyu kicked the exit open and ran out holding Li Yao. Due to the sound of kicking the door, all the zombies on the street moved at this time. They stared at Chinyu and walked towards him with their rotten hands. After a quick glance, Chinyu continued to run to the left while holding Li Yao, but he stopped after a few steps. Chinyu looked at the zombies that surrounded him, his eyes darkened, and he was about to put Li Yao down, pick up the knife and fight desperately. Suddenly, a high-speed object cut through the air and flew over with a whistling sound. The next second, an arrow with a light blue tail appeared in front of him, and it shot directly through the heads of the 2 zombies in front of him, nailing them to the wall on the left. "Chinyu, I finally found you." De Zhuang in the opposite shop stood up and shouted excitedly. The arrow just now was shot by De Zhuang. Seeing De Zhuang's figure, Chinyu was also very excited, and didn't even notice that the zombies behind him were getting closer and closer. Bang! Xiao Jiu shot and killed the zombie behind Chinyu, and the head exploded directly. He shouted loudly, "Come here! There are more and more zombies!" Hearing the shout, Chinyu hurriedly hugged Li Yao and ran towards the 2 of them, but the zombies on the road began to move to the middle, gradually blocking Chinyu's steps. "Damn!" Xiao Jiu looked at the zombies outside and roared, It's too late. Rush out to pick them up. Before Xiao Jiao finished speaking, De Zhuang had already picked up a machete and ran out of the shop. Putting the pistol back into his waist, Xiao Jiao followed closely. In a place like this, shooting is courting death, and it will only attract more and more zombies. Just now, De Zhuang called his friend, and Xiao Jiao saw that the man was holding the person and didn't move, and didn't notice the zombies behind him at all. Not caring about so much, he quickly shot and killed the zombies behind him, and the gunshot also woke up the man. On the roof of a building, Xiaoyin was holding a slingshot when she suddenly heard a gunshot on the street below. She quickly ran over and saw more than a dozen zombies walking towards that place. She immediately took out the slingshot and pulled it to the full. Xiaoyin squinted at a car parked below and used the slingshot to smash the car window. A few clicks sounded, and several zombies, who were about to go in, turned their heads and walked towards the car. Wang Matzi and his 3 companions were driving towards the exit at this time. However, the sound of the sniper rifle just now alarmed most of the zombies nearby. They all appeared on the road, and the car was very difficult to drive at this time. "Stop the car!" Long Shan shouted coldly, opened the car door, and walked out. "Run with me, there are more and more zombies. If we delay any longer, we might be ruined by Xiao Laoxi's group again." "Understood, Boss Long." Fan Jiang and Wang Matzi also left the car quickly. Fan Jiang and Wang Matzi each held a dagger, walked on the left and right sides, ran forward quickly, and occasionally grabbed a zombie on the roadside and stabbed it. Long Shan held a Nepalese army knife in his right hand and followed the two closely. Not long after he walked out, Long Shan heard a gunshot from the front. "Oh no, it's probably Xiao Laoxi's men again." Long Shan's face changed, and he shouted, "Rush over quickly, don't worry about the zombies on the roadside." At this time, in an abandoned office building a few hundred meters northeast of Long Shan, at the window on the 13th floor, Uncle Wa put one foot on a stool, put the sniper rifle on the windowsill, and looked at the 3 people running wildly through the scope. Through the scope, Uncle Wa looked at a car parked a few dozen meters ahead of the 3 people. A red cloth was tied to the left rearview mirror, which was fluttering in the wind. After looking at the red cloth, Uncle Wa roughly calculated the wind force and direction, and moved the muzzle forward a little. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot was heard. Just half a second before Uncle Wa was about to pull the trigger, a zombie suddenly rushed out of an abandoned shop on Wang Matzi's left-hand side, and lay on the glass, which scared Wang Matzi so much that he immediately stepped back to the right, and this step happened to cause Long Shan to bump into it. After a stumble, Long Shan fell to the right side of the road. At the same time, he grabbed Wang Matzi's clothes with his left hand to prevent him from falling. "You?" Long Shan steadied himself and was about to curse. The next second, a high-speed bullet came over. Because Wang Matzi hit him, Uncle Wa's bullet, which was predicted in advance, did not hit Long Shan. Instead, it hit Wang Matzi. Unfortunately, Long Shan happened to pull Wang Matzi, and the bullet hit Wang Matzi's right ear, which exploded instantly, and a stream of hot blood sprayed on Long Shan's face. "Aw, fuck!" Wang Matzi fell to the ground and screamed violently, covering his right face and lying on the ground, rolling in pain. Fan Jiang, who was running in front, heard the gunshot and quickly adjusted his body. He knelt on one knee with a sniper rifle in his arms, aimed at the northeast direction, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Uncle Wa saw through the scope that he missed the shot, quickly dropped the sniper rifle with both hands, and immediately laid down to the right. The next second, a bullet went straight through the position where Uncle Wa was just now, and hit the ceiling with a bang. Uncle Wa's eyes condensed, and he whispered to the mouse next to him, "Be careful, there is a master on the opposite side." Chapter 78. After firing a shot back, Fan Jiang put the gun on his back, stepped forward quickly to help Wang Matzi up, and said to Long Shan with a gloomy face, "Hurry up, Boss Long, there is a sniper on the opposite side." Long Shan, who was startled, also reacted, helped Wang Matzi, and the 3 of them immediately ran forward. In the abandoned office building, Uncle Wa lay down and moved a little distance to the stool, stretched out a foot to hook the sniper rifle that fell on the ground, then picked up the gun, bent down, and quickly left the window. "Someone is coming downstairs, Uncle Wa." Housie squatted under a window, holding a mirror in his left hand, and looking out of the window, looking at the scene in the mirror, and said anxiously, "Fuck." Looking at more than a dozen men with guns approaching downstairs, Housie cursed with a gloomy face. "They are deliberately waiting for us to make a move, and they have set a trap." Uncle Wa came to Housie's side, took the mirror and looked down, and said in a pause, "I don't think so. If a zombie hadn't just happened to scare the man on the left and made Longshan stop, my shot would have at least a 90% chance of killing him. That Longshan is not willing to use his own life to set a trap for us. After returning the mirror to Halsey, Uncle Wa continued, "Let's go, leave from the 3rd floor." The two of them evacuated quickly, went to the 3rd floor from the stairs, tied a rope to the stairs, and left the office building through the window. When they entered, most of the zombies in the corridor were cleared, but only those below the 3rd floor were left. At this time, Longshan's men were stupidly preparing to enter from the 1st floor. De Zhuang took a machete and ran to Chinyu, waving the machete to chop off one zombie at a time, directly following the position of the zombie's eyeball, and with one knife, the zombie's head was directly split in two. Grabbing Chinyu's arm with one hand, De Zhuang killed the zombie on the right with a knife, and quickly pulled Chinyu back to the shop. Xiaojio was cleaning up the zombies near the door with a dagger. Seeing that the person had been taken back, he kicked the zombie in front of him in the abdomen, quickly retreated, and immediately closed the door. Seeing Chinyu's face turn pale and panting with sweat, De Zhuang immediately said, "How about I help you hold her? It's not safe here, we still have to walk a distance, I think you can't hold on." "Thank you." Chinyu nodded with a bitter smile. "She fainted, I can't hold her anymore." De Zhuang held a Yao. Chinyu took De Zhuang's machete, and followed Xiaojio out the back door. After walking a few steps, Chinyu looked back, and saw that the number of zombies on the corner of the street began to increase, and gradually approached this side. Longshan and Fan Jiang took Wang Matzi to hide in a roadside house, and quickly put him on a table. At this time, Wang Matzi's head was covered with sweat, and his teeth were biting his left hand tightly, and he didn't make any sound. Now Longshan was still taking him with him to escape, but Wang Matzi had no doubt that if he made a sound and attracted the zombies, he would definitely be abandoned by Longshan. Fan Jiang took a glass cup from the table, smashed it with the butt of the gun a few times, picked up a piece of debris, cut a circle around Wang Matzi's clothes, and then bandaged his wound with a strip of cloth, and said solemnly, "Be patient, you wait here for us. We will go and catch those 3 people first." Wang Matzi grabbed Fan Jiang's arm with one hand and nodded firmly. "You go. You just go." After a simple bandage, Longshan turned his head and looked at Wang Matzi. "Just stay here, someone will come back to pick you up later." By chance, Wang Matzi saved Longshan's life, and for this reason, Longshan did not intend to give up on him. Later, Longshan thought carefully, if it wasn't for the zombie next to him hitting the glass, causing Wang Matzi on the left to jump, then according to the normal speed, the person who received the neutron bullet would be Longshan himself. Longshan was not naive to think that the other side was just trying to kill his men. After all, he had been struggling for so long, and Longshan knew exactly what he had done. When Longshan took Fan Jiang to the emergency exit, there was no one there. There was only a door open to the outside, and a large number of zombie bodies on the road. "Send a signal to others, and ask them to come over." Looking at the zombie bodies in front of him, Longshan said coldly, "Quick." Hearing Longshan's words, Fan Jiang took out a small red pistol from his arms, raised his right hand, and aimed at the open area, and pulled the trigger. With a hiss, a red light shot up into the sky, and then exploded. People on other streets saw the signal in the sky, and everyone quickly called the people next to them, picked up their weapons, and rushed around the signal gun position. "Let's go, there will be a lot of zombies here." Longshan ran towards the shop where many zombies gathered. "Let's go." Anyway, the signal has been sent, and the zombies will definitely come at this time. There is no need to worry about shooting at this time. Longshan and Fan Jiang used guns to clear the zombies at the door, and then walked into the shop. Seeing the back door ajar, Longshan ran over quickly, "This way." Chinyu followed De Zhuang for a while, and suddenly heard the sound of a signal gun behind him. He stopped and looked back. "What is that?" Xiaojio's face condensed, and he whispered, "The signal said by Longshan is probably to let others surround us." "TM." Xiaojio looked at the red light in the sky and cursed. "Didn't you say there were no signal guns? Here comes another one. Let's go, come here." Xiaojio led De Zhuang and Chinyu to an alley. "Brother Xiao, this way." Xiaoyin, who had rushed down from the rooftop, had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw several people appear, she waved her hands and shouted, "Aren't there 3 people?" Xiaoyin watched De Zhuang running over with a girl in his arms, followed by a strange man. She asked in confusion, "Is there one person who didn't catch up?" Chinyu, who ran to the front, panted with his hands on his knees and whispered, "One person sacrificed himself so that I could run out with her." After hearing Chinyu's answer, Xiaoyin said nothing more, opened the locked railing in front of her, and quickly helped several people get out. Several people quickly ran to the evacuation site. When they came to a road, there was a van parked on the side of the road. As soon as Xiao Jiao, Xiaoyin and others appeared, someone opened the door and Xiaohu shouted to Xiao Jiao, "This way." Seeing that there was finally a car, Chinyu took a few breaths and ran over, but when he got into the car, he found that there were no seats. "Why are all the seats gone?" Chinyu was stunned. "Of course there are no seats." Xiao Jiao bent down and squatted in the middle of the van, then moved a piece of iron sheet to reveal a hole. "Get down from here." Chapter 79. Someone fainted. "How can we get down?" Chinyu took Li Yao and leaned her against the car body. She still hadn't woken up yet. He didn't dare to wake her up forcibly. Who knows if there would be any sequelae? What's wrong with her? Xiaoyin walked up and touched Li Yao's forehead. The body temperature is normal. Chinyu said softly, "Her classmate was bitten and sacrificed himself to hold back 3 zombies for us." She was too sad and fainted. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yao opened her eyes and just looked forward blankly, motionless. Chinyu stretched out his hand and waved in front of her. Li Yao looked at Chinyu numbly, then burst into tears and threw herself into Chinyu's arms, sobbing, "Chinyu. Yuan. Is she?" Chinyu felt very uncomfortable. He touched the back of Li Yao's head with his right hand and said softly, "We have to cheer up. It's not safe here. We have to leave quickly." Xiao Jiao, who was standing outside the car, said hurriedly, "We have to leave quickly. They are coming." Li Yao raised her head and looked at Chinyu with red eyes. "I want to avenge Yuan. I don't want to run anymore. We will definitely take revenge. Let's get out of here first." Xiao Jiao, who was outside the car, saw Long Shan and Fan Jiang and immediately shot at them with his pistol, while turning back and shouting, "Quick! Get down one by one!" Bang bang bang. The bullets hit the front of the car. "I go down first to support." Xiaoyin entered first, and then said to Chinyu, "You send her down again." De Zhuang squatted in the car, took out his pistol to cooperate with Xiao Jiao's counterattack, and soon, Xiaohu patted De Zhuang on the shoulder and quickly said, "Let's go." After firing the last bullet of the revolver, Da Zhuang put the pistol back to his waist and shouted to Xiao Jiao, "Brother Xiao, retreat quickly." After saying this, Da Zhuang immediately crawled into the cave. Hiding behind the car body, Xiao Jiao took out a grenade, pulled a fuse, and then shouted to Long Shan, "I treat you to a big meal," and threw it at them with all his strength. Just as he was about to retreat into the car, Xiao Jiao was hit in the left shoulder by Long Shan's men who came from the left. He groaned, then picked up the pistol and passed it through the position below his left hand in front of him, and fired a shot. "Boss, I hit him." The subordinate, who attacked Xiao Jiao, saw that he had hit the target, and was shouting to Long Shan to get credit. The next second, a bullet hit his forehead, and he fell down unwillingly. His teammates took the opportunity to move aside, fearing that they would be close to his body. A young man with a shaved head kicked him and spat, "You like to charge into the front alone. Are you comfortable now?" Putting the pistol back behind his back, Xiao Jiao immediately got into the van and climbed down into the cave. When he entered, he took the iron plate on the side and covered it again. At the same time, he twisted the handle on it and quickly crawled down the stairs. Long Shan and his men ran over quickly. Seeing Xiao Jiao going into the sewer again, he roared, "Xiao Rat, I think you might as well hide in there for the rest of your life." Xiao Jiao, who had only climbed a short distance, heard the voice from above and immediately responded, "Come in if you dare. Why are you barking like a dog if you don't dare to come in?" Hearing Xiao Jiao's response, Long Shan's men's faces changed. 2 of them stepped forward, grabbed the iron plate and exerted force, but it still didn't move. "Don't waste your energy." Long Shan stood in the car, his face dark as he said, "I don't know how many cars Xiao Laoshu and his gang have dismantled, leaving behind a van each time, and escaping through the sewers every time. Boss, how about we blow it up with a bomb? I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Liuzi was hit in the shoulder before he died, and he needs to stop and treat the wound," the bald young man said. Fan Jiang, who was standing next to Long Shan, pondered for a while, then said, "No, the grenade here will collapse the roadside, and the zombies are gradually coming over." Long Shan turned his head to look at the zombies in other directions, and then pointed at a few people. You, and you, follow Fan Jiang to pick up Wang Matzi." "Okay, boss." "Understood, boss." The 3 followed Fan Jiang to the room, just now, grabbed Wang Matzi's hands and feet, and carried him away quickly. In the sewer. At this time, the group was at the bottom, resting against the wall and waiting for Xiao Jiao. Soon, Xiao Jiao walked over, stepping on the dirty water. Brother Xiao. Xiu walked forward and saw Xiao Jiao holding his left shoulder. He said worriedly, "Why was he shot?" Then he ran over and supported Xiao Jiao. "I didn't see the other direction clearly." Xiao Jiao shook his head gently and said, "I was attacked by a little bitch. I have already dealt with him. Let's go, let's leave quickly." Chinyu supported Li Yao, Xiaohu supported Xiao Jiao, and Dazhuang held a bow in his hand, alert at any time. Xiaoyin walked in front to lead the way, shining a flashlight at the feet of the people behind as he walked. Soon, everyone stopped in front of a door in the sewer. Xiaoyin walked forward and tapped the iron door with a flashlight. Dong dong dong. The door immediately opened from the inside, and Haozi came out. "How is it? Did you pick up the person?" Xiaoyin nodded. "I did." Then she walked in quickly and lit the candle in the house with a match. "Why are you reluctant to light the lights every time? It's pitch black, and you are not afraid." Xiaoyin said, slightly dissatisfied. "We don't have anything to illuminate." Uncle was sat aside and responded, "Every bit you can save is a bit. You can save on other things, but not on this. If you fall or get hurt, where can you find medicine?" Xiaoyin lit the candle, then took out a glass cover and placed it on the candle. The room suddenly became much brighter. Uncle Wa was silent and did not answer. With his personality, if he didn't know what to say, he would just not say it. Xiaoyin quickly searched in the cabinet next to her. "If I remember correctly, there were still some bandages left here last time." Xiaohu helped Xiao Jiao in, and then Chinyu and the others followed in. After everyone came in, Haozi closed the door again. Seeing this, Chinyu asked, "No gap for air flow?" Haozi pointed to the top of his head. "There is a vent there." Chinyu nodded. He looked around the room. It was not very big, about 10 square meters. There were a few stools and 2 candles on. So although there were no windows in the room, it was not dark. He helped Li Yao to sit down, and then Chinyu began to check the environment in the room and found that there was only this door for entry and exit. Seeing Chinyu looking around, Xiao Jiao sat aside and smiled. "Little brother, don't worry, the iron door here is very strong. Unless they use a lot of explosives, they can't blow it open, and it's not so easy for them to get into the sewer." Chapter 80. "Oh, why are you so sure?" Chinyu sat down and looked at Xiao Jiao. "Because we, hiss." Just as Xiao Jiao was about to answer, Xiaoyin, who was beside him, had already stepped forward to check his wound, and the pain made him grimace. "Brother Xiao." Xiaoyin's eyes turned red, looking at the wound on Brother Xiao's shoulder, which had stained his clothes red. She said distressfully, "If it was a few centimeters off, this bullet would have penetrated your neck." Xiao Jiao turned his head to look at Xiaoyin and comforted him. "It's okay, your brother Xiao is lucky, it won't be that easy to die." Turning her head and wiping her tears, Xiaoyin said to Uncle Wa, "Uncle Wa, come on, I leave it to you next." Uncle Wa nodded slightly and stepped forward. Xiaoyin had cut the clothes open, and Xiao Jiao's left shoulder was exposed. The bullet is broken inside, and the fragments need to be taken out. Uncle Wa used tweezers to pry open the wound on his shoulder, took a look and came to a conclusion, and said seriously, "There is no anesthetic, can you bear it?" Uncle Wa had joined a mercenary organization abroad before, and some basic gunshot wounds were not a problem for him. After all, many times, there were not so many opportunities to wait for a doctor. Xiao Jiao nodded. "Uncle Wa, you can do it." Xiaoyin walked to Xiao Jiao's right side, gently held his palm with her little hand, and said nothing. Xiaohu raised the flashlight and pointed it at the wound. Uncle Wa said to Xiaohu, "The candlelight is not enough." Everything was ready. Uncle Wa looked at Xiao Jiao, nodded, and then began to treat the wound. With several insertions of tweezers, Uncle Wa removed most of the fragments, but there was still a piece left inside, which was more difficult to remove. "Relax a little, bear it, it will hurt this time." Even though Uncle Wa was a veteran, he was not sure what to do next. The fragments were too scattered. He looked at Xiaoyin and said, "Give him something to bite." After hearing the order, Xiaoyin looked around the house and said anxiously, "There is nothing to bite." After that, Xiaoyin walked in front of Xiao Jiao, stretched out her white arm and said seriously, "Brother Xiao, bite my hand." Xiao Jiao stretched out his left hand to push her arm away, staring and said, "How can he bite you? If he wants to bite, there are mice, right?" "Ah?" Haozi, who was wiping his gun, was stunned for a moment, then put down the gun and walked over. "Okay, I risk it to save my life." Uncle Wa turned his head to look at the two of them, and said with a dark face, "Do you two have any common sense? He bites things to prevent his teeth from breaking. If he bites his hand, he won't be able to control the strength. Xiaoyan and Haozi were silent. Can I have some clean clothes? Seeing this, Chinyu took out the last piece of clothing from his bag. Fortunately, he took 2 pieces of clothing with him when he left the clothing store, and they came in handy every time. Okay. Uncle Wan nodded. Chinyu handed over the clothes, which was a t-shirt. Xiaoyan took the clothes and folded them briefly, and then Xiao Jiao took it and bit it with his teeth. 2 minutes later, Uncle Wa successfully took out the last fragment. At this time, Xiao Jiao's forehead was already bulging with veins, his teeth were biting the clothes tightly, and his right hand could not help but hold Xiaoyan's hand tightly. Taking out a bent needle, Uncle Wa prepared to sew the wound. Soon, the wound was treated. Uncle Wa nodded and said, the needle and bandage will only be used this time. We need to find some first aid tools in the future. Taking off the clothes that Xiao Jiao was biting, Xiaoyan used it to wipe Xiao Jiao's sweat, then thought of something, turned around and looked at Chinyu. I will return this clothes to you after I wash them, thank you. Chinyu shook his head. It doesn't matter whether I wash it or not, clothes are not very important, just have something to wear. Wait until we clean up the department store, and you can have whatever you want. Xiao Jiao paused for a moment, then looked at Chinyu and said softly, of course, the premise is that we have to deal with a group of people in Longshang. Who are they? Chinyu asked immediately. They. Xiao Jiao was about to speak when he was interrupted by Xiaoyan. You take a break first, I will talk to him. Xiao Jiao nodded. There is a building in this city, which has a lot of supplies and everything, but also a lot of zombies. After Xiaoyan sat down, she began to tell the story. They searched for other survivors in the city on a large scale, forcing them to attract zombies, so they pursued those who were still alive. Why don't you use sound to lure away the zombies? Are they very sensitive to sound? Chinyu was puzzled. There are many entrances and exits near that building, and there are many zombies. Xiaoyan explained, at the beginning, there were only many zombies in the building, and the area outside was fine. But that group of people tried to force their way in, but they failed several times. Every time they fired a gun, they would attract zombies from other streets. I think you rarely encountered zombies in the city these days, right? Xiaoyan looked at Chinyu and Li Yao. Chinyu nodded. We can't go on like this. Xiao Jiao, who was sitting on the side, pondered for a while and said, if we delay any longer, it will be a problem to deal with the zombies over there. What's more, we can't escape successfully every time. Yes. Haozi nodded and said, hack him, we can use zombies to consume their bullets. How to consume? The zombies won't listen to us. Xiaoyan said disappointedly. Everyone was silent. After all, it's impossible to use people to attract people, right? In that case, what's the difference between them and the group of people in Longshang? Xiaoyan looked at the burning candle and murmured. What kind of people? If I want to take revenge, I want to know more about them. Chinyu looked at the few people and asked. Then, Xiaoyan slowly began to talk. Half an hour later, Chinyu understood and knew why Dazhuang ran into them. It turned out that Dazhuang came to find him as soon as he disappeared. Thank you. Chinyu looked at the man gratefully. Brother Dazhuang, you saved me again. Dazhuang shook his head. This is what I should do. You helped me keep those things. How are Lenny and the others? Chinyu thought about it and asked. They went back with my younger sister. Dazhuang responded, don't worry, my younger sister will take good care of them. After saying that, Dazhuang hesitated to speak, as if he wanted to say something but didn't. What's wrong, brother Dazhuang? Chinyu saw that Dazhuang wanted to say something, so he asked, just say it directly, we are already friends who have risked our lives for each other. Chapter 81. Dazhuang pondered for a while, and said, maybe I have to wait for a while before I can go back. In exchange for helping me find you, I promised them to do me a favor. If you want to find your friend, I can't accompany you back for the time being. If I rely on myself, it may not be so easy to find you. Dazhuang said again. What favor? Chinyu asked. Brother Dazhuang agreed to join us temporarily. Xiao Jiao smiled and said, help us deal with the Longshang gang together. Is that so? Chinyu nodded. Li Yao, who was listening to the conversation, quietly pulled Chinyu with her hand and looked at him pleadingly. What's wrong? Chinyu lowered his head and moved closer to Li Yao. I want to join them and avenge Yuan Yuan. Li Yao said softly, you go back first, I may not be able to accompany you. Chinyu smiled bitterly and said softly, am I so cruel in your eyes that I will leave alone? Li Yao was stunned and did not speak. Chinyu whispered again, Yuan Yuan is also my friend. Without her, we can't leave the 4S store and can't get out of the emergency passage. What are you two whispering about? Xiaoyan looked at the two people in front of her whispering to each other, and she said weakly, "What can't we lifesavers here? By the way, I don't know your names yet. Introduce each other. After all, meeting is also a matter of fate." Xiao Jiao thought of something. "My name is Xiao Jiao. Jiao means long-lasting, and her name is Yin, so just call her Xiaoyin." Xiao Jiao turned his head to the girl next to him and began to introduce them. The one holding the gun is Chi Hao, usually called Haozi. Haozi raised his hand as a greeting. "This is Uncle Hua, the core of our team, a very powerful sniper." Xiao Jiao looked at Uncle Hua, who was sitting in the back, and introduced him. Looking at the plain-looking middle-aged man in the opposite corner, Chinyu smiled at them. "Hello, my name is Chinyu, the island of you, and her name is Li Yao. We are ready to join you and fight together. We won't leave yet," Chinyu said with a chuckle. "Besides, I know how to lure the zombies together." "Oh!" Xiao Jiao became interested. "What method? Tell me about it." "Do you have an alarm clock?" Chinyu said. "The kind that can set a timer will do." "Yes, but the alarm clock is not loud, so the effect should not be very good." Xiao Jiao thought for a while and continued. "It's not loud in an open area, but it's enough in a small space," Chinyu said. Xiao Jiao nodded, thinking. "We don't know how to use guns. Are there any weapons suitable for us?" Chinyu continued. "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to use them." Xiao Jiao looked at the two of them. "I can teach you. In this situation, if you don't know how to use guns, your ability to protect yourself will be greatly affected. It just so happens that my injury needs to be healed for a while, and it's not convenient for us to go out recently." Xiao Jiao turned around and tapped his chin at Uncle Hua, and continued, "The Longshan group must be staring at other sewer exits, waiting for us to get out. By the way, you didn't tell me just now, why are you so sure they can't get into the sewer?" Chinyu scratched his head. "Because the places that can be entered are all near our activity area, and from the ground, there will be a lot of zombies there." Xiao Jiao looked at Chinyu. "From the ground, they can't imagine that we will come out from there," Xiao Jiao said again. "The most dangerous place is also the safest place." Chinyu nodded, and he also agreed with this statement. "Okay." Xiao Jiao estimated the time and looked at the others. "Everyone, take a break. Wait a few more hours, and we leave when it gets dark." "Where are we going?" "Home." Xiaoyin blew out the candle, and the room fell into darkness again. "What time is it now?" Xiao Jiao leaned against the wall. Xiaoyin slept beside him for a while, then woke up and asked. After a long time without seeing Haozi's answer, Xiaoyin moved over and lit the candle. Li Yao looked at the watch Zhu Yuanyu and left for her, which was already on her hand. 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoyin nodded, then got up and woke up Haozi and Uncle Hua. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Xiao Jiao also woke up. "You can leave now." Chinyu Dazhuang came to the door and waited for it to open. Xiao Jiao shook his head. "Wait a moment. Let Haozi go and explore the way." Haozi came to the corner, moved a small cabinet, revealing a hole behind it, and then crawled in. After about a few dozen seconds, the door in front of Chinyu was knocked. "You can open the door now." Xiao Jiao also slowly got up. Xiaoyin quickly stepped forward to open the iron gate, then went back to support Xiao Jiao. "Let me do it, Sister Xiaoyin." Xiaohu walked over. "Just lead the way for everyone." Since the road ahead would be very narrow, it would be easy for two people to bump into each other if they walk side by side, so Xiaohu took the initiative to step forward and replace Xiaoyin. Everyone started to walk outside. No one spoke, only the intermittent sound of running water and the disgusting stench. After walking for about half an hour, several people stopped in front of a staircase. The space here had become much larger, and it was not a problem for several people to stand side by side. They walked up the stairs, opened the door, and left there quickly. Xiaoyin, who walked out first, breathed out urgently. The smell down there was really bad. She almost felt sick from holding her breath occasionally. Xiaoyin now felt that she had become much more smelly and felt inexplicably irritated, but thinking that Xiao Jiao was still injured, she took a deep breath, then walked back and supported Xiao Jiao with Xiaohu. After everyone came out, Haozi closed the door again. As soon as they left the door, they heard the screams of zombies from a close distance, which scared Li Yao so much that she moved closer to Chinyu. Li Yao now only dared to walk with Chinyu, and her hand was always holding the corner of Chinyu's clothes. Xiao Jiao, who heard the movement behind him, stopped and turned around and said, "Don't be afraid, take a closer look at them." Xiaoyin shone the flashlight over there. Li Yao, who was startled, took a closer look and found that there was a wire mesh here, and there was an iron chain around the zombie's neck, and even his hands were tied up. "All the zombies around here are like this." Xiao Yin continued to lead the way forward, explaining as he walked. These are all secretly done by Brother Xiao and Uncle Wu. They are restricted, and because of the existence of zombies here, other zombies will not easily approach here, but will only wander over there. Unless you look down from the sky above this city, you will not find that there is another door here, and there are zombies outside. Xiao Jiao also explained. After walking along the wire mesh for a while, several people stopped in front of a wall. Chapter 82. Since they have decided to fight back together, they don't need to blindfold themselves like before. Haozi and Uncle Wu walked forward, pushed the wall with both hands, and then exerted force. With a creak, the wall opened. They continued to walk down. When they reached the passage below, Chinyu was also slightly surprised. It was the first time he saw the lights on in such a long time. When they were about to enter the basement hall, Xiao Jiao stopped and said, Haozi, go in and get a coat from my bed. I wait for you here. Haozi was stunned. Why? It's just a few steps away. Just go in and put it on. Xiaoyin stood beside Xiao Jiao, shook her head and said, Brother Xiao doesn't want others to see him injured. Forget it, I go get it. After saying this, Xiaoyin ran inside. There are old people, children and women inside. Everyone will come to care about me when they see me injured. Xiao Jiao turned around and explained to Chinyu, Li Yao and Dazhuang, I don't want to scare everyone. Chinyu supported Li Yao and said with a smile, we understand. Soon, Xiaoyin came back with a gray plaid shirt and carefully put it on Xiao Jiao, and then they continued to walk in. Xiaoyin. Xiao Jiao led everyone back to his bed area and called Xiaoyin. Huh? Xiaoyin was about to take everyone's guns and put them away when she heard Xiao Jiao calling her. She turned around and asked, What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Xiao Jiao sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, and said softly, You arrange it and let that friend from Dazhuang, what's his name? Li Yao. Seeing the man on the bed pause, Li Yao whispered, Oh Li Yao, you can take her to live with you, so that she can take care of you. Xiao Jiao smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. Well, I was thinking about things on the way just now, so I forgot her name, sorry. Li Yao, who was sitting next to Chinyu, glanced at Xiao Jiao, then lowered her head and looked at the ground. It's okay. Seeing that Li Yao was in a bad mood at the moment, Xiaoyin held 2 guns in her left hand, then walked up to her and squatted beside her and said gently, You should be tired too, right? Come, I take you to rest. I have a lot of good things there. I introduced them to you one by one. Then she grabbed Li Yao's arm with her right hand and pulled her up, but Li Yao didn't move. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Chinyu. Haha, go ahead. Seeing this, Chinyu smiled lightly. If I really want to leave, I will definitely call you. Li Yao looked into Chinyu's eyes. I'm not afraid that you will leave me. I'm worried that all this is a dream after I wake up. Yes, not only Li Yao felt unreal, but even Dazhuang felt like he was dreaming when he first came in. The basement here is lights hanging above the head, and a light bulb is on every distance. The entire large area, except for those places where there are no people, is lit. Li Yao didn't hear the sound of the generator. She looked at other children playing and laughing. She began to feel that it was still before the end of the world. Everything was the same as usual. There were no zombies, no power outages, Cheng Feng was not dead, and Yuan Yuan was still dating outside. Chinyu looked at Li Yao's face at this time. She was haggard, her clothes were torn, and her eyes were red and swollen. This scene moved everyone present. Others didn't know what Li Yao had experienced, but Chinyu knew. After all, Zhu Yuanyuan had just told him that her childhood friend was killed, and then her good friend was also sacrificed. Under the double blow, it was not easy for her to not collapse mentally. Chinyu stood up, walked a step to Li Yao, and stretched out his arm. Pinch me. If it hurts, then this is not a dream. Li Yao raised her hand and pinched her other arm with 2 fingers. Then she looked at Chinyu and finally moved the corner of her mouth. It hurts a little. Go and have a rest. Chinyu used his hand to tidy up Li Yao's hair, and then said to Xiaoyin, Thank you for taking care of me, Sister Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin nodded slightly, and then left with Li Yao. After the 2 girls walked away, Haozi couldn't help but said, Our names are a bit confusing. Brother Xiao is older than me, so Xiaoyin and I both call him brother, but I'm younger than you, so why does Xiaoyin always call me uncle? He looked at Xiao Jiao with a depressed look on his face. Xiao Jiao, who was lying on the bed, chuckled, Maybe you look older. Where's the razor? It must be because I didn't shave cleanly. Haozi slapped his thigh, got up and walked directly to his bed. What's wrong with her? After making a joke to ease the atmosphere, Xiao Jiao looked at Chinyu and asked, She and her classmates had been hiding in the dormitory. Her childhood friend was indirectly killed by someone. When we were about to leave, we were chased by that group of people and forced into the underground parking lot. Chinyu sat down again and began to talk. I was forced to enter the emergency passage. I didn't pay attention to whether there were zombies inside. After entering, they accidentally alarmed 2 zombies. I tried my best and only saved 1 person. Chinyu said in a low voice. The entrance door was locked with wire by the group behind us. Her friend was also bitten in the back. In the end, she used her body to hold back the remaining 3 zombies, so we could run to the exit. How many zombies were there in that passage? Xiaojiu then remembered something and sat up straight and asked. There were 4 in total. 1 was killed. There was 1 under the entrance, and there were 2 more at the exit. Chinyu looked at Xiaojiu. It's not your fault. De Zhuang came over and sat down next to Chinyu, putting his hand on his shoulder. You have tried your best. You are not a god and can't save everyone. I'm too weak. Chinyu was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. No. De Zhuang shook his head seriously. The weak ones should be those who saw the zombies coming and directly abandoned their teammates to escape, and even used the lives of their teammates to survive. Brother De Zhuang is right. Xiaojiu sat on the bed, took out a pistol with his left hand, and placed it on the bed and said, those who persecute teammates to escape in times of crisis and dare not go forward to see zombies, and can only shout are weak, and you still have a lot of room for growth, such as guns, you should learn. Sitting at the end of Xiaojiu's bed, Uncle Hua, who was wiping his gun carefully with a cloth, said without raising his head, I can help you teach them. Xiaojiu owed Uncle Hua a favor. He was injured at the moment, and it was not convenient for him to teach everyone, not to mention that he needed to rest and recuperate, so Uncle Hua spoke. Although he was not good at dealing with people, and was usually a dull person, whether it was Xiaojiu, Haozi, Xiaoyin, Xiaohu, or even everyone in this base. No one had ever doubted how powerful this dark-faced, usually taciturn middle-aged man would be once he got serious. Chapter 83. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Xiaojiu turned his head and looked at Uncle Hua, saying gratefully, if one more person learns to use a gun, it will be easier for them to defeat Longshan's group. Although the difference in numbers is very obvious, there is still an uncertain factor, that is, zombies. Whoever can first think of using zombies to consume ammunition will easily gain the right to speak first. At the same time, Longshan is in the light, and Xiaojiu and his group are in the dark. There is no need for you and me to say more. Uncle Hua continued to wipe the sniper rifle carefully. Although this gun was not his own, Uncle Hua still cherished it very much. I feel relieved when Uncle Hua helps. What Xiaojiu had been thinking about finally came to fruition. He was trying to figure out how to get Uncle Hua to agree to help him. After all, in Xiaojiu's opinion, Uncle Hua's marksmanship and close combat against zombies were very powerful. Xiaoyin came back and whispered, Xiaoyao has fallen asleep. Chinyu nodded. Haozi shaved his beard and came back with a bottle of beer. When Xiaoyin came over just now, she heard Uncle Hua talking. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Xiao, you haven't told us how you met Uncle Hua yet. Can you tell us? She came over and sat next to Xiaojiu. Yes, Uncle Hua's shooting is so accurate, he must have been a soldier before. You just said he was a mercenary before, but we can't figure it out with just these 3 words. Haozi brought a bench and sat next to Uncle Hua. Xiaojiu looked at Uncle Hua, and Uncle Hua nodded. Tell me, it's not a secret. Then, Xiaojiu began to talk about the first time he and Uncle Hua met. A few years before the zombie outbreak, Xiaojiu and Uncle Hua knew each other. At that time, he went abroad to travel and passed a small town. It happened to be a war. At that time, a group of terrorists attacked there. Xiaojiu followed the tour group and hid all the way. Finally, he hid in a cave. Someone contacted the rescue team with a satellite phone, but the war was raging outside, and they couldn't get in. Xiaojiu and his group were forced to stay in the cave. Fortunately, there was a river at the door. They hid in the cave, and often saw big fish jumping out of the water. The food became less and less. Although there was spring water in the cave, there was no food, and drinking water alone was not enough. Everyone drooled at the fish. But they were troubled by the lack of tools. Although people went down to the river every day to try to catch fish, they never succeeded. When he was about to starve to death, Xiaojiu saw a red-haired woman picking out a thorn on her foot with a pin. When she ran away, she lost her shoes and accidentally stepped on wood chips. Seeing the needle in the woman's hand, Xiaojiu's eyes lit up and found hope. Then he collected the pins carried by several women, a total of 6. With the pins, there was a lack of fire. Fortunately, the tourists were all from the same country this time, so there was no difficulty in language communication. Who has a lighter? Xiaojiu asked. These days they have been eating food that doesn't require fire, and a group of people hiding in the cave don't need to keep warm. But now Xiaojiu has to make tools, so he must use fire. He shouted to everyone in a deep voice. We don't know when the rescue outside will come in. There is a war going on over there. If you want to survive, quickly put all your things out and see if there is anything useful. Soon, everyone heard what Xiaojiu said and moved, and walked forward to put out their things. Perfume, lipstick, socks, nail clippers, various mobile phones, keychains, wallets, etc. Suddenly Xiaojiu saw something. He walked up quickly, picked up a game console, and then took out the battery. There was a middle-aged couple in the crowd. The woman was leaning on the man with disheveled hair. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and said in a panic, "Can't we make fire by rubbing two sticks together? I saw on TV that it was easy for those people to make fire." Xiaojiu put the battery in his pocket, and then continued to look for things in the pile on the ground with his head down. He said, as he searched, "Not all wood can be used to make fire by rubbing two sticks together, and very dry things are needed as tinder to ignite it. What's more, it's been drizzling outside these days, so there's basically no dry tinder." After searching for a while, Xiaojiu stood up depressed because he didn't find the target item. Suddenly, Xiaojiu saw a young girl hiding behind the crowd, wearing sunglasses, and her right hand was slowly reaching into her arms. Looking at the nervous look of the girl, Xiaojiu's intuition told him that she must be hiding something. It has come to this point, and she is still hiding something. Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel inexplicably irritated. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the girl's arm, and asked, "Everyone has taken out all the food to share these days. Why are you still hiding something?" Xiaojiu had the most stuff. In order to save everyone's life, he took out all the food without hesitation. But now, after everyone had been hungry for 2 days, someone was still hiding food, which made Xiaojiu very angry. Then Xiaojiu lifted the girl's hand with force, and immediately saw what was in her hand. She was holding half a piece of chewing gum. The girl was held by Xiaojiu's arm, and she looked at everyone looking at her. Everyone's eyes were full of blame and confusion. The next second, the girl felt her nose sore and couldn't help crying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I have mild hypoglycemia, and chewing gum can relieve my symptoms. I really can't hold on any longer. Woo woo. She didn't want this to happen, but there was no way. After having hypoglycemia, she felt really bad, so after handing over the other food, she secretly kept the 3 pieces of chewing gum. Seeing the girl burying her head between her legs and crying loudly, everyone felt bad, not to mention Xiaojiu, who was holding the girl's arm at this time. Gently put the girl's hand down, and the girl's hand loosened, and the chewing gum fell to the ground. She kept crying with her hands on her head, and she couldn't stop crying. At this time, she finally couldn't hold on. Xiaojiu picked up the chewing gum and took a look. The girl kept it very well, wrapped it in tin foil, so it was not stained with dust. He peeled the chewing gum and put it in the girl's hand. Xiaojiu squatted down and whispered, "There will be food soon. Hold on for a while, I will definitely take you out of here alive." The girl's sobbing stopped for a moment, and her shaking shoulders also stopped. Then Xiaojiu walked away, and came to the place where he had placed the things just now. He found some relatively dry wood in the surrounding area, not a lot, but enough. Then he cut the socks with a nail clipper, and then took out the battery and chewing gum foil, looking at the pile of wood in front of him, and then he picked up the tin foil. Chapter 84. Fold the tin foil into a long strip, and then Xiaojiu pressed it on the positive and negative poles of the battery to prevent burns. Xiaojiu used 2 wooden sticks instead of fingers to press it. Soon, flames appeared in the middle of the tin foil. This scene shocked everyone in the cave. "This works?" A man lying on the ground with no strength suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Fuck, brother, you are really a strange man." A fat man who was almost fainted from hunger also stood up in surprise. He quickly took the broken socks to start the fire. As a foul smell came, Xiaojiu's smile became more and more. He shouted, "Quick! Everyone, find dry wood in the cave. Half dry and half wet will do." Hearing Xiaojiu's words, everyone in the cave moved. Even the young girl, who was crying just now, wiped her tears, put on her sunglasses, and got busy in the cave with everyone. Xiaojiu took the wooden stick next to him, and threw it into the small fire carefully. He was worried because this place was close to the cave entrance, so he picked up a few stones, walked a few steps inside, leaned against the stone wall in the cave, and surrounded a circle with stones. Then he carefully moved the fire inside. Soon, everyone came over with a few pieces of wood and piled them next to the fire. The man with gold-rimmed glasses asked in confusion, "Brother, we have eaten all the food. Although it will be cold in the middle of the night, there is no need to make a fire so quickly, right?" "No, no, no." Seeing the flame gradually stabilize, Xiaojiu stood up and said with a smile, "The food is not eaten up yet, there is still plenty there." He pointed to the river at the entrance of the cave. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and then the fat man looked embarrassed and said depressedly, "Brother, I'm not saying bad things. I've been to the river at least 10 times these days, let alone catching fish. I can't even catch a frog." "You don't have the tools. It's normal that you can't catch anything." Xiaojiu answered him while looking around. His eyes lit up. Xiaojiu walked back to pick up the nail clippers and keychain and walked back, saying excitedly, "When I was a child, my family was poor and I often couldn't afford meat. Every weekend after school, I would go home with a few friends to go fishing in the river. We couldn't afford fish hooks and fishing nets, so we took embroidery needles from home, burned the needles red, and then bent them with stones, and the simple fish hooks were ready." There were 17 people trapped in the cave. Xiaojiu's tour group consisted of 10 people. 3 of them were hit by stray bullets while escaping. The other 10 people all fled together. Those who came out with their families included CEOs of large factories, white, rich and beautiful women with prominent family backgrounds, and the first generation of rich people who made their fortunes from scratch. Their goal was to travel, but the way each person traveled was very different. Some took first-class seats, while others, like Xiaojiu, saved up their wages for several months and came out to see the world. But they didn't expect that these people encountered war, and were forced to gather together, trapped in the cave, and dared not go out. In the end, it was Xiaojiu, the poorest young man, who brought them hope of survival. "This pin should be enough." Xiaojiu put the pin next to the fire, waited for it to burn red, and then said to others, "Women, take off the clothes they can't wear, collect the threads, twist 3 threads together, and make fishing lines. Men, take sticks and go to those dark and damp places to dig the soil and collect earthworms. Be careful not to be bitten by snakes." When Xiaojiu finished this sentence, no one in the cave moved. A woman in her 40s grabbed the clothes on her legs and said, "My clothes cost more than 8,000 yuan each. I will tear them apart and use them as fishing lines for you? What nonsense are you talking about? You can tear them apart if you want. I won't do it anyway." Then she grabbed her clothes and stuffed them into her backpack. Others did the same. Only a few girls listened to Xiaojiu's words, picked up the gravel on the ground, and started to cut their clothes. But the gravel was not sharp. Xiaojiu had just thrown all the pins into the fire, so he had no tools to use. Soon, they chose to bite with their teeth. Some people took off their precious earrings, rubbed them on the stones, and continued to pick the threads on their clothes. They were starving, and when they heard that there was a chance to make fish hooks and fishing lines, they took action. The young girl who had just started crying was also seriously removing the threads of her coat. Seeing this scene, Xiaojiu didn't say anything more. This group of people would not give up until they saw Wang He, so he was too lazy to say anything more. He used a wooden stick to pick out the pins from the fire, and then used 2 branches as chopsticks to clamp the red-hot pin in the gap of the nail clippers, placed it on a large stone, and then pressed the pin with a key, and bent it upwards with the nail clippers. Soon, the pin became a curved shape. Xiaojiu lifted it up and took a look. The pin in his hand had become a J shape. He continued to bend it to make the fish hook more curved, and then threw it into the small puddle next to it to let the fish hook cool down quickly. According to this method, Xiaojiu made all 6 pins into fish hooks, but one of them was burned for too long, so it failed. A girl with short hair and tired eyes came over, holding a few threads in her hand. According to Xiaojiu, 3 threads were twisted together. The girl walked in front of Xiaojiu, squatted down, put the thread in her hand in his hand, and said softly, "My clothes are newly bought from a luxury store, 12,000 yuan each, and I have unpacked 2 pieces. I hope you didn't lie to us, and can really find food." Xiaojiu took the line and his eyes fixed. He answered firmly, "Don't worry." The girl nodded and walked back. In order to catch the fish, Xiaojiu thought for a while, and he still needed a tool. Picking up a basketball-sized stone from the ground, Xiaojiu lifted it above his head and smashed it against the wall. Bang! There was a loud noise after the collision. Someone in the cave shouted, "Are you crazy? Such a loud noise. What if we attract those robbers?" As soon as the voice fell, several girls in the cave also hugged each other, shaking with fear. "Don't worry. It's thundering outside, and it's too far away here, so they can't hear it. Xiaojiao looked at the girls and comforted them. They were the ones who made the fishing line for Xiaojiao just now. The fat man walked out of the cave, stood outside for a while, then turned around and said, "It's really thundering over there. He didn't lie to us." After saying this, the fat man picked up a stone on the ground and said to Xiaojiao, "Brother, I'm afraid of insects and dare not dig earthworms. I help you break the stone." Chapter 85. Okay, listen carefully. If there's thunder over there, just throw rocks. Xiaojiao nodded, picked up the stick and walked towards a dark area in the cave, ready to dig some earthworms. As soon as he walked in, he heard footsteps behind him. Xiaojiao turned around and saw that it was the girl who hid the chewing gum just now. Seeing Xiaojiao staring at her, the girl was a little nervous. She held the stick in front of her with both hands and said weakly, I want to help you." As if he saw the girl's worry, Xiaojiao smiled lightly. Hee, no need, you stay here. I give you one when I catch a fish later." Okay. Hearing Xiaojiao's words, the girl turned around and walked back, putting the stick aside. She picked up a few stones and threw them into the cave. It was very dark there, and the wood would be used for burning later, so Xiaojiao didn't bring a torch in. Xiaojiao turned his head and saw the girl staring at him again. His peeping was discovered, and the girl quickly turned her head back. Xiaojiao whispered, "This is called stirring up trouble." After walking in, it had become much darker and humid. Xiaojiao came to the back of a big rock, where there was a pile of weeds. He used a stick to clear the weeds, then squatted down, picked up the stick and started digging. A few minutes later, Xiaojiao came out holding her hand. The girl looked at him, and Xiaojiao nodded slightly. When they reached the fire, the fat man had already smashed the stone into pieces, which were scattered on the ground. Seeing Xiaojiao coming out, the fat man stood up and asked, "Brother, did you dig anything?" No matter how afraid of insects the fat man was, he knew one thing, that is, earthworms can be used for fishing. Xiaojiao walked in front of the fat man, and then spread his palms, and suddenly more than a dozen fat and flexible earthworms swayed in his hands. Seeing this scene, the fat man jumped 3 times in fear and quickly retreated a few meters away. His face was pale. Brother, it's good that you dug it up. You really don't need to show it to me." Picking up a discarded food packaging bag, Xiaojiao threw the earthworm into it and put it aside. Coming to the gravel, he squatted down and searched for a while, found a piece of stone with a sharp edge, then stood up and walked out of the cave. Xiaojiao walked towards the mountain next to him, and soon he found a small tree. It was about 3 meters high, as thick as 3 fingers put together, and the trunk was also very smooth. He went forward and bent it, and Xiaojiao chose this tree. He squatted down and hit the tree trunk below with a stone, which was soon smashed beyond recognition. Then Xiaojiao jumped up from the spot, grabbed the top of the tree trunk, and pressed down hard. With a snap, the gap below the tree trunk broke directly. Then he continued to hit the top with a stone, and then broke it with his feet. A fresh tree was made into a stick, about 2 meters long. Back in the cave, Xiaojiao threw the stick into the fire and let it burn the front part. The girls had already walked to the front. After all, they were the only ones in the group who helped Xiaojiao. The short-haired girl just now asked in confusion, "Aren't there sticks here? Why did you bother to cut one?" The fire was almost burned out. Xiaojiao took out the sticks, rubbed them on the stone, and said softly, "Those are dry, easy to break, and they are short and not easy to use." "Use? What for?" a girl with ponytail hair asked. She and the short-haired girl were good friends. "Fishing." Xiaojiao sharpened the sticks very quickly. He stood up, picked up everything and walked out. "Keep the fire, don't let it go out." The girls next to him nodded at the same time. "Brother, I'm convinced." The frightened fat man was not angry, but gave Xiaojiao a thumbs up. "You are really awesome." Xiaojiao laughed, did not answer, and continued to walk out. After all, he was a little hungry. He walked out of the cave, holding the branches all the way down, and a few minutes later, Xiaojiao came to a river. He broke off a few leaves and put them in his pocket, and continued to walk forward. He came to a relatively open river, where the water was deeper. Xiaojiao squatted down, tied the fishing line to the hook, and then passed the leaves through the fishing line. He estimated how deep the water was, and continued to pass the fishing line through the hole of the leaves, and tied the leaves to a position on the fishing line. Then he took out the earthworm and hung it up. Since the pin has its own weight, there is no need for lead. He threw it into the river, tied the fishing line to the branch next to him, and then continued to walk to other rivers. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, He finally threw all the hooks down, and now he just waited for the fish to bite. Just as he was about to sit on the stone to rest, Xiaojiu's eyes condensed, and he saw a pair of legs on the river bank below. He stood up and looked around. This place is far away from the cave entrance. Even if those people came down to catch fish, they would not come here. Xiaojiu was a little confused. Is this one of the people in the cave? Was he accidentally washed away while catching fish? Xiaojiu had never carefully counted how many people were in the cave every day. After all, everyone was struggling to protect themselves and were too hungry to have any strength. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but now that he saw it, Xiaojiu still walked towards the legs. That person is Uncle Wa, right? Haozi sat on a small stool, supporting his chin with both hands and spoke. Yeah. Uncle Wa, who had already cleaned his gun, sat next to Haozi and replied. I went there to perform a mission to protect a boss in that town. When I was covering his retreat, I was chased by the terrorists. Later I found out that their target was the boss I was protecting. Uncle Wa rubbed his leg with his hand. A bullet hit his calf at that time. How much money did the boss give you for protecting him? Xiaoyin turned around and looked at Uncle Wa. $2 million. Uncle Wa replied in a deep voice. Wow! Xiaoyin said in surprise. I can't tell, Uncle Wa, you must be very rich, right? Xiaojiu, who was leaning against the head of the bed, smiled and said, Haha, what's the use of money now? You can't buy anything, there are zombies everywhere. Medicines and bullets are the hard currency. Xiao is right. Uncle Wa was talking a lot today. He continued, now, the money is not available. At that time, the money was not available. Many times, there was money to be made, but there was no life to spend it. If Xiao hadn't gone there to put the fish hook, I would have died there. Then where's the boss you are protecting? Brother Xiao, why did you only see you? Xiaoyin asked in confusion. Dead. Uncle Wa said 2 words concisely. That group of terrorists, there were about 300 people, and our team had a total of 10. 8 teammates sacrificed their lives to leave the town with the target they were protecting. Uncle Wa said in a deep voice. He lost all his teammates in that mission. Thinking about it now, he still regretted it. If he hadn't taken on this mission at that time. Chapter 86. If I hadn't accepted that mission at that time, it would have been better. Uncle Wa was silent for a while, then spoke. You can't think like that. After listening for a long time, Chinyu finally spoke. Even if you were allowed to go back to the past, according to your state of mind at that time, you would probably still make the same decision. Chinyu is right. Xiaojiu said. It doesn't make much sense to think about what has already happened. What happened next? How did you leave there? Xiaoyin sat next to Xiaojiu and asked impatiently. Several people continued to listen to Xiaojiu's story. At that time, Xiaojiu walked over and found that it was a strange man, about 30 years old, wearing a camouflage uniform on his upper body, and a wireless headset hanging on his ear, but it was soaked in water and the wire was broken. When he came to the man, Xiaojiu looked carefully and confirmed that there was no such person in the cave. At this time, half of the man's face was soaked in water, and his body was slightly shaken by the river water. If Xiaojiu didn't care, then if it rained again, the man would definitely be washed away. After a long silence, Xiaojiu walked forward and dragged the man up. He turned the man over and saw that he was shot in the abdomen and left calf, and there was a Glock pistol on his waist. Xiaojiu took the pistol off the man, removed the magazine and took a look. There were 2 bullets left. He pulled the bolt, and found that there was another bullet loaded. Putting the pistol of the man in front of him on his waist behind his back, Xiaojiu continued to drag the man up for a distance, and then prepared to leave. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a surgeon in the cave. As soon as he turned around and took a step, the man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed Xiaojiu's ankle and pulled it down. At the same time, the man quickly pressed Xiaojiu up, then pressed Xiaojiu's neck with his left hand, and touched his waist with his right hand, but there was nothing there. Xiaojiu's reaction was also very fast. After being pulled by the man, he quickly turned his upper body, and took out the pistol with his right hand. When the man pressed him with his left hand, Xiaojiu also raised the pistol, and aimed at the temple of the man in front of him. After a careful look, the man in front of him had fierce eyes and pale lips. Although his left hand pressed his body tightly, it was trembling intermittently. Xiaojiu understood that this was caused by the gunshot wound on the man's body. He was already seriously lacking in physical strength. Xiaojiu raised his gun with his right hand and aimed at the man. He opened his mouth and said in broken English, I dragged you out of the river, but you want to kill me? I sent you to see God. Xiao thought this was one of the terrorists. Without much hesitation, he was ready to pull the trigger. Don't shoot. Hearing the unfamiliar foreign language of the man in front of him, the injured man immediately reacted. This was a person from the same country as him, and he hurriedly said. Fortunately, he spoke in time. Xiao stopped his finger and asked in confusion, Are you not one of the terrorists? Then he pushed the man away with his left hand and stood up. The man lay flat on the wet ground, panting. No, I fell into the river because they were chasing me. Xiao pondered for a while, then said, We have a camp, and we have been hiding there. We can take you there, but for the safety of others, I will keep your gun for the time being. He took out the Glock pistol and shook it. Saving the man was just a side job, and Xiao took a fancy to his pistol. Agree or disagree? Xiao asked again. The man looked up at him, then nodded. What's your name? Xiao walked up to help the man up. The man was silent and did not answer. If you don't want to tell me your name, how can I dare to take you to the camp? Xiao stopped. Why? The man whispered. Okay. Xiao continued to help the man walk forward. When they reached a river bank, Xiao put the man down, turned around and said, Wait for me here, I collect the fish and go back to call people. Hearing that there was a fish, Yi's stomach growled. Xiao laughed but didn't say anything. After all, everyone was hungry. As soon as he walked to the place where the fish hook was placed, he saw a branch that was bending and shaking vigorously. Xiao was overjoyed and ran up quickly. He grabbed the branch, and then gently dragged the fishing line. Xiao didn't dare to use too much force for fear that the line would break. After sliding for about a minute, a long black object soon surfaced. Fuck! Such a big catfish? Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He thought he could only catch some small fish, but he didn't expect to catch a catfish more than half a meter long. But the next second Xiao figured it out. This place is sparsely populated and very remote. No one has come here for several years, so basically no one catches fish here, so it's easy to catch. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao grabbed the fishing line with his left hand, picked up the wooden stick with his right hand, gently pulled the fish over, then aimed at the fish's belly and stabbed it with his right hand. With a sizzle, Xiao saw the river surface dyed red, and immediately picked up the wooden stick with a smile on his face, and brought the fish up. After taking the catfish and throwing it on the grass beside, Xiao continued to look at other fish hooks. He was very lucky, and each fish hook had a fish. The longest one was the catfish that Xiao had just inserted. The others were 2 grass carps weighing almost 2 kilograms, and the remaining 2 were crucian carps the size of a palm. These fish have one thing in common, that is, they were all pierced with a hole by him using the wooden stick. There was no way. Xiao didn't dare to gamble whether the fishing line and fish hook could hold up. After all, it was impossible to use it only this time, right? After rehanging the earthworm on the hook and continuing to throw it, Xiao returned to the man with the fish. Seeing Xiao coming over with 5 fish, the weak man lying on the ground brightened up, quickly got up and grabbed a small crucian carp, opened his mouth and bit it, and then began to chew. Hey, wait a minute. Xiao was caught off guard by the man who snatched a small fish, and saw him eat it raw, which frightened him a lot. He quickly stopped him and said, You are so seriously injured, aren't you afraid of getting infected with bacteria by eating fish raw? Then he snatched the fish from the man's hand. Seeing the man's hungry look, Xiao also felt the same, so he didn't blame him. He whispered, Let's roast it over the fire later, just bear with it. Pulling a few weeds from the ground, Xiao used the weeds to pass through the fish gills, strung the 2 fish together, and the catfish alone, holding the fish in his left hand, holding the man with his right hand, and continued to walk towards the cave, letting the man use the wooden stick as a crutch. When he reached the foot of the cave, Xiao did not go up directly, but put the fish in the weeds on the side, covered it with grass, and then climbed up with his hands and feet, ready to ask people to come down to help the injured man, because he couldn't climb up here alone. Chapter 87. Xiao was worried that if he went up and came down with the fish, the people inside would probably rush over and eat all the fish raw. So he temporarily left the fish down there. Before leaving, he said to Yi, It's not that I won't give you these fish, but you can't eat them raw. Don't touch them, or else don't blame me for being heartless. Yi, who was lying on the ground, nodded and said nothing. Soon Xiao climbed up. When he appeared in front of everyone, someone in the cave sneered, That's it? Why are your hands empty? Why don't you pay for the clothes? It was the woman in her 40s, who was reluctant to part with her own clothes, who spoke up. Then, a girl responded loudly, We tore our own clothes. It's none of your business whether we pay or not. You are almost 50 years old and still talk so childishly. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Someone was still making sarcastic remarks, so she stood up and cursed back. Yes, why do you care about our own clothes? That's right. Several girls' voices of dissatisfaction came out. You? This woman couldn't stand being told that she was old. She stood up angrily the next second, pointed at the girl who spoke to her first, and gritted her teeth. What do you mean? Have you starved your brain? A girl with a ponytail shouted loudly. Hearing the girl laugh at her again, the woman in her 40s couldn't help it anymore. She picked up her backpack and threw it at the girl. However, she had been hungry for a few days, and had no strength, so she threw it sideways. Seeing this, the woman was not convinced, and she bent down and picked up a stone from the ground and prepared to throw it. Seeing this, the ponytail girl also did not admit defeat, and bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. Just as she was about to throw it, a shout came. Enough! Xiao Jiao shouted with a gloomy face. If you have the energy to quarrel, you might as well think about how to catch fish. A voice came from the cave. How to think of a way, standing there empty-handed like you. Xiao Jiao glanced around, but didn't see who was talking. He snorted coldly. When there was food before, these people flattered him in a nice way. After he handed over all the food, those people no longer took the initiative to say good things. When the food was gone, these people simply ignored his orders, and just lay there to sleep every day. Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice, "A man, come down with me and bring a big rock up to prevent the fire from being blown out by the wind." As soon as this was said, most people in the cave lowered their heads and said nothing. After all, they didn't need to warm themselves by the fire. Instead, the fat man said excitedly, "Brother, I will go with you. Although you didn't catch any fish, I believe you will catch it sooner or later, I believe you." The man with gold-rimmed glasses sat in the corner. His wife pushed him with her hand and said softly, "Let's go too. I see he makes fish hooks and fishing lines in a very professional way. He should catch fish sooner or later." The man lowered his head, kissed his wife on the cheek, and said gently, "You rest here, I go." Then he stood up and raised his hand. "I go too." Xiao Jiao nodded, turned around and walked downstairs, and the fat man and the man with glasses followed. When they came to the grass below, they were stunned. "Is the stone this?" Xiao Jiao hummed, then said to the man with gold-rimmed glasses, "You seem to have said before that you were a surgeon, right? Please take a look at him and see if the injury is serious." The man with glasses nodded, walked forward and squatted to check. "This is a gunshot wound. One in the abdomen, and another in the calf. You are lucky to be alive." The man with glasses exclaimed, and then suddenly realized, so that's it, the bullet went through both wounds, and there was no bullet left in the abdomen. No wonder the wound infected so slowly. Then he stood up and said to Xiao Jiao, "It's not serious, but I'm not sure if I can save him. After all, there are no tools or medicines." Xiao Jiao nodded. "Well, just do your best. You two help him climb up, and I get the fish." "Brother, did you catch the fish?" The fat man's eyes lit up, and he looked at him and asked. The man with glasses was also surprised and said, "Didn't you just say that you didn't catch the fish?" Xiao Jiao smiled. "If I don't say that, how can I tell who is sincere and who is fake? After all, there are more people than fish, not enough to share." Then Xiao Jiao walked a few steps, picked up the big fish from the bushes nearby and walked back. Seeing this, the fat man and the man with glasses immediately helped Wai up and climbed up. Gently. Wai, who was already drowsy, was pulled by the two and his wound was pulled directly. He was in pain and spoke quickly. Sorry, we were too excited." "Sorry," the fat man said guiltily, and then moved a little lighter. A few minutes later, several people returned to the cave. Seeing the fat man and the man with glasses bringing back a patient, the woman in her 40s in the cave came out again to make a presence. "I say, little fat man, we have no food to eat, and you two brought a burden back from outside. What's wrong? Do you want to cut your flesh to save him?" If the dead old witch can't talk, just sew her mouth shut. She is already in her 40s. The fat man was not a good person, and he cursed back in a sarcastic tone. The woman was about to curse back, but suddenly saw what Xiao Jiao was holding in his hand, and she opened her mouth wide and froze in place. Almost everyone in the cave stood up, staring at Xiao Jiao with fiery eyes. The people in front could no longer hold back, and walked slowly forward. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao was too lazy to say more, threw down the stick with his right hand, took out a pistol from his back, and said to the people opposite, "Let's see who dares to move. You can survive for 2 days if you are hungry. If you rush up now, I don't mind giving you a ride." Seeing Xiao Jiao holding a pistol, the people did not dare to move and stayed where they were. But soon, one of the men with pointed chins and monkey faces shouted, "Don't be afraid, I have observed him these days, he doesn't have a gun, the thing in his hand might just be a toy he picked up from the river. Come with me, we can't let him take it all by himself." Being fooled, except for the girls who were hugging a group, everyone else in the cave moved, their eyes began to change, and their steps gradually moved forward. Someone quietly picked up a stone from under his feet, and someone else picked up a stick from the side. Seeing the expressions of those people, the fat man and the man with glasses got anxious. "What are you doing?" "Xiao Xian, hide well, don't come over." The man with glasses shouted to his wife, and his wife stayed where she was without moving after hearing him. Bang! The deafening gunshots seemed to be amplified in the cave, and some people were frightened and stood there, and the things in their hands fell to the ground. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, who started to incite, was now bending over and covering his calf and howling on the ground. Xiao Jiao held a gun with a cold face, and still said, "Let's see who dares to move." Chapter 88. After firing a shot, everyone else in the cave was shocked. They didn't expect that Xiao Jiao had a real gun in his hand, and he actually fired a shot. Seeing the others standing there in a daze with panic on their faces, Xiao Jiao understood that his purpose of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys had been achieved. Work together, and everyone can survive. Xiao Jiao looked at the others and said coldly, "You stay still all day and want to eat ready-made food. Give up this idea as soon as possible. Those who want to come up and rob can try. I still have 13 bullets left, which is enough to kill you guys." Hua Yi, who was supported by the fat man and the man with glasses, looked up when he heard this, but did not say anything. Hua Yi knew exactly how many bullets were left in the pistol. Now, those who need to dig earthworms should dig, and those who need to pick up wood should pick up. I don't want to say it again. Xiao Jiao put the gun back to his waist and continued. This time, everyone else moved and stopped dawdling. "Come here, a few of you," Xiao Jiao said to the girls. "Go outside and break off a few branches. They don't need to be too thick. Half the thickness of your little finger will do. The other two, use the food bags on the ground to get some mountain spring water. We eat fish later." Xiao Jiao said a few words in a row. Several girls smiled and answered in unison, "Okay." The others picked up a pile of wood and put it next to the fire, standing there at a loss without moving. "Go aside first, I call you later." Xiao Jiao nodded. "Put the earthworms in the bag, dig some soil and put it in." After giving the instructions, Xiao Jiao came to the fire, sat cross-legged, and began to use nail clippers to process the fish. After working for more than half an hour, Xiao Jiao cut some fish into pieces the size of 2 fingers wide and the length of his palm, and strung them on some branches. Several girls squatted beside the fire and roasted them carefully, with several skewers in their hands. "Be careful," Xiao Jiao carefully instructed while cutting the fish. "It is important to roast it well, but it should not be too burnt, otherwise it will waste food." Several girls nodded and concentrated on controlling the fish in their hands. A short-haired girl swallowed unconsciously when she smelled the fragrance. Soon, Xiao Jiao walked forward to check and found that everything was almost ready. The girls put all the food on the stone in front of Xiao Jiao, which had just been washed clean by water, and then grilled the next skewer. "It's ready, no need to grill it yet." Xiao Jiao counted the fish in front of him, and then said to them, "Come here." Several girls came over, put some of the remaining fish on the leaves, and stood in front of Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao picked up the fish and gave each girl 2 skewers. "You made the fishing line, this is what you deserve." The girls took the fish, walked to the side and squatted, slowly pinching it with their hands and eating it. They also wanted to eat it quickly, but there was no way. First, it was very hot, and second, there were fish bones. If it got stuck in the throat, there was really nothing to do in this wilderness. Then, Xiao Jiao continued to pick up 2 skewers of fish and walk towards the crowd. "You two only provided the pins, but I made the tools, so 1 skewer each, is that okay?" The 2 women nodded, staring at the fish in Xiao Jiao's hand with fiery eyes. "We understand. You started the fire. 1 skewer is enough." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao handed the fish to them and turned to walk outside. As he walked, he said, "I advise you to eat outside, otherwise you will be robbed and you will cry in pity." The 2 women just took the fish and were about to bite it. When they heard Xiao Jiao's words, they turned their heads and saw that the people around them were all staring at the fish in their hands and licking their lips. Seeing this, the 2 of them quickly got up and followed Xiao Jiao, and sat down next to the girl outside. The short-haired girl slowly ate the fish in her hand, and she didn't care even if her face was bruised. In the past, she basically didn't eat food grilled over an open fire, let alone grilled fish without any seasoning. Now, she just thinks it's delicious. Half a year later, when the short-haired girl returned to China, she never picked and chose when eating at home every day. She ate whatever was available, and never left any rice. Seeing this, the girl's parents even thought that their child had some strange disease, and were worried every day. Of course, this is all a story for later. The woman in her 40s saw Xiaojiao leave after distributing food. She got anxious and picked up her clothes and ran to Xiaojiao and said anxiously, "Little brother, these clothes are for you. Can you give me one string too?" Exchange with clothes thread. Xiaojiao replied indifferently, ignoring the woman and bypassing her. He took one string for the fat man, and then took 2 strings for the man with glasses, but the man with glasses stood there in a daze, and did not take any. "What's wrong?" Xiaojiao looked at the man with glasses and asked in confusion, "Are you reluctant to eat? If you don't want to eat it, forget it." He pulled his hand back, and pretended to retract the fish meat. "No, no." The man with glasses hurriedly took the 2 skewers of fish meat, then looked at the fat man who was wolfing down the fish, and said, "Why did you give me an extra skewer? I can't guarantee that I can save that man." He thought Xiaojiao wanted him to save that man, so he gave him an extra skewer. Hee. Xiaojiao smiled, and then continued, "Just now your wife also asked to help me move the big stone. I heard it. Kind people should get this. That skewer is for your wife." The man with glasses was delighted and immediately said, "Thank you, thank you." Xiaojiao waved his hand, signaling him to go and get his wife. The man with glasses put the fish on the leaves and immediately went back to bring his wife out. Now, a magical scene appeared in the cave. All the people who were friendly to Xiaojiao just now were eating fish and sitting outside the cave. The people who were indifferent to Xiaojiao's orders at that time were now all watching eagerly. Xiaojiao had a gun in his hand, so they didn't dare to move. Seeing the injured man leaning against the stone wall, also gnawing on the fish, the others felt even worse. Xiaojiao glanced at the others and said, "No food falls from the sky for free. This time, I will forgive you. From now on, anyone who wants to be lazy and not work, I guarantee that you won't even get a worm to eat." Xiaojiao couldn't hate those people. After all, they wouldn't waste their energy to work easily without food in front of them. Everyone line up, and come to get the fish meat in turn. Xiaojiao came to sit down and shouted. Hua Yi, who was eating, looked up at the man in front of him, and was slightly moved. This man has some means. He will never be soft-hearted when he should be ruthless. He intimidated others with a shot. But he will never be stingy when he should win people's hearts. From now on, these people in the cave should be very united. Hua Yi looked at Xiaojiao, and thought of something in his heart. Chapter 89. The others were all lined up in a straight line, standing 1 meter in front of Xiaojiao. Even the man who had just been shot limped over, and lined up behind. Why is it raw? There is a lot less fish meat. The first person in line was a man in his 30s, with a hungry face. He looked at the fish meat in his hand that had not been roasted yet. It was only 1 finger wide, and half the length of his palm, much less than the others. He plucked up his courage, and asked carefully, "You have never worked before. It's good to have something to eat." Xiaojiao replied coldly, "There is a fire over there. Roast it yourself. It will be gone if it burns." That's right. Xiaojiao prepared raw food for the remaining people, firstly to let them understand how difficult it is to get food now, and secondly to let these people roast it themselves. No one will serve them. It is likely that the rainy season will soon come. There will be no time to go fishing every day, so they can only stock up more in the next few days. The first 3 people took the fish meat in turn, walked to the fire, squatted down, and held the fish skewers. The 4th person was the woman in her 40s. She held the thread in her hand, and said hurriedly, "Little brother, the thread has been untied. Can you give me 1 more string?" Xiaojiao looked up at her, then handed 2 strings to her. "If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?" The woman nodded. Yes, little brother is right." The fish skewers were distributed to the others in turn, and finally the sharp-mouthed man came to Xiaojiao. He was limping, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Xiaojiao. "Here you go." Xiaojiao sneered. "When you want to incite others in the future, go first, don't hide behind and think you are fine." The sharp-mouthed man lowered his head, and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. After the fish meat was divided, Xiaojiao walked over and picked up a piece of wood, returned to the previous position and started a fire again. He didn't want to be crowded with that group of people. If someone stole his gun, it would be a big deal. He picked up the fish head on the ground, split it with a stone, skewered it with branches, and patiently roasted it. You haven't eaten yet. The short-haired girl had finished eating. Seeing Xiaojiao still grilling the fish, she immediately shouted. After hearing the girl's words, everyone else turned their heads and looked over. Seeing Xiaojiao busying about, they hadn't eaten the fish yet. All the lazy people lowered their heads, ashamed, and dared not look at him again. Haha, I can still hold on. It's okay to eat slowly. Xiaojiao smiled at the short-haired girl. What's your name? Xiaojiao had a good impression of the short-haired girl and asked. My name is Renjingjing. You can call me Jingjing. Renjingjing walked to Xiaojiao and sat down, helping him add a few pieces of wood. My name is Xiaojiao, he replied. Are you all traveling? Xiaojiao turned the fish head over and continued to ask. Yes, the three of us are good friends. This time we took advantage of the three of us being free to come together. Who would have thought that we would encounter this kind of thing on our first trip abroad? It's really unlucky, Renjingjing said depressedly. Haha, some places are quite safe, and some places are very chaotic. You have to choose carefully. Xiaojiao looked up, and the other three girls came over and squatted beside his fire. No more selection. The girl with a ponytail shook her head and said, I will never come out again. It's still much safer in China. That's for sure. Xiaojiao nodded. The days passed one by one, and then everyone worked together. When the sun came out, they went out to collect firewood. The women cut their clothes into thin strips and made a simple scoop net. The men dug a pit the size of a bathtub in the cave and raised some fish in it. Soon it was the rainy season, which lasted for a week. It rained heavily all the time. In order to maintain the fire, many people cut their clothes into pieces. After all, wood was used to roast fish, and clothes could not be burned. After more than a month of hard survival in the cave, the rescue team outside rushed in. The main reason was that the war there lasted too long, and there was a heavy rain near the town, which washed away the road and delayed the repair for a long time. When they finally left the cave, all the men were shirtless, but fortunately, no one died and all survived. Since then, Xiaojiao has separated from everyone. Before leaving, Wai gave Xiaojiao a piece of paper with a phone number on it and said to him, I will gradually withdraw after I go back, and will return to China soon. If you need anything, you can call me. Xiaojiao joked, whatever you need. Pushing Xiaojiao, Wai walked away with a dark face. After returning to China, zombies broke out a few years later. I met Wai in this city. I don't know what he has been through in the past few years. He has become much darker. Fortunately, I just call him Uncle Wah. After talking for a long time, Xiaojiao said while lying on the bed. What was Uncle Wah doing here at that time? Xiaoyin turned her head and asked Uncle Wah with her little head close to him. Killing people. Hearing Uncle Wah's answer, Xiaoyin was so scared that she dodged immediately. Who? Xiaoyin asked weakly. Long Shan. After Uncle Wah answered in a low voice, he picked up the sniper rifle and left here. It was late at night, and he was going to rest. Xiaoyin turned her head and looked at Xiaojiao in confusion. Chinyu, who was sitting on a small stool, asked, Is he chasing that Long Shan? Xiaojiao lifted the bed sheet, trying to cover himself a little. Seeing this, Xiaoyin quickly bent down to help. Seeing this, Haozi shouted, Xiaoyin, I've never seen you cover me with a blanket before. I'm so envious. Xiaoyin blushed and immediately sat up straight, muttering, Who told you to sleep with only underwear? Xiaojiao kicked Haozi and scolded him with a smile. Drinking so much beer can't stop you from drinking. You were born in the year of the ox, right? Haozi laughed and replied, Who told you not to drink? You can't pour it out. One bottle less. Xiaojiao adjusted his posture and continued to answer. Longshan killed a friend of Uncle Wah in another city and fled here. One day when he was chasing Longshan, he was accidentally blocked by a group of zombies in a dead end. Haozi and I happened to pass by there and saved Uncle Wah with a rope. Then we chatted. Xiaojiao looked at Uncle Wah's back and said, It turns out that he was the same as us, with the goal of killing Longshan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In addition, he and I have known each other for a long time, so we just acted together. Chinyu nodded. What a fate, we can still meet each other after the zombie outbreak. Hearing Chinyu's words, Xiaojiao couldn't help but laugh. Yes, he and I are not from the city, but we still meet here. Wait until we take down that department store. Good days will come. Xiaojiao looked into Chinyu's eyes and said firmly, I am looking forward to it. Chinyu smiled slightly. Chapter 90. Okay, it's getting late, I have to go to bed. Haozi stood up, yawned, and walked out. Wait for me. Dazhuang patted Chinyu on the shoulder, and then caught up with Haozi. Seeing that both of them had left, Chinyu turned his head and asked, "Is brother Dazhuang also staying here?" "Yes." Xiaojiu looked at Xiaoyin. "Go and see if there are any clean sheets, and then take him to Uncle Wa's place to make a bed." "Okay, brother Xiao." Xiaoyin propped up the bed, stood up and agreed. Chinyu followed Xiaoyin and walked towards the door. Xiaoyin yawned as she walked and said, "The bed is not very good, so I can only sleep on it." "It's okay. Don't worry about being attacked by zombies in your sleep. It's already a 5-star hotel," Chinyu said softly. "That's true." Xiaoyin opened the door and walked in with Chinyu, then walked through a corridor. She giggled and said, "This place is amazing. Zombies can't get in, and other people can't get in either." Chinyu hummed and looked around the corridor. The lights were off, and it was getting darker. A candle was burning a little further ahead. "We're here. Wait for me here. I go in and find the sheets." Xiaoyin turned around and said with a smile. "Okay." Chinyu nodded and stood outside the door. "I want to bring the candle in too. Do you mind?" Xiaoyin took the candle from the corridor next to her and asked Chinyu softly. "Of course." Chinyu was slightly stunned, and soon said with relief, "This is your territory, you can do whatever you want." "Okay." Xiaoyin picked up the candle, opened the door and walked in. The corridor suddenly fell into darkness, leaving only the figure of the girl holding a candle and walking down the stairs. Chinyu smiled. No wonder she asked if she minded. It turned out that she was worried about whether she was afraid of the dark. The dark is not scary. What is scary is that there is something watching you. At this time, Xiaoyin didn't notice anything sneaking into the house. She still held the candle and hummed a song and walked inside. Soon, Xiaoyin held a candle and entered the room below. There were several shelves with some sheets and winter clothes on them. These were what they usually found when they went out. On the premise of looking for food, Xiaojiu and his friends chose to take some undamaged things back to the basement. In addition to these, there were also shoes, several large boxes of candles, etc. When Xiaoyin walked to the shelf with a candle, she was stunned, looking at the debris on the ground in front of her, and muttered in her heart, "Didn't I put everything in order last time I came in? How come it's messy again not long after I left? The things that should have been neatly arranged in front of me are now scattered on the ground in a mess." Xiaoyin muttered as she put the candle on the ground behind her, and then walked forward to pick up the clothes on the ground. After picking up a few pieces, Xiaoyin walked to a down jacket. At this time, because the room was dark, she didn't notice that something was moving inside the jacket. She reached out to grab the clothes without knowing it, but touched something. She thought it was a candle that fell on the ground, so she didn't care and touched it directly from under the clothes. It was a bit cold, and it really looked like a candle, but then Xiaoyin felt something was wrong. She felt something furry, and it moved. Xiaoyin pulled the thing out with her left hand, turned around and faced the candle, and then she saw clearly what she was holding. Ah! A very creepy scream came out. Chinyu, who was waiting outside the door, heard the scream and immediately opened the door and rushed in. Because it was dark, and he didn't pay attention to the stairs under his feet, Chinyu tilted down. He quickly protected his head with both hands, and then rolled down. Fortunately, the stairs were not long. Chinyu protected his head, and only had his hands bruised. His head was not injured. He did not bother to check. He put his hands on the ground and ran inside quickly. At this time, Xiaojiu, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and preparing to rest, suddenly heard a scream. He immediately turned over and sat up. The next second, he recognized that it was Xiuyin's voice. He pulled open the bed sheet with his right hand and quickly picked up the pistol next to the pillow. He forgot to wear shoes and ran to the storage room. At this time, everyone else in the basement was resting. They were lying in the rest area. When they heard the screams, most of them woke up and sat up with a puzzled look on their faces and looked at Xiaojiu. To prevent these people from making a mess, Xiaojiu ran and shouted, "Xiaohu, hold the gun here. Everyone, don't run around." Not only Xiaojiu heard it, but even Dazhuang and Haozi, who lived in the next house, noticed it. The basement was too quiet, and it was late at night, so any sound was more sensitive than usual. Haozi and Dazhuang made a few jokes and were about to take off their pants to sleep when they heard a scream. He was stunned for a moment and then shouted, "Oh no! It's Xiaoyin!" Dazhuang had not been with them for too long, so he was not very familiar with Xiuyin's voice. But Haozi and Xiaojiu and the others were too familiar with her. Seeing Haozi hurriedly put on his pants and ran out of the house, Dazhuang turned over, picked up a pistol and a machete and followed him out. Just as he ran out of the house, The door opposite was also opened. Li Yao rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I seem to hear someone yelling." De Zhuang looked at Li Yao and said hurriedly, "It seems that something happened to their people. You hide well and don't come out." After saying this, De Zhuang hurriedly ran in the direction of the mouse. Li Yao, who was standing at the door, was stunned for a moment, then returned to his room, picked up a knife, and ran after De Zhuang. Chinyu, who arrived first, saw Xiao Yin slumped on the ground, supporting the ground with his hands and feet, and retreating hard. Chinyu stood aside for a while, walked around Xiao Yin's back, and then he saw an extremely terrifying thing. What came into view was an animal the size of a piglet. It was neither a piglet nor a dog. It was actually a dark red mouse. The mouse at this time, unlike other normal mice, had grown sharp teeth, piercing its mouth, dripping blood, staring at Xiao Yin like a wild boar. Watching the big mouse in front of him gradually moving its hind legs downward, Chinyu suddenly felt something was wrong. It was about to charge. Without hesitation, Chinyu squatted down and took off his shoes. He ignored the severe pain in his right wrist and threw it at the big mouse. At the moment when Chinyu threw his shoes, the rat in front of Xiao Yin also accumulated power, jumped up suddenly, and pounced on Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, who was frightened, watched it pounce on her. She felt the burning sensation from her left hand, and without looking, she grabbed the candle and threw it, but unfortunately, the candle fell off the side and did not hit the rat. Xiao Yin panicked, closed her eyes, and raised her left arm to block it. There was a plop, and then a man's voice sounded behind her. "Come here!" Chapter 91. With a loud roar, Chinyu slapped the rat in the air with his shoe, knocking it down, buying Xiao Yin a few seconds. Without hesitation, Xiao Yin used her right hand to support the ground, and she didn't care even if her palm was rubbed, and quickly ran towards Chinyu. Seeing the rat behind Xiao Yin catching up again, Chinyu secretly thought that it was not good. It was too late. The speed of the rat was too fast. Xiao Yin would be caught up before she could reach the stairs. Looking at the ferocious face of the rat, Chinyu's intuition told him that this was not a normal rat. Most likely, it was a corpse rat. If she was bitten in the back, she would definitely die. Looking at the girl in front of him running towards him in panic, Chinyu could not care about so much. If he hesitated any longer, the girl would definitely be bitten. Chinyu stepped back with his left foot, stepped on the stairs, and rushed forward. Because Xiao Yin threw the candle crookedly just now, several thick clothes on the ground began to burn, illuminating the room in disguise, and the light was much better. This also allowed Chinyu to see the rat's movements more clearly. Watching it rush over with its hands and feet at an extremely fast speed, in less than 3 seconds, Chinyu came to Xiao Yin. He grabbed Xiao Yin's arm with his right hand and pulled her back. At the same time, he pushed her shoulder with his hand, which made Xiao Yin immediately get away from the rat. After pushing Xiao Yin, Chinyu took a step forward with his right leg and raised his left foot to kick hard, but he didn't expect that the rat would hug his leg directly and open its mouth to bite down. Chinyu thought it was not good, and he fell to the ground with his left side, raised his right leg, and kicked the mouse's head hard, kicking it off his leg. Then, the mouse quickly crawled forward, aiming at Chinyu's throat. Without thinking too much, Chinyu subconsciously grabbed the mouse's neck with his right hand and felt an irrepressible force coming. Chinyu lay flat on his back and continued to grab the big mouse with his left hand, but he still couldn't control it. The big mouse crawled to Chinyu's upper body and bit his throat desperately. "Shun!" Xiao Yin, who was pushed, was a little confused and held a wall to steady herself. At this time, she had stopped at the stairs. She turned her head to look at Chinyu, and immediately saw the big rat pounced on Chinyu and bit him desperately. Xiao Yin immediately understood that if he hadn't pulled and pushed her, she would have been bitten on the back by the big rat in less than a second. Seeing the big rat pressing on Chinyu, Xiao Yin didn't care about being afraid and quickly ran to Chinyu to help him. As soon as she took a step, Xiao Yin felt her arm being pulled by someone. She turned her head and saw that it was Brother Xiao. Seeing Brother Xiao appear, Xiao Yin's eyes turned red, and she immediately cried and shouted, "Go and help him! He's being pinned down by a big rat." After saying this, Xiao Yin quickly shook off Brother Xiao's hand and planned to run forward. "Don't go!" Brother Xiao grabbed Xiao Yin again and pulled her back. "Go up quickly, leave this to me." Then he did the same thing as Chinyu and pushed Xiao Yin's back. Xiao Jiao took a few steps forward, picked up the pistol and aimed at the rat's head, but at this time, it was shaking its head up and down, making it difficult to aim at all. Hearing their voices, Chinyu turned his head and shouted, "Don't shoot, it's too close." Seeing this, Xiao Jiao took the pistol and ran forward quickly, ready to kick it. If he shot, there was a 50% chance of killing the big rat, and the other 50% chance that the bullet would pass through the rat's body and then hit Chinyu. Xiao Jiao also recognized that this was not a normal rat. As soon as Xiao Jiao stepped forward, the big rat burst out with more terrifying power and bit down. Chinyu's hands were injured, and he gradually couldn't hold on. He looked at Xiao Jiao 2 steps away, but it was too late. Chinyu held the rat with both hands, twisted his neck to the left, unloaded the force with both hands, moved forward a little, and then pressed hard on the ground to the right. It worked. Chinyu's impromptu method came in handy. The rat was caught off guard and bit the hard concrete floor. Continuing to hold it tightly with both hands, Chinyu desperately lifted the rat's head, and then threw it to the wall on the left side of his shoulder. Xiao Jiao's eyes condensed, his left leg immediately moved back, and then kicked the rat's head fiercely, kicking it back and flying backwards quickly. There was a bang. Uncle Hua, who was just a few steps slower than Xiao Jiao, had already arrived. Seeing the big rat being kicked by Xiao Jiao, he immediately picked up the sniper rifle, aimed at the body, and pulled the trigger directly. Seeing the body of the big rat above his head explode, Chinyu turned over, tucked his hands under his body, and quickly lay face down on the ground. If the wound is accidentally stained with its blood, it might be infected. The crisis has been resolved, and the mouse has arrived. He shouted anxiously. What's going on? Are you okay, Xiaoyin? Then he looked at Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua nodded seriously. The thing was killed, but I don't know if the person was bitten. Xiaoyin, who heard the gunshot, turned back and saw the big rat being blown up in the air. She hurried to the bottom of the stairs. At this time, Chinyu had been helped to stand up by Xiao Jiao. The next second, before he raised his head, he felt someone rushing into his arms and hugging him tightly. Thank you. Thank you. It's great that you are okay. Xiaoyin hugged Chinyu and burst into tears. She was really scared. A rat that was more than 10 times bigger than usual appeared in front of her. If Chinyu hadn't pushed her, she would have been bitten and waiting to mutate. Xiaoyin, be gentle. Xiaoyu is still injured. Xiao Jiao, who was standing by, reminded softly. He noticed that Chinyu's wrists were still bleeding. After hearing what Brother Xiao said, Xiaoyin let go of Chinyu and took a step back. Thank you for saving my life. Chinyu, who was just hugged by the girl in front of him, and was startled, quickly realized that it was Xiaoyin. He endured the pain and smiled softly. You're welcome, your brother Xiao also saved me some time ago. Just now in the area where Xiao Jiao's bed was, Chinyu saw that Xiaoyin was taking care of Xiao Jiao carefully, and he saw that Xiaoyin should like Xiao Jiao. That's why he chose to rush up to pick up Xiaoyin and then pushed her. Chinyu always remembered the life-saving grace in his heart. They saved Dazhuang, and then saved Chinyu and Li Yao. Hearing Chinyu's words, your big brother Xiao Yun's cheeks turned red, and she stepped back a few steps to stand next to Xiao Jiao, and said in a low voice, I was too excited just now, he saved my life, so I hugged him. Xiao Jiao laughed, raised his hand and touched Xiao Yun's hair, and said softly, he is your savior, and he is also my savior. If it weren't for your father, we would have been captured by that group of people. Chapter 92. Seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, Haozi and Dazhuang rushed in to put out the fire. Uncle Hua put the gun on his back, then ran out, wet a bed sheet, and ran back with it. The three of them were busy for a while, and fortunately put out the fire. Chinyu and Xiao Jiao stood in the corridor waiting for them to come out. How is it? How much of the things were burned? Xiao Jiao looked at Haozi and asked hurriedly. A box of clothes and a few sheets were burned. Haozi coughed and replied, fortunately, the candle was placed in the corner and was not burned. Xiao Jiao nodded. Li Yao had also arrived. She supported Chinyu, looked at the wound on his arm, and said worriedly, we need to deal with it quickly. The wound is stained with some dust on the ground. Hearing Li Yao's words, Xiaoyin hurriedly said, I have half a bottle of iodine. After the fire was extinguished, Uncle Hua took Haozi and Dazhuang to continue searching in the storage room to prevent other dead rats from being discovered. Xiao Jiao took Chinyu to the corridor, where Uncle Hua, Haozi and others lived. Along the way, Xiao Jiao asked Xiaoyin what the corpse rat was like at the time, and Xiaoyin told him the truth. When Xiaoyin finished speaking, Chinyu, who was following behind, said, you must be very lucky to have caught it mutating, otherwise it would have been in great danger. Yes. Xiaoyin was scared for a while and patted her chest. I caught it at the time, but it didn't bite me, it just kept shaking its head. Let the three of them check carefully to see if there are any holes dug through it. Xiao Jiao stopped, opened a door and walked in. Li Yao helped Chinyu walk in, and what came into view was a small house of more than 10 square meters. Similarly, it was built with several stacks of bricks, and then covered with a wooden board. Xiaoyin walked in and took 2 small stools from behind the door, put them on the ground, and then said, "I go get iodine and come back later. Get a bottle of water, his wound should be washed." Xiao Jiao sat on the bed and added, "Yeah." Xiaoyin nodded and walked out. Li Yao was sitting next to Chinyu at this time, carefully cleaning the dust off his face with her sleeves. "I do it myself." Perhaps because he felt the action was too intimate, Chinyu reached out and held Li Yao's hand, smiling and whispering, "Then I help you make the bed." Seeing this, Li Yao no longer insisted and turned to pick up the bricks in the corner. "Leave it there, Li Yao." Xiao Jiao looked at her struggling to hold the bricks and walked back and forth, and said, "Let Haozi make the bed later." Li Yao moved the last few bricks, then stood up and said, "It's okay, don't bother him." Xiao Jiao stood up, took a few wooden boards behind the door, and said as he walked, "The entrance to our basement is a bit narrow, many beds cannot be brought in, and the wooden boards can only be brought in after being sawed off." After the bed was made, Xiaoyin and Haozi came back. Haozi came over, threw the bed sheet on Chinyu's bed, and then sat there with a serious face without saying a word. "What's wrong? Have you seen other corpse rats?" Chinyu looked at the expression on Haozi's face and asked. "There's a big hole in that room." De Zhuang walked in and said, "How big is it?" Chinyu asked. "Let me put it this way." De Zhuang also walked to Chinyu's bed and sat down, and said, "Even a zombie can get in." Chinyu was stunned for a moment. If the hole is so big, then there should be more than one corpse rat, right? Haozi said seriously, "You guessed right. There are 3 big rats in the hole that have just mutated. Fortunately, they are all in the hole and were killed by Uncle Hua." After saying this, Haozi looked at Xiao Jiao seriously again. "Those rats don't look like they were bitten by themselves." "Huh?" Xiao Jiao was puzzled. Just as Haozi was about to answer, Uncle Hua came in. "Look for yourself," and then threw 3 big rats over. Chinyu looked carefully and found that these rats were a little smaller than the previous one, but not much different. Their eyes had turned deep red. If he remembered correctly, the eyes of the first big rat were pure black. Looking at the bulging bellies of these dead rats, Chinyu was about to reach out to touch them, but Li Yao on the side pulled him back. "Be careful, your hands are injured. Don't move for now." Xiaoyin sat next to Chinyu, took some water with a towel, and then wiped Chinyu's wound, while Li Yao squatted beside him with iodine. Xiao Jiao poked the belly of one of the rats with his pistol, and suddenly a piece of meat fell out. Chinyu took a closer look and said in surprise, "Zombie meat? Is someone feeding the rats zombie meat again?" Chinyu suddenly looked up at Xiao Jiao. At this time, Xiao Jiao also had a serious face. "It seems that this hole is not accidental. Someone wants to use zombie rats to lead the charge," he whispered. "If that's all, it's fine." Uncle Hua walked forward, squatted, took another mouse, cut open its belly with a dagger, and took out the contents. He continued, "Look at this zombie finger that was eaten. Does it look like the zombies near us?" Xiaoyin leaned over to take a look, and then exclaimed, "Isn't this the zombie next to the clock tower? It has a ring on its hand, and it's this style. It seems that someone has discovered that we live here." Xiao Jiao said suddenly, "We have to act as soon as possible." Uncle Hua looked up at Xiao Jiao and said seriously, "If it wasn't for today, they accidentally chatted for a long time, which led to no one sleeping in the middle of the night, and they would not be able to find that the corpse rats had entered the basement. If it were normal, when everyone went to bed, the corpse rats would crawl in from that hole and bite people unknowingly, and those people would mutate again in a short time and continue to attack others. Within an hour, the basement would be in chaos. The people outside took this place without any effort. Is the hole blocked?" Xiao Jiao sat back on the bed, thinking of something and continued to ask. "Yes." Haozi stood up and said, "Brother Dazhuang and I threw the burnt clothes in and threw a few bricks to press it down. They feed the rats with zombie meat. Let's give them rats." Xiao Jiao glanced at the rat corpses on the ground and said, "It's not convenient for us to go out and catch zombies." Haozi looked depressed. "There must be their spies near our exit, and we will be targets if we go out. This is indeed a problem." Xiao Jiao was also annoyed. Soon, Xiaoyin and Li Yao also treated Chinyu's wound. It was just a scratch, so it was not bandaged. Chinyu thought of something and said, "Can you catch a mouse?" Haozi nodded. "There are many rats in the sewer, just catch them. Then I have a way." Chapter 93. As Chinyu spoke out the solution, several people listened quietly. After a few minutes, Uncle Hua nodded. "This is indeed feasible, but I don't know if it will fail." Chinyu smiled slightly. "No, I saw it with my own eyes." "Okay." Xiaoyin had already treated the wound, stood up and said, Just don't get wet for the next few days. The wound on the hand was also caused by falling down the stairs, and it was not very serious. Halsey found a bag, put the 3 mice on the ground together, and took it out to find a place to put it. Everyone left the house, and went back to rest. Chinyu lay quietly on the bed, thinking about something. There were no pillows, so everyone used some thick clothes to cushion their bodies. Have you ever touched a gun before? Uncle Wa asked, lying on the right bunk. No. Chinyu answered truthfully. Now, the end of the world has come. Uncle Wa rested his head on his right hand, lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, and said softly, only by learning to use a gun can you live better, and help the people around you live better. In the storage room, if Uncle Wa hadn't happened to be carrying a sniper rifle, Xiaojio's kick would have kicked the corpse rat away, but it would have made it more difficult to catch. If the corpse rat ran around the room, with the burning clothes on the ground, it would have inevitably caused more serious consequences. Now that the world is out of power, whether it is Xiaojio, Chinyu, or everyone else, they can't do without candles. No one can stand staying in the dark for a long time. Hearing the words of the man next to him, Chinyu also fell into deep thought. Learning to use a gun is indeed easier to survive now that there are zombies everywhere. If he had a gun in the emergency passage, he wouldn't have to run those few steps, he could just shoot the zombies, Zhu Yuanyuan would have survived, and Li Yao wouldn't have become so taciturn now. It seems that since Li Yao fainted and woke up, she has become less talkative. Go to sleep. Uncle Wa took the bed sheet and covered himself with it, turned over and said, I will train you well in the next few days. Chinyu replied softly, thank you for your care. No words were spoken that night, and the next day, Li Yao walked in with a plate of food. She didn't knock on the door. When she came in, Chinyu was struggling to put on his clothes. His clothes were too dirty yesterday. They were also torn a few times, so he simply changed his clothes and slept in just a t-shirt. In the second half of the night, fortunately there was a sheet covering him, otherwise Chinyu would have been too cold to sleep. Seeing Chinyu putting on his coat, Li Yao walked up to him, put the food on the bed, and then said, I help you. Seeing this, Chinyu just sat there without moving, and said softly, it's a bit too cold, I want to put on a coat. Li Yao nodded and said nothing. Seeing the girl in front of him like this, Chinyu couldn't bear it and asked, what's wrong with you? You have been silent since you woke up. Li Yao pushed the plate next to her over. Chinyu took a look. There was half a cup of water, and 2 steamed buns in it. He touched it, and it was still hot. Li Yao got up and walked out. When she was about to walk out the door, Chinyu asked again, Li Yao? She stopped and replied lightly, I just don't want to talk, but they can't talk anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Li Yao walked out. Chinyu was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the they Li Yao was talking about were her childhood friends and roommates. After simply finishing the food, Chinyu walked out with the plate and walked along the corridor to the basement hall. As soon as he entered the hall, a middle-aged woman with a smile came towards him. She walked over and said, Little brother, give me the food. Xiao Xiao and the others are waiting for you in the training room downstairs. Training room? Chinyu handed the plate to the woman in front of him, and then asked, Where is it, sister? They didn't tell me. Over there. The elder sister pointed in a direction. Chinyu nodded and walked over. The basement here is very large. Chinyu followed the direction she pointed to, and came to the middle area, then walked towards a door in front of him. There was no lock, so Chinyu pushed it open. In front of him was a staircase that curved downwards, and there was a candle on the wall at intervals. After walking for a while, Chinyu came to a corridor, which was about 2 meters wide, with many small rooms on both sides. Chinyu used one hand to block the candlelight on the wall next to him, and then he saw light coming from the second door on the right. Chinyu walked over and knocked on the door a few times. You're here. Xiaoyin, who was standing behind the door, heard the voice, turned around, opened the door, and said to Chinyu with a smile, I'm here, sorry I got up a little late. Chinyu smiled apologetically. It's okay, I haven't taken action these days. It doesn't matter if I sleep a little longer. Xiaoyin took a step to the side, and Chinyu walked in. We have practiced 1 round, now it's your turn. Xiaoyin whispered as she walked, Uncle was very fierce. Xiuhu and I have been scolded by him a few times. Chinyu looked at Xiaoyin. She stuck out her tongue mischievously, obviously just hit by Uncle Wa. As he walked, he looked around the room, which was about the same size as 2 classrooms. There were several tables placed close to the door, 1 meter apart. Li Yao, Xiuhu and Halsey stood in front of 3 tables respectively. Li Yao was familiar with the gun parts on the table. Halsey stood aside and instructed him, and as for Xiuhu, he was yelled at by Uncle Wa. I've taught you so many times. Every time you can't remember how to disassemble and assemble. Look at Li Yao. She just came here, and she can disassemble it by herself the second time. Look at you. Uncle Hua shouted at Xiuhu with a dark face. Uncle Hua. I'm not very familiar with guns. I should be more suitable for archery. Xiaohu, who lowered his head and was scolded, said with a red face. Archery can kill zombies within 100 meters. But what about beyond 100 meters? Uncle Hua became more and more angry as he listened. Beyond 100 meters, I will run closer and kill them. Xiuhu muttered in a low voice. You? Uncle Hua looked at the boy in front of him with his head down, and raised his hand in disappointment. Xiuhu was encountered by Uncle Hua in a residential building when he was chasing Longshan. At that time, Longshan's men were robbing the house. They were not satisfied with taking all the food and were thinking about Xiuhu's sister. At that time, the four of them were tied up and kneeled in the living room by three of Longshan's men. One of them was tempted by the beauty and forcibly dragged Xiuhu's sister to the bedroom. While the other two men were watching the fun, Xiuhu's parents rushed up and bumped into the two people with their backs to them. Xiuhu rushed to his sister and clamped the man's neck with his own hands. It was a pity that they all had guns. Chapter 94. After the other two reacted, they shot and killed Xiuhu's parents. Xiuhu's sister desperately hugged the other person's legs and took the opportunity to let Xiuhu run out of the room. As soon as Xiuhu ran out, Uncle Hua arrived, but Xiuhu's sister was already seriously injured and lying on the ground spitting blood. For Uncle Hua, who was once a mercenary, Longshan's three men were like little chickens and were easily dealt with. 3 gunshots were fired with extremely fast reactions, and the 3 Longshan men fell in a pool of blood. But his family could no longer support him. When Uncle Hua took Xiuhu to the bedroom door, Xiuhu's sister was almost unconscious. Xiuhu lay on her sister and cried bitterly. She raised a hand to the man next to her with difficulty. Seeing this, Uncle Hua squatted down with a serious face. Please. You. Save him. We still have. Food. Hidden. Not discovered. After saying this, Xiuhu's sister loosened her hand and fell to the ground, revealing a blood-stained key in her hand. Xiuhu took Uncle Hua and moved the mattress away, then opened the lock and found a box full of food. That box of food was a fatal temptation for anyone. As the last person Xiuhu's family saw before they died, Uncle Hua treated Xiuhu as his own since then. But now seeing that his shooting skills were getting worse and worse, but his archery skills were getting better and better, he was really angry. Uncle Hua raised his hand in the air, but he didn't hit him after all. Xiuhu lowered his head and continued to mutter, My family members were shot to death. I don't want to learn this kind of thing that can easily take people's lives. Uncle Hua looked at Xiuhu for a long time without saying anything. He pondered for a while and said seriously, Guns can kill people, but they can also save people. It's not the gun that's wrong, but the person who uses it. Xiao Jiao also finished his work and walked towards the training room. Not long after Chinyu went in, he came and just heard Uncle Hua's last words. He understood immediately that Xiuhu had been resistant to guns because of the death of his family. In this case, Xiao Jiao said directly, Uncle Hua, a forced melon is not sweet. Since Xiuhu is willing to learn archery, let Brother Dazhuang teach him. Brother Dazhuang, can you give me a favor? Xiao Jiao asked Dazhuang standing aside with a smile. No problem. Dazhuang glanced at Xiuhu, then looked at Xiao Jiao and nodded. Can I learn archery? Xiaoyin, who was next to Chinyu, had her eyes light up and immediately looked at Dazhuang. Sure. Xiao Jiao walked up to stand beside Xiaoyin, poked her little head, and said with a smile, But you have to learn how to use a gun too. Ah. Xiaoyin said with a bitter face, if it was just shooting a gun, she would like it, but Brother Xiao asked her to remember as many gun models as possible, different bullets are suitable for different guns, etc., which really made her headache. Come here, Xiaoyin. Li Yao has become more and more proficient. She turned her head and waved to Xiaoyin. I teach you. Come! Seeing this, Xiaoyin hurried over. Compared to letting the fierce Uncle Hua teach her, Li Yao was more like a caring sister. She learned so fast? Xiao Jiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Uncle Hua and asked. Uncle Hua walked over slowly, glanced at Li Yao, his eyes full of satisfaction, and he smiled rarely. I am also surprised. This girl seems to have a photographic memory. She remembers it after saying it once. Xiao Jiao, Chinyu and Uncle Hua stood together, looking at the girl who had just learned about firearms, but had already begun to concentrate on teaching the people around her. Chinyu glanced at Xiaohu's figure and said softly, Evil people use knives to harm people, and doctors use knives to save people. What kind of people will do what kind of things? Hearing what Chinyu said behind him, Xiaohu's heart was shaken, but he didn't say anything. He still picked up the bow and arrow next to him and walked towards Dazhuang. Trouble, Chinyu said to Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua nodded and took Chinyu to a table. There was a black pistol on the table, and Chinyu couldn't recognize the model. Uncle Hua picked it up and said, "This is a Glock pistol. The magazine capacity is 17 rounds. The effective range is about 50 meters to 120 meters, suitable for close-range use." Chinyu nodded and listened carefully. Then Uncle Hua disassembled the pistol, demonstrated it to him, and explained the precautions in detail. A few minutes later, Uncle Hua assembled the pistol and asked Chinyu to try it himself. As expected, the first attempt failed. Uncle Hua was not anxious and said, "You have never touched a gun before, so it is normal that you are not very skilled. You can practice slowly in the future." Then, Uncle Hua picked up a rifle next to him and said, "This is an M4A1 carbine, which we seized from Lanshan. The magazine capacity is up to 35 rounds, and the effective range is about 300 to 600 meters. Usually, it is used by rats. Let's shoot the target first." Uncle Hua assembled the pistol, then took out a box, loaded the pistol and put it on the table, and continued, "This is your first time shooting, so start with 10 meters. Then Uncle Hua walked to the back with a wooden rack, stood on a white line, and then placed an empty can on the wooden rack, but it was already riddled with holes, and it was obvious that it had been reused many times. Chinyu looked at the bullets on the table, and then said to Uncle Hua, "Isn't it a waste of bullets to practice with live ammunition for the first time?" Uncle Hua, who had set up the wooden rack, walked back and shook his head and said, "If you don't practice more accurately, you will only waste more bullets in the future, and where can you find other bullets now?" Xiao Jiao also came over and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we didn't take many guns at that time, but we took a lot of bullets. I don't know where Lanshan got the channels to find so many equipment after the outbreak of the apocalypse." Chinyu didn't say anything more after hearing this. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the gun with one hand and pointed it forward. Before he could take the next step, Uncle Hua shook his head and said, "Hold it with both hands. Relax your lower body, use some strength on your upper body, grasp the balance point with both hands, aim at the can in front, and breathe lightly." Xiao Jiao stood beside Chinyu and said in a deep voice. Xiao Jiao, who used to be a soldier, now stood beside Chinyu and gave him serious instructions. Bang! Chinyu pulled the trigger and moved his hand at the same time. Everyone in the training room turned around and looked at the wooden rack, but the cans on it did not move at all. Xiaoyin whispered in Li Yao's ear, "It seems that Brother Chen was not very good at the first time." "What do you mean by first time?" Li Yao was looking at the cans on the wooden rack carefully. She was wondering if Chinyu had punched through the hole directly. When she heard Xiaoyin's words, she was stunned. Chapter 95. Target shooting. Xiaoyin giggled. What else could it be? Li Yao reached out and pinched Xiaoyin next to her. This little girl deliberately said something that could easily lead to misunderstanding. Last night when she went to bed, Xiaoyin said that she was just frightened by a corpse rat. She didn't dare to sleep alone and asked Li Yao to accompany her. Li Yao refused without thinking at first, and then Xiaoyin left her bed, came to Li Yao, held her hand, and kept acting coquettish. "The big rat is really scary. You didn't see it. When I caught it, its eyes." Xiaoyin squatted beside Li Yao, talking non-stop. "Stop talking, I'm getting scared too." Seeing Xiaoyin talking more and more outrageous, even making up a story about a corpse rat with teeth all over its body, Li Yao had no choice but to give in to her. Li Yao's bed was newly built and easy to move, so she moved over. Xiaoyin moved her mattress towards Li Yao and said with a smile, "This is the mattress that my big brother Xiao found for me. We are good sisters now, and I will protect you from now on. The mattress is naturally shared." She patted the mattress under her and pulled Li Yao. "Don't you have any friends here?" Li Yao asked after lying down. "I have friends, but none of my age." Xiaoyin took a thick quilt and covered the two of them. She was a little afraid of the cold, lying in the warm quilt, and whispered, "The others are basically mothers of children. Teacher Lily is only a few years older than me, but she has been very close to an uncle in the camp recently. After the relationship between the two became better, she stopped living with me." "Is that so?" Li Yao was lying on the bed, feeling Xiaoyin burrowing into her arms. Li Yao smiled and pulled the quilt up a little. Afterwards, the two girls chatted for a while, and then Xiaoyin started to talk about Li Yao and Chinyu, and the conversation went further and further. Back in the training room, Chinyu's shot missed. Although no one said anything, Chinyu himself felt a little embarrassed because he saw a ping-pong ball on the shooting position next to Li Yao. Uncle Wa watched Chinyu turn his head to look in the direction next to him, and then he understood and said, "She just changed the ping-pong ball, and it was also a can at the beginning." "Did you hit the can?" Chinyu asked. "Yes." "Okay." Chinyu was speechless. "You shouldn't have moved your hand after you pulled the trigger." Xiao Jiao stood by and continued, "After pulling the trigger, you should keep the position for about 2 seconds. Try again." Xiao Jiao patted Chinyu on the shoulder. Chinyu nodded and suppressed the tension in his heart. He had to learn how to use a gun. Now that the end of the world has come, he either took the initiative to learn or was forced to learn. He looked at the can in front of him carefully, then raised his pistol with both hands, closed his eyes, and thought of Zhu Yuanyuan's back as she resolutely rushed towards the zombies. When Chinyu opened his eyes, he had become more stable. Xiao Jiao, who was standing beside him, was a little stunned. At this moment, he seemed to see the momentum of a mountain in this man, a momentum that as long as he stood there, the people behind him would not be threatened. Bang! The second gunshot. This time everyone still looked over, but the ending had been completely rewritten, and there was nothing on the wooden shelf. Xiaohu's face darkened, full of disappointment. It seemed that he was the only one who hit the target on the 5th try. Uncle Wa picked up the can, squeezed it with both hands, and threw it into the basket beside him. He walked back and continued, "It's okay, you will gradually master it. Do you want to know more about the sniper rifle?" Uncle Wa picked up his sniper rifle, put it on the table and asked, "This gun has few bullets. You can only practice 5 shots at most." 5 shots. Chinyu thought about it. When driving away, Chinyu clearly heard a gunshot, and even noticed the small pit hit by the bullet on the road. It should have been shot by the sniper rifle at that time. Chinyu pondered for a while, and said seriously, 5 rounds are enough, there will be more bullets in the future. "Okay." Xiao Jiao patted Chinyu on the shoulder. "I like your energy. As long as we get rid of Longshan and the others, we will have bullets and supplies." Uncle Wa nodded and said, "This is the Tango 51 sniper rifle. I brought it back from abroad after the zombie outbreak. The effective range can reach 1,500 meters. This sniper rifle. I shouldn't be able to practice in this room, right?" Chinyu touched the gun in front of him. "That's right." Uncle Wa nodded. "I take you out to practice shooting later." Uncle Wa still has a wound on his hand. Xiaoyan heard their conversation and spoke. "It doesn't matter." Chinyu shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not like we're going out to fight. Even if we encounter zombies at close range, Uncle Wa will take action." Uncle Wa nodded, "Of course." Then Uncle Wa continued to pick up the assault rifle. "You can use it first. The 2 rooms are connected. The distance between the 2 sides is about 20 meters. It's enough for you novices." Chinyu hummed, then picked up the gun and looked at it carefully. Xiao Jiao said, "In fact, you don't need to know what model miniguns are. As long as you can shoot and shoot accurately, it's enough." "But?" Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice, "Our enemies are far more than zombies. If we just fight zombies, we can just pick up a stone and throw it at them. We can kill them at close range, but we can't fight enemies. They will hide. They will fight back. At this time, the advantages of different firearms appear. You have a bow and arrow, and others have a pistol. Unless your arrow is fatal, the enemy can still shoot you after pulling out the arrow." Xiao Jiao glanced at the other people in the room, and said slowly, "Did you use the knife you used to kill zombies to attack the enemy at close range?" Chinyu thought of something, and put down the gun in his hand, and said suddenly, "Close range." Xiaoyan shook her head. "That group of people shot us directly when they saw us, so there was no chance to shoot at close range." "That's right." Chinyu clapped his hands. "What's right?" Xiao Jiao asked in confusion, and the others also looked over. "It seems you don't know that after the dagger kills the zombie, the virus will remain on it. As long as you attack other people, you will be infected. If you hit the abdomen or shoulder, you will definitely die," Chinyu said with a smile. He thought of a good idea. "That's useless." "It's useless even if it's contaminated with the virus. Have you forgotten what Xiaoyan said just now? They will shoot us as soon as they see us." Xiaohu heard it, and said disappointedly, "Oh." Xiaoyan couldn't listen anymore, walked to Xiaohu's side and poked his head, and said seriously, "What is the arrow for? Can't you use arrows to stain zombie blood? How stupid." Xiaohu wanted to protest, but when he saw Xiaoyan's raised fist with eyes wide open, he shut up immediately. "Fuck, brother, you really have an idea." Halsey came in and shouted. He had just gone outside to find bullets. After he came back, he heard Chinyu talking about using zombie blood to smear the virus, which made his eyes light up. Xiaojiu also said approvingly. This method really improves the effect of bows and arrows. In this way, our brothers De Shuang and Xiao Hu can sneak attack them. Even if they hit their legs, they have to be chopped off to survive. Then, Xiaojiu returned to the previous topic. When a pistol meets an assault rifle, the range is greatly reduced, and they are not in the same league at all. It is even more useless when encountering a group of zombies. In addition, a pistol has a big disadvantage, that is, the sound of gunfire will attract zombies. Unless it is necessary. Xiaojiu pondered for a while, and continued, otherwise, shooting is really equivalent to reporting the location to the zombies. In some cases, I think bows and arrows are not that weak. After listening to Xiaojiu's words, Uncle Wa also thought seriously. Sniper rifles have a longer range and greater power. Since they are basically hundreds of meters, or even kilometers away, snipers are relatively safer. Xiaojiu looked at the gun on the table and said, there is a master among the Longshan group. Uncle Wa said solemnly. He remembered the scene of the last fight. Oh! How powerful is he? Xiaojiu asked directly. The reaction is very fast, and the speed of locating the direction is basically within 1 second. Chapter 96. Are you sure you can beat him? Xiaojiu asked. Uncle Wa shook his head slightly. It's hard to say, it depends on who finds who first next time. Xiaojiu said helplessly. Let's make a plan before we act. Then, Chinyu, Li Yao and Xiao Yin started to practice shooting. The gunshots in the training room continued, and there was no way, so they stuffed some cotton in their ears to block out the sound. Chinyu took a step forward with his left leg slightly bent, stabilized his upper body, held the M4A1 carbine and aimed at the ping-pong ball 20 meters away, relaxed his breath, and then shot directly. About half an hour later, Uncle Wa clapped his hands. Everyone, your hit rate for stationary targets is almost the same now. Let's change the course next. Ah, so fast. Xiao Yin was shooting cans with a pistol with great interest. When she heard Uncle Wa's voice, she said in a frustrated tone, I haven't shot enough yet. I asked you to practice shooting, not to play. Xiaojiu came in with a box of things, put it on the ground and said with a smile. Hey, brother Xiao, be careful. Just call the rats when moving things. Don't pull the wound. Xiao Yin stepped forward quickly and scolded. Yes, brother Xiao, why should we be polite? Just take good care of your wounds. Haozi also sat on the ground and warned. This injury is not bad. Xiaojiu smiled gently and waved his hand. I have been injured more seriously than this when I was on the battlefield before. Has brother Xiao ever been on the battlefield before? Chinyu was surprised. Xiaojiu was a few years older than Dazhuang, so Chinyu simply called him brother. After all, like Dazhuang, he was his savior. Haha, it's all in the past, it happened many years ago, not worth mentioning. Xiaojiu smiled and said softly, Xiaoyu. Xiaojiu walked up to Chinyu and looked at his figure, and said, You are still too thin, you should practice in the next few days. Xiaojiu thought of the time when Chinyu almost couldn't catch the dead rat with both hands in the middle of the night last night, so he couldn't help but say something. Hearing this, Chinyu couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I can't even fill my stomach, how can I have the mind to practice those? Chinyu also understood that he was thin, and basically when he encountered a stronger zombie, he could only attack with a spear. It was not easy to control the zombie with a dagger. This is easy. Xiaojiu stepped forward and pinched Chinyu's arm muscles, and said with a smile, We still have a small can of protein powder, which we found when we went out to search before, and we brought it back because it was not contaminated. Haozi stood up and walked over, grinning. That small can of protein powder is about to expire, about 10 days, and no one in our camp eats that stuff, it's a waste to leave it there. Huh? Chinyu was startled, then asked in confusion, Are there still people who are picky about food these days? Dazhuang stood beside Chinyu and said with a smile, It's probably not picky about food, it's that thing can only be used as a supplement, not as food, it's easy to be malnourished. I see. Chinyu touched his chin and nodded, then said, Then how do I practice? Xiaojiu took out the things in the box and replied casually, Don't worry, take it step by step. Wait for 2 days until your injury is better, then talk about it. The box that Xiaojiu brought over contained several fishing lines, and a small iron ball tied to it, which was about the size of a football. The purpose was to allow the group to practice their mobile shooting skills. Haozi, hang this ball up, just 15 meters away. Xiaojiu said softly to Haozi. Okay, brother Xiao. Haozi tilted his head and grinned. He knew what this thing was. Haozi picked up the iron ball, then moved the table over with one hand, and then shouted to Xiaohu, Xiaohu, bring that fork over. Xiao walked behind the door and took a wooden fork, about 2 meters long, with a Y-shaped wire on it. Taking the fork, Halsey stood on the table, then hung it on the wire with a loop on the fishing line and lifted it up a little. Chinyu looked carefully and saw that there was an iron hook on it. After hanging it, Halsey jumped off the table, and the iron ball hung there quietly without moving. Chinyu smiled lightly. This is bigger than a can. Although the distance is a little farther, it is not difficult. Hearing Chinyu's words, Xiaoyin covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Yao leaned over and asked softly, "It shouldn't be that simple, right?" Xiaoyin nodded and said, "Of course, now is the time to really learn how to shoot." As soon as Xiaoyin finished speaking, Halsey stood by and pushed the iron ball with his hand, causing it to swing quickly left and right, and then said with a grin, "Now you can shoot." After speaking, Halsey quickly moved the table away. "Li Yao, you first." Uncle Wa shouted to Li Yao. Li Yao nodded, picked up the pistol on the table, walked over and stood in front of the iron ball, held it with both hands, and aimed at the iron ball. In order to avenge Zhu Yuanyuan, Li Yao studied very hard and quickly. The muzzle of the gun followed the swing of the iron ball for a few seconds, Li Yao's eyes fixed, and then he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! There was a burst of gravel on the wall behind the training room, but the iron ball was still intact. Li Yao's eyes darkened, and he whispered, "It moves too fast, it's a bit hard to hit. Analyze its swinging path." Uncle Wa did not get annoyed and continued to explain patiently. Fixed targets are different from moving targets. Moving targets are unstable and more difficult to hit vital points. But you have to practice. Zombies will not stupidly walk towards you in a straight line, especially when they lie on you. They will attack you crazily with their heads. At this time, you often only have one chance to shoot. Uncle Wa said in a deep voice. If you miss the first shot, you won't have time to shoot again. Xiao Jiao also stood aside and whispered to everyone that he was just giving these people a shot in advance. If they really wanted to improve their marksmanship, they had to go outside and experience life and death to become more and more proficient in their marksmanship. After all, no matter how long you shoot at a target, it won't improve as fast as shooting zombies. Chinyu should try it too. Uncle Wa continued. Halsey walked forward and continued to push the iron ball with his hand to make it swing again. Li Yao made way, and Chinyu stood beside her and posed in the same posture, but the result was the same, and he still missed. Xiaoyin, come here. Uncle Wa continued to shout indifferently. Bang! The 3 people fired 3 shots, and there were only 3 more bullet holes on the wall behind them. Imagine it as a zombie head. It is shaking its body and walking towards you, and in front of you are your beloved family and friends. You have no chance of failure, you must hit it. Uncle Wa shouted in a low voice. Try again. When Li Yao heard Uncle Wa's words, Zhu Yuanyuan's smile appeared in her mind. The iron ball, which was obviously lifeless, had now become a half-rotten zombie head in her eyes, grinning and walking towards Zhu Yuanyuan. Chapter 97. There was another gunshot, and Li Yao saw the zombie head in front of her, which was hit and fell backward. But in the eyes of others, she hit the iron ball accurately. It seems that because of hatred, she has improved very quickly. Xiao Jiao stood next to Uncle Wa and said in a low voice. Chinyu told him what Li Yao had encountered. Chinyu picked up the gun and was about to step forward to do it again, but Uncle Wa said, "It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. Let's go out to practice sniper rifles. By the way, we can also shoot moving targets. We don't practice here." Chinyu nodded, put down the gun and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Xiao Jiao shouted, walked up to pick up the Glock pistol, filled the magazine, and then pointed the muzzle at himself and handed it to Chinyu. Take a gun for self-defense. We are not going out, so we don't need so many guns here. Chinyu looked into Xiao Jiao's eyes, then understood something, walked back and took the pistol. Thank you. Before leaving, Uncle Wa asked Li Yao and Xiaoyin if they wanted to go together. They both shook their heads and said they had no interest in sniper rifles. As Chinyu and Uncle Wa left, the intermittent gunfire in the training room resumed. After leaving the basement hall, Uncle Wa did not follow the normal exit route, but entered a small door and walked in with his back bent. Uncle Wa walked in front and said, "They probably have people patrolling outside, and they may find us, so we don't take the normal exit." Chinyu nodded. "It doesn't matter where you go. I have no objection." Just like that, Uncle Wa walked in front with a gun on his back, and Chinyu followed behind. Soon, they came to a cave entrance about 1 meter high, blocked by an iron railing. Chinyu frowned slightly. It seems there is no way out here. Hearing Chinyu's words, Uncle Wa shook his head slightly, then reached out to touch the screws on the railing and said softly, "This is to confuse others. In fact, it can be removed with a little force." A minute later, Uncle Wa took off the screws, pushed open the railing, bent over and walked out. Chinyu followed closely behind, and after walking out, the area here was much larger, and there was no need to bend over. Uncle Wa put the railing up, then put the screws in the puddle on the side, stuck the railing with a brick, and continued to walk outside. Soon, Uncle Wa led Chinyu out to a sewer exit. Uncle Wa went out first. As soon as he appeared, a highly corrupted zombie came over a few meters away, roaring and waving its dry palms. Uncle Wa quickly stepped forward and stabbed the zombie's eyeball with a knife, then returned and reached out to pull Chinyu up. "Are you okay?" Uncle Wa looked at Chinyu's wrist and whispered, "Be careful not to get the wound stained with zombie blood." Chinyu smiled and nodded, "I'm wearing a coat, so it should be fine, don't worry." Uncle Wa nodded, and led the way to the abandoned bell tower. When they left the city, they usually passed through the bell tower, mainly because there were many zombies nearby. From the outside, it was impossible to imagine that the inside had been cleaned up. According to the old method, Uncle Wa took Chinyu out of the bell tower. After exiting the last sewer, the two walked quickly toward the north. Along the way, there were occasionally a few blind zombies coming over, but they were all dealt with by Uncle Wa. After walking for more than an hour, Uncle Wa looked at his watch. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, and the distance was far enough. At present, Chinyu and his team were in an abandoned farm, with several zombies wandering aimlessly on the grass. Uncle Wa picked up the sniper rifle, glanced at a building a few hundred meters away, then put down the gun and said, "There's an abandoned watchtower over there. Let's go there." After climbing into the farm, the two avoided the zombies and walked towards the tower. Suddenly, after walking a few steps, Chinyu whispered, "Wait, there seems to be something moving over there." Uncle Wa turned his head to look in the direction of Chinyu's gaze. There were a few grasses swaying 100 meters away. He raised his sniper rifle and took a look. Then Uncle Wa was slightly happy. "It's a little pheasant." He patted Chinyu on the shoulder and praised, "Your eyesight is good. It seems that you are suitable for learning sniping." Even Uncle Wa himself was only concerned with getting on the road, and didn't notice that there was a pheasant hiding over there. The two squatted down, and Chinyu chuckled and said, "If it didn't move, I wouldn't have noticed it. I saw it moving the grass next to it, and I noticed it after a closer look." "Good dynamic vision." Uncle Wa nodded. After that, the two squatted down and moved towards the pheasant. There was about 50 meters left. Chinyu took out his pistol, aimed at the pheasant, and was about to shoot. Uncle Wa reached out and pressed his gun. "It's too empty here. Although the zombies are scattered widely, once the gun is fired, they will all gather here." Uncle Wa stopped Chinyu from shooting, shook his head and whispered. Chinyu looked around and realized that he had not thought it through, so he put away his gun and asked in a low voice, "What should we do with the pheasant? Should we let it go?" Uncle Wa shook his head. "Letting it go will leave it to other survivors or zombies. It's better for us to eat it ourselves. This is rare meat." "Then how do we catch it?" "Watch me." Uncle Wa continued to lead Chinyu forward a little distance. There were only about 10 meters left. At this time, the little pheasant was about the size of 2 palms and began to be alert. It looked up from time to time. Uncle Wa and Chinyu did not dare to move at all. Then the pheasant continued to peck at the insects on the ground. Uncle Wa took out a dagger from behind, held the tip of the dagger, and prepared to throw it forward. "Wait a minute." Chinyu hurriedly stopped him. "Your knife has killed zombies. Even if you hit the pheasant, we can't eat it." Washu suddenly remembered that Chinyu had told him about this matter, and he almost forgot. Then he put away the dagger, picked up a half-fist-sized stone from the ground, and then aimed at the pheasant with his right hand. He smashed it hard. With a muffled groan, the pheasant moved and limped in other directions. Washu hurriedly said, "Chase it, I hit its leg." The two hurriedly got up and chased it, and soon caught the pheasant. Uncle Wa raised one foot, and the pheasant was struggling desperately. Seeing this, Uncle Wa broke the pheasant's neck with his hand, and then continued to move forward. Chinyu looked at the sky. At this time, they had not started to practice shooting, but it was almost dark. Thinking of the pistol that Xiaojiu gave him when he left, Chinyu pondered for a while, and still asked, "We are not only here to practice shooting, right?" Uncle Wa did not stop. Hearing Chinyu's words, he said truthfully, "Well, there are some other things to do. Don't worry, there won't be too much danger." Chinyu looked at Uncle Wa's back, thought about it, and then followed. Chapter 98. Chinyu followed Uncle Wa to the bottom of the watchtower. There were some barbed wires under the tower, and some zombies were standing there, shaking slightly. When they got closer, Uncle Wa threw the pheasant to Chinyu. Then he took out a knife, walked forward and killed the zombies. Compared with the zombies Chinyu had seen before, the zombies here were more rotten. One of the zombies had only bones left on its right palm, and it rested on the wire mesh, shaking the wire mesh again and again. There were 4 wire meshes under the watchtower. Uncle Wa only cleaned one side, and the remaining 3 directions were not moved. Seeing this, Chinyu asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to kill the other zombies?" "No need." Uncle Wa used a dagger to cut the clothes of the zombie on the ground, cut out a few strips of cloth, and continued, "Let's go up there to practice shooting. The gunshots will attract other zombies. The ones below can emit a bad smell to confuse those zombies." Chinyu nodded. "I understand. Let's go!" Uncle Wa used a dagger to break a few wires, stretched them open and drilled in. Then he continued to block them with his hands, waiting for Chinyu to come in. After both of them entered, Uncle Wa used the clothes of the zombie just now to tie up the wires, so that the zombies could not rush in for a short time. Climbing up the stairs, we soon reached the top of the watchtower. This watchtower was not big. It had been abandoned for a long time. The railings were all covered with rust. There was a small room in the middle, about the size of an ordinary toilet. Uncle Wa took out his sniper rifle, pulled the bolt, and then handed it to Chinyu. "There is a zombie standing still about 300 meters northwest. It seems to be trapped in the swamp. Try to shoot it." Chinyu put down the pheasant, took the sniper rifle, and directly picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at that direction. "The posture is wrong." Uncle Wa patted Chinyu on the shoulder and said softly, "You need to have something fixed to hold the gun, otherwise a slight shake will cause the bullet to deviate from the target." Chinyu heard this and looked at the hut. There was a window with part of the glass broken. He picked up the butt of the gun, smashed the other broken glass, and then put the gun on it. He turned his head and asked Uncle Wa, "Is this okay?" Uncle Wa nodded, but soon he shook his head again and said, "It's okay to aim at the target for a short time, but this posture for a long time will consume a lot of physical strength. When snipers perform missions, it is common to stay in one place for 2 days and 2 nights, and they usually lie down to aim. Come outside." Uncle Wa pushed the door open and walked out. Then Chinyu lay on the terrace outside the small house, closed one eye and aimed at the zombies in the northwest direction, but soon, Uncle Wa patiently explained, "Don't close the other eye, both eyes must be open, otherwise you won't know if someone touches you close to you." Chinyu nodded and followed Uncle Wa's instructions step by step. He was very grateful to get the guidance of a professional sniper like Uncle Wa. Now, learning one more skill will give Chinyu a little more chance of survival. A gunshot rang out, and several birds in the nearby woods flew up. Chinyu looked at the target in the scope and said puzzledly, "Strange, I was clearly aiming at its forehead. How come it hit its mouth?" Uncle Wa was sitting on the ground at this time, plucking the pheasant. Of course, he knew what was going on, but he didn't tell Chinyu in advance, so that he could experience it once and remember it better. Uncle Wa said while cleaning the pheasant, "The bullet will fall the moment it leaves the muzzle. This is because of the gravity of the bullet itself. The only difference is the attenuation force caused by the distance. At about 100 meters or 200 meters, you can also hit the target accurately by adjusting the zeroing." "What is zeroing?" Chinyu turned around and asked. "In layman's terms, it means that the aiming point of the sniper's scope and the point where the bullet lands are consistent, which is called zeroing." Uncle Wa said everything he knew without any annoyance, because he knew that he could not kill Long Shan by himself, not to mention that there was also a sniper among the enemies. If he could train Chinyu to be the next sniper, once the battle started, the chances of winning would be greater. Chinyu nodded, not quite understanding. Ordinarily, Uncle Wa put the plucked pheasant aside, looked at Chinyu and said seriously, "It's best for Xiao Xiao to teach you these professional knowledge. After all, he used to be a soldier, but he needs to recover from his gunshot wound, so it's not convenient for him to come out and practice with you. I think you teach very well," Chinyu said sincerely. Today, for Chinyu, he officially started to learn how to use firearms to save his life from being an ordinary person. Looking into Chinyu's eyes, Uncle Wa couldn't help but think of a person's face. Many years ago, that person also learned sniper rifles from him in this way, but later, with continuous training, that person's marksmanship became better and better, and he could even take people's heads from 2 kilometers away. He became an international top sniper. If only Yin Wang was here, you would learn more. Uncle Wa sighed. "Where did he go?" Chinyu asked in a low voice. "Dead." Uncle Wa whispered, "Yin Wang is the most powerful sniper I have ever seen. My condolences." Chinyu was speechless, then comforted him. "Let's not talk about this, let's continue." Uncle Wa has experienced a lot over the years, and it no longer affects his state. He continued, I have adjusted the sniper rifle in your hand to 0. The distance is 200 meters, but the zombies you are shooting are about 300 meters away, and the bullet will decay downward by more than 10 centimeters. Generally, it will drop 60 centimeters at about 500 meters, and 110 centimeters at 600 meters. When sniping a target, you need to calculate the force of the bullet's fall and the wind speed. Chinyu nodded and wrote it down. Raise the muzzle a little higher. Uncle Wa walked forward and raised the muzzle a little higher. Then Uncle Wa picked up a few pheasant feathers and threw them in the air. He roughly calculated the wind direction and continued to swing to the left. That's about it. Another shot rang out. This time, it hit a zombie that was farther away than the previous target. Through the sniper's scope, Chinyu saw the zombie's head explode like a big watermelon in an instant. Hit! Chinyu said excitedly. Uncle Wa nodded with satisfaction. This is the first time, but it won't be the last time. You have to sum up your experience, so that you can become more and more proficient in shooting. Chinyu hummed, then put away the sniper rifle. Just as he was about to go downstairs, Uncle Wa said, I won't leave tonight. I stay here overnight. Then Uncle Wa and Chinyu dismantled the door and split it open, preparing to use it for burning. Then Chinyu touched his pocket and said with a bitter face, I forgot to bring the matches. It doesn't matter. Uncle Wa scraped some sawdust from the wooden door with a knife, then took out an iron rod from his pocket, stuck it with the back of the dagger, scraped out sparks, and ignited the sawdust. Matches are easy to get wet, and they are still not as useful as fire sticks. Uncle Wa added a few pieces of wood, lit the fire and said with a big laugh. Chapter 99. I've killed zombies with a knife. What should I do now? Uncle Wa also encountered a difficult problem. He looked at Chinyu and asked. I looked for it. Chinyu remembered that he used glass to treat the wound in the car last time, and then he saw the glass fragments under his feet. He stood up and pinched the edge of the glass with his coat, and then hit it with the handle of the dagger. With a click, the glass shattered. Then Chinyu sat down, took the pheasant, cut it with a knife, and blood immediately flowed. Oh no, there's nothing to roast. Chinyu slapped his thigh. I have a way. Uncle Wa got up and walked downstairs. A few minutes later, Uncle Wa came back with a few iron wires in his hand. Where did you get them? Chinyu took the iron wire and looked at it. It was not rusty and looked clean. These can be stuck with the back of a knife, and then they can be broken by bending them back and forth with your hands a few times. Uncle Wa came over and sat by the fire. He picked up the pheasant meat that Chinyu had cut and skewered it. Chinyu followed suit. Soon, the pheasant meat was sizzling under the fire, and the aroma was fragrant. Chinyu smacked his lips and said, it would be better if there was salt. Uncle Wa picked up the chicken and smelled it. It smelled really good. He hadn't eaten meat for more than 2 months. Then he continued to roast it. The purpose of our trip this time is to find salt. Is there really salt? Chinyu was stunned. He just said it casually. After all, there are zombies everywhere now. Most people will look for food first when looking for supplies. Under normal circumstances, salt is not used. It's impossible to sprinkle salt on a biscuit, right? Then Chinyu picked up the roasted pheasant meat and tasted it. It's just simply roasted, but it's much better than eating biscuits every day, he said with emotion. Haha, it's good to have something to eat. Uncle Wa picked up the chicken skewer and took a bite, his mouth full of oil. Where did you get the flour? Chinyu thought of the steamed buns he had just eaten in the morning. Although they were not as delicious as before the end of the world, they were still pretty good. Here, I found it there. Uncle Wa looked down at the other skewer he was roasting in his left hand, and pointed in a direction with the chicken in his right hand. Chinyu turned his head, and saw that it was already a little dark, but he could vaguely see a barn. He nodded. Is that the farm warehouse here? Uncle Wa nodded. Everything there has been moved almost completely, but there are still a few large bags of wheat inside. However, there are more than a dozen zombies in the barn, so no one dared to go in and search, and we finally found it. Chinyu suddenly realized that there were people who were so stupid that they didn't know that wheat could be made into flour. Suddenly, Chinyu thought of something else. If he remembered correctly, Brother Xiao once said that Uncle Wa came back from abroad, so he asked, are there many zombies abroad? A lot. Uncle Wa took a bite of chicken and said while chewing, in fact, zombies broke out all over the world at the same time. It started with big cities, then small cities, and then towns. The more people there are, the faster they fall. Chinyu lowered his head to eat and said slowly, I really miss the life before the end of the world. At that time, It was just a simple bowl of noodles. Now I am so greedy. Hearing Chinyu sigh, Uncle Wa laughed. At least we are still alive now, right? There will be something sooner or later. As long as people are alive, there is hope. Chinyu also raised his head and looked to the left with hope. That was the direction he entered the city. He murmured yes. As long as we survive, these will be recreated sooner or later. It was dark, and there were more zombies outside. The iron fence below was creaking. By the way, you said that the goal of this trip was to find salt. I am a little confused. Brother Xiao or Haozi, either of them should be better than me, right? Why not call them? Chinyu thought of something and asked. There are only 2 of us out there, and we can run away if we encounter danger. Uncle Wa had finished eating the pheasant meat, wiped his mouth with his hand and said, but the base is different. There are many old people and children there. Once it is lost, according to the habits of the Longshan group, except for the women, no one else will survive. Hearing this, Chinyu clenched his fists. It's the end of the world. Why are you still killing other people like this? Isn't it good to work together to survive? Uncle Wa raised his head, his deep eyes looking into the darkness, and he said softly, in the past, the significance of the law was to deter some people's behavior to a great extent, so that they dared not do, and could not do those things. But now, zombies have appeared all over the world for a year, and there is no news of the antidote. Even some small cities have had zombie outbreaks for several months. The system has collapsed, and those people have no scruples, and want to take people's lives at any time. Then Uncle Wa began to slowly tell his story. Before the end of the world, the organization Uncle Wa joined was a service organization that charged commissions to provide personal protection for the boss. They did not accept tasks such as killing and arson, and did not accept tasks to protect profiteers, etc., and they had tried their best to stick to the bottom line. But the last time, they were still fooled. There was a man in the group of terrorists who was captured by Uncle Wa's group a year ago. Considering that it was a first offense, and he had not killed anyone, they let him go after he swore to quit this business, and did not care about him anymore. But later, this person developed secretly for a year, and then came back again, and took the task of assassinating other people. The target that Uncle Wa and his team protected was a boss who opened dozens of orphanages abroad. He went to that town to build a new orphanage, and found Uncle Wa and his team for protection. Uncle Wa's organization secretly investigated the boss, and found that he was indeed a kind man, so he took it. But unexpectedly, a group of human trafficking forces targeted him, and wanted to buy all the orphanages of the boss at a high price. Fortunately, the boss was careful and secretly found a private detective to investigate. Only then did he discover the purpose of the group, so he refused to sell anything. Later, nearly 300 well-equipped terrorists armed with automatic rifles surrounded the town. The difference in numbers was too great, and Uncle Wa was powerless. In the end, he sacrificed all his teammates to break through the siege with the target to be protected. But in the end, the boss was sniped from a distance, and he himself fell into a river and was washed away. Uncle Wa said slowly, "If you don't remove the roots, the consequences are often more cruel. The Longshan group is essentially such people. They will not find their conscience and reform themselves. They will only recruit those bastards like them, gradually expand the team, and finally eat away the other survivors step by step." Uncle Wa looked at Chinyu and spoke his mind. They are only more than 50 people, and they are already so heartless. What if there are 500 or even 1,000 of them? This is the goal of Xiao Xiao and me. In this end times, only one of us can survive. Uncle Wa said in a deep voice. This is also my goal. Chinyu clenched his fists and looked at Uncle Wa and said firmly. Chapter 100. Uncle Wa stood by the window, looking at the silent night without saying anything. After a long silence, he whispered, "Rest. Each of us will keep watch for 4 hours. You go to sleep first, and I call you later." "Okay." Chinyu nodded, took out some wood from the fire, and then fell asleep with his head against the wall. Uncle Wa walked out of the house, and sat on the terrace outside, holding a sniper rifle in his arms, and sat down cross-legged. 4 hours later, Uncle Wa woke Chinyu up, and the two changed shifts. The next day, Uncle Wa woke up on time at dawn, and took Chinyu out of the watchtower. The two continued to head north, and Chinyu asked curiously, "Where are we going to find salt?" Uncle Wa led the way with a sniper rifle on his back, and answered as he walked, "There is a small salt factory over there, in a village." Chinyu nodded and followed Uncle Wa closely. At about noon, the two had already arrived at their destination. Chinyu stood on a hillside, looking at the dozen houses at the foot of the mountain, and turned his head to look at Uncle Wa. "Is this the salt factory nearby?" Uncle Wa glanced in other directions, and then said in a deep voice, "That's right, although this place doesn't look big, it has actually been working for decades." Chinyu was stunned. "Uncle Wa, are you from here too?" Uncle Wa walked down the mountain from the side path, and said without looking back, "No, there was a man in our camp who used to live here. The salt factory was not doing well, so he chose to work in the city. After the apocalypse broke out, he was trapped in the city, and then we rescued him. It's a pity that his leg was injured by Longshan and the others. Otherwise, with him leading the way, we wouldn't have found this place so hard." Chinyu, who had been walking with Uncle Wa for most of the day, suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Uncle Wa had been taking him around the mountain all morning, climbing up the treetops from time to look for directions. It turned out that this was his first time, and he couldn't find the location. There weren't many zombies in the mountain. They only encountered 12 along the way, and they were all scattered far away. Chinyu guessed that this place was too remote and sparsely populated, so the zombies hadn't wandered here for a while. After walking along the path for a while, the two came to the foot of the mountain. Just as they were about to climb up the muddy road, Chinyu suddenly heard the sound of an engine coming from the far left. He looked up and saw Uncle Wa was a few meters away from him, so he didn't hear anything. He was holding the branches with both hands and preparing to climb up. Chinyu ran up quickly, put his hand on Uncle Wa's shoulder, and pulled him to squat down. Uncle Wa turned his head and looked at Chinyu with a puzzled look. "Don't move, I think I heard a car." Chinyu squatted down and said anxiously. The two of them stuck to the grass pile under the rotten road. Fortunately, there were a lot of weeds here, and their figures were all covered by the grass. About half a minute later, an off-road SUV stopped at the entrance of the village, right on the road in front of Chinyu and Uncle Wa. Clang! Someone opened the car door and got out, and a man begged for mercy. "For big brothers, I have brought you here. Please be kind and treat me like a fart." Chinyu and Uncle Wa stood up quietly, and on the road about 7 or 8 meters away from them, two men with pistols on their waists were leaning against the off-road vehicle to watch the show, and another man was punching and kicking the man on the ground. Chinyu looked carefully, and saw a man in his 50s kneeling on the ground, holding his head with his hands and begging. The man's body was covered with bruises and purples, and there was no intact skin on his body. Even the little toe of his right foot was missing half. Seeing this scene, Chinyu felt a little bit sorry, so he picked up the gun and aimed at them. "Don't be impulsive." Uncle Wa was quick-witted and pressed the muzzle of Chinyu's gun, whispering quickly, "There are 4 of them, and they all have guns. Unless we kill them instantly, otherwise, if they react, we will definitely die." Hearing this, Chinyu also knew that he had not considered it carefully. He put the pistol back into his waist, and then he saw a man walking down from the main passenger seat. Wearing a waistcoat, with a cloth tied on his head, a cigarette in his mouth, and what seemed to be an automatic rifle in his hand, he walked around the front of the car and walked in front of the man on the ground, raised the butt of the gun, and smashed it down at his shoulder, and the man fell to the ground immediately. Seeing this scene, even Uncle Wa felt extremely angry. Judging from his appearance, the man on the ground had been beaten a lot. Uncle Wa recognized the man with the cigarette the moment he appeared. He said seriously, "The man with the cigarette in his mouth is called Cheesy. He is one of the 4 leaders under Longshan. He is the most ruthless. The other subordinates are all killers, but this beast likes to beat people to death the most." The other 3 subordinates saw the boss appear and shouted respectfully, "Seventh brother." The man with the cigarette, called Seventh brother, squatted in front of the man on the ground, slapped the man's face with his left hand, and said dissatisfiedly, "If we let you go, how can we report back?" Hearing the word "go back," the man's pupil shrank, and a fear rose from the bottom of his heart. The environment there was like hell, and the man didn't want to go back even if he died. He turned his body, endured the pain, and knelt down to the cigarette man, kowtowed to him, and said in a pleading voice, "Seventh brother, no, it's Seventh master. Please just think that I was bitten to death by zombies. You can cut off one of my hands. Just think that I'm dead. Give me a way out. My daughter can't." Before he finished speaking, the man on the ground shook violently. He couldn't control his fear for a moment, and actually talked about his daughter. He had seen with his own eyes how evil Longshan's men were, and what they did to other female survivors. He had witnessed it many times. Every time, he felt deeply terrified. When he was discovered by Longshan's men, the man was searching for food alone. At that time, he thought he had met other survivors and could survive together, so he followed them and left. After arriving at an abandoned hotel, the man realized that this was not a survivor base, but a demon group. More than a dozen girls were imprisoned in the rooms on the first floor of the hotel. As soon as he entered, He heard women screaming, followed by men laughing, one after another. He wanted to run, but it was too late. There was a black muzzle on his head. In the end, he was beaten and thrown into an abandoned toilet, where 7 or 8 men were imprisoned. Each of them had a shackle on his leg, and could not leave the stinking room. Those people only gave them half a biscuit each every day. The man relied on the rainwater dripping from the toilet pipe to force himself to survive. The longer time passed, the more the man dared not tell the whereabouts of his daughter. In the abandoned toilet, someone died every few days.